Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xavier Academy for Gifted Boys. Principal's Office. The television buzzed quietly in the background, casting flickering lights across the polished surface of the desk. Clarion Daily News. Since Tony Stark publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man, he has dismantled 6 major criminal organizations within just a month. Once viewed as a reckless billionaire, Stark has become a national hero, and Stark Industries stock has soared. In Gotham City, crime has hit record lows over the past 6 months. Arkham Asylum is now at full capacity, prompting rumors that Wayne Enterprises is funding an expansion. Metropolis prepares to begin the public trial of Superman. However, sources remain uncertain whether the Man of Steel will appear. Tensions surrounding mutants have reignited once more. Several members of Congress have proposed reinstating the controversial Mutant Registration Act. The news anchor's voice echoed through the room as Lynn quietly opened the door. "What a chaotic world," he muttered under his breath, the corner of his mouth twitching faintly. Professor Charles Xavier sat by the window in his wheelchair, eyes trained on the television. At the sound of footsteps, he turned, his gaze soft but curious.
"Lynn, you've come," he said warmly.
"Aurora mentioned you wanted to speak with me. Is something the matter?" Lynn nodded slightly and approached without hesitation. He had been at Xavier's Academy for nearly 10 years, ever since he was 8. To Professor X, he was one of the school's brightest, disciplined, humble, and almost invisible in the chaos that came with a school full of volatile mutant teenagers.
But today was different.
"Professor," Lynn said, his voice calm and direct. "I want to apply for graduation." The words hung in the air like a thunderclap.
Charles blinked, surprised. "Graduation?"
"Lynn, the Academy doesn't exactly have a formal graduation system. And I thought you were on track to join the X-Men." "I have no intention of joining."
The response was blunt, unyielding.
Professor X furrowed his brows.
"Why not?"
Lynn sat down, his expression unreadable. The truth was, he no longer feared Xavier, not since yesterday. That was the day he unlocked something critical, spiritual immunity. For years, Lynn had tread carefully around Professor X, wary of his immense telepathic power. But now, for the first time, he felt safe. After all, Lynn wasn't just a mutant, he was a traveler from another world.
And his gift?
A power that allowed him to create a unique magical spell every single day. One of those spells could be permanently retained in his body. Over the past decade, he had stockpiled an arsenal: elemental magic, defensive barriers, spatial manipulation, and mind fortifications. He focused on survival, never seeking glory. Every spell he kept was passive, fortifying his body, sharpening his senses, guarding his mind. His most recent breakthrough? Steel Body, a fusion of multiple defense magics, creating a passive ability that made his physique nearly indestructible. Add that to his newly acquired mental shields, a clemency, the wall of the mind, the truth's will, and he now stood mentally and physically invincible to even Xavier's gaze. The unease he once felt under Professor X's scrutiny had vanished overnight. Which is why he was here now. "Professor," Lynn began again, "I admire what you've built here. But I don't believe the X-Men are the future. Your vision of coexistence is noble, but doomed." Xavier's face tightened. His fingers curled ever so slightly around the armrest. "I'd like to know why you believe that," he asked gently, though his voice carried the weight of disappointment. Lynn's tone remained even. "Because the world isn't ready to accept mutants, not through idealism alone. The persecution, the fear, it's not going away. And I don't believe aligning myself with either you or Magneto will lead to anything but tragedy." It was a brutal truth. Professor X looked down, momentarily silent. Lynn had always stood apart from the others, his intellect, discipline, and thirst for knowledge unmatched. While most students obsessed over mastering their powers, Lynn buried himself in books and quietly reshaped his destiny, spell by spell. In a school where theory was often neglected for practice, Lynn was a scholar, a strategist, and now, something far more dangerous. To Xavier, he was once a quiet hope for the future of mutants. Now, he was walking away. "I had high hopes for you, Lynn," Charles finally said, his voice tinged with regret. "Even if your mutation was classified as Delta level, your mind, your discipline, you could have redefined what it means to be an X-Man." Lynn rose to his feet, bowing his head respectfully. I appreciate that, Professor. But I'm going to walk my own path now. And when the time comes, I hope we're not on opposite sides. Xavier's gaze lingered on him for a long moment.
Then go, he said softly.
But know this, out there, the world is far less forgiving than even you realize.
I know, Lynn replied, turning to the door.
That's why I've spent 10 years preparing.
And with that, he left.
The door shut quietly behind him, leaving only the buzz of the television and a lingering sense of loss in the air. Inside the office, the air in the room had turned tense, silent, suffocating. Lynn's words, though calm, cut like a blade. Professor Charles Xavier, a man known for his patience and poise, could not entirely hide the flicker of pain and disbelief on his face. You mean, you don't agree with my vision? His voice was soft, but the emotion behind it was unmistakable: heartache, confusion, and something deeper, a wound to the ideals he'd held for decades. A student he had nurtured for 10 years had just rejected them outright.
And what then?
Do you believe Magneto is right? That only by eradicating humans can mutants survive? Absolutely not, Lynn replied without hesitation. Mutants are and always will be a minority. The idea that a handful of alpha-level mutants could dominate a planet protected by weapons capable of leveling cities is nothing more than delusion. Magneto's approach is doomed unless he gains overwhelming power that can sweep the board clean. That answer brought a flicker of relief to Xavier's face, but the underlying tension remained.
Then why? He asked again.
Why claim that I will lead mutants to destruction? Lynn exhaled softly. Because history had already told him so. With all due respect, Professor, your idealism is blind. You offer peace with hands too soft to hold a sword. He looked Xavier straight in the eye. You've placed the future of our people on the hope that humans will see us as equals. That if we're gentle enough, reasonable enough, patient enough, they'll accept us. But that's not peace, Professor. That's surrender. His voice dropped, heavy with conviction. You're building a future on the kindness of people in power. But that's not a foundation, it's a trap. And one day, it will collapse. Xavier sat in silence. For a man who had faced gods and tyrants, it was rare to be rendered speechless. Lynn pressed on, his tone steady but fierce. You're a beacon for mutants, Professor. A spiritual leader. But you're not a commander. You've forgotten that we're in a war. Not just of ideologies, of survival.
He paused.
You've had the chance to stop Magneto permanently, several times. And each time, you let him live. You didn't do it out of mercy. You kept him alive because he's your warning bell. As long as humans fear him, they tolerate you.
And Jean Grey?
You preach to your students, embrace your powers, control them, master them.
But when it came to Jean, you didn't trust her. You didn't guide her. You sealed her away. You suppressed her power. And in the end, you broke her. Xavier's jaw tightened. He couldn't deny it.
You call it peace, Lynn continued, but it's a fragile illusion. Do you think that even if humans one day accept us publicly, they'll stop building weapons behind closed doors? He leaned in slightly, his eyes burning with clarity. This isn't about good or evil, Professor. This is human nature. Power breeds fear. Fear breeds control. And when the day comes that they finally can control us, they won't hesitate. That day, Lynn said coldly, will be the end of mutants.
His words struck deep, blunt, yet undeniable.
Professor X's gaze lingered on Lynn, stunned by the sheer depth of his insight. This wasn't just a student with a sharp tongue. This was someone who had seen beyond the horizon, a strategist, perhaps even a visionary. You've thought about this deeply, Xavier murmured.
Lynn gave a small nod.
You've read more than anyone else in this school, the professor said, the hint of pride mixing with regret. I'd assumed you were simply studious.
But now,
I see you were preparing. He paused, studying the young man before him. You might be right, Xavier finally said. Perhaps my way isn't the right way. But that's exactly why we need each other.
I offer hope.
You offer clarity. You've grown into a leader, Lynn, but you're not ready to walk this path alone. His voice lowered, earnest. Are you really going to leave now, when mutants need voices like yours the most?
Lynn was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Leave? No, Professor.
I'm not giving up. I'm just choosing a different path. He reached into his coat and snapped his fingers.
Click.
A stack of crisp A4 papers materialized in the air and landed neatly on the desk. On the cover, bold text read, Project, Mutant Salvation, Strategic proposal for survival and sovereignty. Professor X's eyes widened. His fingers trembled slightly as they reached for the pages. You wrote this, he whispered. I've been planning it for years, Lynn replied. I studied your vision. I studied Magneto's path. This is neither. This is what comes next. For a long time, Xavier said nothing. Then finally he smiled, softly, but with the weight of pride behind it. You've truly become something remarkable, Lynn. Lynn's gaze sharpened. No, Professor. I'm only getting started.
At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. I don't know how long it has been. Professor X took a deep breath, looked at Lynn, and spoke every word. If my memory isn't messed up, Lynn, you are a Delta-level mutant, and you don't have any special abilities other than a higher level of brain development than ordinary people. With one hand, he pointed to the plan that appeared out of nowhere on the table, and with the other hand he rubbed between his brows. So, can you explain what's going on here? At the moment, he felt a little pain in his head, because he realized, today's conversation is definitely not a temporary idea, but premeditated. The student in front of me is guiding and controlling the rhythm of the conversation step by step. Magic, Professor. Lynn doesn't hide anything. After 10 years of fighting, she will become a fool if she persists. This is my real ability. How smart is Professor X? After thinking about it, I understood everything. The student in front of him has been hiding his clumsiness since the day he entered Xavier's school. At that time, he was still an 8-year-old child. The most incredible thing is that all the teachers in the academy, including the principal himself, were tricked by him. Magic. Professor X resisted the idea of activating telepathy ability and hacking into Lynn's brain to find out, and said, I don't know why you keep hiding your ability, but you took the initiative to expose it today. It must be related to this proposal. Yes, Professor. Lynn nods. You are so solemn, it seems that you have premeditated. A meaningful smile emerged from the corner of Professor X's mouth. Then tell me, how do you plan to save Mutant? Lynn smiled too. He knew that this conversation had reached the most important part. Actually, I think that both Magneto and the Professor made a huge amount of mistake from the very beginning, that is, to distinguish mutant from human groups, and they are clearly distinct. Mutants and ordinary people, why can't they be our own? Facing Professor X's unfathomable eyes, Lynn talked with eloquence. As soon as he opened his mouth, his words were astonishing. As early as decades ago, a sage in the East once said that the victory of struggle is to make friends more and enemies less. But now Mutant's situation is that he has no friends, and everyone in the world is enemies. Is the reason for all of this just because of the fear of ordinary people? Just because when the mutant's super ability goes berserk, it may cause casualties? Do not. These are just appearances. The real reason is that we mutants have no right to speak in the world. Hearing the first sentence, Professor X was still a little bit emotional. After all, Lynn is young and naive. Mutant and ordinary people become their own? This kind of words can only be said by a young man who has never experienced the world. But listen. Professor X's expression changed. Don't have the right to speak. Yes. Lynn's eyes were burning, and she said loudly, because we don't have the right to speak. When Mutant is regarded as a freak, we can't argue with it. Because they don't have the right to speak. When Mutant was arrested, hunted down, and carried out various inhumane experiments, everyone looked on coldly, and even felt it was justified. Similarly, because they don't have the right to speak, those politicians can easily pass the Mutant Registration Act, or use various methods to deal with Mutant. Over time, attacking the mutant group has become an extremely normal thing. This normal is horrible. It not only makes the whole world hostile to mutant, but also makes many mutants feel that they are monsters. They shouldn't exist in this world. Then they give up on themselves. So, before the war with humans has really started, mutant has already lost half of it. As it turns out, this is an angle Professor X never thought of. He was stunned when he heard this, and wanted to refute several times, but found that what Lynn said was reasonable, and he almost uncovered the root cause of mutants' tragedy. And Lynn hadn't finished speaking. Imagine, Professor, what would it be like if we had the right to speak? Mutant has extraordinary power. Why can't it be the evolution of human genes? Why can't it be the grace of God? Why can't it be the sublimation of human civilization? If this trend of thought becomes mainstream, who wouldn't envy mutant? Who would yell at mutant? At that time, I'm afraid those who still reject mutant will be heretics. If Professor X has seen the black-robed pickets, he will definitely regard Lynn's words as the most reasonable words. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. But this does not prevent him from yearning for the picture described by Lynn. At the moment, the world's top spiritual ability user undoubtedly received huge amounts of mental shock. He stared blankly at Lynn. Lynn, what kind of books do you read, to think of these? Okay. Lynn didn't keep up with the rhythm for a while, and said after a while, Professor, are you interested? I can recommend it to you. He snapped his fingers, and a large stack of books appeared in front of Professor X out of thin air. The top one is Mao Xian. Is the culture of the ancient Eastern country really so broad and profound? Professor X took a breath. Then, in your opinion, how can mutants' right to speak be improved? In the world of ordinary people, definitely only money and power are eternal. Lynn spread her hands. When we become a world-class consortium, when we control the lifeblood of the global economy, when politicians from various countries are filled with our own people, when the whole world is promoting that mutant genes are the evolution of human beings, and mutants are human beings. God's favorite. At that time, mutant was the undoubted trend of the times. Peace, naturally. As he spoke, he picked up the plan on the table, gently handed it to Professor X, and smiled slightly. Professor, the peace that is in our own hands is the real peace, isn't it? Professor X was silent for a long time. That being said, if he still doesn't understand Lynn's true intentions, he can hit the wall. Really? When he took the proposal and turned to the first page, there was the words "Establish the Mutant Consortium? So, you are here, to solicit investment." His expression became uncontrollably weird. A graduate of Xavier's school, who doesn't want to join X-Men, but wants to start a business. I still want to find myself, the principal, to invest in. He never thought about such a thing. At this moment, Professor X looked at Lynn, who was harmless to humans and animals, and inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity and confusion. If you start a mutant company, you can become a consortium? Can you control the lifeblood of the world economy? Can you support obedient people in various countries, politicians? What project is so awesome? Are you too confident in yourself? This is definitely not an ordinary project. Lynn knew well about Professor X's doubts, so he smiled and snapped his fingers again. Welcome to the world of magic, Professor. A black box appeared out of thin air. The box is not big, about the same as an ordinary computer host. But when he turned on the switch and activated it, the box unexpectedly expanded and became larger like Autobot shapeshifting. Tens of seconds later, a black cube the size of a container file was suspended in midair. What a magical ability! Professor X admired softly, and with his extensive knowledge and experience, he couldn't help asking, "How did you do it?" "It's just a simple traceless stretching spell." Lynn didn't get entangled in this aspect, and introduced, "This is my invention, and I named it Oasis. Definitely, it's just the first-generation machine. In simple terms, it is a server that can virtualize a world that does not exist." Through the interface, Lynn created a bracelet, a helmet, and a dormant capsule out of thin air. That's all. People can enter this virtual world and experience another life in person. Like a game. Professor X narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's not just a game, I'd rather call it the second world." Lynn flicked her fingers slightly, and the bracelet slowly flew in front of Professor X. Professor X pondered for a while, and put it on slowly. Ding! Accompanied by the pleasant start sound, his eyes flashed. The next moment, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The golden sun shone on his body, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling, but at the same time, a strong gust of wind hit him, making his clothes rattle. The roar sounded overhead. It turned out to be a Boeing airliner flying at high speed. Farther away, flocks of birds passed by, and every chirp could be heard clearly. Professor X's complexion suddenly changed. He is actually in the sky at this moment? There is a huge contract city under your feet? And the most important thing is that he is not sitting in a wheelchair, but is standing on a cloud like walking on flat ground. Is this a virtual world? It's so real. A sense of confusion and absurdity that has never been felt before surged out from the bottom of my heart. Reality? Or unreal? With his powerful mental ability, he couldn't tell clearly for a while, so that he froze on the spot, and didn't even notice Lynn's sudden appearance. Slap. There was a snap of fingers again, and the rain fell. The cool touch brought Professor X back to his senses. He raised his wrist and stared at the bracelet on it. "This thing can pull people's brain waves," he murmured incredulously, then turned to Lynn. His expression could no longer be calm. "Lynn, you actually have such a real holographic simulation technology. It's magic, Professor." Lynn shook her head. "More precisely, it's a combination of magic and technology." He picked up his bracelet, and took out a chip like a mobile phone card. Whether it's a bracelet, a helmet, or a game cabin, it's just an appearance, and this is what really works. The chip of the file size of the fingernail is full of various magic lines. This is the result of his 10 years of preparation. Crazy learning all kinds of knowledge in this world, AR technology, artificial intelligence, computer, holographic simulation. Finally developed a comprehensive virtual space technology, combined with flu network, memory magic, legilimency, projection magic, mirror space and other magic, this almost real second world was created. Unbelievable. Professor X tried to move around, but managed to take 2 steps, almost weeping with joy. God knows how long it has been since he walked on his legs. "Professor, let's go down for a walk." Seeing this, Lynn snapped her fingers. The next moment, the whole world quickly approached, and when Professor X realized it, the two had already appeared on 5th Avenue in Twist City. There is a lot of traffic, and the flow of people is like a waterfall. Everything is the same as the real thing. "Lynn, you are a genius." Professor X sighed once again, and his evaluation of Lynn in his heart was soaring. "I have no doubt that once Oasis is released, it will become popular all over the world in a very short period of time, and you will become the richest person on Earth. Making money is only one aspect, influence is the key. Lynn is confident about this. More importantly, it can change the public's perception of mutant." Another snap of the fingers, the surrounding light and shadow changed again. A beautiful blue planet appeared in sight. "That's Earth?" The two actually appeared on the moon? He's still wearing a spacesuit? Professor X clearly felt the changes in gravity and the environment, and wondered how to change. It's very simple, let everyone become the owner of the super ability. A strange smile appeared on Lynn's face. After entering the second world, the player will automatically get an ability, enter various dungeons to complete the task, and then the ability can be improved and transformed into various super abilities. Following his explanation, light curtains passed in front of Professor X. That is a copy. Action type Devil May Cry, Prince of Persia, Assassin's Creed. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Overwatch. Sci-fi StarCraft, Avatar, Halo. Alien Monsters, Godzilla, Monster Hunting. Lord of the Rings, World of Warcraft, Pirates of the Caribbean. Fighting Street Fighter, King of Fighters. Definitely, there will be many copies of classic horror like The Shining, The Grudge, etc. There are also Kung Fu type Huang Fi Hung and Xiangxia type a Chinese ghost story specially designed for Eastern players. There are no fewer than hundreds of densely packed copies, and Professor X's scalp is numb. Although many have hints of insufficient development, obviously there is only a framework, and there is no content to fill the copy, but it also fully demonstrates that Lynn is fully prepared. He even prepared a lot of leisure copies of various NBA, FIFA, Beach, Seabed, etc. for those players who like leisure. No wonder he called Oasis the second world. A completely real, yet extraordinary experience of the second world. There are so many games in this world. In the past, players could only watch their characters flying into the sky and killing all directions, but in the second world, they can experience it for themselves. Lynn is very satisfied with Professor X's expression, although in reality, they are still just ordinary people, but as long as they want, they can experience the extraordinary in the second world at any time, become extraordinary. By that time, will their attitude towards mutant change? Professor X was too shocked to speak. Lynn randomly clicked a copy. Dungeon of World of Warcraft, enter. Accompanied by a burst of light and shadow changes, the next moment, the two of them appeared in a vast world. In the forest below, a dense army of orcs rushed out of the canyon, shouting for the horde, while on the opposite side of them, the human coalition army was waiting in full force, with various skills and magic lights shining endlessly. Don't human beings hate those ugly mutants, so let them become orcs in the second world. After a long time, the professor thinks, will they care more about powerful strength or ugly appearance? Lynn's voice seemed to ring directly in the soul. Professor X's mind shook violently. He is the top psychologist in the world, but at this moment he suddenly realizes that his grasp of human nature is not as good as that of the young student beside him. A game, it is definitely impossible for ordinary people to recognize mutant. But this game is so real? Real and personal experience is no different? Who can say no to such an experience? When those players become extraordinary in the second world and feel the power of super abilities, even if they return to the real world and become ordinary people again, their attitudes towards mutant will inevitably undergo huge amounts of changes. Professor X can even predict that there will be countless players addicted to the second world and unwilling to go out. So, what Lynn envisioned? Through the establishment of the Mutant Consortium, infiltrate the human world, control the right to speak, and then change the living environment of mutant. Most likely, with this in mind, Professor X made a rare gaffe. He turned around abruptly, grabbed Lynn's shoulder. His eyes that were usually calm, trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Say, Lynn, how much do you need? Lynn was in the principal's office for over 2 hours. After coming out, he went straight to the big playground of the college. Pass the ball. Oh, it was agreed not to use ability. You are cheating. A group of junior boys are playing basketball. In the open space in the distance, several middle and senior students were discussing super abilities. There are figures sitting on the benches by the forest, including those who read quietly, and there are also young men and women with excess hormone secretion, making love to each other. From Lynn's point of view, it was a peaceful scene. Xavier's school is indeed a paradise for mutant. It is a pity that such quiet and peaceful days are running out. There are too few mutants with a sense of crisis. Lynn sighed softly. He turned his gaze and landed on two figures not far away, sitting on a chair quietly reading a book. Katie, Qian Huan, it's time to pack up. The two figures raised their heads almost at the same time, revealing two beautiful faces with their own characteristics. It was Lynn's only two friends in the academy. One is Katie Pride, aka Shadowcat. Ability is to pass through objects. And the other is a female mutant who is not well known in X-Men, named Jubilation Lee. Her ability is to create various energy balls and explode, which she calls firework. In the movie, it belongs to the role of playing soy sauce. Because they are both of Chinese descent, Lynn became good friends with her soon after entering the college. Jubilation Lee's parents are both PhDs, typical representatives of intellectual immigrants, who were killed by accident. Therefore, compared with those students of the same age in the college who were rebellious in youth, she knows the truth that knowledge can change destiny. In college, she was already more diligent than the average person. Later, under the influence of Lynn, I redoubled my efforts. In addition, Lynn often uses memory magic to improve her learning efficiency. The current Jubilation Lee is completely different from the movie. Not only does he control his own abilities far better than other students, but he is also quite accomplished in mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence. As for Shadowcat Katie, She was originally a computer genius, fighting genius, and language genius, comic setting, and with the help of Lynn's magic, her growth rate is beyond imagination. Oasis can be developed, and the two daughters also contributed. Lynn. When the second girl heard the voice, she immediately put down her book and ran to Lynn. Katie's face was filled with excitement. Are we leaving the academy? Jubilation Lee asked curiously. How much did Charles give? Not much, just 100 million. Lynn smiled. After all, I'm an old man. I lack drive and courage. I still want to be more cautious. Let's see our results first. 100 million is less. Both Katie and Jubilation Lee were shocked. Neither of them had ever seen so much money in their dreams. How many people in this world have a startup capital of 100 million for the first time? Charles is simply too bold. Don't open your mouth so wide, it will make people fantasize. Lynn made a joke. I didn't think much of it before, but now that the investment has been settled, and I'm in a good mood, I look at Katie and Jubilation Lee again, and I suddenly realize. The two little friends have grown up without knowing it. Although she is not considered a peerless beauty, she has a graceful figure, with a thin waist and round buttocks, and her chest has begun to take shape. Shaking her head, Lynn's expression changed. Hurry up and pack your things, the recruitment is over, and we're leaving. Recruitment. The two women looked at each other, their faces flushed a little. Besides the two of us, you still want to recruit in the academy? Charles agrees. Lynn nods. In such a huge college, with hundreds of students, how many talents can we pick out? Different from what was shown in the movie, Xavier's school has not a small number of students. Apart from the junior boys, there are about 30 mutants who have grown up or are close to grown up. This is also considered normal. Professor X has been setting up the academy for decades, and has been helping mutant from all over the world. If there are only a few students in the movie, it would be a failure. Katie was about to speak. The voice of Professor X suddenly rang in my ears. All students over the age of 18, please arrive at the big playground within 5 minutes. Mr. Lynn will conduct selection and recruitment here. Mr. Lynn? Who? All over the college, the moment a group of students heard the voice, they were a little dazed, and then they reacted. Then Kikai was shocked. Why is Charles's tone a little polite? Is this the attitude towards the students? Wow, it seems that our library trio has suddenly gained the principal's attention. Several adult mutants who were discussing on the other side came over immediately, and one of them looked at Lynn and said casually, Lynn, sir, what did you do to the principal? Could it be that you memorized it in his office? Books for a day. The crowd burst into laughter. Idiot. Did he think he was being funny? When Katie and Jubilation Lee heard the voice, their faces sank slightly. Lynn didn't need to look to know that the person talking was Fireman Jon, the kind of bullying character that often appears on American campuses, tall, with outstanding ability, and feels good about himself. He is an alpha-level mutant, and his ability is to manipulate flames, but he cannot create flames. There are 6 kinds of mutant, namely Omega, the strongest, Alpha, the ability is strong and controllable, Beta, the ability is strong but uncontrollable, Gamma, the ability is strong but has major flaws, Delta, the most common and common, Epsilon, the monster is not strong yet. This classification can basically be roughly equal to potential. As we all know, potential and strength are never the same thing. For example, Iceman is a genuine Omega-level mutant, but after staying in the academy for many years, the level of ability development is actually not as good as that of the Alpha-level Pyroman. In terms of combat power, the current Iceman is only level 2. Burning John, on the other hand, has reached level 3. Wolverine, before transformation, and Storm are only 3 levels. Professor X is only 4 levels. So it is conceivable that Fireman Jon, who has outstanding abilities and a high degree of ability development, feels good about himself, which is not surprising at all. He can't even look up to Iceman, let alone just a Delta-level Lynn. It's just that he doesn't know. In Lynn's eyes, he is not even a soy saucer. This kind of naive guy who advocates brute force and has no brains at all, once he leaves the protection of Professor X, he will die faster than anyone else. John, my time is precious, so don't join in the fun. Lynn was not polite at all, and his eyes were always on the other mutants rushing in all directions. John's face changed suddenly. Not long after, all the lower grade students left. The playground was full of senior mutants who were about to graduate. All eyes were on Lynn. What's going on? Why did the principal suddenly ask us to gather? Recruitment? What recruitment? Could it be the selection of X-Men? Can we join the X-Men and do missions like the teachers? If that's the case, how could it be Lynn who chooses? Where are the teachers? While whispering, there was a thunderclap in the sky. I saw a black-clothed and white-haired figure galloping along with a gust of wind, and in an instant, it landed in front of everyone. Teacher Orlo! Everyone exclaimed. Envy and reverence appeared in the eyes of many people. It is Storm. After she landed, she gave Lynn a very strange look in her eyes. Then he scanned the audience. This is not the selection of the X-Men, but Lynn is going to perform a secret mission. The principal asked him to select a few teammates among you. Secret mission. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and after realizing it, they were all eager to try. In their view, being able to carry out Principal Charles's secret mission at this time will definitely be a huge bonus when the X-Men actually start selection in the future. Even Fireman Jon's eyes showed excitement. Lynn, pick me. And I. Someone looked at Lynn eagerly on the spot, and recommended himself. Lynn smiled slightly. These people can be regarded as nodding acquaintances with him. Although they are not as familiar as Katie and Jubilation Lee, they will greet each other when they meet on weekdays. If you were someone else, you might choose someone you are familiar with. But Lynn won't. Entrepreneurial teams need reliable members. Therefore, he values character, IQ, and obedience more than super ability. People like Pyro Jon were ruled out early on. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lynn looked around at everyone and said calmly, except for Katie and Chien Huan, those who got a B evaluation in the exam last night in the dream stood up, and everyone else can go. How do you know I dreamed about the exam last night? How do you know? Almost the same doubts surfaced on the faces of several people. Before they finished speaking, these people were all stunned. Are you dreaming too? You took the exam too. What did you test for? I don't remember clearly, it seems to be survival at the end of the day. Humans wiped out the mutants with a new type of weapon, and the remaining mutants are hiding in a secret base, and we are the last soldiers, accepting the test of the instructor. The content of the assessment is to leave the base, be surrounded by enemies, and struggle to survive. Shit. Damn it. Voices sounded one after another, and everyone was stunned to find out that they had exactly the same dream last night. The only difference is that the results of the assessment are different. Assessment in a dream. Storm was also stunned, and immediately looked at Lynn, his eyes full of disbelief. Although the professor has told her that Lynn has been hiding her true ability, she can't believe that Lynn can control more than 30 mutant dreams at the same time, regardless of the strength of the ability. Rather, this is right under Charles's nose. Storm is very clear, at least before this morning. Charles did not show any unusual importance to Lynn, that is to say, what happened last night. Charles did not know. That is the world's top spiritual ability? How can that be? Lynn entered the principal's office for 2 hours. What happened? He obviously discussed something with Principal Charles just now, but last night, these students were assessed in their dreams. What does this mean? This young student has long expected this scene. He decided that the principal would let him agree to his request. Thinking of this, Storm gasped. It is also her student. Lynn is calm, and secretive, but the students in front of her are a mess of surprise. This made her suddenly feel helpless. She couldn't help shouting, quiet. Thunder rang in the sky. Everyone's scalps went numb for a while, and their bodies seemed to be surrounded by static electricity. They quickly put their minds away and looked at Storm. According to what Lynn said, those who get a rating of B or above stand up. They looked at each other in blank dismay. A figure came out one after another. Iceman Poppy, Colossus Peter, Sunspot Roberto, the Mimic Carl, the Shapeshifter Kevin, Lucas Bishop who can energy absorbing, Petra who can manipulate the Earth and Earth. There are 7 in total. It's all future X-Men, the elite of mutant. This is actually quite normal. Although Professor X is a saint, he is deeply influenced by the idea of elite education. Among the students rescued by Xavier's school, most of them have potential. None of the Epsilon-class mutants with weak abilities and major flaws. This is why those ugly and weird-looking mutants basically follow Magneto. From this perspective, Xavier's school is full of talents. Bobby, Peter. Storm watched Iceman and Colossus walk out one by one. A smile appeared on his face, but immediately became nervous. She quickly looked at Lynn. Lynn, 7 of them, you can't take them all. Joke? X-Men also needs to add members. The 7 most outstanding students have been taken away by Lynn. What should they do? She knew that if these people left, they might not be able to come back. Don't worry, Teacher Orlo, I have a sense of proportion. Lynn smiled, and looked at Colossus and the others. I never like to force others. Whether I accept this task or not is entirely up to voluntary. If you want to go, go back to the dormitory and pack your things. If you don't want to go, you can leave now. The 7 looked at Lynn with strange faces. They still don't know how Lynn passed the exam in his dream. He has been a classmate for many years. Who doesn't know that Lynn has no super abilities at all besides studying well? Could it be Charles? With this idea in mind, Colossus, who is honest and familiar with Lynn, nodded without hesitation. Since it is a task assigned by the professor, I will go. Bobby glanced at the little rascal in the crowd and asked, how long will this mission take? Lynn had a half smile. He is quite interested in Iceman Bobby. After all, he is an Omega-level mutant, and his performance in the movie is also remarkable. But for the little naughty, he didn't like it very much. This woman was precarious and persecuted outside, and finally came to Xavier's school. She didn't want to study hard and try to control her super ability. Hormone attacks, it also depends on the time. Sure enough, in the middle of the night last night, Lynn used psychic magic to enter the dreams of these people, and when they were tested in their dreams, the little rascal was the first to be eliminated. Perhaps, she will improve in the future and become a qualified X-Man. But now, in Lynn's eyes, this woman has nothing but good looks. The thought flashed in her mind, and Lynn said honestly, it's not a dangerous task. If you want to come back, you can ask for leave at any time, but keep it secret. Then I'll go. Iceman immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Seeing that both of them agreed, Sunspot Roberto also shrugged. If that's the case, then count me in as well. Storm tensed up. Lynn looked at Kevin the shapeshifter again. There is no doubt that this shapeshifting ability similar to Mystique can play unexpected roles in many cases. Not to mention, the shapeshifting man Kevin also has a certain amount of telepathy ability. It was these 2 abilities that allowed him to successfully pass the dream test. Lynn is still looking forward to him. But unfortunately, this guy is standing next to Burning Man Jon. Not only him, the mimics Carl Wen, Lucas Bishop, and Petra are also part of this small group. It was them just now, discussing super abilities on the other side of the playground. Birds of a feather flock together. Burning Man Jon is a popular figure among the students, and other outstanding students are naturally willing to form a circle around him. This is a typical brotherhood culture on an American campus. Not even in Mutant Academy. Sorry, if this task is not mandatory, I'm not interested. Sure enough, shape-shifting man Kevin refused without the slightest hesitation. Carl Wen and Petra looked at each other, and also chose to shake their heads. Lucas Bishop seemed a little moved, but he glanced at the fireman Jon in the crowd, and he remained silent and did not respond. Okay. Lynn was not reluctant, and said to Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto, you have half an hour. After half an hour, gather at the gate of the academy. Turn around and leave after speaking. Katie and Jubilation Lee followed. Is this the end? Storm froze. Lynn today has huge amounts of difference from before. It seems that he no longer keeps a low profile, and his whole person has obviously become sharp, and he does things vigorously, with an unquestionable domineering. In a way, this is somewhat similar to another person. Magneto? Charles, do you even know what you're doing? There are too many questions in his stomach. Storm is going to disperse the students first, and then go to the principal's office to ask Professor X for clarification. But at the moment, Fireman Jon suddenly shouted angrily, Mr. Orlo, this selection is unfair. Storm turned his head in surprise. Where is it unfair? Why didn't I dream last night and didn't take part in the assessment? Burning Man Jon stood up and stared at Lynn fiercely, obviously holding back for a long time. If even Bobby can get a B evaluation, I can at least get an A. Why can't I be selected? He didn't really want to join the mission. Just ignoring Lynn, extremely upset. You. Iceman paled. Just about to speak, Lynn stopped in her tracks. I told you just now, don't waste my time, don't you understand such obvious words? He turned his head, and his calm eyes fell on Jon the Burning Man. Actually, you were not in the selection range at all in the dream test last night. Where did you get the A rating? You. Pyro Jon's face flushed instantly. It never occurred to him that he didn't have a dream, not because he was missed out, but because Lynn didn't like him at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this is undoubtedly a naked humiliation. What a young man. Jon's mentality exploded on the spot. Dazed with anger, he actually took out the lighter he carried with him from his pocket. Dare to underestimate me, I will make you pay the price. With a bang, the lighter starts. At the same time, Jon Pyro just waved his hand, and the flame of the lighter exploded into a raging flame, roaring towards Lynn. Everyone was taken aback. Jon, you're crazy. Storm's complexion changed drastically, and he subconsciously wanted to summon the gust of wind. But before she could make a move, there was a sound of snapping fingers, and then, a force field appeared out of thin air, pushing her and other students flying backwards, and landed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. This is. Storm trembled, subconsciously looking at Lynn. Sure enough, Lynn was the only one left in place, aside from Burning Jon's group. Facing the terrifying flames that were raging, the corners of his mouth opened slightly, revealing an undisguised sarcasm. That's right. That is undoubtedly a mockery. You don't know anything about fire. Accompanied by a calm but proud voice, Lynn lifted her right hand up, as if she was catching the raging flames from the air. Then, the flame wave really stopped. Not just stopped. In less than a second, the blazing flame disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, pouring into Lynn's palm like a long whale sucking water. Second ring magic flame absorption? This is impossible. Before Pyro Jon could react, Lynn was already shooting with his fingers. Fireballs the size of basketballs suddenly shot out in the void, shooting out like continuous cannonballs. 3-ring magic serial fireball. For a mage, not being able to fireball is unforgivable, and there is no doubt that Lynn's mastery of fireball is enough to make Fireman Jon, a 3rd-level mutant, despair. More than 10 fireballs arrived in no time, appearing in front of Jon the fireman in the blink of an eye. Careful. In the blink of an eye, Lucas Bishop on the side jumped out suddenly, his hands superimposed like a shield. The first fireball hit him head-on, but it didn't cause any damage, but was absorbed by him. His ability is to absorb various energies, and flame is naturally one of them. What he didn't expect was that Lynn seemed to have expected this. The second fireball suddenly compressed violently, and the moment it hit his body, the flame energy that erupted from it was more than 10 times stronger than the first one. With his current strength, how could he absorb so much energy at once? Shit. With a loud cry, Bishop instantly turned into a burning man and was thrown away. 3-ring magic pyroblast? At this moment, Lynn showed a palpitating magical control, and the heat wave sent Bishop flying far away, but it didn't affect the others behind him in the slightest. Not even a little shockwave. Jon the Burning Man had only just reacted. The third fireball is already close at hand. Don't stand still, Jon. The shapeshifter Kevin screamed in horror, activated his psychic ability, and wanted to invade Lynn's brain, but he only felt that he hit an extremely hard wall, and there was a sharp noise in his mind, and there were stars in front of him. The third fireball stretched out at the same time, turned into a long whip, tied it up, and flicked it lightly. Fire modeling magic, flame whip. Still 3 rings? Another figure flew away. Fireman Jon finally came to his senses, and hurriedly told everyone around him to dodge. Lynn didn't give them a chance, however. The fourth fireball swelled against the wind, and instantly turned into a flaming titan more than 3 meters high. The fire fist carried the force of wind and thunder, and blasted a big man with a super-hardened ability into the air on the spot. 3 rings elemental burning man? At the same time, the fifth fireball stretched quietly, and when it turned into a flame hammer, it smashed the suddenly appearing light shield into pieces. The owner of the light shield immediately followed in the footsteps of Bishop and the others. Fire modeling magic, fire hammer? On the other side, under Petra's horrified gaze, the sixth fireball rapidly compressed, becoming flat like a wheel, and then split apart, turning into 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 7 flaming blades. 3 rings flame blade. What level of mutant is this guy? As if in a dream, Petra activated the ability subconsciously, and when she heard a boom, countless earth and rocks suddenly surged from the ground, like a stone pillar, quickly supporting her. Aggressive? The 7 flaming blades cut all the stone pillars. They were obviously flames, but they turned out to be like sharp blades, cutting the stone pillars into pieces in the blink of an eye. Before Petra had time to feel fear, a strange hiss suddenly sounded from the broken and collapsed stone pillar below. Immediately after, a coquettish giant snake made entirely of flames jumped out from the gap between the stone pillars, wrapping her tightly in an instant. The terrifying heat wave hit her face, and Petra felt like her body was melting. 4 rings lava serpent. While Petra was being dealt with, Jon the Burning Man was left with the mimetic Gwen alone. Things happened so fast. Before he could even say a word, Lynn's 7th fireball appeared in front of him. Humph. Although Carl's text is not disturbed, the mimicry ability seems ordinary, but it can simulate the super ability of other people within a certain range around him. Headmaster Charles, Cyclops, and others who are far away in the office, he definitely can't count on them. But at the moment, Mr. Storm Orlo, it's on the playground? Mimicry, activate. In an instant, Gwen only felt the power of a storm pouring into his body. Facing the menacing fireball, he subconsciously thought of water. He definitely couldn't control the weather like storm, but with a thunderclap, there was still a gust of wind and heavy rain covering him. However, before he had time to be happy, the scene in front of him made him feel like he was struck by lightning. The fireball suddenly turned blue, but it didn't go out. Not only did it not go out, it didn't even respond to being poured by rain. This is no ordinary fire. Awareness of this obviously does not help one's own situation. Immediately afterwards, Gwen could only watch helplessly as the blue fireball split into 2, and one half blasted himself away. But the other half spread wildly like a gas stove, firmly blocking the storm that was rushing over from the other side. Lynn, just teach me a lesson. Jon and the others are not malicious. Storm stood in the air, surrounded by gusts of wind and lightning, looking at the blue flames in front of him, with a strong look of fear in his eyes. 4 rings fierce fire curse. Lynn turned a deaf ear, and pressed his right hand in the air, and the remaining 7 or 8 fireballs suddenly accelerated, and they all smashed towards Jon the fireman. In front of these fireballs, his dodging speed is not worth mentioning. The sound of bang 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 resounded throughout the academy. Before Pyro Jon could react, the ground around him exploded at the same time, and the soil was poured down with the heat wave, making him ashamed. His face was pale, and his whole body was surrounded by flames. The flames burned more and more intensely, and in just a few seconds, they spread over half of the playground. Immediately afterwards, there was a hula. The wind suddenly picked up. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind assisted the fire, and the flaming sea of flames stirred up quickly, forming a careful flame tornado. 4 rings flame storm. Being in the very center of the storm, the fear in Jon Burning Man's heart had reached its peak, and all this seemed to him a sudden and terrible nightmare. He was completely dazed, watching the flame storm destroy his body, but disappeared suddenly at the moment of attacking his body, and then turned into a giant 9-headed snake that was bigger than the lava snake demon, and he was crushed layer by layer. Haunt? 5 rings Hydra? 9 huge flaming snake heads were condescendingly staring at Jon the Burning Man. Those eyes seemed to have human intelligence. There was an undisguised sarcasm in it. As Lynn said 10 seconds ago, you don't know anything about fire. Yes? This scene is a long story, but from Jon the Burning Man's violent attack to Lynn's outrageous attack, it was actually like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, and it lasted only 10 seconds. Lynn didn't play hard at all. Under his exquisite control, Pyro Jon and others did not suffer much damage. But even so, this scene is enough to be imprinted in the souls of everyone present, and will never be forgotten. All eyes are on Lynn, and there is only one feeling in my heart. It turns out, he is so strong. It's so strong that it makes people desperate. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Flames blazed across the playground. This scene, if viewed from a distance, must be an extremely stunning landscape painting. It's just that the people in the painting don't feel wonderful. You and I. Pyro Jon's eyes were blank. His body was trembling uncontrollably. All his clothes and hair had disappeared, and his whole body seemed to be collapsing. Seeing this scene, Storm quickly shouted, Lynn, if you don't stop, I'm going to find Principal Charles. Teacher Orlo, I have told you to rest assured that I have my own measure. Lynn gave her a speechless look. Finger snapping sounded again. The next moment, under Storm's ghost-like gaze, the gigantic Hydra dissipated like a bubble, and the blazing flames on the ground, as well as other traces of flame magic, seemed to be blown away by the wind. Scars, as if they never appeared. Then, As if there was a mysterious wind of power sweeping past, on the devastated ground, the exploding soil automatically filled the big hole. The scorched blackness after the flame attack returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The collapsed stone pillars created by Petra recondensed little by little, and fell to the ground. The almost melted basketball hoop is as good as new. On the huge playground, everything is recovering. Yes? Recover? Storm froze. Even in the battle just now, Lynn's terrifying strength didn't make her lose her composure like this, but at the moment, looking at the scene in her sight, she felt an indescribable sense of confusion. What is this? Turn back time? But isn't Lynn a fire mutant? Could it be that the storm-like flame attacks just now were all hallucinations? How much strength is this guy hiding? At this moment, one question after another emerged in Storm's heart, and in her ears, various exclamations have been heard one after another. Lynn, so amazing. It turns out that he also has super abilities. I always thought that he really has a smarter brain. It's also a fire super ability. Why is he so much stronger than Jon? Jon is in front of him, and he has no power to fight back. It's not just Jon, there are so many of them. Bishop, they didn't survive a round together. No wonder the professor asked Lynn to lead the team on this mission. Oh, why didn't I pass the test? Bishop and the others must regret it now. The whispers on the edge of the playground did not affect Lynn's spellcasting. 4 rings of magic recovery. After a while, the magic effect ends. On the huge playground, except for the clothes that disappeared from burning Jon's body, there was no trace of any battle. Even Bishop, Petra, and others still had their clothes on. The experience just now was like a dream to them, but everyone knows it's true. The mimic Carl Wen, the shapeshifter Kevin, Bishop, and Petra looked at each other, and suddenly realized that they had made an absolutely wrong choice before. Lynn. The 4 subconsciously wanted to talk back. Lynn had already turned and left. Bobby, Peter, Roberto, what are you 3 still doing there? Didn't you see that Katie and Xian Huan have already returned to the dormitory to pack their luggage? The still calm voice came to the ears of the 3 of Colossus again at this moment. Naturally, there was a touch of majesty. The 3 of them were shocked almost at the same time, looked at each other, and then rushed towards the dormitory. Iceman didn't even care about the little rascals. Seeing this scene, why doesn't Storm understand? This is what Lynn wants? This student has kept a low profile for 10 years, but now he shows his sharpness and is ready to do something big. Naturally, it is necessary to stand up. Poor Pyro Jon, a target that just happened to come his way. It's even possible that Jon didn't send it by himself at all, otherwise, no matter how young and energetic he is, how could he be so stupid as to attack Lynn in full view? God knows if there is Lynn's influence in this. Thinking of this, Storm collected his mind and walked slowly in front of burning Jon. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Pyro Jon was silent for a while. It took a long time before he raised his head. He stared blankly at Storm, and gradually, anger appeared on his face again. Teacher Orlo, why didn't I get hurt? How did I not get hurt? How could I not be injured? After asking 3 times in a row, Storm was speechless. She knew in her heart that Jon Pyro knew the answer. That's why he's angry. Lynn clearly has the power to crush him, but the massive attack just now only frightened him. This undoubtedly means that he has never been looked down upon by Lynn. Those provocations are meaningless. How sad is this? Go back and sleep. Storm didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Jon on the shoulder and comforted him. Just sleep and everything will pass. When she said this, she was already planning to go to Professor X and modify burning Jon's memory. What Storm didn't know was that Professor X saw every detail of what happened on the playground. Not even just Professor X. Jean Grey, Wolverine Logan, Cyclops are all in the principal's office too. What a powerful fire ability. Exquisite control. Cyclops spoke first, with a look of surprise on his face. Professor, is this the magic you are talking about? What Lynn has been hiding is the ability of this fire magic. Do not. Professor X shook his head. In my office, he also showed a traceless stretching spell, which seems to be able to expand the internal space of objects. And now, he has shown a kind of restoration magic. Jean Grey took the conversation, with some doubts and puzzlement in her eyes. So, what is his magic all about? Professor, you didn't ask him. No. Professor X honestly shook his head. Cyclops and Jean Grey looked at each other. Why? There was a sudden silence in the office. I don't know how long it took before Professor X's voice sounded again. I'm not afraid of your jokes. In the last few minutes of my conversation with Lynn, I still couldn't hold back and wanted to probe his brain. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of Cyclops were all startled. Then there was a trace of horror. Because Professor X added another sentence, but I failed? His mind has an extremely solid barrier. Even if I activate all the abilities, I may not be able to break through it. How can that be? Jean Grey said incredulously. As a student of Professor X, she also possesses the spiritual ability. She is far more aware of the power of Professor X's spiritual ability than anyone else in the world. Except for Magneto, who has a brainwave shield, no one can completely block the professor's mind intrusion. Lynn, is it possible? Because of this, I didn't ask him anything about his own ability. Professor X sighed softly. Lynn is a genius, a hidden genius. If he is willing to tell us, even if we don't ask, he will tell it himself. Jean Grey frowned slightly. She definitely understood the meaning of Professor X's words. From the moment Professor X was unable to spy on Lynn's brain, the relationship between the two parties was no longer purely a teacher-student relationship, and more like a partner. Charles, I've never seen you so passive. Wolverine Logan picked up the project proposal on the table, and said slowly, you're not afraid of him, it's another Magneto? The means he showed just now are much more ruthless than you. He didn't really play hard, did he? Professor X shook his head with a smile. His wise eyes seemed to see through everything. He needs leeway, on the one hand to make Bobby and the others more obedient, on the other hand, to show his strength in front of us and give us confidence. Logan, as you'll see later, this student is very methodical. Oriental people say that after 3 years of silence, one blockbuster will become a big hit, and there is a poem of the great rock rises with the same wind in one day and soars to 90,000 miles. Lynn has prepared for 10 years, and now he is finally out of the mountain. No one or anything can stop him. Let's just wait and see. In the office, it fell into silence again. After a long time, only then did Wolverine complain. Charles, when did you become interested in Oriental culture? Have you started studying ancient Oriental poetry? Professor X. Half an hour later, Lynn appeared at the gate of the academy. He's carrying a box in his hand, just like Newt's in Fantastic Beasts. The space inside the box has been enlarged countless times by the untraceable stretching curse, but it is not used to house magical animals, but is filled with various experimental equipment of the first-generation machine of Oasis. Speaking of which, today's magic hasn't arrived yet. While bored, Lynn's thoughts moved slightly. Ding! Obtain the 5-ring magic true mirror image? P.S. It's actually just a sign-in, it's just a new rule on the website, and book recommendations without a system are more important, so the system has been removed, and everyone knows it. Sure enough, after the thought is clear, even the character has improved. Lynn smiled with satisfaction. The stronger one's own strength is, the stronger the magic created from memory will be. According to Mutant's strength, he divided his magic into different categories. The power of the 4-ring magic is about equal to the super ability of the 4th level mutant. The 5-ring magic law is equivalent to the 5th level mutant. This real mirror image magic doesn't seem to have much power, but it can duplicate a completely real mirror image duplication. The strength is exactly the same as the deity, and there are many spells proficient in it. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. 2 Lyns, they can easily sweep Xavier's school? Although this mirror image can only last for half an hour, the magic level can be improved. 6 rings true mirror image can duplicate 2 mirror images? 7 rings can copy 3. 8 rings. 1 person is an army. Lynn is in a great mood to acquire a new powerful spell. He has officially stepped into the realm of the great magician of the 5 rings. Although most of the spells mastered now are 4-ring magic, there are not many 5-ring magic, only a few such as Hydra and True Mirror Art. But in the face of quasi-level 5 mutants like Professor X and Magneto, he is completely worthy. In particular, the 2 constant passive magic Steel Body and Spiritual Immunity on his body have reached an astonishing 7 rings? In a word, it is meat? Meat in both physical and spiritual senses? The ultimate romance of Faye is to become an unshakable mobile fortress, and this is also Lynn's positioning for herself? Just thinking about it, Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee came hand in hand. The 2 girls didn't even have a suitcase at all, but each had a beautiful beaded bag hanging on their waists. No need to ask, they have all been modified by Lynn with the traceless stretching spell. So, when Poppy Iceman, Colossus, and Sunspot Roberto, the fireman at the beginning of Reverse the Future, finally arrived with big bags on their backs, the scene was inexplicably a little awkward. Lynn, you said earlier that we had to ask for leave in advance when we were going back to college. I thought we were going to be out for a long time. While looking at each other, it was Iceman who spoke up and said with a sarcastic smile, "You are right. In a short time, we will not return to the academy." Lynn didn't feel anything, just greeted her and was ready to go. Colossus looked blank. How do we go? There is no car here? I thought I had a chance to take a Blackbird fighter. The Blackbird fighter is the car that the X-Men use to carry out missions. Built at the expense of Professor X. I want to know this question too. A pleasant voice sounded suddenly, and everyone turned their heads subconsciously, only to see Phoenix Jean Grey, dressed in black leather, walking slowly on high heels. She looked at Lynn and said with a smile, "The professor asked me to be in charge of the connection with the X Fund, and also asked me to protect you." Lynn nodded. After all, Professor X has invested 100 million yuan, and it is definitely impossible for Lynn, a few students who have not yet graduated, to operate at will. So Lynn was not surprised at all by the presence of the school teacher. "I just didn't expect that this person would be Jean Grey. It's possible Blacken's Phoenix at any time, don't you keep it by your side and watch." Shaking his head, Lynn didn't think about this question, and lifted the box next to his feet with his left hand. "Time doesn't wait, let's go." He didn't see any other movements, and ripples suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. A magician who cannot open space doors is not an excellent magician. Lynn is clearly not on this list. The next moment, under the stunned eyes of Jean Grey and the almost dull eyes of the 3 of Colossus, a radiant space portal slowly opened. Looking through the door, there are many tall buildings on the other side, which looks like Xavier Mansion. Phoenix exclaimed, once again feeling Lynn's secretiveness. Long-distance shuttle. This is obviously a brand new ability? Seeing that Lynn had passed through the door with Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee, Phoenix coughed lightly and looked at the three of Colossus. Let's go first. The three of Colossus took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. 1 second, I could smell the fragrance of flowers from Xavier's school, and the next second, I could feel the scorching and dull air of Twisted City. And everyone was on the roof of a building at the moment. Shadowcat stretched against the sun. Lynn, you said the professor helped find a place to stay. Where is it? Definitely here it is. Lynn stomped her feet and replied with a smile. This Xavier building belongs to the X Fund founded by Professor X. From today, it is the headquarters of the Second World Technology Company. Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto gasped. Shadowcat's stretching movement stopped suddenly. Jubilation Lee opened his mouth in surprise. The two girls looked at each other, and said like a ghost, didn't you say that Charles is very cautious and just invested 100 million? That's right, 100 million is the startup capital. Lynn shrugged, this building is the office location, what's the problem? The second daughter was completely dumbfounded. Professor X is so big, but it is also called lack of courage? Lynn, next time you talk, please don't leave half of it. Not surprisingly, 2 eyes of resentment fell on Lynn. Phoenix, who was the last to come over, smiled slightly when he heard the words. At this moment, he felt a youthful aura from Lynn. Let's go, I'll take you to meet the person in charge of X Fund. We all know Professor X is rich. This is reflected in at least 2 aspects. One is the super large manor where Xavier Academy is located, and the other is an unknown technology laboratory that helps X-Men develop various equipment. For these 2 items alone, huge sums of money are invested every year. Where does the money come from? X Fund? Unlike most mutants, Professor X is a visionary. Many years ago, he obtained a considerable family inheritance, but instead of sitting on the mountain, he used the funds to make various investments. Over time, this wealth has grown larger and larger. Later, when he founded Xavier's school, his energy was more focused on helping mutant, and he had no time to take care of the commercial landscape, so he established the X Fund and handed over this wealth to professional managers. Over the years, there have been losses and gains. Up to now, it has a scale of more than 3 billion. Compared to Stark Industries, it's definitely a drop in the bucket. But in the eyes of Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, Colossus, and others, it is already the kind of existence that is so deep that it bursts. So much so that sitting in the luxurious office on the top floor of the building, looking at the Twist City outside the panoramic glass, the 5 students who had just left school were unconsciously a little restrained. Lynn didn't realize it. Eyes fell on Lewis Cameron, the person in charge of the X Fund. When will the 100 million funds arrive? Lewis is in his 40s this year, with a suit and leather shoes and shiny leather shoes. He looks like a business elite. He obviously didn't expect that Lynn would talk about business as soon as he came. Not even the slightest pleasantries. He was stunned for a moment before he realized, received a call from Mr. Charles. I have asked people to go through various procedures for company registration. After the procedures are completed, the funds will be in place immediately. As he spoke, he raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and added, if there are no accidents, we should be able to finish everything before we get off work today. As expected of a talent that Professor X values, he is methodical in speaking and doing things, and his efficiency is quite high. The most important is, he knows what to ask and what not to ask. Just now, for example, when Lynn took out 2 investment contracts and handed one of them to him, he clearly saw Charles Xavier's investment accounted for shares. A fund of 100 million yuan actually only accounts for 10% of the shares. Is Mr. Charles crazy? In Louis' eyes, the color of astonishment obviously flickered. But he didn't say a word. Lynn glanced at him appreciatively, and then asked, how long will it take for this building to be completely vacant? The purpose of purchasing this building was to optimize the asset allocation of Mr. Charles. Therefore, except for the top floor, which is used as the office space of X Fund, all the other floors are rented out. Louis thought for a while and replied, the rent is paid annually. After the expiration, we have the right to choose not to renew the lease, but if we terminate the contract early now, we will definitely have to pay a lot of liquidated damages. Don't care about liquidated damages. Lynn said decisively, I want to clear the entire building in the shortest possible time, and then recruit massively to expand the various departments of the Second World Technology Company. A game company needs so many people? Louis was full of doubts. In his opinion, this had no meaning other than wasting unnecessary funds. If you really want to waste like this, let alone 1 billion, 1 billion is not enough? Mr. Lynn, with all due respect. He hesitated for a while, and persuaded, if you follow this plan, the financial pressure will be extremely high, and if you just start a game company, you won't be able to use so many people. Lynn smiled. Clever Louis, stopped immediately. 2 questions. Lynn raised her hand and raised a finger. First, the Second World's main business Oasis will be released, updated, and publicized at the same time around the world. That is to say, every department of the company must corresponding to hundreds of countries around the world. So, we need people, lots and lots of people. Louis' expression changed immediately. Obviously did not expect Lynn's ambitions to be so big. In this way, isn't every department in the Second World equivalent to a small company? The cost is too high. Louis has been in the mall for a long time, and he thinks he is well informed, but he has never seen Lynn like this. Just don't follow the routine? This is not like rushing to make money. Could it be that Mr. Charles did not hesitate to spend 100 million just to have fun with this young man? Rich people have a new game? Thoughts tumbling. Lynn has raised a second finger. Second, the funds I can use have never been 100 million. When the word spread, not only the 5 members of Shadowcat widened their eyes in surprise, Phoenix, who had been listening by the side without speaking, also looked at Lynn curiously. Lewis asked in disbelief, Mr. Lynn, is there any other source of funds? Lynn smiled and picked up a newspaper from her desk. This is today's Daily Bugle. Lewis only read half of it, and got busy because of the phone call from Professor X. At this moment, he took the newspaper, but saw the headline on the front page. Hammer Industries announced that it has developed a new type of steel soldier armor and will hold an industrial expo. Hammer Industries, a large arms company no less than Stark Industries Group, has a market value of at least tens of billions, right? Lynn's tone was still calm, but what he said was astonishing. Help me find some of the best traders on Wall Street, an initial capital of 100 million, and the largest leverage. Short its stock. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the office was dumbfounded. Mr. Lynn, are you crazy? Lewis stared like a ghost, almost thinking he was hallucinating. The 100 million funds have not arrived yet. Just ready to invest in the stock market. Also want to be the stock of Hammer Industries, which is in full swing in the Air Force fire industry. Is this what normal people do? I have to say that Lewis Cameron's workability is top-notch. In just a few days, he formed a financial team, all composed of Wall Street elites, who only waited for Lynn's order to be issued, and then began to trade, shorting the stock of Hammer Industries. At the same time, he also recruited a group of young talents from X Fund to build the basic framework of Second World Company. The technical department is definitely the core. The main framework of the world of Oasis has been built, but in the future, the dungeons will be constantly expanded, the data balance in the game will be improved, and even the design and development of new dungeons will need to be carried out. In this regard, Shadowcat Katie and Jubilation Lee are jointly responsible. Over the years of assisting Lynn in the development of Oasis, they have not only mastered enough technology, but also accumulated enough experience. The second daughter did not directly enter the working state. Before that, Lynn planned to take them to visit Iron Man Tony Stark. The world of Oasis is too large. After it is actually launched, a super intelligent GM is needed to manage it. He combines technology and magic, with the assistance of 2 daughters, and finally develops the artificial intelligence Alice, which is already qualified for this job. But it always feels that compared with the J.A.R.V.S in the movie, something is worse. The ruler is long and the inch is short. You still need to consult a professional about this matter. When it comes to artificial intelligence, who in this world can compare to Iron Man? Lynn, are you sure this works? For this visit, neither Shadowcat nor Jubilation Lee had much expectations. That is the core technology of Stark Industry. Mr. Stark will be willing to show it. Some time ago, the military wanted him to disclose the technology of the iron armor, but he was sprayed with blood, and there was no dignity at all. As friends who have known each other since childhood, the 2 daughters are determined to follow Lynn all the way to the end. But they still feel that they often can't keep up with Lynn's rhythm. Shorting the stock of Hammer Industries was whimsical enough. Still want to ask Iron Man for artificial intelligence technology? Is this a bit too definitely? Definitely is not asking him to take it out unconditionally. We can cooperate completely. Lynn obviously had a plan long ago, explaining, the company has just started, and Oasis wants to go online in the shortest time. The biggest shackles are the procurement of raw materials and the production of terminal equipment. It is impossible for us to slowly build a production line from scratch. Too slow. In this regard, Stark Industries has factories and equipment all over the world, and a mature procurement and transportation system, which can obviously save us a lot of time. Isn't it good for both parties to cooperate and win-win? Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee looked at each other. That's right. But arms companies cooperate with game companies. Can it really work? Lynn acted vigorously and was ready to leave immediately. With a buzz, the space portal quietly opened. Seeing this scene, Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto, who had been playing soy sauce in the office for a few days, could no longer hold back. Lynn. The 3 jumped up from the sofa almost at the same time, stopped Lynn, and asked, and us, what are we going to do? They have been sitting on pins and needles these days. I thought that following Lynn was to carry out Charles's secret mission, but who would have thought that this mission would not require fighting at all? Seeing that Lynn, Katie, and Jubilation Lee have been busy, they can only watch from the sidelines. That feeling, don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Study. Lynn definitely didn't forget about them, and deliberately left them alone for a few days to stimulate their enthusiasm. At this moment, he said without any hesitation, you should treat yourself as interns, go around all the departments of the company, how to operate, how to manage, and learn all useful knowledge and skills. You only know whether to study super ability fighting or not. Promising. The voice fell, and the person had disappeared. Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee followed. The space door dispersed. Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto looked at each other. I learned to control super abilities in the academy, but now I leave the academy, but I want to learn the knowledge of ordinary people? What is this called? The 3 subconsciously looked at Phoenix on the sofa. Don't look at me, you are employees of Second World now, and Lynn is the president of Second World. Jean Grey held a glass of red wine in her hand, and took a sip comfortably. She is very clear about her position. The task Professor X gave her was to see how Lynn would carry out the plan, so these days, she has been observing and never pointing fingers. Unless the students are in danger, she will treat herself as a vacation. There was silence in the office. After good. Ugh. 3 sighs sounded almost simultaneously. The roof of the Stark building. A red ray of light approached rapidly, appearing extremely bright in the night sky. Tony Stark controlled the Mark IV generation steel battlesuit, and soon came to the sky above the roof, and the floor below spread out automatically, extending a landing platform. The steel mask opened, revealing a distressed face. J.A.R.V.I.S. Quickly help me take off my armor, I can't wait to have a good drink. The tired voice was full of unconcealable depression. That fellow Rhodes, you really don't show mercy at all, I feel like my waist is about to break. If I hadn't been poisoned by the palladium element, I would have lived for a few days, and I would have beaten him to the ground for teeth. I don't know if it's right or wrong for me to let him take away the Mark II battlesuit on purpose. After I die, he should miss me. Maybe it's because he's in an extremely bad mood, or maybe he's returned to his private space, he chattered endlessly to himself. But as he spoke, he was suddenly taken aback. For some reason, none of the mechanical arms that disassembled the steel battlesuit moved. Also at the moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded, Mr. Stark, it seems that tonight is not particularly good for you. Who? Tony's complexion changed suddenly, he almost subconsciously raised his right arm, and the laser cannon in his palm lit up. On the apparently empty rooftop, there seems to be a bubble bursting. The 3 figures of Lynn slowly appeared at the roof. The night view is picturesque. But Tony Stark was not in the mood to appreciate it. Who are you? He stared at Lynn coldly, his already ugly face became more and more gloomy. In the middle of the night, 3 uninvited guests appeared on the roof of their company out of thin air. In this situation, it would be impossible for anyone to greet them with a smile. Especially, J.A.R.V.I.S. did not raise the alarm? This makes him extremely incredible. Since he developed the super artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S., he has experienced too much convenience. To put it bluntly, the security and defense systems of the Stark building even surpassed the military's highest level secret base. But at the moment, there was no response at all. Didn't find it? Or was it hacked? We mean no harm, Mr. Stark. Lynn's reaction to Iron Man was not surprising at all, and he said, I take the liberty of visiting, I just want to discuss a business with you. As he spoke, he took off a pocket earphone from his ear. Alice, don't pester Mr. Jarvis. Yes, master. A pleasant female voice sounded from the earphones. Almost at the same time, Iron Man finds himself reconnecting with J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. Stark, someone briefly blocked our connection. Iron Man frowned, with surprise in his eyes. Artificial intelligence. No offense intended, Mr. Stark. The Bluetooth headset in Lynn's hand flashed a red light in a very humane way. I'm just happy to see Lysinxie, and I want to see how big the gap is between me and Mr. Jarvis. She's great, sir. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. was actually a little excited, although give me a little time, I can get rid of her entanglement soon, but even so, she can still be called. Shut up, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony Stark interrupted impatiently. The pulse cannon in his palm was still aimed at Lynn. I don't care who you are or what you are going to do. I just know that I am in a bad mood right now. Any business, any S.H.I.E.L.D, any shit world safety, all have to do with it. I don't care. I just want to drink now, the kind that I drink until I die. And drink alone. A person. In the eyes of Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee, the famous Iron Man seems to be a little neurotic. This irritable appearance is more like a drunkard than a superhero. Accompanied by the night wind, a distinct smell of alcohol came to his nostrils. How much did you drink? Drunk driving? What S.H.I.E.L.D? What world safety? What is he talking about? Jubilation Lee clapped his hands, crackling between his fingers, and a few energy balls appeared. Lynn, I think we need to help Mr. Stark sober up first. In Tony's steel battlesuit, the sound of drip and drip suddenly became louder. Don't make trouble, we're not here to fight. Lynn quickly grabbed Jubilation Lee, but she didn't expect that the pulse gun in Tony Stark's palm was so bright that it shot out without any hesitation. Well, the current state of this product is indeed not right. Although he temporarily raised his hand, the laser cannon landed at the feet of the 3 of Lynn, but this move undoubtedly showed his attitude. Now, at the moment, nothing matters more than drinking. Conscious that you must die, so your mentality has changed. Lynn's eyes lit up, not surprised but delighted. The more intense Tony Stark's reaction was, the more serious his psychological problems were at the moment, so the purpose of this visit would be easier to achieve. That being the case, let him vent first. Thinking of this, Lynn did not retreat but advanced at the critical moment, sending herself into the firing range of the pulse gun. So fast. Tony Stark felt a flash in front of his eyes, but before he could react, the pulse gun blasted Lynn head on. Wait, looks like it missed the target? There seemed to be such a strange force around Lynn's body. The moment the pulse gun hit his body, it deflected strangely and shot into the sky. 3-ring magic Schnick deflection. The expected pulse explosion did not appear. No wonder you dare to break into my company in the middle of the night. You are not an ordinary person. It seems that I have softened my heart. Tony's expression changed, drunkenness surged, both palms were aimed at Lynn, and 2 fast and powerful pulse guns whizzed out. But the same scene happened again. The 2 pulse guns didn't even touch Lynn's clothes, and they were twisted and deflected by the strange force. J.A.R.V.I.S. Are you drinking too much like me and can't even lock on a target? Tony pouted in disbelief. However, what made him extremely irritated was that this was of no use. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. came from the ear, with a hint of grievance. Sir, I'm sure I locked the target. Then why can't you hit him? With a roar, Tony leapt into the air with a sudden leap. The armor on the shoulders of the battlesuit was opened, revealing several rows of mini-howitzers. The sound of whoosh and whoosh pierced the night sky, and dozens of mini-cannonballs bombarded Lynn from all directions. Tisk tisk, the duel between technology and magic. Lynn said with great interest, these mini-cannonballs are not energy, and the magic force field formed by sonic deflection obviously cannot produce effects. So, he snapped his fingers. 3-ring magic distortion field? Centering on where he, Shadowcat, and Jubilation Lee were, the force field within a 10-meter radius changed quietly. The next moment, under Tony's unbelievable gaze, dozens of mini-cannonballs with automatic locking systems seemed to have lost their way, and all of them passed Lynn. Lynn didn't come to fight, so none of these shells landed on the roof, but like pulse guns, they all shot into the sky. Boom 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 boom. The shells exploded like a firework. Damn it. Tony's mentality exploded on the spot, and the hot weapon had no effect, so he controlled the steel battlesuit and swooped down, swinging his steel fist towards Lynn. Lynn took a few steps forward without changing her expression, but the distortion field quietly shrunk, covering only his body. So, in the eyes of Katie and Jubilation Lee, they saw that Iron Man's fist was clearly aimed at Lynn, but inexplicably shifted the direction on the way, and finally only brushed Lynn's face with a slight difference. Boom! The powerful and heavy punch hit the ground, revealing a pothole made of reinforced concrete. This scene looks like Iron Man's conscience found out after punching, and he took the initiative to get out of the way of the target, but because of huge amounts of inertia, he cheated himself. Shit! I can't believe I can't beat you. Tony was furious, the thrusters under his feet whirred, he turned over in a volley, and his right foot swept across Lynn's lower body like a whip. Can't hit the face, my legs are so long, can I always hit the target? The scene that made him despair happened again. Obviously, this leg will definitely hit Lynn, but on the way, he first felt a huge repulsive force, and then a strange traction force, which made this leg, and finally with a slight distance, just brushes past Lynn's right leg. Still missed the target. Inertia added to the body, the steel battlesuit spun a dozen times like a top before it stabilized. Tony was dizzy right away, then, it fell to the ground with a bang. Sir, the force field around this person is constantly changing. Give me a few seconds, and I can calculate how fast and strong I need to break the limit of this force field. J.A.R.V.I.S. is worthy of being a top artificial intelligence. In a short period of time, it discovered the abnormality of Lynn's magic. Tony's head was buzzing. He reopened the steel mask and took a big gulp of air. Was about to speak. There was a sudden thunder in his ears. Mr. Stark, are you sober? This voice definitely came from Lynn's mouth. It was as calm as ever, but for some reason, in Tony's ears, it seemed to be amplified hundreds of times. Do not. This is not ringing in the ear at all. It's more like it exploded directly from my mind. 4-ring magic mind whiplash. Vomit. Tony felt that his brain was exploding, his eyes were full of gold stars, and there was a wave of heat in his stomach, and he couldn't help but vomit. J.A.R.V.I.S. voice suddenly stopped. Even if it's just an artificial intelligence, it knows very well that even if it finds a way to hit Lynn, it's useless in Mr. Stark's current state. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. I don't know how long I vomited. Tony finally recovered a bit, the drunkenness receded, and reason returned to his mind. He lay down invisible, with a look of lying flat and resigned, and glanced at Lynn. What are you talking about? Magic. Lynn smiled slightly. I'm a magician, Mr. Stark. Tony was silent for a long time. Suddenly cursed, I hate magicians. Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee exchanged glances, gloating smiles on their faces at the same time. Trust me, Mr. Stark, you won't be annoying anytime soon. Lynn put away her magic, and said calmly, for example, now, I only need to move my fingers to extract all the palladium in your body. No doubt. This sentence was like a bomb, dropped in Tony's heart. How did you know that I was poisoned by palladium? His first instinct was to be vigilant and alert. But then, the constant pain in his body made him swallow honestly. Your magic can really extract the palladium element. During this period of time, he was almost collapsed by palladium poisoning. If it wasn't because he found out that his life was not long, how could he deliberately indulge himself and give up on himself? On the one hand, he handed over the company to Pepper, and endured the other party's misunderstanding. On the other hand, he specially asked his friend Colonel Rhodes to take the Mark III steel battlesuit. Neither Pepper nor Rhodes knew, he was explaining his funeral. God testifies, Tony Stark has never been a person who resigns himself to fate, but he is a self-proclaimed genius, but he has exhausted all methods, and he can't find a new element to replace palladium, so he can only fall into the despair of waiting for death. But now, the young man in front of him, who doesn't even know his name, actually said that he has a way to extract the elements from his body. At this moment, Tony was afraid that he was dreaming. In the middle of the night, do you think I'm here to joke with you? Lynn said with a half-smile. Seeing the disbelief on Tony's face, he shrugged. So, Mr. Stark is going to entertain guests on the rooftop. There was no animosity, and Lynn wasn't here to cause trouble, and now, after some venting, Tony had clearly regained his sanity. Next, we can talk about business in a calm manner. 10 minutes later, the president's reception room of the Stark building. The three of Lynn sat on the ultra-luxury sofa, drinking the top-quality wine collected by Tony, feeling comfortable and calm. Help me get rid of the palladium element in my body, the prices, the cooperation you just said. Tony didn't even change his clothes, and said impatiently. Knowing that he could still be saved, his mentality returned to normal in an instant, and his brain turned again. The drunken, self-destructive Iron Man before seemed to have never appeared. He is very clear that there is no free lunch in this world. Tell me, what do you want to cooperate with? It was beyond Tony's expectations. Lynn nodded upon hearing this. Then he shook his head again. I did come to you to discuss business, but I didn't threaten your life. Lynn took a sip of her wine, with a serious expression on her face. Business is all about win-win cooperation. If you use coercion and lure, it's meaningless. Tony froze for a moment. He has been in charge of the Stark Industrial Group for many years, and has seen too many intrigues in the business world. How can there be someone like Lynn who holds the cards in his hand and doesn't use them? Are you serious? He couldn't help but confirm it. Definitely. Lynn put down her wine glass and smiled faintly. To show my sincerity, I can now extract the palladium element from your body. Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and held it against Tony. 3-ring magic and element extraction? I saw silver-white light spots emerging from all over Tony's body, gradually converging into lines, and then leaving his body like silk. During this process, Tony first felt a sharp pain in his body, followed by an indescribable exhilaration. What? He couldn't help moaning. His expression was more high than drugged. Goodness behold, he had been suffering like this for too long. After a few minutes, Lynn put away her magic. When Tony came back to his senses, he felt more comfortable than ever before, and his face was full of joy and excitement. But then, there was a bleakness. It's not enough to just extract the palladium element. Yes, this can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Lynn nodded. The palladium element in your body comes from the arc reactor in your chest. Unless it is completely dismantled, it will still be produced constantly even if it is emptied. Tony had clearly thought of that, too. He smiled wryly. Even so, I'm already very content. After all, Iron Man, who is as godlike as a mortal body, looks bohemian on the outside, but inside he is as solid as a rock, and he soon escaped from his gloomy state of mind. At least he won't die, will he? Lynn's words are not finished yet. So, you now have two choices. One is to find new elements to replace them and create a brand new arc reactor. The other is to remove the shrapnel fragments in the body through surgery, and then you don't have to rely on it for life support anymore. You seem to know me very well. Tony asked with a frown, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. You? He looked at Lynn's calm expression, and suddenly an incredible guess popped up in his mind. He couldn't help but tremble, and stammered, will you tell me, can you? I can. Lynn said every word like thunder, I can do both. This is my sincerity. No one knows. Lynn chooses to leave Xavier's school at this point in time and start her own plan, which is after careful consideration. First of all, it is natural to obtain a state of spiritual immunity, which greatly increases the sense of security. Secondly, Justin Hammer's Iron Soldier press conference is doomed to fail. At that time, the stock of Hammer Industries will plummet wildly, just in time to make a lot of money. Third, and most importantly, it's Tony Stark who is poisoned with palladium and is at the bottom of his life. And at the moment, although S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in contact with him and sent Black Widow to infiltrate the Stark group, they haven't told him yet. Howard Stark, his father, has already discovered the news of the new element. This is undoubtedly the best time to cut in. The icing on the cake is never as good as giving charcoal in the snow. What else can show sincerity more than the grace of saving one's life? Tony was completely dumbfounded. Have you found a new element to replace palladium? He looked at Lynn in disbelief. The expression on his face was mixed with excitement, puzzlement, suspicion, guard. It was extremely complicated. That's right, it's in. Lynn nodded slightly. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Tony suddenly yelled, wait. Kindness. Lynn was taken aback, with a puzzled look on his face. Let's talk about your business first. Tony took a deep breath, and although his heart was beating extremely fast, he held back. You helped me get rid of the palladium element in my body, which has already saved my life. I can't push further, so, let's talk about cooperation first. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength to say these words. Katie and Jubilation Lee blinked in surprise. On the rooftop just now, this person looked like a drunkard who gave up on himself. He never thought that now, he could refuse the temptation of a life-saving message. Could it be that this is the real Iron Man? Thinking of this, the second daughter couldn't help giving Tony a high look. Lynn was also a little surprised. It's not about making progress. What I need is a lively partner. If you die, it won't do me any good. As he said that, he didn't wait for Tony to refuse, and quickly said, just go and see what your father left behind, the three-dimensional model of the Stark Expo. Before Tony could interrupt, he was startled when he heard this. You mean, my dad discovered the new element long ago? This news obviously had a big impact on him. Lynn nodded, it's just that the technology level at that time couldn't be synthesized. Tony fell silent. After a few minutes, he sighed deeply. No wonder he let me keep that model. He didn't know what he thought of, but he didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. But at the same time, he didn't go to the model for the first time, but looked at Lynn. So, after I synthesize new elements, my body will never have any problems again. Lynn smiled and said, you are a professional in this regard. Tony asked again, and at that time, if I want to completely remove the shrapnel fragments in my body, are you willing to help me? Use your magic. Lynn nods. No other conditions. Tony's eyes gradually became sharper. No. Lynn looked at him impatiently. I said it. This is my sincerity. Tony suddenly laughed. If that's the case, I'm starting to be interested in the business you're talking about. He poured himself a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and then leaned comfortably on the sofa. I'm curious, what kind of business do you do as a magician? Lynn smiled too. He snapped his fingers, and a black game bracelet appeared out of thin air, slowly flying towards Tony. Now that he got to the point, he didn't mean to talk nonsense. There are 3 items of cooperation. First, artificial intelligence technology. Second, a brand new arc reactor. Third, as a partner, our company would like to invite the famous Iron Man to be the Chief Experience Officer of the second world of Oasis. Bring the game bracelet and enter the second world of Oasis. A faint light quietly covered the whole body. Tony lay on the sofa with his eyes closed, his brainwaves entering a state of light sleep. The next moment, his eyelids trembled slightly, and a starry sky suddenly appeared in his originally pitch-black sight. The stars are bright, and the Milky Way is like a belt. This feeling. His heart beat slightly, and he felt like he was in space, but when he looked around and suddenly turned around, a beautiful blue planet suddenly came into view, and an unparalleled shock hit his mind. Earth? Very real Earth? Since having the steel battlesuit, Tony has conducted high-altitude flights more than once, overlooking the vast land. However, the battlesuit of the Mark IV generation cannot escape the gravity of the Earth and enter space. So it was his first time to look down on the Earth in space like this. He was pretty sure it wasn't true. But I can't find the slightest sense of falsehood. How is this simulated? Just rely on a bracelet. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that technology has developed to this level in a corner that he doesn't know about? While he was in a daze, a pleasant voice came from beside his ear. Mr. Stark, you are welcome to enter the second world of Oasis. As the Chief Experience Officer of the company, you will have the authority to experience the real identity, and you can enter all copies at the same time. Alice. Tony recognized immediately that this was the artificial intelligence invented by Lynn. He had an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Use artificial intelligence as a game GM? This is too extravagant. Okay, then let me see what is so wonderful about this second world. He took a light breath, his curiosity rising uncontrollably. As you wish, Mr. Stark. As soon as Alice's voice fell, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly came. Tony was quite familiar with this feeling. He once turned off the engine of a steel battlesuit at an altitude of 10,000 meters, allowing himself to fall from a high altitude, just to experience the thrill that is 100 times more intense than bungee jumping. So he wasn't too alarmed. I just didn't expect to experience the same feeling in a game. What made him even more strange was that when a person encounters a sudden strong stimulus in his sleep, he will definitely wake up, but at the moment, he has not escaped from the second world. Could it be that he is not in a state of sleep at the moment? How did that get into this virtual world? What is the principle? One question after another emerged from my mind, and at the same time, the scene in my sight changed rapidly. The magnificent land and sea, cities and streets, finally became a skyscraper with more than 100 floors. Stark building. A breeze gathered under his feet, slowly supported his body, and landed on the street. The flow of traffic is like a waterfall and the voices of people are noisy. At this moment, Tony felt exactly the same shock as Professor X. Without him, it's too real. At the entrance of the building, NPC employees came in and out, and when they saw him, they greeted him, Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. It was clear to Tony that these were not real people, but there is still a sense of confusion in reality. Is this real identity substitution? Tony did not enter the building, but wandered around curiously. The more he walked, the more frightened he became. No wonder it is called the second world. This can completely experience another life in this virtual world. In the second world, you can do whatever you want, sir. Alice responded. Anything. Tony obviously didn't believe it, including creating a steel battlesuit and transforming into Iron Man. Definitely, this is your ability. Along with Alice's voice, a light curtain quietly emerged. Player, Tony Stark, Chief Experience Officer. Identity, Chairman of Stark Industries Group. Ability, technology becomes a god. Skill, none. Props, none. Wealth, 90 billion. Copy gold coins, unlimited. I only have 90 billion assets. Tony pouted. What's the use of this dungeon gold coin? Another curtain of light opened. Copy selection. Free leisure class, free competitive class, movie experience class, fighting, action, shooting, science fiction, monsters, magic, horror. Tony looked one by one, and found that the free leisure and competitive dungeons are the most, including various vacation scenes, competitive sports, wild adventures, food competitions, etc. There are at least hundreds of them. Experience everything in the world without leaving home. Tony didn't need to think about it. He also knew the temptation of these dungeons for those casual players. However, as a top rich man, what hasn't he seen? So he was not interested in these things, so he turned directly to monsters and found a copy called Jurassic World. Jurassic? Dinosaurs. I haven't seen it yet, go and see it first. He chose this copy without any hesitation. Player Tony Stark, choose a copy of Jurassic World. Enter. After a while, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Giant trees are towering and bushes are overgrown. The air is mixed with a thick salty and humid smell. It seems to be an island. As soon as this idea came to Tony's mind, he saw a giant dinosaur with a height of more than 10 meters, exuding a terrifying aura, running on a rampage all the way. The pore all over his body stood up at this moment. The instinctive fear of human beings rushed straight to the head. Great crab special. Tony only had time to yell before he felt the sky darken, and a large shadow enveloped him, and the big feet of the giant dinosaur had come into close contact with him. Boom! His body was crushed on the spot and turned into a large piece of gold coins. At the moment when his eyes went dark, Alice's reminder seemed to come from his ear. Mr. Stark, before entering the instance, you at least forged a steel battlesuit. Tony swears. He definitely heard the sarcasm from this voice. As it turns out, the world of Oasis is irresistible. Iron Man is no exception. Tony Stark's first trip to Oasis lasted a full 11 hours. When he was kicked out of the game by the system because of hunger, it was already dawn. And he is still excited? I'm done with this deal. Eyes fixed on Lynn excitedly, Tony found that he didn't feel tired, but was full of energy, not like staying up all night, but more like sleeping all night. He was even more surprised immediately. Resting my body and mind while I'm gaming? This technology is against the sky. You sure? Lynn slept soundly on the luxurious sofa all night. Hearing this, he stretched his waist and said, don't think about it anymore. After all, Stark Industries is in the arms business. Lynn, I'm a playboy, not a fool. Tony rolled his eyes. A completely real second world, where ordinary people can experience all kinds of joys of life, while ambitious people can experience extraordinary power in it and become the world of their dreams. Look, I don't think there is anyone in this world who can reject Oasis. This is an epoch-making invention. Once it is released, it will definitely sweep the world. At that time, the second world technology companies will make a lot more money than we sell arms. For Stark Industries, there is money to be made, and a lot of money at that. Why not? Speaking of this, he restrained his expression and looked at Lynn seriously. I accept all the 3 conditions you mentioned. In addition, Stark Industries factories, production lines, and transportation lines around the world can also be shared. How much can you give me? Shares. 10%. Lynn answered without any hesitation. Tony didn't realize it all at once. 10%. That's right, 10%. Lynn's expression didn't mean to be joking at all. My first partner invested 100 million yuan, plus a skyscraper, which only accounted for 10%. Tony fell silent. In terms of business, this price is obviously unacceptable to him. But on second thought, Lynn has actually developed artificial intelligence technology, but Alice's level of intelligence is not as good as JARVIS. The brand new arc reaction furnace, if Lynn didn't tell himself, he couldn't find a new element to replace it. The chief experience officer. Doesn't seem like he has to be himself. So for this cooperation, what I really paid for is actually only the production line and transportation line of the Stark Group. In this way, 10% of the shares are not a disadvantage. Even earned it? Okay, 10% is 10%. Tony exhaled slowly. As soon as he agreed, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Such a good deal, no consortium in the world would refuse. Why did you come to me? Definitely because your energy is beyond your imagination? Lynn's thoughts flashed. Iron Man possesses technological power beyond the times, and can cause huge casualties with a single thought. To some extent, this is actually no different from mutant. But why didn't any member of Congress introduce a bill against Iron Man? Why is Iron Man still sought after by the whole people? Why is Tony so sloppy, never giving face to those politicians, even the official disgraced at the hearing, but still unscathed? Not because of his status as the CEO of Stark Industries? As a super-large global arms group, Stark Group Industry has huge contacts in the military and political circles of various countries, and at the same time maintains good relationships with countless media outlets. It is commonplace to guide and control public opinion. Most importantly, the world's top arms company. God knows how many congressmen, politicians, and military generals have black materials and handles. This is the right to speak. The media all over the world are saying that mutant is a huge threat to human safety. Let them say that Iron Man threatens the safety of the world. So, 10% of the shares, in exchange for Stark Industries becoming a shareholder of the second world. This business is a big hit. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. When the contract is signed, the cooperation officially begins. For the next period of time, the three of Lynn will stay in the Stark building. On the one hand, exchange artificial intelligence technology with Tony. On the other hand, it is also waiting for Tony to research new elements, replace the palladium element in the arc reactor, and create a brand new reactor. This is very important. Because of it, it's Lynn's power supply for the Oasis server. To replicate a virtual world that is no different from the real world and accommodate all players in the world, the load capacity of the server is unprecedented, and general energy cannot be supplied at all. And it was mentioned in the movie that the super-large reactor built by Tony based on the Stark building can continuously supply power to the entire Twist City for a year. It is undoubtedly the most suitable to use it as the energy source of the Oasis world. While Tony was researching new elements, Lynn also assigned a new task to Katie and Jubilation Lee. The Chief Experience Officer is already in place, and the promotion of Oasis should also be put on the agenda. So, 3 days later, suddenly, countless posts about Iron Man appeared on the internet. Shock? The famous Iron Man actually did such a thing in broad daylight. The truth about Iron Man and Colonel Rhodes parting ways. The reason why Tony Stark gave up the party turned out to be tears. After Iron Man stepped down as president, he became obsessed with the mysterious game is now. Tony Stark says it will change the world. A game worth 90 billion is eligible to play. Iron Man's new favorite. Facts have proved that Shadowcat, a computer genius, and Alice, an artificial intelligence, can generate enough energy to overturn the entire network. In just a few days, a network frenzy was set off. And almost all news is accompanied by a photo. Iron Man was lying on the sofa, with a black bracelet on his wrist, shining with a faint light, covering his whole body. God knows when this photo was taken. Anyway, Tony had a contented smirk on his face. Paired with this photo, various news about the mysterious game swept the entire internet, triggering countless people's curiosity and discussions, but none of them clarified what game it was. There is not even any news. The word Oasis appears. It's really just a picture at the beginning, and the content is all based on editing? Oh my god, a playboy like Tony Stark would be addicted to games. The reason why he broke up with Colonel Rhodes is that Colonel Rhodes wants to force him to quit internet addiction. This is simply unbelievable. What kind of game is it that makes him so obsessed? He doesn't even go to his favorite party. The most important thing is that there seems to be no second person playing this game in the whole world. Is it true that only those who are worth 90 billion are eligible to play? Could it be a game developed by aliens? It's because of playing this game that Tony Stark became a genius and invented the steel battlesuit. Who knows? Anyway, he gave up the position of president of the company to the secretary just to play games. I really want to meet you. By the way, has technology developed to this level now? Playing games with a wristband? What about the monitor? What about the keyboard? At least get some AR glasses. As time goes by, the popularity on the internet is getting higher and higher. It's because Iron Man's popularity is too high. He was originally a frequent visitor to major newspapers and news, playboys, top rich men, technological geniuses, steel battlesuits. When these elements are combined, any piece of news is full of explosive points. What's more, such an overwhelming appearance. All of a sudden, the discussion about what game is Iron Man playing became a hot topic on the internet. Someone even launched a reward for it. It can only be said that in terms of rubbing the heat, Lynn played it clearly. Lynn, I finally know why you chose Mr. Stark as Chief Experience Officer. In the CEO's office, Shadowcat looked at the various posts and information projected in the void, and his face was full of shock. His popularity is too terrifying. I just added fuel to the flames a little, and the whole network exploded. Lynn stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the sunset outside. This is normal. There was no surprise on his face. Tony Stark is a man who lives in the news. I don't know what his expression will be when he sees the news after he leaves customs. Jubilation Lee said with a smirk. Lynn was speechless. Cooperate with the publicity. This is the job of the Chief Experience Officer. He signed the contract. I guess when he signed the contract, he never imagined that we would use such a publicity method. Shadowcat also laughed, and then, doubts appeared on his face. In the current situation, are we really not going to announce some information about Oasis? Do not. Lynn shook her head. This is just the first wave of warm-up. The purpose is to arouse the public's curiosity. At this time, the more mysterious Oasis is, the longer this discussion will last, and the more people it can influence many. Needless to say, this is typical hunger marketing. The first step is to expand your popularity. After a pause, Lynn turned her head and looked at the two little friends. Don't forget, our goal is to have the entire population of the world become gamers. Now, how can we get there? Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee looked at each other. They all nodded in agreement. The impact of this cyberstorm affects far more than ordinary people. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. When Nick Fury received the report from his subordinates, he couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Phil Coulson, what do you think Tony Stark is thinking? He left the thick stack of reports on the table, looked at his subordinates and said, according to our information, he is not poisoned by palladium element. Do you think he is going to die? A few days ago, you were still giving up on yourself, and in a blink of an eye you were at home playing games. Is there still such an uproar? Phil Coulson, the village chief of Marvel Novice Village, obviously felt that he couldn't keep up with Tony's brain circuit. Perhaps. He organized his words, and said, do you feel that you are going to die anyway, so why don't you just live happily in the last period of your life? What? Nick Fury sneered, besides alcohol and women, I believe there are other things that can make Tony Stark happy, but tell me, there is a game in it. Well, Mr. Stark is not one to play games. Phil Coulson also felt that his idea was unreliable, but according to the news from Natasha Romanoff, he has indeed not shown up for half a month, and he has locked himself in the top-floor laboratory all day long, not knowing what he is doing. Yet, it's been half a month, I haven't participated in any party, I haven't worn a steel battle suit to fight crime, I haven't even found Pepper. What the hell is he doing? Nick Fury was lost in thought. I don't know how long it took, but his expression was slightly concentrated. Contact Natasha Romanoff, I want to meet Tony, it's time to tell him about Howard's discovery of new elements back then. Phil Coulson grimaced, now, I have an ominous feeling that I can't wait any longer. In Nick Fury's one eye, the brilliance was fleeting. He has been working to form a superhero alliance to maintain global security. For this reason, he has delineated a lot of candidates. Tony was an extremely important one, not only because of the power of the steel battlesuit, but also because of the huge energy of Stark Industries, which is of great benefit to him as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. You know, there is a security council on top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of this, he already knew that Tony was poisoned by the palladium element, but he never told him about the new element. He knows very well that icing on the cake is far worse than giving charcoal in the snow. He has been waiting. When Tony is completely desperate, give Tony a little light of hope. In this way, the value of this news can be maximized, and Tony's gratitude can be maximized. Only now, he suddenly had a premonition. This matter will not go so smoothly. As if to confirm his premonition, when Phil Coulson contacted Black Widow who had sneaked into the Stark group, and then through Pepper, he finally called Tony. Tony said in a vigilant and weird tone, I have already researched the new element. Nick Fury was stunned on the spot, with only one thought in his mind. The cooked duck, fly, the secret research base of Hammer Industries. What the hell is Tony Stark doing? Justin Hammer also saw the uproar on the internet, but unlike Nick Fury, although he was weird, he was more happy. Although I don't know what happened, but recently, Tony Stark's state is very strange. This is really great. With a light and cheerful pace, Justin Hammer couldn't help but took out a bottle of fine wine and poured himself a glass. Interestingly, as a competitor, he has lost to Stark Industries in the arms market share all year round, but he himself looks down on Tony Stark from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, Tony is a so-called rich second generation. I was lucky enough to tinker with an epic-making technological weapon like a steel battlesuit, but I never thought about using it to make money. Instead, I wore it to fight crime everywhere, and even wanted to give up the core arms business of Stark Industries to do new energy. I'm afraid the brain is squeezed by the door. You're an arms dealer, thinking about saving the world all day long? Every time Justin Hammer thinks of these things, he feels extremely excited. He has no doubt that, following this rhythm, the country that Howard Stark conquered back then will be defeated by Tony in a short time. This is undoubtedly a great joy for Hammer Industries. During the recent period, the Playboy first made the official look ashamed at the hearing, and then fought with Colonel Rhodes, and his relationship with the military deteriorated greatly. In a rage, the military cancelled all orders from Stark Industries and instead purchased from Hammer Industries. This is an order with huge profits. Dear Tony, keep going like this. When my Iron Soldier press conference is held, the whole world will know that the weapon technology of our Hammer Industries has far surpassed that of Stark Industries. I, Justin Hammer, am the veritable king of the arms industry. And you, Tony Stark, are just a joker. After drinking the red wine in the glass, Justin Hammer stared at Yvonne Vank who was concentrating on assembling the armor on the console. Tony, it probably wouldn't occur to you. I fished out this whip chain that also mastered the arc reactor technology from the prison. With his skills, the Iron Soldier's project will be a great success. Just wait and see. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Yvonne Vank seemed to feel it even though he didn't look up when Justin's eyes came. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Soon. The time for revenge is near. Time passed in an orderly manner. On this day, Lynn opened her eyes from the big soft bed, with a new magic in her mind as usual. 5 rings magic early warning? A constant active magic. Lynn was slightly taken aback. This magic is very interesting. During the duration of the magic, it will automatically warn when encountering danger, producing the effect of moving in the heart. In the past, a heartbeat was just an adjective. But in the future, it is real. And the most important thing is, this magic can still be constant in oneself. It is equivalent to becoming a passive skill. Magic version of spider telepathy. Lynn smiled slightly, and chose constant without any hesitation. Good luck today, must be a good day. Sure enough, when he brought out 2 plates of delicious fried rice with shredded pork, ham, and eggs from the kitchen, Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee, who smelled the aroma, came to him with a whoosh, bringing the first good news. Don't ask why there is a big bed and a kitchen on the top floor of the Stark building. In the face of magic, these are small scenes. Lynn, after this period of communication, we think we can upgrade Alice. Jubilation Lee took the egg fried rice, took a mouthful of it, and said with emotion, I have already adapted to the food here, but since I ate the food you cooked, I realized that when it comes to food, it depends on our country. Shadowcat also grabbed a plate and nodded while eating. I still don't understand why ordinary rice tastes so good when you add something to it and stir-fry it. Are you two starving ghosts reincarnated? Lynn laughed and cursed, but went back to the kitchen and filled another bowl. The three of them were eating as Tony came out of the operations lab. Lynn, the brand new arc reactor, it's done. His face was full of exhaustion, but his eyes shone with excitement. He held an inverted triangle reaction furnace in his hand, emitting a warm white light. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the appearance of his office changed drastically. Not only a few more beds, but also a lot of kitchen utensils? Tony was stunned. Although my office is very big, there is no problem with a few beds, but you don't have to cook here, right? If you want to eat, just ask J.A.R.V.I.S to call you. You don't understand, eating and filling your stomach are two different things. Lynn shook her head with a smile, and handed the egg fried rice to Tony. Even though it has been 10 years, he still can't adapt to the food in the beautiful country. When he was in Xavier's school, he often took Katie and Jubilation Lee to cook. It is commonplace to exchange knowledge like this day and night, cook and eat when you are hungry, and sleep when you are sleepy. Well, it is a serious exchange of knowledge. Tony took the plate in a daze, only to feel an indescribable aroma, which immediately aroused the glutton in his stomach, drooling wildly. It's so fragrant. The reaction furnace, which was regarded as a treasure just now, was thrown on the table casually. For food, eat first. After taking one bite, Tony, who had stayed up all night for several consecutive nights, felt his whole body drifting away. Lynn, what is this? Why is it so delicious? Did you make it with magic? Cooking is a kind of magic. Lynn smiled and filled herself another bowl. Then with a snap of his fingers, the extra beds and kitchen utensils in the room flew up into the air one by one and fell into the box in the corner. Tony stared straight at the eyes. How could such a big thing? Magic isn't all about fighting, Tony. Shadowcat, who had already wiped out the egg fried rice, walked up to him and patted his shoulder lightly. As a partner, you should slowly learn to get used to Lynn's magic. As she spoke, she picked up the reactor on the table. The brand new arc reactor rotates faster than before, and the energy it can provide has increased hundreds of times, reaching a maximum of 8 gigajoules per second. Tony said while eating. Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee both gasped. 8 gigajoules of energy per second. This is no longer an outrageous question. It is said that it is no problem to surpass the current technology of human beings for 100 years. The most important thing is, how big is the volume of the arc reactor? Randomly install 10 or 8 of them, and the energy they can provide cannot be against the sky. No wonder Lynn asked for it to power the world of Oasis. It works so well. The second daughter sighed again and again. Lynn had already expected it, but she was not surprised. Then, the construction of the Oasis energy tower will be left to you. No problem. Tony buried his head in the rice. After I use the new reactor and upgrade the steel battlesuit, I will start building it. Before he finished speaking, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly sounded in the office. Mr. Stark, Justin Hammer sent an invitation letter, inviting you to participate in the Expo of Hammer Industries. No, Tony has no interest in this, no hesitation. Lynn's eyes lit up. Today is really all good news. Tony, since you don't want to go, why don't we go and have fun? By the way, how many more invitations do you want? 3 days later, the Hammer Industry Fair was held as scheduled. Justin Hammer has made full preparations for this day. Not only have he invited influential figures from the military and political circles, but also major consortiums that have cooperated with Hammer Industries have also been invited. Definitely, the media and reporters are indispensable. In addition, he even planned to broadcast the entire expo online. This was an inspiration he got on a whim. It has been almost a month, and the discussion on the internet about what mysterious game Iron Man is playing is still going on. The heat made him extremely jealous. How can that guy become popular all over the internet just by playing a game, lying on the sofa and taking a picture? Why can't I have such influence? After today, I, Justin Hammer, will become a popular star, the world's #1 arms dealer? In such a state of mind, he attaches great importance to this expo, and vows to break the myth of Stark industry in the arms industry, and he will be ashamed. Especially when he learned later that Tony Stark actually asked for a few more invitations, and seemed to have plans to attend the expo. This feeling is stronger. Come on, Tony, let me crush you in front of the whole world. The silent roar echoed over the twisting city. Justin Hammer can't wait. Lynn couldn't wait any longer. The plan to short the stock of Hammer Industries has officially started. At this time, all he could do was embrace Shadowcat Katie with his left hand and Jubilation Lee with his right hand, and walked into the expo venue with hugs left and right, ready to add fire to this feast. The second girl pressed close to him, her pretty face flushed a little. Lynn, why are you in the mood to attend this weapon launch event? Behind him, all the X-Men members are present. Storm wore an ill-fitting dress and felt uncomfortable all over his body. Hammer Industries is an important weapon supplier to the military. If they really develop the steel armor of Tony Stark, the strength of the army will be greatly increased. By that time, there is no need to say much about the latter. The stronger the military, the greater the threat to mutant. Not everyone is a Magneto, manipulating metal all he wants, ignoring that steel battlesuit. I guess, what's going to happen tonight? Phoenix's dress is red, which makes her figure embossed, with an intellectual and elegant temperament. On this occasion, there is no pressure for her. Cyclops wore a pair of sunglasses and observed the venue vigilantly, so, Lynn specially called us here to see the excitement. Damn, if the professor hadn't agreed, I would never have come. Storm stepped on his skirt and almost fell to the ground. He couldn't help but let out a sweet breath. Wolverine Logan looked at them speechlessly. All right, since we're all here, why can't we relax a bit? If you're like this, it's easy to arouse suspicion. Logan, are you ashamed to say someone else? Storm couldn't afford to complain. Perhaps because of being separated from normal society all the year round, both she and Cyclops are a little uncomfortable, and their performance is a little worse than Phoenix, who is used to similar situations. But at least they are prepared. But what about Logan? This guy is really not nervous at all, and his demeanor is calm and complacent. But he was wearing a gray jacket with an unlit cigar dangling from his mouth. With his rough face, wolf-like beard, and hair, he had a high rate of turning heads. In terms of arousing suspicion, he is obviously the most likely to arouse suspicion in this kind of occasion. Take it easy, my dear teachers, don't be so nervous. Lynn didn't look back, didn't even move her mouth. But his voice was clearly heard by everyone. Tonight, everyone's attention is on the Iron Soldiers. No one will pay attention to you. Even if there is, you should get used to appearing under the spotlight. Everyone was startled. Dignified X-Men, they have saved the world more than once. Do they want to hide their heads and show their tails for the rest of their lives? Lynn said lightly, maybe Charles didn't care about this issue, but in my opinion, you have a serious problem with your own positioning. X-Men, the leader of the mutants. It is to lead the mutant group to seek survival and development. If even you yourself are used to hiding and being transparent people who save the world but don't know about it, why do other mutants count on you? Having said that, Lynn couldn't help but sighed slightly. Teachers, times have changed. It doesn't mean that if you save the world will definitely treat you favorably. Look at Batman in Gotham City, desperately fighting crime, but he has become a famous wanted man. Look at Superman in Metropolis, how many lives have been saved over the years, but now he is being judged. On the other hand, Iron Man Tony Stark, even though he revealed his identity, is still popular and hot, and has become a superhero sought after by the whole world. This shows what? The Metropolitan trial of Superman was once a bummer. Everyone in the X-Men definitely knows it. Hearing Lynn mention it at this moment, Storm subconsciously asked, explain, what? It means that it doesn't make any sense to hide your head and show your tail. Explanation superhero needs packaging. It shows that the personality is very important. It shows that as long as it works properly, mutant can also change from a monster that everyone shouts and beats to a superhero admired by the world. Lynn hit the nail on the head, and what she said was like thunder. Everyone's scalps were numb. The era of superhero has arrived. In this era, whether you are a superhero or a villain who threatens the world does not depend on whether you are fighting crime, but on, you fight crime at the same time. Has anyone seen it? Teachers, no matter what the X-Men do, the most important thing is to let the public know. So, take off your disguise. Enjoy tonight. For everyone in X-Men, this statement is obviously a bit deviant. But at the moment, they secretly chewed what Lynn said, combined with various things that the X-Men had encountered over the years. Thinking about it, they suddenly discovered. It seems that this is the truth. Saving the world without being known is tantamount to not saving. What the hell? I have lived for more than 100 years, and I was educated by students today. Wolverine Logan spat out the cigar violently from her mouth. He has not been an X-Men for a long time, but his experience is the richest among all of them, so at this moment, his feelings are also the deepest. He knew what Lynn had called them for. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Hammer Industry Fair started on time. Justin Hammer danced on stage, his saucy movements, exaggerated body language, like a parody of Tony, but he didn't know it. Painting a tiger is not an anti-dog, that is the best evaluation of him. Even so, the audience is still cooperating with him. Every time he tells a joke that he thinks is humorous, the audience will laugh like thunder. Because none of it matters, all favors are directed at the iron armor. Justin Hammer obviously understood this, and didn't keep everyone waiting, and soon announced excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the latest weapon developed by Hammer Industries, the Iron Soldier." The press conference reached its climax in an instant. Sea, land, air, and marines, a total of 4 types of steel soldiers appear one after another. These steel soldiers are more remotely controlled robots than Tony's steel battlesuit, so this is obviously not enough to shock everyone's hearts. So the next moment, Justin Hammer took a deep breath, and shouted with all his strength, "Next, I am honored to introduce to you, the first prototype mecha equipped with comprehensive threat response combat armor, War Machine." Amidst the passionate music, Colonel Rhodes appeared on the stage controlling the War Machine. Compared with those remote-controlled steel robots, War Machine is obviously much more agile. The eyes that turn left and right can easily let everyone know that there are people inside the War Machine. Sure enough, after a salute, the steel mask fell, revealing the face of Colonel Rhodes. Sure enough, people are shameless, they are invincible. In the audience, Lynn smiled brightly. It's obviously the steel battlesuit that Rhodes stole from Tony. If you modify it and repaint it, it will become the latest invention of Hammer Industries. Seeing this smile, Shadowcat said clearly, the live broadcast signal is under control, even if the entire venue explodes, netizens will still be able to see it. Jubilation Lee also smiled, Tony has set off and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Hearing the conversation between the three, Storm and the others instantly came to their senses. The fun has begun. Sure enough, Justin Hammer was about to continue to introduce the information of the armor, and all the steel robots including War Machine suddenly let out a strange laugh at the same time. Hammer, you idiot, talk too much. The complacent expression on Justin Hammer's face froze instantly. Before the audience could react, the voice continued, Tony Stark, the shameless thief, my family's 40-year grievances, I will resolve them within 40 minutes today. And all you fools who believed in Iron Man and made him a god, go to hell for his company. Accompanied by the declaration of war, the cannon equipped on War Machine suddenly protruded and aimed at the auditorium. The arms of the other 32 steel robots also raised at the same time. The muzzle of the black hole exudes the breath of death. Oh, God. The thousands of spectators present were stunned. Before they could scream, the powerful weapons equipped by the soldiers of the war poured out like a storm. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense bullets sprang out wildly. If this hits the target, half of the thousands of viewers will be killed or injured in an instant. Crucial moment? Without waiting for Lynn to remind him, the X-Men shot instinctively. Phoenix was the first to get up, and the powerful psychokinesis was launched instantly, and thousands of bullets stopped in midair. At this moment, Phoenix was dressed in a red dress without any wind, and his eyes shone brightly, like a goddess descending to earth. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in horror. Go! Phoenix gave a light reprimand, and the dense bullets flew back, hitting the War Machine and the 32 steel soldiers, making a tinkling sound. Many of the bullets almost passed Justin Hammer's cheek. He was completely shocked. Get down, you idiot. Like an agile wolf, Logan rushed to the stage in 2s and 3s. First, he kicked the stupefied Justin Hammer to the ground, then jumped up, and stretched out his wolf paw with his right hand, straight for War Machine. Stab it? With just one claw, the cannon of the War Machine was torn off. The latest steel alloy developed by Hanmer Industries is as fragile as tofu under the sharp claws of adamantium. Great gift, Crab. Colonel Rhodes sounded mixed with surprise, anger, and shock. He tried to control the armor, but found that he couldn't do it at all, so he could only roar angrily, Hammer, what's going on? Why did the armor lose control? I do not know. Justin Hammer was lying on the ground, and when he recovered, he wanted to climb off the stage quickly. But at this moment, red light suddenly filled the entire line of sight. Cyclops quickly stood up from the seat, he took off his glasses, and a red laser beam shot out. On the stage 100 meters away, a steel soldier's chest was instantly pierced, and he lost his power and fell down. Immediately afterwards, Cyclops moved his eyes from side to side. The laser beam then swept left and right. The dozen or so steel soldiers standing together were all broken at the waist in an instant, and fell to the ground with a bang. Justin Hammer opened his mouth as if he had seen a ghost, and he could hardly believe his eyes. AFK, where did these people come from? Ivan Vank, who was remotely controlled on the other side, also widened his eyes like a ghost. This sudden scene far exceeded his expectations. Almost subconsciously, he tapped the keyboard quickly with both hands. White rays of light emanated from the soles of each steel soldier's feet, and they flew into the air one after another. But before they had time to increase their speed, there was a sudden boom from the Expo site. The next moment, everyone was stunned to see that Storm in a formal dress had white eyes and electric lights flashing around his body, and he slowly soared into the air. She raised her hands separately, and with a burst of cracking, lightning bolts hit the flying steel soldiers. If this move is used to deal with Tony, it will naturally have no effect. Instead, it will charge the steel battlesuit. However, Ivan Vank's technology is limited, and the reactor produced is far less stable than Tony's. When it is suddenly attacked by lightning, the internal circuit of the iron soldiers is instantly disordered, and there are crack and crack explosion sounds. Amidst the black smoke, 7 or 8 iron bumps fell out of nowhere. In less than 2 minutes before and after, less than half of the steel soldiers who had exploded into trouble were left. Ivan Vank, who was controlled remotely, was stunned. The audience who saw this scene in their eyes were stunned. The audience who saw these scenes through the webcast were also stunned. At this moment, only Lynn had a bright smile on his face. I didn't expect X-Men to contribute several high-profile scenes when they debuted on the first stage. Have they all been filmed? Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee nodded heavily. The live streaming platform of the Hanmer Messe. Since the Iron Soldiers suddenly launched an attack and pointed their cannons at the auditorium, the comment area has been dead silent. But then, when the audience saw X-Men make a strong move, one by one the messages flew across like snowflakes. Great gift, Crab special. It's mutant. Today's Expo has mutant mixed in. What the hell is going on here? The Iron Soldiers of Hanmer Industries opened fire on the audience, and the mutant rescued them. Oh my god, is this really a live broadcast and not a blockbuster movie? One thing to say, these mutants are really powerful. If I have this super ability, I will wake up laughing from my dreams. Shit, mutants are all monsters? If they want to harm us ordinary people, they can kill everyone on the scene in minutes. But they didn't they? On the contrary, they were saving people. That's right, if they hadn't stood up, the scene would have already been full of corpses. If you didn't make a shot this time, it doesn't mean you won't do it next time. If you want to put it this way, the Iron Soldiers of Hammer Industry are still the latest technological achievements. Once they lose control, don't they also open fire on ordinary people? If they lose control once, they can lose control a second time. Super ability can kill, and technology can also kill. Why is technology good and super ability bad? Upstairs is Mutant's undercover agent. The identification is complete. All those who watched the live broadcast were shocked by huge amounts of mind. There are so many people interested in Iron Man that Hammer Industries publicly announced that it has developed more advanced weapon technology than steel battle suits, which has attracted the attention of countless people. In order to achieve the best publicity effect, Justin Hammer even reached a cooperation with several major TV stations to broadcast live simultaneously. So there are millions of viewers in this live broadcast. With such a huge amounts of audience base, although many of them reject Mutant, there are also people who sympathize with Mutant, and there are also people who are more rational and respect objective facts. These people all sent messages, and it was conceivable how chaotic it was. Basically anything. While leaving messages, everyone was still staring at the live broadcast. It can be seen from the screen that with Phoenix, Wolverine, Cyclops, and Storm making a strong attack, the Iron Soldiers have no power to fight back, and it seems that the remaining half will also be wiped out. But Ivan Vank is obviously not reconciled to failure. He doesn't have an artificial intelligence assistant, and he needs to tap the keyboard to remotely control these steel soldiers. The speed is too slow. If they take off one by one, they can only be the living targets of Storm and Cyclops. So in a rage, he simply gave up the manipulation. Instead, clicking indiscriminately, it actually directly activates the Steel Soldiers massacre mode. In the tearing air sounds of, all the weapon systems of the Steel Soldiers on the stage are fully activated, densely packed with bullets, cannonballs, mini howitzers, all in seconds. There is no target selected, just random shooting. Great Crab Special. Although there were audiences who saw this scene, they all gasped. With so many shells exploding, the whole building would definitely be turned into ruins on the spot, and the thousands of spectators inside would definitely die here too. At this moment, no matter what their attitude towards Mutant is, there is a touch of hope in everyone's mind unconsciously. That red-haired female mutant, can you block it? If you can't stop it, you have to stop it? Buzz. Phoenix's face became extremely solemn, and her psychokinesis exploded to the extreme in an instant. All the bullets and shells roaring towards her were frozen in the air by her. Even so, there are still more than a dozen cannonballs with tricky angles, shooting from the sky and turning around on both sides to the auditorium. Phoenix Force is not yet awakening, her ability is still limited. Scott, Orlo. Amidst the roar, Cyclops and Storm also rushed to attack. The former adjusted his gaze, and when he closed and opened his eyes, a cannonball was hit by the laser light and exploded in the air, while the latter waved his hands repeatedly, striking out lightning bolts, causing the target cannonball to explode. The faces of the two were pale, and they almost used their ability to the extreme. In just a few seconds, all shells that slipped through the net were hit. Fortunately. But just after they breathed a sigh of relief, they saw a burst of flames dissipate in midair, and there was even a mini howitzer that fell through the flames. The cannonball was too small, and it followed a big cannonball, so neither of them noticed it. At this time, if you want to intercept it, it is too late. It's over. The hearts of the two sank suddenly, and the audience also exclaimed at the same time, and many of the live audience even covered their eyes. Everyone saw that the howitzer landed on a 13 or 14-year-old boy. The young man was obviously a family member of a certain big shot. He was brought out to save the world, and suddenly encountered an accident. In a panic, he ran to this corner for some reason. His parents were just a few steps away, and their faces were as white as paper, frightened and desperate. When time is running out, a figure suddenly jumped up high, fell under countless unbelievable gazes, and hugged the boy in his arms. He actually used his broad and solid back to block the young man's blow. Next moment, boom. A violent explosion resounded throughout the audience, and a terrifying heat wave agitated along with the shockwave. The flesh and blood on the back of the figure exploded, and even half of his body was blown away. It's Wolverine? God, he actually used his body to help others block shells. God, am I dreaming? There are still such people in the world. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Especially through the high-definition live broadcast, the audience could clearly see that Wolverine was terribly bombed, but she didn't even let out a miserable howl, but immediately looked at the boy in her arms. With a calm expression, he took out a cigar from his jacket pocket, put it in his mouth and said with a smile, "Little friend, next time you encounter such a dangerous situation, don't run around." The boy opened his mouth wide and his face was dull. The audience watching the live broadcast seemed to be dazzled by the gusts of wind and sand. Tears. At this time, he is still, so gentle. This is a real man. What's his name? From today on, he's my idol. FG Mutant is a monster, in my heart, he is a hero. A real hero. Countless messages almost brought down the server. Suffering such a serious injury, everyone thought Wolverine would not survive, and for a moment, there was unprecedented admiration and sympathy for Wolverine. Sure enough, in the scene, Wolverine's companions suddenly let out mournful cries at the same time. Logan, Phoenix, Cyclops, and Storm's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't pretend at all. In their eyes, this small injury was nothing to Logan, whose self-healing ability had almost reached the full level, and he was alive and well in minutes. But today, at the moment, Logan's exploded body has no self-healing, as to be said that Logan's appearance at the moment is horrible. He was already used to being injured. When he was in the Neon Country, he even endured the damage of a nuclear bomb from a long distance, and he was still alive and well afterwards. Because of this, his mind can be so relaxed. But with the cigar in his mouth, he felt something was wrong. An extremely intense pain came from his back, not only did not show any signs of weakening, but it was strange, as if a fiery force rushed straight to his forehead, which made his eyes go black for a while. My self-healing ability, gone. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his tall and burly body fell down with a bang. Surprised and anxious, Storm and Cyclops rushed over. Logan, how are you feeling? Logan was trembling all over, half of his body was gone, blood gushed out of his body as if he didn't want money, soaking his whole body in blood in an instant. But his eyes were dim, and he wanted to speak, but when his lips were closed, he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this scene in the eyes of other people at the scene, it looked like he was dying. What's going on? Storm's heart trembled, and he subconsciously turned his head. Lynn. She immediately thought of Lynn's magic. Although Lynn has not shown any medical abilities, but with this student's hidden character, what if he can save Logan? Just from this glance, the three Lynns who were sitting with them just now, they're all gone? Before he had time to think about it, Storm looked at Jean Grey again. Phoenix has the ability to combine mind and psychokinesis, and is also proficient in some medical knowledge. At this time, it is obviously more useful than her and Cyclops. But at a glance, Jean Grey's condition was actually quite wrong. Obviously, Logan's injury stimulated her mind, and she heard a scream of and the countless bullets and shells intercepted by her in midair quickly gathered and bonded in midair, and turned into more than a dozen bursts. Out. Boom 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 boom. All the remaining steel soldiers turned into fireballs and exploded in an instant. This power. Storm's heart skipped a beat. She keenly sensed that Jean Grey's ability didn't mean to stop at all. Bang bang bang. Lynn, who had applied invisibility magic to herself, Shadowcat, and Jubilation Lee, suddenly had her heart beating faster. The early warning technique worked? The sealed Phoenix Force, is it about to get out of control after being stimulated? He had expected this a long time ago, and without any panic, he quietly activated a three-ring spiritual magic. Mind communication? The next moment, Jean Grey, who was on the verge of losing control, suddenly felt the surrounding environment change, and was quietly pulled into her inner spiritual world. In addition to her, there is also a huge black cage here. In the cage, a group of violent black and red flames looked like a monster, revealing a vicious power and madness, and were madly attacking the cage. Jean Grey suddenly panicked. In these years, she has actually been able to faintly feel this power in her body, but she has never really touched it, because she knows that once this power is released, it will cause a devastating disaster. So she has always been afraid of this power like a tiger. But I didn't expect that today, when my mind was lost, this force still found an opportunity to take advantage of. Am I going to be swallowed by it? Together with this thought, Jean Grey's mental body was suddenly shrouded in fear, and she almost subconsciously wanted to retreat. But at the moment, a faint voice sounded from behind her. Relax, teacher. Phoenix turned her head in shock, and saw Lynn appearing in her spiritual world with a smile on her face. Logan is fine, he just looks a little miserable. Jean Grey was startled, and then realized, it's you? You cast a spell on him. It's just a small spell worth mentioning. Lynn didn't hide it, and explained, Logan's self-healing ability is very strong. At most half an hour, the magic effect will end, and then, you can see him alive and well again. Phoenix's mind relaxes. The flame monster in the black cage behind him quietly slowed down from rolling and roaring. She didn't notice this. Just looking at Lynn's eyes, full of disbelief, your magic doesn't even have the ability to communicate with each other. She didn't know how many mutants she had seen over the years, but none like Lynn. Ability is so comprehensive, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. If not, how can it be called magic? Now that he has entered Phoenix's spiritual space, Lynn intends to learn more about it. He pointed to Jean Grey's back. Actually, teacher, if you master this power, you will also be able to obtain all kinds of incredible abilities, won't you? Jean Grey was taken aback. You don't understand, this power is beyond my control. She shook her head. Actually, it is a nightmare for me. If Charles hadn't helped me create a mind labyrinth, I would have been swallowed by it long ago. This made Lynn a little surprised. So you know all these things. Not surprising when you think about it. This is an Omega-level mutant. In terms of potential, it is higher than Professor X. After so many years of growth, it is not surprising that I have slowly touched the soul seal under Professor X. There was a look of sadness on Jean Grey's face. Actually, I can feel that it is becoming more and more unstable now. Once my emotions lose control one day, it will explode, and then... Speaking of this, she thought of all the magical magic that Lynn mastered, and she couldn't help but said, Lynn, can you promise me one thing? If one day I really lose control, you will kill me? Don't let this power destroy the world, okay? It can be seen that she is sincerely asking. Unexpectedly, Lynn shook her head without hesitation. Teacher, have you ever thought about one thing? Even though Charles is one of the greatest mutants ever, what he said must be right. Jean Grey never thought that not long ago, they had just been educated by Lynn once. Now, it was her turn to be educated alone. Lynn looked at her fair face, and there was an undisguised sneer at the corner of her mouth. No matter how powerful and evil the power is, it is only power after all. It is human beings who really master it. Why do you have to fear it like a tiger? Charles sealed a little bit of your memory, and he was able to silence this power for so many years. Haven't you thought about why? Have you ever thought that besides the destruction of the world that Charles said, there is another possibility? Jean Grey's face changed, and she couldn't help following the rhythm. What? Is it possible? It needs you. Lynn's eyes were burning, and her words were sonorous. Since it needs you and needs you to appear in this world, it means that in this relationship, you have always taken the initiative. Since that's the case, why should you be afraid of it? Instead of controlling it. Jean Grey froze. This is obviously an angle that she has never thought about or heard of. She shook her head almost instinctively. It's impossible to control it. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lynn. Teacher, look back. At this moment, Lynn's voice was both like angels crooning and the devil's temptation. Just now when you lost control of your emotions, it rolled and exploded, but now that your emotions have stabilized, it has also stabilized. You've been controlling it, haven't you? Jean Grey couldn't help turning her head back. Then the whole person froze. When Tony controls the latest Mark 6 steel battlesuit, he finally arrives at the scene. What appeared in front of him was this scene. On the stage were dozens of shattered corpses of iron and steel soldiers, scattered all over the place, with severed arms and legs, and many of them were even severed at the waist, and all of them had been wiped out. The only intact war machine is also without any threat because the machine gun was cut off by wolf claws and the weapon was tilted into the air. Perhaps because of this, Yvonne Vank in the dark wasn't even manipulating it. On the other side, thousands of spectators were unscathed, all gathered together, looking in the same direction with complicated eyes. Hello? What the hell is going on here? Tony was stunned. He obviously only used it for a few minutes. Why does it feel like he missed everything? Then he saw Wolverine, who was covered in blood and half of her body was blown off. Storm and Cyclops stood beside Logan anxiously, watching Jean Grey, who had been in a runaway state for less than a second before being pulled back by Lynn, squatting next to Logan with a sad face, trying to save him. Doctor? Is anyone here a doctor? A sad voice spread throughout the audience. However, thousands of people looked at each other in blank dismay, but no one responded. The press conference of this new type of weapon was attended by prominent figures, including a large number of military and political officials, and there was no shortage of rich and powerful people, and there were countless famous ladies and beauties following them. Just no doctor? Even if there is, who is willing to stand up at this time? Looking at Logan's miserable state, his life is probably already at least 70% to 80%. Iron Man is coming. I don't know who said it, but soon, someone in the audience shouted, Mr. Stark, hurry up and send him to the hospital, maybe he can be saved. That's right, isn't he a mutant? A normal person would surely die if he suffered an injury of this degree, but maybe he can be cured. Go to the hospital and have a look. With the help of Iron Man, we can reach the hospital soon. Everyone knew very well that if there were no Logan and others today, more than half of the thousands of people present would have died under the guns of the steel soldiers who ran away. So, regardless of the usual attitude towards mutant, at least for now, most people are full of gratitude to the X-Men, and they are even more sympathetic to Logan, who used flesh and blood to help a child block shells. But among them, there are still some people who are hostile to mutant, and said in a strange way, what are you thinking? He is mutant, how could the hospital treat him? Before the man finished speaking, he was glared at by the people next to him. The parents of the boy who was rescued stood up excitedly. I am a member of the State Assembly who has made an appointment. If any hospital dares to refuse treatment today, I will definitely propose to revoke the license of that hospital. The son, who was supposed to die without a doubt, was unexpectedly safe and sound under the protection of Wolverine, and the parents were obviously extremely grateful to Logan. He looked at Tony sincerely. Mr. Stark, please help me, send him to the hospital quickly. Okay. Tony originally wanted to find Lynn, but he responded without hesitation. It's just that he was about to move. Justin Hammer didn't know where to get up. They can't let them go. What happened tonight has nothing to do with mutant, and they absolutely can't let them go. At the moment, the man at the helm of Hammer Industries was ashamed and embarrassed, and he was no longer the chic self-confidence he had before. He stared at Storm and the others. His eyes were extremely ferocious. The latest steel soldier developed by Hammer Industries opened fire on the audience at the press conference, almost causing huge amounts of casualties, but those audiences were all big shots with heads and faces. This is enough scandal to shock the world? No one would believe that this matter has nothing to do with him or Hammer Industries. Even if he has 100 mouths, he can't explain it clearly. Afterwards, the anger of these big shots, the anger of the public, and the anger of the government will swallow him into slag. So at the moment, he urgently needs to clear his suspicions, and the sudden appearance of a few mutants is undoubtedly the perfect scapegoat. Absolutely, don't let them go. All of this is their conspiracy. My steel soldiers were invaded by them. Justin Hammer almost used all his strength to yell out these words. Thousands of people in the audience were dumbfounded. Countless eyes gathered on him in an instant. Many people who resented mutant felt that what he said made sense, and subconsciously wanted to agree. But more people stared at Justin Hammer in disbelief, roaring again and again, Hammer, are you still human? He just saved your life. In order to save people, people use their bodies to block shells. This is already the case. You can still say such a thing. Today's matter is the problem of your hammer industry. Do you want to shirk responsibility and treat our thousands of eyes as decorations? You son of a BCH, go to jail and shirk your responsibility. I have called the police, NYPD will be here soon. One stone stirred up thousands of waves, and the voices angrily scolding Justin Hammer gathered into a tide in an instant, setting off a huge wave in the convention and exhibition center. Those who wanted to voice their support woke up in horror. No matter what the truth of this matter is, at least tonight, these mutants who suddenly appeared are the saviors of everyone present. Those cameras are still there. God knows how many pairs of eyes are staring at this scene, whether it's genuine gratitude, or out of the need to maintain one's own image, or for other purposes. At the moment, thanks to these mutants, it is correct. Justin Hammer jumped out and said such a thing? Want to slap everyone in the face? This is courting death. Are you all crazy? Justin Hammer's face was pale, and his eyes were full of despair. He knew that he was finished. But he is not reconciled? Is it possible that the well-prepared press conference will lose everything and even be arrested and imprisoned? In his already chaotic mind, he tried his best to think about the way to break the situation, and at the moment, he seemed to hear a voice in a trance. You haven't lost yet. All of this is obviously a conspiracy by Ivan Vank. As long as he appears now, kill everyone present. The responsibility is not on you. God is sorry. Justin Hammer thought he had an auditory hallucination. He was not sure if the voice was real, but his brain responded quickly. Ivan Vank, why don't you come out, you BCH? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Justin Hammer suddenly hissed and roared ferociously. As if in response to him. Boom, a loud noise. The glass on the top of the exhibition center suddenly shattered, and Ivan Vank, who was wearing a steel armor, fell from the sky. He was in the air, his arms snapped, and 2 electro-optic factory whips whistled. Seeing this scene, thousands of people in the audience and millions of people on the internet all understood. Justin Hammer, sure enough, you are the mastermind behind all this. You son of a BCH, you still want to blame Mutant. Exhibition Center. Iron Man and Whiplash finally come face to face. Hearing Justin Hammer's words, Ivan Vank was also a little surprised. This idiot who was played around by him from the beginning to the end should hate himself to death now, right? How do you look like this, and you are still looking forward to your appearance? Could it be that he was too stimulated and his brain was broken? Although doubts popped up in his mind, Ivan Vank didn't care. There was never anyone else in his line of sight. Only the man in the red armor? Tony Stark, you can't go anywhere today. Ivan Vank fixed his murderous intent firmly on Tony with his hawk-like eyes. I wanted you to see the iron soldiers I developed, but they were destroyed by these mutants. Then, I'm here to meet you in person. I know the live broadcast is not over yet, so today, in front of the whole world, I will make you, a shameless thief, pay the price in blood. Tony's scalp tingled with his show. The last time he was at the racing track, he had shown mercy to this guy. Who would have thought that this guy would show up again today, and even call him specifically to lure him to show up? The key also kept saying that his reactor technology was stolen. How can this be tolerated? Tony has never been a nice guy. I stole your XXX. He exhaled fragrantly on the spot, and activated the new armor without the slightest hesitation. The new reactor shows far more energy than before. Seeing Iron Man's speed was as fast as lightning, everyone present felt that a flash of red light had already hit Ivan Vank. Ivan Vank didn't even react. He was carried and flew into the sky. It quickly turned into 2 black spots. Give me 3 minutes and deal with him. Tony's voice came from afar, obviously knowing that this place is not suitable for fighting, and intends to take the whiplock to a place where no one is there to solve it. Whisk was furious. How dare you look down on me? The sound quickly disappeared. Thousands of people looked at each other. The sudden change interrupted what had happened before. The father of the boy who was rescued looked back at Logan again, and saw that his complexion was getting worse and worse, as if he had vented more and breathed less. Can't wait for Stark to show up. We have to take him to the hospital. Among the crowd, a sexy beauty with big red waves and a figure so good to burst suddenly rushed out. My car is right outside. Carry him to the car. Quick. Storm and Cyclops looked at each other and wanted to find Lynn. Jean Grey was already moving. When psychokinesis was activated, Logan's body floated up by itself, and under her guidance, he quickly moved towards the door. Everyone quickly moved away. This scene appeared on the live broadcast screen, like a freeze frame, and countless pairs of eyes saw it. Wherever Logan passed, the dripping blood on his body formed a red blood road on the ground. The eyes of the audience turned red one after another. God bless him. The appearance of the red-haired beauty surprised Lynn. Black Widow. He asked for all the invitations Tony received, so Pepper did not participate in this expo. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Black Widow, who is Xiaojiao's secretary, came secretly. She has obviously been observing the development of the matter, and it is not surprising that she suddenly appeared at this moment. In all likelihood, she has received an order from SHIELD. What happened tonight will definitely cause huge amounts of sensation, and the 4 X-Men who turned out to be the most watched existence in the audience. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to find out the truth, it must make contact. It's a good way to take Logan to the hospital, isn't it? Lynn, Tony, do you want to go and have a look? Shadowcat asked softly. Lynn shook her head without hesitation. That's Tony's personal vendetta, and it's definitely up to them to sort it out. His eyes were clear and calm, as if he could see through everything. Without those Iron Soldiers and the War Machine, the whip is just another stepping stone to Iron Man's fame. While speaking, he moved his eyes lightly and locked on Justin Hammer on the stage. Mr. Hammer is the real protagonist tonight. Taking advantage of the diversion of everyone's attention, this prominent arms dealer was quietly and slowly retreating at this moment, obviously wanting to leave secretly. How could Lynn let him do what he wanted? Although the confusion curse is only a second-level magic, it is still very useful. Accompanied by his laughter, a team of heavily armed NYPD agents appeared from the gate, and as soon as they entered, they went straight to Justin Hammer. Mr. Hammer, NYPD invites you to go back for coffee and explain what happened tonight. Justin Hammer staggered, instantly collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stepped on the gas pedal, showing a driving skill not inferior to that of a professional racing driver. Logan, who was severely injured, lay unconscious in the back seat. The three of Jean Grey drove another car and followed closely behind. Gentlemen, Natasha Romanoff spoke again and again, only to find that Logan didn't respond at all, so she relaxed. Nick Fury's voice came from the headset. Natasha Romanoff, take him directly to the nearest base number 3. Level 5 Agent Gemma Simmons is already on standby there. She is our best doctor and biologist. Clear. Natasha Romanoff quickly responded, even if he can't save his life, I can still take this opportunity to contact 3 other people. That's right, it's definitely not a coincidence that these mutants appeared at the Expo. I want to know their purpose. Nick Fury's voice is unmistakable. After a pause, he added, I have asked Phil Coulson to lead the team there. If this mutant dies in the end, and you can't gain the trust of the other people, we must at least make sure to keep his body. As soon as this remark came out, Natasha Romanoff's eyes trembled violently. Boss, you want to study mutant? In her mind, she unconsciously remembered the anti-human experiments she had seen in S.H.I.E.L.D's materials. Although the military has been secretly using mutant for experiments, it is not visible. Do we have to? Just in case, Natasha Romanoff. Nick Fury's voice slowed down slightly. He knew that Natasha Romanoff had received brutal agent training in the Red House, so he hated this kind of experiment that abandoned humanity. This order is very likely to arouse her resistance. In order not to let the best agent under his command think too much, Nick Fury hesitated for a while, and could only explain, well, Natasha Romanoff, I actually know the identities of these mutants. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback, you know, that's right. Nick Fury quickly said, they belong to the X-Men established by a top-level mutant. They are among the mutant group, tending to the human side, and are committed to combating mutant crimes. I have to say that the X-Men have really failed in these years. Even though they have saved the world more than once, they have almost no reputation. Even among the official human forces, only a handful of people know of their existence. This is of course because of Loki, but the official deliberate blockade is also indispensable. Otherwise, it is impossible for Black Widow, who is a level 9S.H.I.E.L.D agent, to know nothing about it. Only today, due to the live broadcast of the Expo, the X-Men appeared in the public eye extremely abruptly. Regarding their existence, it is obviously impossible to block it. Director Nick Fury had no choice but to reveal to his subordinates, according to top-secret information, this mutant named Wolverine was once a member of the military's Weapon X program. His super ability is the self-healing factor and adamantium bone claws. Even if he is headshot, he can the kind that came alive. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to be blown up like this by a howitzer. Now that he has become like this, there must be another reason. If we can leave his body behind, it will be equivalent to having a bargaining chip to get in touch with that top mutant. Most importantly, the X-Men have never been so high profile. I have a hunch that what happened today seems to be controlled by an invisible hand secretly. I need to know the truth, Natasha Romanoff. Do you understand? After speaking in one breath, Nick Fury felt that his attitude towards his subordinates was already gentle enough. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff did not respond for a long time after listening. A hint of sullenness crept into my heart. Natasha Romanoff. Boss, did you just say that this big man can come back to life even if he dies? After a long time, Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded again. Nick Fury was inexplicable. That's what the intelligence said. What's wrong? I think I overlooked one thing. Natasha Romanoff sighed softly. The companion is seriously injured. Why did the other 3 mutants hand him over to me without worry, but just drive behind? According to common sense, they should leave at least one person in the car to look after them, shouldn't they? Nick Fury's voice sank suddenly. What do you mean? It means, this guy may not be what we saw at all. He was not seriously injured at all. Natasha Romanoff voiced her guess. Nick Fury was shocked. Why are you so sure? Because he's gone. The vehicle was already on the side of the road, and Natasha Romanoff turned to look at the empty back seat with an extremely ugly expression. I don't know when it was, and I don't know what happened, but he suddenly disappeared. She felt inexplicably being played. Missing. Nick Fury gasped. Not because of Wolverine's sudden disappearance, nor because of Wolverine's suspected fake injury, nor because this scene means that the X-Men's high-profile appearance tonight is probably not a coincidence. As long as he is given a little time and a little more information, he can find out. The reason why he is like this is purely because it is unbelievable. Could it be that? X-Men. Are you selling miserably? Great crab special. Thinking of this possibility, Nick Fury felt his scalp go numb. Although the large-scale emergence of mutant has attracted the attention of countries all over the world, many people are worried about it, thinking that mutant will pose a huge amount of threat to human beings, but in fact, for people at his level, mutant has never been a human being. What a big deal. Because the abilities of most mutants are very weak. A small number of elite mutants also split into two camps. Professor X, just a good guy with a strong ability. Magneto, a lunatic who only knows how to play tricks, and thinks of summoning mutants to fight against humans every day. Not to mention that no matter what he does, he will be blocked by the Professor X faction. Even if he does succeed, humans have many ways to deal with it. The military's X-weapon program, super soldier program, various hidden biochemical transformations, genetic modification laboratories. S.H.I.E.L.D. also controls Tesseract, Captain Marvel, and Avengers in the works. Too many cards? Because of this, Nick Fury's gaze rarely stays on mutant. What he wants to pay attention to is the universe, the alien civilization, and the safety of the entire Earth. To some extent, he doesn't like mutants. When it is really necessary, it is the greatest respect for this group to recruit a few powerful mutants to work under his command, because he never felt that super ability meant everything. As an ordinary person, he controlled the huge power of S.H.I.E.L.D., relying on wisdom and means, and in his opinion, both. Neither Professor X nor Magneto, but now, the situation seems to have changed. Make a high-profile appearance, forcefully sell miserably, win the sympathy of the public. What are the X-Men doing here? Don't be afraid that mutant has a super ability, but be afraid that mutant has a brain. Looks like it's time to talk to Professor X. Nick Fury whispered in his heart, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be some unknown changes in the mutant group that he had been ignoring. He hates change, because change means uncontrollable. Boss, you want to study mutant. In her mind, she unconsciously remembered the anti-human experiments she had seen in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s materials. Although the military has been secretly using mutant for experiments, it is not visible. Do we have to? Just in case, Natasha Romanoff. Nick Fury's voice slowed down slightly. He knew that Natasha Romanoff had received brutal agent training in the Red House, so he hated this kind of experiment that abandoned humanity. This order is very likely to arouse her resistance. In order not to let the best agent under his command think too much, Nick Fury hesitated for a while, and could only explain, well, Natasha Romanoff, I actually know the identities of these mutants. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback, you know. That's right. Nick Fury quickly said, they belong to the X-Men established by a top-level mutant. They are among the mutant group, tending to the human side, and are committed to combating mutant crimes. I have to say that the X-Men have really failed in these years. Even though they have saved the world more than once, they have almost no reputation. Even among the official human forces, only a handful of people know of their existence. This is of course because of Loki. But the official deliberate blockade is also indispensable. Otherwise, it is impossible for Black Widow, who is a level 9 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, to know nothing about it. Only today, due to the live broadcast of the Expo, the X-Men appeared in the public eye extremely abruptly. Regarding their existence, it is obviously impossible to block it. Director Nick Fury had no choice but to reveal to his subordinates, according to top-secret information, this mutant named Wolverine was once a member of the military's Weapon X program. His super ability is the self-healing factor and adamantium bone claws. Even if he is headshot, he can the kind that came alive. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to be blown up like this by a howitzer. Now that he has become like this, there must be another reason. If we can leave his body behind, it will be equivalent to having a bargaining chip to get in touch with that top mutant. Most importantly, the X-Men have never been so high profile. I have a hunch that what happened today seems to be controlled by an invisible hand secretly. I need to know the truth, Natasha Romanoff. Do you understand? After speaking in one breath, Nick Fury felt that his attitude towards his subordinates was already gentle enough. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff did not respond for a long time after listening. A hint of sullenness crept into my heart, Natasha Romanoff. Boss, did you just say that this big man can come back to life even if he dies? After a long time, Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded again. Nick Fury was inexplicable. That's what the intelligence said. What's wrong? I think I overlooked one thing. Natasha Romanoff sighed softly. The companion is seriously injured. Why did the other 3 mutants hand him over to me without worry, but just drive behind? According to common sense, they should leave at least one person in the car to look after them, shouldn't they? Nick Fury's voice sank suddenly. What do you mean? It means, this guy may not be what we saw at all. He was not seriously injured at all. Natasha Romanoff voiced her guess. Nick Fury was shocked. Why are you so sure? Because he's gone. The vehicle was already on the side of the road, and Natasha Romanoff turned to look at the empty back seat with an extremely ugly expression. I don't know when it was, and I don't know what happened, but he suddenly disappeared. She felt inexplicably being played. Missing. Nick Fury gasped. Not because of Wolverine's sudden disappearance, nor because of Wolverine's suspected fake injury, nor because this scene means that the X-Men's high-profile appearance tonight is probably not a coincidence. These, as long as he is given a little time and a little more information, he can find out. The reason why he is like this is purely because it is unbelievable. Could it be that? X-Men. Are you selling miserably? Great Crab Special. Thinking of this possibility, Nick Fury felt his scalp go numb. Although the large-scale emergence of mutant has attracted the attention of countries all over the world, many people are worried about it, thinking that mutant will pose a huge amount of threat to human beings, but in fact, for people at his level, mutant has never been a human being. What a big deal. Because the abilities of most mutants are very weak. A small number of elite mutants also split into two camps. Professor X, just a good guy with a strong ability. Magneto, a lunatic who only knows how to play tricks, and thinks of summoning mutants to fight against humans every day. Not to mention that no matter what he does, he will be blocked by the Professor X faction. Even if he does succeed, humans have many ways to deal with it. The military's X-weapon program, super soldier program, various hidden biochemical transformations, genetic modification laboratories. S.H.I.E.L.D. also controls Tesseract, Captain Marvel, and Avengers in the works. Too many cards? Because of this, Nick Fury's gaze rarely stays on mutant. What he wants to pay attention to is the universe, the alien civilization, and the safety of the entire Earth. To some extent, he doesn't like mutants. When it is really necessary, it is the greatest respect for this group to recruit a few powerful mutants to work under his command, because he never felt that super ability meant everything. As an ordinary person, he controlled the huge power of S.H.I.E.L.D., relying on wisdom and means, and in his opinion, both. Neither Professor X nor Magneto, but now, the situation seems to have changed. Make a high-profile appearance, forcefully sell miserably, win the sympathy of the public. What are the X-Men doing here? Don't be afraid that mutant has a super ability, but be afraid that mutant has a brain. Looks like it's time to talk to Professor X. Nick Fury whispered in his heart, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be some unknown changes in the mutant group that he had been ignoring. He hates change, because change means uncontrollable. As Lynn expected, Tony quickly took care of the whiplock. It's just that the time it takes is far more than 3 minutes. Ivan Vank, a mad scientist with a twisted mind, is far inferior to him in controlling the armor, but the pair of lightning whips are really unpredictable. The dignified Iron Man almost flipped over. If it weren't for the surge in energy provided by the new reactor, and the weapon system of the Mark VI battlesuit had also been greatly improved, it is not certain who will win this duel. When he finished everything, he dragged his tired body back to Stark Building. There was a loud bang in the air. Nailed it. Lynn's figure appeared with a burst of space distortion, and looked at him with a half-smile. Didn't you say 3 minutes? I've been waiting for you for almost 30 minutes. Tony blushed. Well, I admit that guy is a bit difficult. One by one, the mechanical hands reached out and quickly helped him take off the battlesuit. He couldn't help rubbing his old waist. Although the reactor he made is very backward, he concentrated most of the energy on the two whips, very powerful. Lynn snapped her fingers, and the white magic light flickered. But in an instant, Tony felt the aches and pains all over his body were gone. After staying up all night for a few consecutive nights and the exhaustion from a big battle, all of them dissipated. You guy, it's fine to flash out of thin air, but you can still heal. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then he sighed with envy. Magic, so amazing. It's just a common healing technique. Lynn smiled lightly and made a suggestion. Since Ivan Vank's whip is so powerful, maybe you can equip the next generation of battlesuits with a cold weapon. Kindness. Tony looked at him in surprise. One thing to say, your attack methods are actually quite scarce. Lynn shook her left and right hands, and 2 glasses of red wine appeared in her hands, and she handed a glass to Tony. It is completely dependent on hot weapons, but in many cases it is not as good as cold weapons. Could it be that you are exhausted and you can only fight with people? You don't always think that fists are better than swords, do you? Tony shook his head. He hadn't really thought about it. But obviously, in the battle tonight, Ivan Vank's 2 lightning whips had left a deep impression on him. You're right. I really should enrich my means of attack. He took a sip from the wine glass, and thoughtful eyes appeared in his eyes. If I build a large alloy sword and hang it on my back, isn't it handsome enough? Will it affect the image of Iron Man? But if it's just a built-in dagger it doesn't seem to have that much power. As expected of Iron Man, his thinking is unconstrained. Lynn smiled. You can try it first, then do a survey, and adjust it at any time according to the popularity of the public. It's nothing more than spending a little money. He laughed and joked. Definitely, as a partner, if you ask, I can also help you build a magic sword. At that time, you can carry 2 swords on your back, use alloy swords to deal with ordinary enemies, and use magic swords to deal with powerful enemies. Wouldn't it be more handsome? Good guy, this is somewhat similar to the Witcher's outfit. Geralt the White Wolf, the humanoid pile driver. Not to mention, to some extent, he is really similar to Tony, a playboy. It's just that the picture is so beautiful that some people can't imagine it. It's a deal? When I finish evaluating the feasibility of installing a cold weapon system, I will definitely come to you. Tony smiled and clinked glasses with Lynn, and drank the wine in the glass. Then, he saw the wine reappear in the empty glass, and increase little by little. AFK, I hate magic, it makes me feel that the world of ordinary people is extremely shabby. Tony sighed deeply, and then said very abruptly, what happened tonight has something to do with you, right? Are you a mutant? That's right. Lynn nodded without any surprise on her face. There is no way to hide this from Tony. After all, from the very beginning, he made no secret of his interest in the Hanmer Industry Expo. The invitation letters from Storm and the others were also obtained through Tony. With Tony's IQ, it's weird that he couldn't think of this. So, you already knew about Yvonne Vank's conspiracy? Deliberately letting those mutants save people is to ease the hostile relationship between mutants and ordinary people. Tony was a little surprised by Lynn's frankness. In this case, why didn't you take a shot at that time? If you also shot, the big man would definitely not be hurt. Logan isn't hurt, that's just an illusion. Lynn smiled and shook her head. Fake. Tony trembled all over, and looked at Lynn in disbelief. So, then it's just a show? Definitely not. Lynn looked at him with a calm and firm expression. Yvonne Vank's conspiracy is true, the Iron Soldiers' riot is true, and it is also true that thousands of people were almost killed on the spot. X-Men risked their lives to save them all. Why is it fake? It has to be said that these are impeccable facts. Tony's eyes quivered slightly. Understood. Intentionally create a tragic scene of injury, win the sympathy of the public, and let the public know that there are such a part of mutant as heroes who are desperate to save others, so as to reverse the image of mutant. There was a weird smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said jokingly, is this a method in the business field, packaging and operating X-Men as a commodity? Lynn, what a genius you are. Do you want to use this method to change mutants' situation step by step? As expected of an Iron Man with an explosive IQ, he guessed what Lynn was thinking right away. After a long time of trouble, it turns out that I am working with mutant. With Tony's character, he has no resistance to mutant. He just looked at Lynn with some doubts. Why don't you hide these things from me at all? Just because we are partners? Definitely not. Lynn looked at him speechlessly. First, except for a small number of mutants, most mutants are not malicious to ordinary people, but are forced by ordinary people to have no place to live. There's nothing to hide about turning mutants' image around. Second, having said that, Lynn had a strange look on his face. Why do you think we are just partners? Tony froze, not understanding what he meant. Let me give you some science. Mutants are divided into several types. Among them, the Delta-level mutants with the largest number of people have very weak abilities, and their appearance is no different from ordinary people, except that their physical qualities are far superior to ordinary people, such as strength and speed. Also like the brain. Lynn explained, in other words, not all mutants have super abilities, and it can even be said that the fact is completely opposite. Tony was still puzzled. Think about your father, Tony. Lynn smiled, and drank the rest of the wine in the glass. Mr. Howard Stark, under the technological environment decades ago, not only developed the prototype of the arc reactor, but also found new elements, this at least a few hundred years ahead of the times, right? 1 step ahead is genius, 10 steps ahead is super genius, what about 100 steps ahead? Just smart. Is the word smart enough to describe it? So, you never thought about. Having said that, Lynn put away the cup and patted Tony on the shoulder. Your father, Howard Stark, could be a mutant. And his super ability is a very clever brain. Even this ability is inherited from you. Those words sounded like thunder in Tony's ears. He was stunned. My dad is a mutant? Ability also passed on to me? That rounding up means that I am also a mutant? Great gift, Crab. Whether Howard Stark is a mutant or not doesn't really matter. It is impossible for Tony to dig up his father's grave to verify whether there is an X gene in Howard's body. So this question will never be answered. Lynn's move is just to leave a seed in Tony's heart. Although with Tony's character, he will not target mutant, and the cooperation between the two parties will not be affected by this, but giving him a sense of belonging to mutant will always have more advantages than disadvantages. Look, you are not just a partner with us, you may also be your own person. If mutant needs anything in the future, are you ashamed not to help? Leaving Stark Building, Lynn's next stop is Xavier's school. In the principal's office. Boom. Lynn had just arrived, and saw the 4 of X-Men gathered together, and Professor X was sitting in a wheelchair watching the news on TV. Exactly what happened on the fair floor. Hey Lynn boy. The magic effect on Wolverine Logan has ended, and his injuries have completely healed under the powerful self-healing ability. He stretched out his right bone claw, cut off the cigar with a cheese sound, and put it in his mouth. But he glanced at Lynn. Although I have only been your teacher for a few days, before you cast a spell on me, shouldn't you have some minimum respect for the teacher? Like, tell me. Perhaps because of living too long, Wolverine's temper is no longer as violent as when she was young. Or maybe, Lynn is just a student. In short, he was not angry. I'm so sorry, Logan. Lynn rubbed her fingers lightly, and a flame buzzed out of thin air, slowly floated to Logan's mouth, and lit the cigar. After all, you are not a professional actor. If I told you in advance, I am afraid that the performance will not be effective. Seeing him being so upbeat, Logan took a puff in satisfaction. For the sake of lighting my cigarette, I will forgive you this time. No, to express my apologies. Lynn shook her head, looked at him seriously and said, maybe, I can help you recover your memory. As soon as this remark came out, Logan stopped smoking immediately. Restore memory. Even though he has seen Lynn's magic more than once, he still feels a little incredible. Charles can't help me, you can do it. You can try. Lynn smiled. I know a little bit of memory magic. Understand a little. Logan's heart trembled violently. After seeing Lynn's methods, and then looking at Lynn's calm and indifferent expression, he was 100% sure that this so-called slight understanding could definitely be equated with proficient. This kid is too secretive? Thinking of this, Logan couldn't help breathing faster. Phoenix's eyes flickered, and the scene in the heart space appeared in his mind again, and he couldn't help but said, Logan, maybe you can let Lynn try it, since he is sure he won't let you down. Both Storm and Cyclops were a little surprised. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Jean's attitude towards Lynn seems to be different from before. Storm thought about it. She glanced at Professor X, and then at Lynn, feeling inexplicably flustered. It's only been a while, and Lynn's influence on Xavier's school and X-Men seems to be getting bigger and bigger. This is not a good sign. Whether it's the scene on the playground before or what happened tonight, it can be seen that this student acts very differently from Charles. He clearly knew about Yvonne Vank's conspiracy in advance, but he didn't want to stop it. Instead, use this incident to enhance the reputation of X-Men. It's okay to force the X-Men to make a high-profile appearance. He went so far as to cast a spell on Logan, causing him to be seriously injured in order to arouse public sympathy. Obviously, for this student, as long as the goal can be achieved, the means are not important. This is by far the best student at Xavier's school. What if you accidentally go astray? Afraid it wasn't another Magneto? With this in mind, Storm feels a great responsibility. As a teacher, she believes that she needs to guide and prevent Lynn from going astray. He said in a cold voice, okay, I'll talk about Logan later. Now, Lynn, don't you think you need to explain something? Explain what? Lynn looked at her in surprise. Definitely it's tonight. Storm was very dissatisfied with his attitude. I admit that what you said at the Expo site is very reasonable. The X-Men should be the leader of the mutants, and they should slowly walk into the sun, so that other mutants in the world give them hope. But that should be done in a planned way, step by step. Instead of entering the live broadcast unprepared like tonight and being seen by millions of people. That would cause us huge amounts of trouble. On this point, obviously Logan, Cyclops, Phoenix also hold the same attitude. Even if you want to reveal your identity, you should do it step by step. The meal should be eaten bite by bite. If you act too hastily, it may attract the attention of all parties and put X-Men and Xavier's school in crisis. Lynn scoffed at that. The best results can be achieved without preparation, isn't it? He looked at the news screen on the TV. In just a few hours, the internet has already been full of quarrels. At least 1/5 of the people are speaking for the X-Men. Most of these people just have pure admiration and sympathy for Logan. The other small group originally didn't reject Mutant, but after watching tonight's live broadcast, they firmly regard the X-Men as heroes. Right now, the public opinion that mutants aren't necessarily monsters, they could be heroes. It's already boiling to the sky. Lynn pursed her lips, and glanced at the faces of Storm and the others one by one. When was the last time Mutant appeared frequently in the news? Oh, I remembered, it's time for the official Mutant Registration Act. Those words left Storm and the others speechless. Last time, those politicians wanted to push the Mutant Registration Act, and the news of mutant crimes was all over the TV. It seems that the whole world is against Mutant. But this time, 1 in 5 people is speaking for Mutant? Lynn, where did you get this data? Storm's eyes widened in disbelief. She definitely doesn't think that 1/5 is a small number. On the contrary, it is a miracle that so many people can publicly speak for Mutant on the internet. Alice, say hello to Teacher Orlo. Lynn smiled. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Storm and the others, the picture on the TV suddenly changed. A little girl in a red skirt was smiling and waving her arms. How are the teachers? How are the teachers? How are the teachers? The sound didn't just come from the TV, but also from the computer, the phone, and even from the cell phones of Storm and the others. Like an echo, resonating in the room. Great gift crab special, artificial intelligence. Everyone's hearts trembled. They had no doubts about the data, Lynn said. With the help of an artificial intelligence, the data was absolutely accurate. Only, are so many people really starting to change their attitudes towards Mutant? The four looked at each other, subconsciously looking at Professor X. Professor X showed a contemplative look on his face, and finally said, Lynn, are you competing with the authorities for public opinion? More precisely, it's people's hearts. Lynn nodded, and said every word. People's hearts are like an ocean, and the overwhelming public opinion is like a trickle of streams. When they gather together, they will become a huge trend. In the past, this general trend has always been in the hands of the enemy. Starting today, Mutant. It has its own voice. The last sentence, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the office. Storm looked at each other. They finally understood why Charles valued Lynn so much just after reading a plan for saving Mutant. Not only did he invest heavily in the second world, but he even let Lynn do whatever he wanted. Its vision? This student's vision even exceeds Charles's to some extent. He obviously only took the first step, but he has already seen the scene 10 steps away. None of the things he did was done on a whim, and all of them were prepared and purposeful. So today's event, on the surface, is our high-profile appearance of X-Men, but in fact, it is the first time Mutant has made a sound. Storm stared blankly at Lynn, speechless for a moment. That's right, if you don't make a song, you're done. It's a blockbuster. Lynn's smile was bright and gentle. The first time I spoke out, it set off a storm of public opinion that swept across the United States, and it will soon spread to other countries. Is it okay? Storm and the others didn't know how to respond. Even so, that's not all of your plans, is it? Professor X's eyes twinkled, and he clapped his hands with a smile. Okay, Lynn, don't be fooled, and teach us old guys who can't keep up with the times a good lesson. It is worthy of being the world's top spiritual ability practitioner. It's just that the last time I talked for 2 hours in the office, I knew Lynn better than anyone else. Definitely, people's hearts are changeable, and public opinion will be restricted or even blocked by human officials at any time. There was no complacency on Lynn's face. His eyes are still clear. For example, those rescued tonight. There are politicians, military generals, consortium bosses, and media mouthpieces. These people may be out of gratitude, or out of the need to maintain their own image. In short, they are definitely willing to say a few good words for X-Men recently. But as time goes by, their attitude will eventually return to their interests. As long as it's profitable, they might be friendly to Mutant one day and yell at Mutant the next. There are also those viewers who watched the live broadcast. Many of them just got excited for a while, admiring the X-Men and sympathizing with Logan, and they helped Mutant on the internet. The wind shifts, and their attitudes are likely to shift. At that time, Mutant's voice will naturally become smaller again, even submerged. So, what we have to do is to make this voice louder and louder. Too big to hide. It's so big that it shakes the sky. Unknowingly, the rhythm of the conversation in the office once again fell under Lynn's control. Let the voice of Mutant shake the sky. Storm and Cyclops muttered to themselves, only to be deafened. All of a sudden, there was a feeling that everything I did in the past was meaningless. Phoenix felt Lynn's courage, and unconsciously remembered the conversation in the spiritual space. Could it be that he could really try to control the evil power in his body? The cigar in Wolverine's mouth was almost burned out. Professor X looked at Lynn thoughtfully. How can let this wave of sound shake through the sky? The first step, channel. Lynn obviously had a plan in advance, and said with a smile, the framework of the Second World Company has been set up. In the next step, in addition to large-scale recruitment, the promotion of Oasis will also be launched simultaneously. I plan to establish a new media company, called Daily X. Then on the X Daily, open up an Oasis channel, a mutant special channel. Professor X nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the familiar smile on Lynn's face, and couldn't help but feel a sudden in his heart. You don't want to ask me for investment again, do you? I just invested 100 million and a building. Lynn. The 4 of Storm. No need, if there are no accidents, I will have a large sum of money in the account soon. Lynn curled her lips speechlessly, feeling a little disappointed in her heart. It is worthy of being the top spiritual ability user. Before he even opened his mouth, he felt something. It's a good plan. Professor X also smiled awkwardly. It's just that the media market has long been monopolized by major consortiums. It may be difficult for a newly established company to grab a share in a short period of time. It's the same sentence. Times have changed, Professor. The gleam in Lynn's eyes is called the advantage of the traveler. In the internet age, new media is the kingly way, and new media only needs one explosive point to detonate the whole world. Professor X and others looked at each other. What kind of explosive point? Nowadays, what is the hottest topic on the internet? It's the X-Men. Lynn sighed softly. With a snap of the fingers, accompanied by the sound of bang and bang, 4 Oasis game bracelets appeared in front of everyone in succession. Professor X already has one. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Lynn put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, I want to use your memories to create an exclusive X-Men documentary. Wolverine Logan's eyelids twitched violently. Good guy? I just said that I want to help myself restore my memory. It is to pave the way for the present? There was a long silence in the office. Memory is undoubtedly the most taboo place for a person. No one likes their brains to be invaded. Why does Professor X always restrain the use of the mind ability? Because he knows very well that once he uses this ability on others, the possibility of becoming friends is basically cut off. Who wants to trust a person who can spy on his own brain at any time? Even if you believe it for a short time, it will definitely not last long. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it will take hundreds of times and 1,000 times of effort to eliminate them. Just like the last time, Professor X couldn't resist probing Lynn's brain. Apart from being surprised by Lynn's performance, there was another most important reason. He knew that Lynn would most likely not get angry because of it. Why? Because Lynn came to show herself at that time. She must have been mentally prepared. So the detection failed. Professor X was shocked, but not disappointed. This time is different. Lynn actually proposed in public that she would borrow the memories of the 5 people present and make it into a documentary. Doesn't this reveal the secrets deep in their hearts to the public? But everyone will subconsciously reject it. Don't worry, memory magic is different from what you think. I don't need to enter your brain. Lynn had expected this, and explained, you just need to recall what happened at that time, and then I will take out this thread of thought, that is to say, things you don't want people to know, no just remember it. As soon as these words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Legiliancy. Professor X took a deep look at Lynn, and pondered, what memories do you want to retrieve? The origin of the X-Men, the grievances with the Mutant Brotherhood. Lynn looked at Wolverine. Definitely, the most important thing is Logan. I have to say that Wolverine is definitely the one who has suffered the most in Mutant. With his current popularity, as long as he makes his sufferings public, I don't know how many people will cry. Wolverine frowned. I lost my memory. How do I recall it? Memories are never lost, only hidden. Lynn shook her head. If I'm not wrong, although you have lost your memory, you still occasionally recall some memory fragments, right? It's just that you can't connect them together and piece them together. That's right. I get a splitting headache every time. Logan immediately believed Lynn's words, and immediately nodded heavily. As long as I can restore my memory, I will do it. Lynn looked at the three of Storm again. I still feel a little anxious. A tangled look appeared on Storm's face. Today's incident would have attracted the attention of all parties. Our identities will soon be exposed, and Xavier's school will no longer be safe. We are still so high profile at this time, which will definitely attract attention. Human official vigilance. In case they launch an operation against Mutant, we are unprepared. What will happen to the safety of the students? Obviously, she had been keeping a low profile for so many years and suddenly became high profile, and it was difficult for her to adapt for a while. Stop fooling yourself, Teacher Orlo. Lynn hit him mercilessly. You don't really think that the existence of Xavier's school is a secret, do you? Storm froze. In these years, the X-Men have not been invisible all the time, but there must be traces of their past. How many people do you think in the high-level, military, and top consortiums that cooperate deeply with the government know, you guys hiding in Xavier Academy? When Lynn said this, she was even a little speechless. He knew that Wilhelm Stryker would launch an action against Xavier's school soon, and as the person in charge of the military's X-weapon program, Wilhelm Stryker's military rank was Colonel. It is conceivable how many people above him know about the existence of X Academy? Storm thought that Xavier's school was safe, but it had been so many years without any accidents, but he didn't realize that this place has long been a bright target. The reason why no army came in was purely because I was afraid of Professor X and your strength, and I didn't have full confidence. Lynn hit the nail on the head and was merciless. In fact, this is the point he is most dissatisfied with Professor X and X-Men. Even if you are a dove mutant, you can't really treat yourself as a dove. The shotgun will go off at any time, and you still feel that the other party can't see you? Never thought about building a defense system for Xavier's school? So much so that in the plot of the movie, when Professor X and several X-Men were not at home, the Academy was easily captured by a special force of the military? This is outrageous. This. Storm, Cyclops, and Phoenix were all speechless. It's still the same sentence. It doesn't make any sense to hide your head and show your tail. Lynn said, and glanced at Professor X. In fact, if I were the principal of Xavier College, I wouldn't be so low-key at all, and I would even open the enrollment and raise the banner of mutant. Open enrollment? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three of Storm widened. How can this be done? What about the safety of the Academy? That's not how security works. Lynn said loudly, with a look of contemptuous arrogance suddenly appearing in his eyes. Professor, I have done another small thing during these years in the Academy. Do you want to see it? Professor X's heart trembled violently. Back in the office, Lynn had the exact same look on her face. This kid is ready again. At this moment, even Professor X himself didn't realize that there was a look of hope on his face. Then, have a look. Have a look. Lynn smiled brightly, and then stepped on the ground lightly under the suspicious eyes of everyone. The void trembled, and dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared, crisscrossing the ground, forming a strange and mysterious pattern, filling the entire room. Not just the principal's office? Through the window, the five people could clearly see a similar pattern of light appearing on the ground of the entire Xavier Academy, and it even extended towards the outside of the Academy. What is this? Magic circle. Lynn engraved a huge amounts of magic circle within the entire Academy, and we didn't notice it. For a moment, unprecedented shock and surprise filled the minds of the five people present. Without waiting for them to ask, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom. It was as if there were dragons rolling and roaring out from the depths of the ground. The desks and chairs in the office shook violently. The teaching building seemed to collapse at any moment, yet it remained weirdly intact. Next moment, a strange sense of rising came. Cyclops, with the best eyesight, suddenly saw that in the extreme distance, at least 1 kilometer away from Xavier's school, a mountain that was originally above his line of sight suddenly fell short, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it came below the line of sight, and then, disappeared. Great Crab Special. An incredibly crazy idea suddenly appeared in Cyclops' mind. The giant magic circle that suddenly appeared. Put the entire academy on the sky? Xavier's school, heaven. The sudden movement quickly alarmed everyone in Xavier's school. As the earth lifted into the sky, the power line broke, and the academy was suddenly pitch black, but this darkness only lasted for a few seconds, and the backup power supply was automatically turned on. What happened? Is there an earthquake? Everyone leave the room quickly and go to an open place. Where did the teachers go? Go find the teacher. A group of students who were resting in the dormitory ran to the playground one after another. Every face was full of panic, even the best among the students such as Burning Man and Bishop were no exception. This scene was definitely seen by everyone in the office. The expressions of Storm and the others were a little ugly. It was just a sudden situation, and the students were so panicked that they all became headless chickens. This is in a way. Undoubtedly, it shows the failure of their teaching. Jade can't be cut, Professor, you protect them very well. Lin sighed softly, not surprised by this scene. Bao Jianfeng comes out of sharpening. Mutants are in danger of perishing at any time. Those wandering mutants, such as Wolverine, Polaris, etc., which one has not been weather-beaten and has gone through disasters. Although it may not be possible for everyone to be calm, they will never be in a state of confusion. On the other hand, these students in the college may have experienced hardships when they were young, but since they came to Xavier's school, they have been staying in the ivory tower and never experienced danger again. This is obviously of no benefit to the growth of the mind. This has a relationship with the college's teaching philosophy, which has huge amounts of. Professor X wants students to grow up healthily and happily, but they ignore. Although they are teenagers, they are mutant teenagers. The end result is that the number of students in Xavier's school is quite large. It may be called elite, but there are only a few of them. They were all taken away by Lynn at once. I'm in the world of Oasis, and I've opened up some mutant-specific dungeons. Starting tomorrow, all the students in the academy will go in and practice. Lynn said. Before Professor X could answer, a mirror image duplication shook out from his body, and another apparition appeared in the middle of the playground. What are you panicking about? A loud shout shook the audience, covering the roar of the earth, reaching the ears of all the students. Such a trivial matter, so flustered. The teachers are not here, you are all out of your mind. Professor X's eyelids twitched violently. Things outside don't matter, Lynn's attention is always in the office. The range of this magic circle is 3 kilometers in length and width. Although it is not big, it is enough to expand Xavier's school. He glanced at everyone, and said in an orderly manner, the magic circle is driven by solar energy, and it can rise up to 500 meters. It also has flight and invisibility functions. It's just that the defense system is still very rough, but it is enough for the time being. If a satellite detects it, all I saw was a void. Everyone listened, gasping one after another. 3 kilometers in length and width, isn't that big enough? If this is expanded, how many mutants can it accommodate? Most importantly, an invisible zone that cannot be detected by satellites is still in the sky. Who can be against Xavier's school? This is simply a mutant base independent of the world. Lynn, you actually. Professor X's complexion changed again and again. For Lynn, even though he had already paid attention to it to the point where it couldn't be more important, he still didn't expect to have such a move. After 10 years of hiding, how much preparation has this student made? It's outrageous. The same idea was also surging in the minds of Storm and the others at the same time. In this situation, they still don't understand that what happened at the Expo was just an introduction. Lynn's real purpose is to reform Xavier's school. Don't they think Xavier's school is not safe? Don't you think X-Men can't be exposed? Don't you think it's dangerous to rush to start a mutant channel and make an X-Men documentary? Don't you think that the college's open enrollment will lead to disaster? Okay, I directly made the academy invisible and disappeared from the world. Those forces that want to be unfavorable to mutant can only stare blankly at the huge pit that appeared out of thin air. Is this all right? You? Storm's face was flushed, his breathing quickened, and he didn't know what to say. It was really Lynn's handwriting, which was beyond her imagination. The same goes for Cyclops, Wolverine. Jean Grey's heart trembled, but she thought of something, the brainwave strengthening device and the Blackbird fighter plane in the underground of the academy. Do not worry. Lynn snapped her fingers, and a portal quietly appeared. But it didn't stand still, but swiped from left to right. The figures of the 6 people present disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already in midair. The levitation technique had already been applied to the 5 Professor X members in the midst of their thoughts, so at this moment, they felt as light as a hair, floating in the air. But in front of him, there is a huge and incomparably large island slowly rising. A series of translucent rays of light spread around the island. The whole island is becoming transparent little by little. Great gift crab. Wolverine murmured unconsciously. In his eyes, it was as if a big invisible hand dug out a piece of the earth. This island was at least 100 meters deep. The underground building of Xavier's school is only 50 meters deep. So whether it's Charles's brainwave strengthening room, X-Men's Blackbird fighter, or even Jean Grey's research room, all must be safe and sound. There is no need to worry about energy issues. Lynn stretched out her palm, and an arc reactor appeared out of thin air in the palm. The college's backup power supply should last for a few days. After I modify the energy system, I can use this thing as the energy core. Under Professor X's puzzled gaze, he slowly said, based on the electricity consumption of the academy, this thing can be guaranteed for at least a few years. At that time, just build another large reactor. This is what he picked out from the Mark 6 steel battlesuit after he helped Tony take out the shrapnel fragments in his body. Although some energy is consumed, it is more than enough for power supply. Just such a small thing, how many years can it supply power? Wolverine Logan suddenly felt that the world had changed. Had she been unconscious for decades? Is the technology on Earth already so terrifying? No one suspected that Lynn was exaggerating. What happened tonight has completely convinced them. In my original room, there is a teleportation circle. The materials needed by the academy can be sent in from there after purchase. Lynn smiled, threw the reactor to Logan casually, and looked at Professor X with burning eyes. In addition, that teleportation circle is connected to the hidden teleportation circle below, and people can pass through it if necessary. Send it over. The teleportation circle below. Everyone was startled, subconsciously looked down. I saw that the ground where Xavier's school was originally located was already a huge pothole with a depth of 100 meters. In the pitch-black nothingness, strange and mysterious magic patterns flickered a few times and disappeared out of thin air. Needless to say, this is again Lynn's backhand. In the future, if Xavier's school openly enrolls students, the registration point will still be at this location. Only, who would have thought that jumping into the pit would lead to the real academy? Lynn. Professor X was so distraught that he didn't know what to say. He glanced at Storm and the others, and finally looked at Lynn, and sighed deeply. Let's go into Oasis and extract the memory. After it's over, I want to sleep well. Oasis World, in an empty copy. Professor X, Wolverine, Storm, Cyclops, and Jean Grey stood quietly, recalling the scenes that happened that year. A streak of silvery white light emerged between the 5 people's eyebrows. Lynn faced them, her hands were like plucking strings, and every time she moved and waved, a ray of light fell into the distant void. The buzzing sound is endless. Where the light of memory fell, the void changed quietly. First, the ground rolled, and then buildings rose from the ground, and then, figures were outlined. Eric, Charles, as a member of Mutant, you are willing to be human lackeys. Xiao, the fate of Mutant should not be entrusted to war. Eric, Xiao's idea is wrong, don't be fooled by him. No, Charles, you are too naive. I agreed with him from the very beginning. I killed him only because he killed my mother. It's like how a tiger can be with sheep. How can we mutants become human beings? Pray. Look, after adamantium casts bone claws, you will become a brand new Wolverine, the strongest weapon that Wilhelm Stryker has created. After today, ordinary people all over the world will become mutants. Eric, you madman, the mutant transformed by your broken machine, will die soon. First Class, Wolverine, X-Men 1. Accompanied by dialogues and battles, one classic scene after another is reproduced. Then it was recorded by Alice. Of these, Wolverine's memory is the most troublesome. But with his active cooperation, Lynn perfectly combined the 4-ring magic legilimency with the virtual projection of the second world of Oasis, and it didn't take much effort to complete everything. Next, these real and classic scenes will be edited by Alice. In the end, a full version of the documentary was formed, also known as Mutants Past and Present. When this documentary is released, the X-Men will come to the stage completely. In the eyes of the world, it will no longer be a secret. When everything was over, Professor X looked at the scene that was clearly an illusion made of memory, but was extremely real, with a solemn expression and a confused heart. With his character, he would not have agreed with Lynn to do this. But Lynn's performance twice in a row is really against the sky, and he is old. Whether he wants to or not, he has to admit that from the moment Lynn stepped into the principal's office, Mutant's future is no longer in his hands. The future belongs to Lynn. This young man's wisdom, ability, means, vision, any aspect is enough to become the well-deserved leader of Mutant. Even if I don't agree, I can't stop it. The general trend of the world is mighty and mighty, those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. At this moment, Professor X unconsciously thought of such an old saying. He has been reading books about Dragon Kingdom recently, and he has gained a lot. The more I study, the more I feel that the culture of the Dragon Kingdom is extensive and profound. Maybe, let Lynn let go and do it, and I will be the principal quietly in the academy. Also very good. Only by stepping onto the front stage can truly be regarded as the banner of Mutant, and can bring hope to other mutants. Lynn's voice rang in my ears. In the near future, the whole world will know the name of Xavier's school, but they can't find the location of the school. Only Mutant, the mutant recognized by us, are eligible to enter the school. Over time, when we open enrollment, batches of students will enroll, and batches of students will graduate. This place will become a holy place for mutants all over the world. And then, it will also become a kingdom of mutants standing in the sky, just like the Amazons in Paradise Island and Atlantis in the underwater world. Definitely, Lynn didn't say the last sentence. First, it is difficult to establish a country. It doesn't mean that gathering a large group of mutants can become a country. An orderly functioning country requires a large number of talents to manage, otherwise, it will fall apart in minutes. And this is exactly what the mutant group lacks the most. Secondly, with Lynn's current strength, maintaining a magic circle of 3,000 meters in length and width is already the limit, and it is temporarily impossible to further expand the area of the academy to a level sufficient to establish a country. So, this is a long-term plan. What to do now is another thing. Thoughts surged in her mind. Lynn stretched her waist and looked at Professor X. Professor, since we have entered the Oasis, why not take a stroll here? I just have a question and I want to ask you for advice. As soon as these words came out, for some reason, Storm and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because it wasn't until at the moment that they saw the familiar student appearance on Lynn again. Tonight, the pressure on this student is too much. When Professor X heard this, curiosity appeared on his face. What's the problem? Professor, I know that you can create a spiritual connection with all the people in the world through the brainwave strengthening device. In that state, you can accurately distinguish between ordinary people and mutants. Lynn smiled slightly, full of curiosity. Can you tell me, what is the difference between the brainwaves of mutant and ordinary people? I want to use this to improve my detection magic. Detect magic. Professor X trembled slightly, thinking of something. That's right. Lynn didn't hide anything, and pointed to the copy space. The game equipment of Oasis, the bracelet, helmet, and game compartment are all engraved with detection magic, so as to distinguish whether the player entering the game is an ordinary person or a mutant. Can magic achieve such an effect? Professor X gasped again. Reminiscent of what Lynn said before, he specially developed some mutant-specific copies, and another role in the world of Oasis is already coming out. Discover the mutants? Screen mutant? Train mutants? Xavier Manor is located outside the city of Twist, with a large area, and the surrounding area is also very empty. Apart from roads and forests, there are no other buildings. Even so, such a large area of ground was directly lifted into the air, and the movement was too great. It didn't take long for everything that should be known in the Twisted City to be known. Countless people woke up from their sleep, thinking that an earthquake had occurred. In the dark night, people from NYPD and many other departments rushed to the scene. Just before they reached their destination, a car had already appeared on the periphery of the giant pit. At the moment, the sky has become slightly brighter. Great gift crab. S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson stepped on the brakes and was stunned when he saw the road suddenly disappearing in front of him. Where is the road? What about the mountains? Where is the lake? Isn't it Charles's Manor, the X-Men base that the director said? Where did you go? How did this huge pit that is not dark in winter appear? Is the ground collapsing? With excellent psychological quality, Phil Coulson quickly woke up from the shock, and he called the director immediately. The phone was connected quickly. Nick Fury's puzzled voice came. Phil Coulson, I'll let you go to Xavier Manor to find Charles, and try to find out what his X-Men want to do, and there will be results so soon. No, boss, I just arrived. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, and reported in a calm tone as much as possible. Actually, I haven't been to Xavier Manor yet, and I haven't seen Charles yet. There is a problem. Nick Fury wasn't even surprised. Anything abnormal is a demon. Today, oh no, it should be last night, the X-Men made a high-profile appearance, and their behavior style is completely different from the past. This is an obvious signal. Yes, something went wrong, and a big one. Phil Coulson organized the language. I don't think I'll be able to meet Charles, because his Xavier estate, no, technically the 2 kilometers around the Xavier estate, all gone. Nick Fury on the other side of the phone didn't respond for a moment. What do you mean, missing? He hesitated before asking. You heard me right, boss, it's just gone. Phil Coulson operated his mobile phone while talking, and soon sent a photo he took. There is no Xavier Manor, no X-Men, only a huge pit with a depth of 100 meters. It is difficult to see the whole picture of the giant pit in the photos taken at close range. So he thought for a while, and added, if the earth is a huge amounts of watermelon, then what I see now, it seems that someone dug a big spoonful of watermelon at the place where the Xavier Manor is located. So you can understood, boss. Nick Fury fell into 3 minutes of silence. He seemed to be looking at his phone, and he seemed to be asking for news. Phil Coulson, you have such a FG sense of humor. The voice came again, but he couldn't help but swear, FK, I saw this huge crater through satellites? But can you tell me why such a large place disappeared without warning? Not without warning, sir. Phil Coulson didn't care about the boss's rage, and reported faithfully, 10 minutes ago, I felt a strong tremor and thought it was an earthquake, so I stopped on the side of the road for a few minutes. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted roughly by Nick Fury. Are you trying to tell me that someone dug such a big hole in the earth, and it took AF**ing just a few minutes? When he said this, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was clearly extremely irritable. He definitely knows that the X-Men are all powerful, and Charles is one of the most powerful mutants in the world. The handwriting in front of me is too big? The most important thing is that, while he was talking, he had all the departments of S.H.I.E.L.D. running at full speed. However, the information sent back was that there was no other movement except the tremors that lasted for a few minutes in the twisting city. All the satellites that S.H.I.E.L.D. can control searched with all their strength, and found no clues. It looks like a large piece of land has been dug away. Just disappeared out of thin air. I think so, sir. Phil Coulson still responded honestly, other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. It seems that about the Xavier Academy, there is a powerful force that we don't know about. Nick Fury took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart. The brain is running fast. This power is definitely related to X-Men. They just saved so many people at the Hammer Industries Expo, and a few hours later, the entire Xavier Academy disappeared. This is definitely not a coincidence. So, it's not that there is an external force that erased the entire Xavier Academy from the Earth, but that this force belongs to Xavier Academy. It made the entire Academy disappear from everyone's sight. What is this for? Thinking of this, Nick Fury felt his head start to ache. In the top secret information of S.H.I.E.L.D., Professor X has always been far more threatening than Magneto. His spiritual ability is enough to erase the brainwaves of countless human beings in an instant. He is an existence that is 100 times more terrifying than nuclear bombs. Such a powerful mutant leader who was originally friendly to humans, suddenly hid his base camp. Does this mean that his attitude towards humans has changed? But looking at the performance of X-Men, it doesn't look like it. Anyway, this is not a good signal. Nick Fury deserves to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come to a useful conclusion. He simply stopped thinking about it and gave orders to Phil Coulson. No matter what they want to do, there will definitely be a next step to increase the monitoring of the mutant incident. As long as the X-Men show up again, they will report as soon as possible. In addition, let the weapons department speed up the manufacture of anti-psychic helmets. Hearing this sentence, Phil Coulson's complexion changed slightly. Boss. He was about to speak when Nick Fury's deep voice reached his ears. Phil Coulson, we're getting ready for a war. A few days later, Lynn is back in the Second World headquarters again. He was in a pretty good mood, because when he woke up this morning, what came to his mind was a 5-ring magic. Super dynamic visuals? Another powerful magic that can stabilize one's body? Now, the passive magic on his body is 7 rings steel body, 7 rings spiritual immunity, and 5 rings early warning, which have initially taken shape to become a fort mage. But in this world, there is no lack of ability with outrageous speed. It is necessary to keep a super dynamic vision magic. Moreover, this magic will continue to superimpose. In the next 3 months, it will be a constant once a day, at least to the level of the 7th ring. Lynn made a decision immediately. Entering the conference room, Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto have all arrived, including Phoenix. In addition, there is Lewis, the head of X Fund, and the financial team hired from Wall Street with high salaries. Boss. Seeing Lynn, Lewis was the first to stand up and say hello. His tone and attitude were much more humble than before. Because just last night, Professor X called him and officially dismissed him as the head of X Fund, and appointed him as the Chief Operating Officer, (COO) of the Second World Technology Company instead. The President and CEO of Second World are both Lynn, so his job as Chief Operating Officer is to assist Lynn and manage the company's daily operations. To be honest, Lewis was extremely puzzled by this. He and Mr. Xavier have been working together for many years, and they have been very happy with each other, and the operation of X Fund is also quite good. So he has no idea what Mr. Xavier is thinking, as if this Second World is much more important than the Xavier family's fund. It's fine to invest a lot of money, but now you have to transfer yourself? The X Fund doesn't care anymore? When Lewis received the call, his first reaction was that he was fired, but when talking about the salary, Mr. Xavier offered him a price far higher than before. He was dumbfounded at the time. Then she faintly understood that this was her trust in him. It is precisely because of the foundation of many years of cooperation that this job will fall on him. It can be seen that Mr. Xavier attaches great importance to the Second World far beyond his imagination. After figuring this out, he spent the night adjusting his mentality, and when he saw Lynn again, he had already entered the working state. After contacting for a while, he knew that Lynn didn't like nonsense, so he immediately looked at the person in charge of the financial team. Let's start reporting. Mr. Lynn. The person in charge nodded, and reported excitedly, according to your instructions, we invested 100 million in small shares in batches, and made the largest double leverage, shorting the stock of Hammer Industries several times in a row. Since Justin Hammer was arrested, the stock of Hammer Industries has fallen off a cliff. During this period of time, the funds in all accounts have exceeded 500 million. P.S. After checking, it seems that shorting U.S. stocks has a maximum leverage of twice as much, and a maximum profit of 100%. The gains in the stock market did not surprise Lynn. Thousands of well-known spectators almost died at the gunpoint of the steel soldiers of Hammer Industry, and the impact was too great and bad. Even if it is found out afterwards that the manipulator behind the scenes is Yvonne Vank, Hammer Industries cannot get away with it. Justin Hammer is about to face extremely serious charges. After all, his performance that night proved that he and Yvonne Vank are in the same group, and the act of framing Wolverine under the eyes of everyone has ruined everyone's favor. The stock price plummeted. So normal? In such a situation, even if the other shareholders mobilize all their energies, it is impossible for the military leaders who have interests in them to come forward to help at the risk of the world. Even, I don't know how many people, wishing that Hammer Industries would be left alone. Those capitals who came here after smelling the smell showed their greedy fangs without any hesitation. All in all, Lynn earns only a drop in the bucket because of limited funds. After the report was completed, the person in charge concluded, according to the current situation, Hammer Industries' share in the arms market is being divided up rapidly. If there is no accident, there is a high probability that it will go bankrupt, so we continue to short. It doesn't make sense anymore. Hammer Industries will not go bankrupt. Lynn waved her hand, and under the puzzled eyes of everyone, she slowly said, after closing the position, 20% of the funds will be used for company expansion, and the rest will be used to buy the bottom of Hammer Industrial stock. This time, we do more. As soon as these words came out, not only the people in the financial team were stunned. Lewis was also dumbfounded. Buying the bottom. His eyes flashed, and he quickly realized, Boss, do you have any inside information? Is it possible that the military will end and keep Hammer Industries? Lynn shook her head and stretched out 3 fingers. In 3 days, Stark Industries will announce to the public that it will start the process of acquiring Hammer Industries. He's not worried about leaks. These few members of the financial team will stay here for a period of time, and they will not be able to leave at all. External information and phone calls will also be monitored by Alice. No word ever gets out. As for Lewis, he is considered half of himself now, and if he wants to follow suit, he can naturally make a fortune. This is the chance for him? Lynn is very clear that only benefits can make people die. As the chief operating officer of the second world, Lewis will earn 10 times or 100 times more money than before. At that time, even if he knows that he is working for Mutant. Instead of feeling angry, he will become the vanguard of Mutant. Sure enough, when he heard Lynn's words, Lewis's eyes immediately lit up with joy. The Stark Group is going to acquire Hammer Industries. As soon as the news comes out, the stock price will definitely rise sharply. As he spoke, awe grew stronger in his heart. The methods of this young new boss are simply terrifying. First, he made a lot of money by shorting Hammer Industries. Now, when everyone is not optimistic about Hammer Industries, he is doing the opposite, planning to buy the bottom and make a fortune. In the stock market, the profits of long positions are much higher than those of short positions. At that time, the 400 million invested will at least be multiplied several times. This is not just knowing some inside information, you can do it. More like, create conditions to make money in the stock market. What's hidden in it? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. No wonder the boss said that the funds he controlled were never 100 million. And such a large sum of money turned out to be only the startup capital of the second world. Thinking back to what Lynn said when they first met, Lewis was secretly stunned, but he didn't understand that serving as the coup of the second world might be the greatest opportunity in his life. This thigh must be hugged tightly. Lynn didn't talk nonsense and continued to assign work. Hammer falls, Oasis eats. With the amount of money obtained from the stock market in the next period of time, the capital situation of the second world is completely sufficient, and the expansion can be accelerated. So what we need to do now is to set up game distribution points in major cities around the world. In this way, it can be connected with Stark Industries production and transportation channels all over the world. As long as Oasis is officially released, players all over the world will be able to purchase game equipment immediately and feel the infinite charm of the second world. This is one of the most important preparatory work in the early stage. Although tedious, it is not difficult. It's nothing more than spending money. Lynn believes that with Lewis' ability, it can be arranged as a whole. At the same time, he also arranged Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto in this team to increase experience and knowledge. It's the same sentence, don't care about the cost, speed is the key. Lynn emphasized this point again, and waved his hand, letting Lewis take Iceman and others away. His gaze turned to Shadowcat Katie. The matter of Daily X is very simple. Shadowcat took out a stack of documents and said, according to the plan, the company is registered in my name and has nothing to do with the second world. The app has already been developed and can be released at any time. As she spoke, she curled her lips. Lynn, you have already arranged these things, which makes me feel very unfulfilled. Unlike world-renowned media companies such as Bugle Daily and Planet Daily, X Daily is positioned as a new media, focusing on short videos, and has never thought of entering the newspaper or TV market. The era of smartphones has arrived, and no one knows better than Lynn the terrifying influence of self-media such as short videos. So this matter, as Shadowcat said, is not too difficult. All you need is an app. As for the app of X Daily, Lynn has already developed it with reference to TikTok, overseas version of a certain music, from her previous life. The later operations can be handed over to Alice. What needs to be done now is to use the fastest speed to let the whole world know the existence of X Daily, accept and use it. In response to this, Lynn also arranged the X-Men documentary as a hot spot. No wonder, Shadowcat will feel that he is a tool man. Stop complaining, your task is heavy. Lynn smiled and looked at the two daughters Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee. From now on, your positions will be officially confirmed. Qian Huan, as the technical director of the second world, will upgrade Alice at the same time, and KDPU Ms. Ryder. Congratulations on becoming the chief reporter of X Daily. Shadowcat's ability is through objects, not suitable for combat. But it is very difficult for others to hurt her. Over the years, with Lynn's help, she has developed her own abilities to a very powerful level, no less than Storm and other X-Men. There is no one more suitable as a reporter for X Daily than her? Clear. Shadowcat stopped joking and nodded. From now on, the mutant channel will be handed over to me. This was planned long ago, and she had always been mentally prepared. It was Jubilation Lee who said a little unconfidently, Lynn, the technical department is the core department of the second world. I'm afraid I'm alone. After all, she had just stepped out of school, and she suddenly had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, so she inevitably felt uneasy. Seeing this, Shadowcat took her hand and encouraged him, be confident in yourself, Qian Huan. Looking around the world, in terms of artificial intelligence, you are second only to Tony Stark. Katie's right, you can do it. Lynn nodded, with a look of mystery on his face. Definitely, it's too hard for you too. I found an assistant for each of you. Assistant. Jubilation Lee and Shadowcat looked at each other in surprise. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Lynn took out her mobile phone and put it on the table. Alice, connect to the video call. Got it, boss. Following Alice's response, 2 rays of light flickered, opening 2 holographic projection screens. It turned out to be 2 women. One of them is a typical Western beauty, with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. She wears red lips and a pair of glasses, giving people a kind of intellectual and wild beauty. Felicity Simok, an IT genius I recruited from the Star City Quinn group. Lynn introduced, and then looked at another mixed-race woman with oriental beauty, Sky, the world's top hacker, one of my friends on the dark web. Sky showed off her figure in a black leather jacket. Hey, Lynn. The two greeted each other at the same time. Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee felt keenly that the two women were no strangers to Lynn, and they didn't look like they had been in contact for a while, but they felt like old friends. Do not? There seems to be some ambiguity between the eye contact. But hasn't Lynn been in the academy all these years? How do you know people outside the academy? The two women looked at each other, with a trace of vigilance in their hearts at the same time, but they still greeted enthusiastically on the surface. Felicity, Sky, welcome to the second world. Felicity and Sky have just arrived at the appointment, and after they settle down, they will come to the company to report. Lynn explained, looking at Jubilation Lee. Felicity graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and her computer skills are quite good. With her as your assistant, your work will definitely be much easier. Then there is Shadowcat. Sky is your assistant. After the mutant documentary is released, she will use hacking methods to spread the edited short video all over the world and attract traffic to Daily X. There is no doubt that Felicity and Sky are the top computer talents in the world. In the movie plot, the former is the technical consultant of the Green Arrow team. The latter, the future Vibe Girl, would eventually become the inhuman descendant of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Lynn has planned for many years. How could she let go of this kind of help? Over the years, the three of them have had countless exchanges on the dark web. It can even be said that Felicity and Sky have today's hacking skills, and Lynn has contributed a lot. For the two daughters, he can be regarded as a mentor who is also a teacher and a friend. It's just that among the two girls, Felicity is not a mutant, and Sky has not yet touched the obelisk and obtained super ability. Lynn has never recruited them. Not long ago, when he was about to have a showdown with Professor X and really start planning, he finally found the two girls and invited them to join the second world. As for the method of invitation, without him, they just slept separately. With the in-depth exchanges, let's talk about cooperation. Everything is logical. The next day, a video suddenly went viral on the internet. In the video, Wolverine, who has been in the limelight recently, is tied to a laboratory table, pierced into the body of the instrument, as if the mercury-like liquid is flowing and pouring into his body quickly. Wolverine twisted all over and let out a terrible wail. And behind him, stood a middle-aged man in military uniform. His face was full of excitement. His expression was crazy and distorted, hideous like a ghost. The screen flashed, and the symbol of the beautiful country appeared, the Statue of Liberty. At the top of the goddess statue, a sci-fi instrument is spinning crazily, and the milky white light is spreading crazily towards the surroundings. On the small island not far away, there are dense figures gathered, from various countries, and it seems to be the scene of an international conference. The milky white light was like a wave, and it was about to swallow the island. Still Wolverine? He stretched out his bone claws, and tried his best to prevent an old man from continuing to operate the machine, but the old man seemed to be able to control his bone claws. No matter how hard he tried, the claws were not worth an inch. At the critical moment, Cyclops, Phoenix, and Storm appeared on the screen. Seeing Cyclops aiming for a long time, a red light shot out suddenly and hit the old man's back. Wolverine's claws that had been waiting for a long time stabbed and slashed out, tearing up the instrument on the spot and scattering it in all directions. The milky white wave that was about to swallow the island disappeared immediately. Senior officials from all over the world looked at each other with joyful expressions on their faces. What is this video? A new movie coming out. It's not a movie. Isn't that strong man with claws the same as the mutant who gave his life to save people at the Hammer Industry Fair? Yes, the other three too. I saw it in the live broadcast. Then what's the situation? This video only lasted for 1 minute, but it aroused the curiosity of countless netizens. Before they had any doubts, the video automatically gave the answer. X-Men documentary, Mutants Past and Present. X Daily exclusive report. Please download. Daily X. At some point, all the netizens who saw the video reacted, quickly turned on their phones, and soon found the X Daily app, which was a simple X icon. Open it and see that everyone can post videos and share every bit of life. Such a novel software immediately aroused the interest of many people. But now is clearly not the time for research. In the X Daily, there is currently only one mutant channel, and when you click on it, there is only 1/2 hour long video. A female reporter with a sweet smile spoke slowly. Recently, what happened at the site of the Hammer Industry Expo triggered a discussion that swept the entire network. After in-depth investigation by our reporter, it was a superhero group composed of mutants called X-Men who came to save people that night. It is dedicated to combating mutant crimes and protecting the safety of the public. In order to let the general public have a deeper understanding of X-Men, this newspaper exclusively produced the X-Men documentary. Please watch it. Without further ado, the feature film begins. To the audience's surprise, it was not any of the four Wolverine who appeared first, but a well-mannered young man. Looking at the background building, it seems to be in the 1960s. And as soon as this person appeared, he showed the powerful ability of mind control, but he did not use his super ability to do any bad things, but cooperated with the CIA. He even became lovers with a female agent of the CIA, Moira MacTag. This surprised all the audience. As early as the 1960s, the government actually cooperated with Mutant. This Charles is the creator of X-Men. X-Men turned out to be an official organization. After the shock, the audience soon discovered that the purpose of this organization was to deal with the Hellfire Club headed by Sebastian Shaw. This evil mutant organization actually led the Bagu missile crisis and wanted to trigger a world war. Just a little bit, and they made it. The whole world will be involved in the flames of war and become victims of the war? Fortunately, at the critical moment, the original X-Men stopped them and saved the world. Just in the process, Charles's friend, Eric nicknamed Magneto, was influenced by the idea of Hellfire Club, turned his back on his friend, and created the Mutant Brotherhood, intending to destroy human beings and let mutants rule the world. The original X-Men also split, with several members switching to Magneto. Charles is miserable. The audience who were unknowingly substituted into the plot could not help but feel sympathy for Professor X. Next, in order to protect the world, the X-Men fought against the Mutant Brotherhood several times, and the number of personnel became less and less. In desperation, Professor X could only find a way to recruit new members. Storm, Cyclops, Phoenix are added in this process. However, when the X-Men fought desperately for humanity, but he was backstabbed by the human government. Military Colonel Wilhelm Stryker launched the Inhuman X-Weapon program, and conducted various experiments on mutant to annihilate human figures. What surprised all audiences was that many of those experimental subjects were actually soldiers who served the country. Wolverine Logan is a member of some special forces. My god, this Wilhelm Stryker is not human. These are heroes who fought for the country. Just because they are mutants, are they going to be subjected to such inhumane experiments? What does the military want to do with this Weapon X program? Among the experimental subjects, there are actually many ordinary people, Deadpool, etc. They're trying to make an artificial mutant. Great gift crab, this Wilhelm Stryker should go to hell. Through Wolverine's memories, the audience learned about the military's X-Weapon program, and also saw the brutal human experiments in the base. At this time, anyone with a little conscience feels that the military is devoid of humanity. Everyone can't wait to cross the screen and beat Wilhelm Stryker to death. The audience breathed a sigh of relief as Wolverine rescued the imprisoned mutant and teamed up with Victor to defeat Deadpool. What makes them feel extremely sad is that Wolverine has suffered such inhumane torture, but she still maintains a kind heart. After meeting Professor X and formally joining X-Men, he did not turn his back on human beings, but stood up bravely to face Magneto. Even Magneto's super ability can restrain him naturally. Next, there is the content in the trailer. Magneto wants to use machines to transform humans all over the world into mutants, and that transformation seems to be successful, but it will actually kill people. The X-Men gather to fight the Mutant Brotherhood on the Statue of Liberty. Saved the world again. After watching the entire documentary, countless viewers fell silent. It turns out that mutants are not all freaks and villains, but there are also superheroes like X-Men. It turns out that in a corner we don't know, the X-Men have done so much for human beings. It turns out that the sinister human heart is more terrifying than the super ability of the mutant. Turn out to be. We've been misunderstanding the mutant group. As the documentary spread like a virus, everyone suddenly discovered that the official Fang Yin had kept so many inside information about mutant. A different kind of emotion quietly permeated the world. Although, just a trickle for the time being. But as time goes by, these emotions gradually magnify and converge, and sooner or later they will form a huge wave, which will turn the current mainstream public opinion upside down. Like bombs, they exploded in countless places around the world. The impact of this documentary has scared countless people. In an unknown land, in a prison made entirely of plastic. Magneto has been here for quite some time, but he was in no hurry. The jailers who guarded him were very strange. Why was a mutant careerist who wanted to destroy mankind, after being reduced to a prisoner, still so calm, as if he was on vacation? The answer to this question has not been revealed until today. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 iron balls whistled back and forth under the control of Magneto, as if tens of thousands of bullets were fired at the same time, and the vulnerable plastic prison soon became ruins. With incomparable astonishment and unwillingness, the jailers turned into corpses. They died so fast that they didn't even react. All people who enter and leave this place will be strictly inspected, and it is impossible to pass if the iron content in the body exceeds the standard. Where did Magneto get the iron ball? Humans are a bunch of idiots. I haven't figured it out for such a long time. The reason why I was trapped here was never because I was caught, but because I lost to Charles. Magneto's eyes were indifferent, and the blood did not bring any fluctuations to his mind. Walking out of the prison, a blue figure appeared in front of him. Raven. A long-lost smile appeared on Magneto's face. From the moment I sensed that the iron element in the jailer's blood exceeded the standard, I knew it was you who came. Eric, sorry to interrupt your vacation. Mystique was a little excited, but quickly hid it. I originally planned to rescue you after I was fully prepared, but recently, the outside world has changed too fast, and we need your wisdom. Magneto was slightly taken aback. The rescue plan was launched earlier. Yes. Mystique nodded, took out a mobile phone and handed it over. Look at this. Magneto took it. What is playing on the phone is the X-Men documentary, in addition to some news collected by Mystique. After a long time, Charles. Magneto's eyes were full of shock and surprise, and he didn't speak for a while. Mystique understood what he meant, and spoke out for him. Charles is not the same as before. Yes? Although it has been a long time since he had contact with the outside world, through this video and a few news reports, Magneto was keenly aware of the strangeness. If it was Charles before, he would never do such a thing. Take the initiative to expose X-Men and make it into a documentary? The most important thing is this X Daily? Even the name is so high profile? This is to take the initiative to stand under the sun and let people all over the world know his existence? What does he want to do? Magneto never imagined that he had only lived in the prison for a while, and the wind and clouds outside were already turbulent, and the wind and rain were about to come. He frowned and asked, "This video spread quickly. Soon?" Mystique nodded. "Right now, almost everyone knows the names of Professor X and X-Men, definitely, including our mutant brotherhood." Speaking of this, she had a strange look in her eyes. "Eric, you are now a world-renowned villain, and many people even want to let the authorities conduct a public trial on you." Magneto's old face was gloomy. "My reputation, completely ruined?" Although he didn't care about it, he was unavoidably upset when he heard such news just after he was released from prison. At the same time, he was even more inconceivable. How could those arrogant and stupid politicians let this go? Didn't they think of blocking the video and blocking the Daily X? "I've tried it a long time ago, but I can't do it." The weird look on Mystique's face became more and more intense. X Daily's app seems to contain a virus, and the major platforms can't take it off the shelves at all, and once downloaded, it can't be uninstalled. Magneto understood instantly. The power of technology. He muttered to himself, and found that Charles was more and more different from his own impression. He has mastered a technological power beyond the times, so he is so unscrupulous. Yes, because of this, the video cannot be blocked at all. Mystique continued. "Now, the officials of various countries are having a headache because more and more people are affected and begin to change their attitudes towards mutant." Magneto gasped. He finally understood. Charles, deviate from his philosophy. When this guess came out of his mind, he felt his scalp tingling. He is still working hard for mutants' future, but the direction and means are completely different from before. If anything, Mystique was just shocked and amazed by it. He is filled with an indescribable fear and anger, because after so many years, he's been fighting and working with Charles for so many years, have never changed each other's thoughts and ideas, but now, Charles has changed. In this world, no one knows Professor X better than Magneto. He is very clear that Professor X has insisted on his way for so many years, and it has already been integrated into his bones. It is absolutely impossible for him to change suddenly and want to try another way, so there is only one possibility for this transformation. Someone else influenced him? Eric, we hadn't thought of this approach before, but it turns out that Charles does it very well. Mystique sighed deeply. During this time, not only the direction of the mutant is changing, but even among the mutant group, there are not a few people who are affected. As soon as these words came out, Magneto's head buzzed. Mutant Brotherhood, what happened? His face suddenly became more ugly. Mystique said cautiously, "Many people have been shaken, and they want to join Charles." Boom, boom, the two small iron balls that had been controlled by Magneto suddenly exploded. "What?" He let out a strange laugh, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Those guys who follow the wind, do they think that X-Men has a better future? Just because of this video, the direction of humans' attitude towards mutant has changed a little bit?" Mystique has a deep understanding of this. "Eric, you have been away for too long." "Yeah, I've been gone too long." Magneto nodded. "Although during this period of time, I have not been wasted, but have been reflecting on the last failure and thinking about the future of the mutant group. But after all, it has been a long time since I appeared in the public eye." Accompanied by these words, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and a powerful aura of looking at the sky emerged from his thin body. "Go check." He glanced at Mystique, and ordered unquestionably, "I want to know, who is it that can have such a big influence on Charles?" Mystique nodded. Just about to respond. Suddenly there was a soft response in my ear. "Mr. Lane's hair, Ms. Darkholme, there is no need for you to waste this time. I've been waiting here for a long time." The disillusionment curse was lifted, and Lynn's figure appeared in sight. The pupils in the eyes of Magneto and Mystique shrank to the extreme in an instant. "The two of us have been talking here for so long, and someone has been peeping secretly. Who are you?" Mystique screamed in surprise, swiped her hands behind her back, pulled out two pistols from nowhere, pointed at where Lynn was, and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Compared with the X-Men, she is obviously much more decisive. In the face of uninvited guests, the shot is fatal. Bang 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 bang. The two guns trembled, and the bullets roared out. But to her horror, all the bullets stopped half a meter in front of Lynn. It's as if there's an invisible wall of air. Get it all stuck. 3-ring magic air shield. "Ms. Darkholme, don't be so nervous." Lynn waved his hand, and a dozen bullets whoosh and whoosh turned back. The speed was 10 times faster than before, and they all passed Mystique's head. Before Mystique could react, the ground under her feet suddenly shook violently. A stream of soil spewed out, turning into 5 circular shackles in the air, locking her hands, feet, and slender waist. Soil modeling magic, 3 rings and soil lock. With a flick of her fingers, Lynn locked the shackles on Mystique's hands, and flinched suddenly. Severe pain came, and the two pistols fell immediately. "Eric!" Mystique screamed. Magneto hadn't thought of making a move at first, but seeing this scene, his eyes suddenly froze. The plastic prison is located deep underground, where he definitely cannot exert any strength, but at the moment, he has come out of the underground prison and has come to the part above the ground. Here, metal is everywhere. Chi 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 dash. Accompanied by the sound of howling through the air one after another, the guns on the guards who had been dealt with by Mystique all flew up, but they did not shoot at Lynn, but melted and stretched in the air, turning into a sharp metal needles. Dozens of metal needles shot at Lynn like a storm. Lynn's eyes flickered slightly. Facing Magneto, he did not defend as before, but chose to attack and attack. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, beams of light shot out, and the oncoming metal needles exploded with a bang and bang. 4 rings crushing curse. What mutant are you? Magneto had a weird look on his face. In the short 10 seconds since Lynn appeared, he had already shown 3 completely different abilities, which made him feel extremely weird. But after asking, the movements of his hands did not stop at all. More metal was manipulated into needles, which were shot out in waves, like raging waves cascading. Lynn shook his head, raised his right wrist lightly, and the ground under his feet suddenly lifted, and the mud and rocks tumbling, gathered into a titan more than 3 meters high, lifting him into the air. Titan flapped his palms, like swatting a fly, and the metal needles that struck in front of him were sent flying with a bang and bang. Humph. Magneto frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect Lynn to be so difficult to deal with, and the summoned stone titan had amazing defense. The metal needle he manipulated failed to break through the defense. He snorted coldly, and the whole building vibrated immediately. All visible metal, even the steel bars in the walls were pulled out, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, gathering into a huge amounts of metal cluster. The next moment, the metal group suddenly split and turned into metal spears, sting towards the stone titan at Lynn's feet. The air is torn apart, making a piercing whistling sound. Aggressive? The power of these metal spears is far beyond the comparison of the metal needles just now. In just an instant, more than a dozen holes appeared on the stone titan. However, there was no joy on Magneto's face. In the line of sight, Lynn curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Dang Magneto, the development of his own abilities is so rough. That's all, that's all. Accompanied by his voice, a raging flame suddenly appeared on the stone titan under his feet. In an instant, he changed from earth to fire and became a fireman. The 4th ring shape-shifting technique was used last second. In this second, it became 5 rings summon Balrog. Roar. The Balrog roared, and the flames burning on his body were completely different from ordinary flames, presenting a dark purple color. I saw his arms waving, and flames shot out like ropes, and the dozens of metal spears that pierced the stone titan were actually rolled back from behind. A dark purple flame adhered to it, and within a few seconds, all the metal spears turned into molten iron. Magneto gasped. He was shocked by the terrible flame temperature. In a blink of an eye, his ability has been brought to the extreme, and the entire building collapsed, and all the steel bars, iron sheets, and metal products were pulled out by him and merged into the metal mass in front of him. But just when he shot again, the ground exploded with a boom, and a blue pillar of fire spewed out like a volcanic eruption. In just an instant, the metal ball was burnt red. Magneto's mind trembled, and he quickly manipulated the metal ball to avoid the flames, but at the moment, the air rippled slightly, and a violent and deep sound wave pierced his ears like a magic sound, drilling into his brain. He only felt severe pain in both ears, and the originally condensed spirit was instantly dispersed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lynn snapped her fingers with her right hand, and thick vines with green branches and red leaves rose from the ground, entangled Magneto's hands and feet. The vines grew at an unimaginable speed, and when they touched the collapsed floor above their heads, they spread out automatically, forming an incomparably huge hood, supporting the rapidly collapsing building due to the pulling out of the steel bars. Mystique, who was under control, saw this scene. His eyes were straight. From her point of view, the thick vine has become the only pillar in this space, and within this pillar, Magneto's body presents a large character, with a face full of horror and humiliation. The red leaf seemed to be on fire, and the position where it touched his body felt a burst of pain like a needle PK. Every time he wanted to concentrate on manipulating the metal, he would be interrupted by this sharp pain. He could only watch helplessly as the Balrog slowly collapsed under Lynn's feet, turning into flames and filling the entire space again. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be distorted into a dark purple nothingness. Lynn stepped on the flames and walked slowly in front of Magneto, with a faint smile on her face. Now, can we talk properly? Mystique's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and Magneto stared at Lynn. The disbelief in his eyes was so intense that he could hardly melt away. Losing his control, the metal cluster was scorched by the blue flames, and quickly turned into magma. However, in the high-temperature flames that fused iron into gold, the vines that trapped him were not damaged at all. This is outrageous. And that weird sound wave? It's all-pervasive and hard to guard against. Before that, Magneto was extremely confident in his own strength. Except for Professor X, who could instantly control him without the anti-psychic helmet, he didn't look down on anyone else in this world. Until now, facing Lynn, he suddenly realized that this young man was different from all the mutants he had encountered before. I've never seen so many mutants from ability. What's your name? After a long time, Magneto felt the bound vines loosen a little, and the pain eased, and finally said, "Listen to what you just said. Are you the one who influenced Charles? After all, it is the leader of the Hawk faction mutant. Under this situation, the momentum is still undiminished. My name is Lynn, a student at Xavier's school. While introducing herself, Lynn was quite satisfied with her performance in the previous battle. Facts have proved that his choice on the path of magic was not wrong. In this world where superheroes walk everywhere, the comprehensiveness of ability is more important than specialization. Magneto is undoubtedly one of the most powerful mutants in the world. The ability to manipulate metal is extremely powerful. In the future, it may evolve into manipulating magnetic fields. But in the face of endless magic, it can't play well at all. Lynn didn't even cast much powerful magic, except for the Blaze Demon and Sunvine of the summoning system, which are 5-ring magic. The others only have 3 or 4 rings. That phonological magic infrasound vibe even only has the 2nd ring. However, it is this 2nd ring magic that makes Magneto's magic sound permeate his ears, making him unable to concentrate, so that the use of his super ability is greatly reduced. This is also the defect of the mutant group. They may have various super abilities, but most of them are relatively single, and they may be targeted. But Lynn is different. The comprehensiveness of magic makes him have no shortcomings in all aspects. Naturally, there is no weakness. Student. Magneto had an expression of "You're FG kidding me, your strength far surpasses those X-Men, what can they teach you?" Before he finished speaking, he found that Lynn's expression didn't change at all. He immediately understood, "Are you really a student of Xavier College? Replacement as fake?" Lynn nods. Magneto's eyes changed again and again. So, Charles's way of doing things is completely different from before. In fact, he was influenced by you, a student? Are you going to tell me that the X-Men are listening to you now? In a way, that's true. Lynn's answer made Mystique's heart tremble. Are the X-Men all here too? His own plan to rescue Magneto has long been noticed by the X-Men, so just sit here and wait? Magneto obviously thought of this too, and his expression suddenly became complicated. Charles is here too. No. Lynn shook her head and glanced at Mystique. Actually, the professor didn't know that someone would come to rescue you. The reason I'm here is because I noticed Ms. Darkholm hacking into the prison network. That's all. Mystique was startled and angry. Magneto grasped the point of this sentence keenly. You are monitoring here. To be more precise, spying on you, Mr. Lane's hair. Lynn doesn't hold back either. She's telling the truth. Ever since the artificial intelligence Alice was developed, the first thing he did was to hack into the official network, find out the location of the prison where Magneto was held, and have been secretly monitoring it. For this moment, Magneto's scalp tingled. But at the same time, he felt slightly relieved. If what you said is true, then, judging from what you and Charles are doing now, you are not cooperating with humans. That is to say, they didn't wait for me to break out and then send me to jail, did they? Definitely. Lynn smiled. I just want to talk to you. Magneto glanced at the vines tied to his body and sneered. Is this how you talk to people? I didn't mean to. Lynn shrugged, without any intention of taking back the magic, but now, it seems that this is the only way you can listen to me quietly. As soon as these words came out, both Magneto and Mystique were speechless. After the silence, Magneto took a deep breath. Just tell me, what do you want to do? Lynn didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Ms. Darkholm has already told you about the changes outside. He glanced at Mystique and said, but there is one thing Ms. Darkholm probably doesn't know yet. Xavier College is preparing to open enrollment in the near future. At that time, mutant students from all over the world will gather together, which will inevitably require a large number of teaching staff. So, I would like to ask you, the famous Mr. Magneto, to be the vice principal of the Academy. By the way, we also invite Ms. Darkholm, as well as other elites from the Mutant Brotherhood, to serve as visiting professors at the Academy. Mutants don't lie to mutants. Xavier's school needs talents like you. Quiet. As soon as Lynn finished speaking, the blazing flame space suddenly fell into a strange silence. Both Magneto and Mystique looked dumbfounded. He even thought he was hallucinating. You. Magneto stared blankly at Lynn, and it took him a long time to react. He sneered and said, ask me to be the vice principal of Xavier College? Are you kidding me? No wonder he didn't believe it. It's because Lynn's words are so ridiculous. Who is he? Magneto? Leader of the Mutant Brotherhood? Fight against the X-Men's enemies for decades? How could it be possible to go to Xavier Academy, that mutant kindergarten that he didn't like at all, to be the vice principal? Are you afraid you are dreaming? Mystique stared at Lynn like she was looking at a fool, and the trace of fear she felt just now because of Lynn's powerful strength disappeared without a trace in an instant. She couldn't think of any other explanation for such an invitation except that she was out of her mind. It's a joke in the world? I know you don't believe it, but what's so ridiculous about it? Lynn smiled, not surprised by the reaction of the two. He looked at Magneto, his eyes full of sincerity. Xavier College needs high-quality professors, and you are one of the top mutants in the world, and the Mutant Brotherhood under your command are also elites, so I hire you. What's wrong with you? Can. Every word and sentence, resoundingly. How can there be a little bit of joking? Are you serious? Magneto's expression finally changed from sneering to astonishment. Then, a little dignified. As the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, he is undoubtedly one of the most intelligent and capable mutants in the world, but at this moment, he finds that he can't understand Lynn's brain circuit at all. He even felt that he was old. Are the young people of today so fierce? Reminiscent of the news brought by Mystique, he is not surprised that Xavier College is going to open enrollment. After all, what the X-Men have done during this period of time has made it clear that they do not intend to hide anymore. But even so, he still couldn't help asking, the open enrollment you are talking about is the kind that discloses your existence to the world, so that all mutants of the right age can enter the school openly. That's right. Lynn nodded slightly. Magneto stared straight at him. You asked me to be the vice principal, that is to say, the principal is still Charles. The other X-Men are still professors of the Academy. It's natural. Lynn answered decisively. There was a sneer at the corner of Magneto's mouth. Don't you know the grievances between me and Charles, Mutant Brotherhood, and X-Men? So what? Lynn didn't care about this. I invite you, just to teach students, not to resolve grievances. As soon as these words came out, the pupils in Magneto's eyes shrank suddenly. An unbelievable idea emerged from his mind. You just want us to check and balance the X-Men. Are you worried that Charles will dominate the Academy? You want to share his power. He thought he had guessed Lynn's plot, but after being shocked, he couldn't help admiring Lynn's means and courage. But I didn't expect. Lynn frowned upon hearing this, and looked at him speechlessly. As the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, can the situation be bigger? Aren't you committed to changing the situation of mutant? Why are you full of messy conspiracies? When speaking, Lynn couldn't hide her disappointment. Mutants are in danger of extinction at any time. To reverse the situation, we must unite all forces that can be united, especially the Mutant Brotherhood and X-Men, as the only ones in the mutant group. Elites should cooperate sincerely. You don't even understand such a simple truth. No wonder I wasted half my life and achieved nothing. Magneto never dreamed that one day, he would be taught by Professor X's students. Every word is like a needle, the needle hits the nail on the head. It directly negates all his efforts in the first half of his life. The mentality exploded on the spot. I did fail in the first half of my life, but you think you will succeed. He was ashamed and annoyed, and stared straight at Lynn. I don't deny that your methods are a bit unexpected, but you don't really think that you can make humans forget the threat of mutants by turning the tide of public opinion against mutants a little bit. Believe it or not, Xavier Academy is open for enrollment today, and tomorrow, the human army will enter the manor. This sentence is resolute and decisive. Facing his mocking eyes, Lynn smiled slightly. You may not know that Xavier Manor has changed its location, and the human army can't find it if they want to rush in. And when it reappears, it will be a giant that no one can shake. Due to the limitation of information, Magneto obviously couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. He could only sneer back. In this case, why do you still ask me to be the vice principal? It's very simple. Lynn said lightly. Although Charles is a respectable elder, he is not an excellent principal. His educational philosophy is too gentle, and he can only cultivate elites instead of warriors. In this regard, Mr. Magneto, you obviously more authoritative. And Xavier's school needs both elites and warriors. As we all know, Hogwarts, where only Dumbledore is the headmaster, has no future. It also needs a Grindelwald. In a way, Magneto and Professor X are the Dumbledore and Grindelwald of this world, fighting each other to no avail for the mutant group. But if their ideas can blend and collide in Xavier's school, the growth rate of the students will be predictable. Lynn is very clear that the students of Xavier's school must not be taught to be a group of sheep, nor can they be taught to be a group of war madmen. The combination of the two, with both kindness and thunderous means, is the talent that the mutant group really needs. Then, on this basis, learn all kinds of knowledge and improve various skills to survive in human society. For this, Lynn has even found out. The third principle, Xavier's school, need both elites and warriors. Magneto was taken aback. Lynn's frank treatment made him suddenly wake up. Perhaps. There was no conspiracy against Charles. There are no ulterior tricks either. Lynn's presence here simply invites them to contribute to the future of Xavier's school and the future of mutant. That's all. Thinking of this, Magneto's mentality quietly returned to calm. The young man in front of him is obviously also committed to saving the future of the mutant group, but his ideas and methods are different from himself and Charles. He somehow convinced Charles. Now, it seems that you still want to convince yourself? You want me to join your plan? As expected of Magneto, when he really calmed down, he immediately showed a vicious and precise vision. Relief finally flashed across Lynn's eyes. This is in line with the image of Magneto in his mind. The one just now was nothing more than a stupid old man who has been imprisoned for too long and lost touch with the outside world. He looked at Magneto with burning eyes, and emphasized again, Xavier's school needs talents like you. While speaking, he waved his left hand lightly, and the magic flames filling the space, the earth locks that trapped Mystique, and the sun vines that bound Magneto, all disappeared without a trace. Rumble? Without the support of the vine umbrella, the building continued to collapse. Countless stones and broken wood fell on their heads, but when they fell on top of the three people, they suddenly turned into flowing water, like thousands of raindrops pouring down. Magneto and Mystique trembled again, and subconsciously raised their arms to resist the rainstorm, only to find that there was no rain on their bodies. All the rain seems to deliberately avoid the location of the three of them. This scene is undoubtedly very visually impactful. Eric. Mystique couldn't help but look at Magneto, only to find that he had followed the leader for decades. After getting rid of the shackles, for some reason, he didn't have any intention of fighting back or fleeing. The old man just looked straight at Lynn. Are you not going to use force? I never thought of using strength to force, just like when you were against the X-Men, you never made a dead hand. Lynn smiled. Although she was young, she had an air of arrogance, because you and I know very well that unless there is enmity between mutants, there is really no need to fight to the death. These words were said from the mouth of a young man, which seemed extremely inconsistent with his age. However, Magneto and Mystique did not feel any disobedience after hearing this. The latter was inexplicably in a trance. She actually saw an aura in Lynn. The temperament of a leader? She has seen this kind of temperament in Charles, and she has also seen it in Magneto. In comparison, Magneto has a stronger leadership quality. But at the moment, compared with the young man in front of him, it seems a little insignificant. You want Xavier's school to open its enrollment and appear in front of the world openly, and then what? From the meeting until now, Mystique, who has no nonsense except hands-on, suddenly interjected, do you want to cultivate more X-Men, use the method of fighting mutant crimes, to please humans in exchange for peace? Or do you plan to rely on the Academy, cultivate an elite mutant army, and finally go to war with humans? Magneto was slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, the expression became complicated. Like-minded for decades, no one knows Mystique's character better than him. In order to change the situation of mutant, this woman would not hesitate to pay any price and take any means. She was a rare ruthless person in the mutant group. Speaking suddenly at this moment undoubtedly means she is a little moved. Perhaps it was the strength that Lynn showed that was so powerful that she was impressed, or it might be that during this period, Lynn's achievements seemed to be more effective than their past decades of efforts. Anyway, this woman is already thinking about Lynn's offer. Yes, young man, I would like to know too. Magneto sighed in his heart, but didn't say much, but looked at Lynn the same way. Even if you let the whole world recognize the existence of Xavier's school, so what? It's just a school after all. You're wrong, Mr. Magneto. Lynn's tone suddenly rose. Her eyes were lightning, deep, and firm. Actually, neither you nor Charles realized the value of Xavier's school, because you made a fatal mistake from the very beginning. Because of this mistake, the X-Men and the Mutant Brothers will never make it. This sentence is extremely confident. So much so that Magneto and Mystique's attention was firmly attracted. What's wrong? The greatest wealth of mutant has never been super ability. Lynn talked eloquently and expressed a completely different point of view from all mutants. Charles cultivated X-Men, and the members are all alpha-level and beta-level mutants, and the mutant brotherhood under your command is not too many at most. Just some gamma-level mutants. Maybe you don't even realize it. In fact, you have been measuring the strengths and weaknesses of mutants by the strength of super ability. But you have overlooked that alpha-level, beta-level, and gamma-level mutants have always been a minority. The number of mutant groups is not large, and you have been relying on a very small number of them. How can you compete with the huge number of humans? How can you reverse the situation of mutant? Same situation as the last time I faced Professor X. Magneto was also stunned when he heard this. This is an angle he never thought of. But now from Lynn's mouth, it seems not unreasonable. What do you mean? When Magneto was in a daze, Mystique couldn't wait to ask. It means that the Delta class, which has the largest number of people in the mutant group and accounts for 50% of the population, is the real backbone of the mutants. Lynn's words were sonorous and thunderous. The super abilities of Delta-level mutants are very weak, and they are not suitable for fighting, but their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Among them, many people's awakening abilities are brains that are more developed than ordinary people. Hi. Leaving aside the identity of a mutant, do you know what such a person is in human society? Elite. These two words, like two bombs, exploded in the hearts of Magneto and Mystique. And human society has been an elite society since ancient times. The elites control power, control wealth, control resources, control public opinion, control everything. So, if mutant wants to completely reverse the situation of survival and exert the power of Delta-level mutant, it is far more useful than setting up an X-Men or mutant brotherhood to please humans or go to war with humans. It is much more useful. The open enrollment of Xavier's school is aimed at this group of people. In the future, the Delta-level mutant will become the real mainstay of the mutant group. When they graduated from Xavier's school, they dispersed and returned to human society. Can you imagine what's going to happen? Neither Magneto nor Mystique answered this question. They can't help but imagine the picture Lynn painted. Then, it's just numb. There is no way. The impact on the worldview is too great. As Magneto said, the X-Men documentary certainly set off a storm of public opinion around the world. But it is impossible for human officials to turn a blind eye. Almost every country reacted immediately, wanting to take X Daily off the shelves and block the dissemination of the documentary at the same time. But they couldn't do it. After the upgrade, Alice is an omnipotent god on the internet. No one can stop her except J.A.R.V.I.S. In fact, after finding out that there was nothing they could do, the officials of Pretty Country found Tony very cleverly, and wanted to use the power of J.A.R.V.I.S. But Tony directly slapped him back. It's not a crime, and it doesn't endanger the safety of the public. What does it have to do with me, Iron Man? Tony wasn't being polite at all. Tang Tang, the president of the Stark Group, is not an official running dog. He had no prejudice against mutants, and after Lynn hinted that night, although he didn't really believe that his father was also a mutant, he also had an inexplicable sense of identity with the mutant group. With such a mentality, he even felt that Lynn did a pretty good job. Faintly, he still has a feeling. The significance of this documentary is not limited to this, Lynn, there's a second hand. As it turned out, after what happened that night at the Expo, Tony knew Lynn better than most people. The X-Men documentary does have another role. It's a bait? Lynn is fishing? Mystique and Magneto are just the first fish to catch? Another fish. It's Wilhelm Stryker? Alkali Lake, a secret base hidden under the dam. The military's Weapon X program has been going on here for decades. As the person in charge of the project, Wilhelm Stryker worked wholeheartedly. Apart from arresting the mutant and finding suitable experimental subjects, he actually didn't care much about external affairs. But the X-Men documentary got here anyway. What followed was the public opinion that turned against Yingtian outside. Boom. In the office, Wilhelm Stryker angrily threw away his mobile phone and smashed a hole in the computer in front of him. His face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. You despicable mutant, this is trying to turn the world upside down. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world. He can be entrusted with important tasks by the military, and he is undoubtedly the smartest among smart people. And his attention to mutant is far more than many people. Therefore, he quickly linked a series of events including the X-Men's adventure to save people, the release of the documentary, and the disappearance of Xavier Academy out of thin air. Then draw the conclusion. Mutant wants to reverse his image? This is to want to stand upright in the sun? Humph. Wilhelm Stryker snorted coldly, and the coldness flickered in his eyes. I told those idiots above that mutant couldn't believe it. Only when they are all wiped out can they rest easy. So what about Professor X helping us catch Magneto? How about being friendly to humans? How about X-Men's dedication to fighting mutant crime? It's all just a disguise. But what happened? It's fine if someone in the CIA colludes with Professor X, but someone in the White House plans to form a mutant affairs department, and wants to rely on the power of mutant to solve the mutant problem. It's so stupid that it can't be cured. When he thought that only the military had been spying on Xavier Academy for such a long time, he was extremely angry. So at this moment, seeing those idiots being confused by a mere documentary, he actually felt inexplicably happy. It's just that this kind of fun only stayed for a moment. It was soon replaced by deep fear. Colonel, the current situation is not good for us. The captain in charge of the security of the secret base is Wilhelm Stryker's absolute confidant. He frowned and said, it seems that the X Daily cannot be removed from the shelves, and there is no way to block the spread of the documentary. If this continues, more and more people will change attitude towards mutant. What's the use of this? Wilhelm Stryker glanced at him coldly. Don't you think, whether or not to eliminate mutant depends on public opinion, rather than depending on the official attitude and the weapons in our military's hands? The captain froze for a moment. His understanding of politics is obviously far inferior to that of his boss. Some ignorant people who don't know the truth, even if they sympathize with mutant, they can't affect anything except spit on the internet. Wilhelm Stryker sneered, that Professor X has never been a smart person. He used to try to please us in exchange for peace, but now he changed his method, thinking that by influencing a little public opinion, mutant can stand in the sun. Ridiculous. He doesn't understand at all. The more mutant jumps up and down like this, the more jealous those officials in the White House will be. Maybe, someone has brought up the Mutant Registration Act now. It has to be said that his vision is extremely vicious. No wonder it can become the enemy of mutant. The captain thought for a while after hearing the words, and nodded thoughtfully. However, the Xavier Manor has disappeared out of thin air now. We captured Professor X and controlled his plan to eliminate all mutants. After a pause, seeing that Wilhelm Stryker's face remained unchanged, the captain added, moreover, that documentary doesn't only affect ordinary people. If there are heavyweights from both the military and political circles, they will feel sympathy for mutant. I heard that on the night of the Hammer Industry Expo, among the audience who were rescued by the X-Men, there were many big shots like state congressmen and consortium leaders. Wilhelm Stryker obviously thought of this long ago. Yeah, although public opinion can't turn the sky, it can't let it continue to ferment. He nodded slowly, and pulled out a file from the drawer. Also, to eliminate all mutants, the ability of Professor X is very important, and he must be drawn out. Seeing the photo on the file, the captain's pupils shrank suddenly. This blue-skinned, long-tailed mutant is not an experimental subject of the X-Weapon program. Instead, it was captured by Wilhelm Stryker and used the brain fluid of his son Jason to conduct controlled experiments. Jason is a mutant, and his ability creates illusions. Because he couldn't control his ability, he tortured his mother to death. Because of this, Wilhelm Stryker hated mutant deeply. Nightcrawler has been controlled by Jason's brain fluid. So, is the plan to assassinate the president going ahead of schedule? A few days later, the Stark Industries CEO's office. When Tony came out of the laboratory, the first thing he saw was Lynn sitting on his luxurious sofa, sipping red wine leisurely. I said, "Are you free recently? Why do you run to me every day?" He also poured himself a glass of wine casually. Tony asked with a puzzled face. "Definitely I'm looking for you." Lynn snapped her fingers, and there was a burst of movement in the temporary kitchen. Immediately afterwards, an automatically wrapped Regiamo floated out of it, and slowly flew in front of Tony. Tony is no stranger to the magic of magic. He took the Rugiamo, gnawed it with a mouthful of fragrance, and said with satisfaction, "Don't say that we are partners now, even if we are not, for the sake of the delicious food you prepared for me these days. What's the matter? Just say it." "Not yet." Lynn smiled, keeping her gaze on the TV. Suddenly, the TV screen flickered. Breaking news, reports live in Washington. The Oval Office of the White House was attacked by mutant, the president and vice president were assassinated. When the voice came, Tony's complexion suddenly changed. Mutant assassinated the president. He finished the Rugiamo in a few mouthfuls, and looked at Lynn in disbelief. "Don't tell me, this is what you've been waiting for. How is it possible? I am not a prophet, can I still predict?" Lynn glanced at him and shrugged innocently. "It's just that the download volume of X Daily has been a bit large recently, and the X-Men documentary has been widely spread. In this case, there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied with this. Just messing around." Tony was dubious. "You mean, someone assassinated the president to blame mutant? We can't talk about putting blame on it." Lynn pointed to the surveillance screen shown on the TV. "The assassin is indeed mutant." Tony became more and more puzzled. "Then you came to me for help to find this assassin. It's such a small matter, why bother you?" Lynn drank the red wine in the glass, got up slowly, and stretched. "Please trouble the famous Iron Man to make a move. Definitely want to arrest someone." "Looking for me? Arresting people?" Subconsciously, Tony wanted to say don't make trouble. Although he has just upgraded the steel battlesuit to another generation, he still has no confidence at all in the face of Lynn's strange magic. It's just to catch a mutant assassin, maybe Lynn doesn't need to do it, right? X-Men can handle it? Still need yourself? Wait. A flash of inspiration flashed in Tony's mind, and he suddenly realized, "You want me to be a witness?" "That's right." Lynn nodded frankly. "The X-Men have no law enforcement power. Even if the assassin is caught, it is likely to be said to be a self-directed and self-acted scene to confuse the public. Tony, X-Men's reputation is very important." Tony's expression was somewhat weird. He also collected some mutant information recently, and with J.A.R.V.I.S.'s ability, even the highest official secrets can be browsed at will, so he knows a lot of secret things. Throughout the mutant group, the major organizations that have appeared, whether it is Hellfire Club, Mutant Brotherhood, or X-Men, all have one characteristic in their work style. Ignore the rules. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, those mutants never seemed to think about seeking rights for mutants within the scope of the rules of human society. But the Lynn in front of him is completely different. He took the initiative to integrate into the rules, and even used the rules. This can be seen from what he is doing now. "Alice, connect Katie." Lynn took out her mobile phone and first called Shadowcat. "Are you in the academy now? Record a video for Charles and the others, send it to the mutant channel, and say that the president's assassination is a big deal, and X-Men will be there in a day. Catch the assassin and find out the truth." Clear. Shadowcat has been waiting for a long time, but there is no hesitation in response. Lynn continued, "After the video is released, let Charles use the brainwave strengthening device to find the location of the assassin, and the X-Men will set off immediately." Hearing this, Tony subconsciously wanted to put on the battlesuit, join the X-Men, and capture the assassin. Unexpectedly, Lynn's next words turned out to be, "Report the case to NYPD, and say that you have found clues to the assassin." NYPD. Tony was stunned, thinking he heard it wrong. "You asked the X-Men to go to NYPD. According to the information he has, Professor X seems to have some relationship with the CIA. If he wants to cooperate with the government, he should go to the CIA anyway. How did it get involved with NYPD?" Before he could figure it out, Lynn had already disconnected, and then made another call. "Mr. Eddie Locke, according to our previous communication, if you can show up at the gate of the NYPD headquarters within half an hour, you will get a breaking news that will make the whole world remember your name. Great gift crab special." "Mr. Lynn, aren't you really kidding me?" On the other end of the phone, there was a slightly irritable voice. "Although I am a reporter from the Global Daily, although I am eager to be promoted and raise my salary, and become a top reporter, why do you think I will believe that someone who has never met people? A reporter from Global Daily?" Tony was getting more and more disorganized. "Isn't it just to catch a mutant assassin? Why did you find a reporter? What the hell is this Lynn up to?" "Mr. Locke, you are missing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lynn said calmly, "As a media practitioner, I believe you have read the news, and you know the news of the president's assassination." Before the sentence was finished, the breath on the other end of the phone suddenly became short. "Is this news related to the assassination of the president?" Eddie Bulletin Locke exclaimed, and then spoke at a speed Tony couldn't imagine. "Wait for me, I will show up in 10 minutes. Then there was a series of pinging, and bangs, occasionally mixed with AFK and shit. See Lynn hang up. Tony couldn't bear it anymore, watched Lynn hesitate to speak, but opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Thousands of words, finally turned into a sentence of emotion. "Lynn, you're different from all the mutants. It's so different. Facts have proved that for the freedom of the press, money and fame, the media can show amazing efficiency." In just 10 minutes, Eddie Locke stood at the gate of the NYPD headquarters. "I don't know how many red lights I ran through along the way, but he didn't care about it. As long as he could get the first-hand news of the president's assassination, his status in the Global Daily would be greatly increased, and there was no suspense about his promotion and salary increase. At that time, money and beauties will have everything. Isn't that why you chose to become a reporter in the first place? And when he arrived at the destination, he found that the NYPD agents who came in and out were all talking about something with their mobile phones. After a little inquiry, he became more and more excited. The X-Men even issued a statement to catch the assassin within one day. His keen intuition as a reporter instantly made him feel that things were extraordinary. Something big is about to happen. He immediately called his boss, and after communicating with him as quickly as possible, he asked the other party to be ready for the on-site connection at any time. Sure enough, only 10 minutes later, a flight with a strange shape flew over from a distance, and then hovered above the street in such an open and aboveboard manner. The drop valve opened, and figures jumped down in the air. It is the X-Men quartet. X-Men, what are you doing in NYPD? Everyone who saw this scene was stupefied. Although recently, X-Men has gained a lot of fame on the internet, and many people have a good impression of it, and they are no longer as repulsive as before. However, appearing in such an aboveboard manner in Twisty City still made many people unacceptable. Eddie Boulet-in-Locke is definitely not one of these people. For him, the big news is the biggest news. What is the mutant? What is the threat to human existence? What does it have to do with him? What surprised him was that after the appearance of the X-Men quartet, they went to the NYPD to report the crime completely according to the normal procedure. What? Have you found clues to assassinate the president? Already locked the assassin's location. Because the X-Men don't have law enforcement authority, so come to NYPD to report. Let's send someone to arrest. Are you just assisting? After the agents of the NYPD General Bureau knew the purpose of Storm and others, they all froze on the spot. After working for so many years, this was the first time they received a report from Mutant. Haven't the X-Men been fighting against mutant crimes on their own? Why did it suddenly become normal? Are you still following the procedure? But how can there be any special process for this kind of thing? After receiving the report, the director of the General Administration was shocked and stunned, not to mention how tired he was. Now he just wanted to report to the higher UPS and kick this headache to the higher UPS. However, there were so many people outside who saw the X-Men and came to report the crime. Even reporters appeared. Even the cameras were set up. Is this accepted or not accepted? Mr. Director, the matter is urgent. Assassins will change positions at any time. We must rush there as quickly as possible. We don't have time to wait for your report to make a decision. You don't want to miss the opportunity to solve the assassination of the president, do you? Phoenix saw the director's hesitation and said straight to the point, we just need you to send a police detective with a small team of detectives. As soon as these words came out, the director woke up with a startle. Correct. The assassination of the president is a major case that has caused a sensation all over the world. As long as the case is solved and the person is arrested, it is a great contribution to NYPD and to him, the director. As for what to do after catching the assassin, what does it have to do with me? That's a headache for the higher-ups. Thinking of this, the director glanced at the camera in Eddie Locke's hand, and immediately said solemnly, it is about the assassination of the president, and the NYPD has a duty to do so. No matter what happens, we must first catch the assassin. As he said that, he looked at the police detectives behind him, who is willing to lead the team to carry out this mission. All the police detectives looked at each other, all acting like ostriches. They are all old fritters, and this kind of matter involving mutant is simply not something that small people at their level can get involved in. If the assassin is really caught, the chief must be credited. But the detectives who actually carry out the mission, God knows if he will be targeted in the future. Whoever likes to do it will do it. Anyway, I won't do it. Almost all the police detectives had this thought in their minds, and they also believed that other people thought exactly the same as themselves. It's just that they didn't expect that. Almost at the moment when the director's voice fell, there was a voice of appraisal from the crowd. I go. A beautiful police detective with a slender waist, round buttocks, and long legs came out, dressed in leather and boots, with a determined expression, showing a heroic demeanor. Chief, I am Catherine Beckett, the homicide detective of the 12th Precinct. Lead the team on this mission. All the detectives stared wide-eyed. The inspector of the 12th Sub-Bureau should come to the headquarters to handle business, right? How dare you accept this matter in public? Isn't this a slap in the face of all the police detectives in the headquarters? Want to make meritorious deeds and want to go crazy? It can be seen that this detective named Catherine Beckett has a certain reputation in the NYPD system. After all, as a policewoman, she can be promoted to detective, and she is also the detective of the homicide team, which means she has outstanding ability. What's more, this woman is so beautiful. The superposition of the two has absolutely unlimited future. Because of this, the police detectives couldn't understand her choice. Didn't she understand that catching the assassin was a great achievement, but at the same time, she would also offend many leaders who rejected mutant? The director made it clear that he was looking for the person responsible for it. It is good. Sure enough, when the director saw someone stand up, he ordered without any hesitation, Inspector Beckett, I give you 10 minutes to gather your agents and set off immediately. Yes. Catherine Beckett acted decisively and immediately picked up the phone. Don't be so troublesome, just get on the plane and pick them up, Phoenix said with a smile. She didn't use her mind-reading ability, but she could tell that this beautiful police detective named Catherine definitely had something to do with Lynn. Thinking of Felicity and Skyfa, who have already officially started work in the headquarters of the Second World, She couldn't help but her mind faltered for a while. That kid Lynn, who has been working on Oasis in the Academy all these years, why does he have contact with so many outsiders? And they're all beauties. How much is that guy hiding? And, how much preparation did you make? The Blackbird is flying fast at high altitude. Among the fighters, Eddie Boulet-in-Locke's face was full of excitement. He had been allowed to communicate with the Global Daily after arriving at the destination. Global Daily is a media not inferior to Bugle Daily and Planet Daily. It has its own news channel and has a huge number of viewers. Thinking that after the connection, I will appear on the screen and broadcast the arrest operation live to the audience. He trembled with excitement. Such a big event, how many audiences will it attract to watch? The ratings must not explode? After this incident is over, those damned vampires above can no longer stop me from being promoted? The salary I will be given at that time must be in line with the value of this news. In this case, mortgages and car loans will no longer be a problem. And Annie, if you are rich and famous, your marriage will be smooth. Thoughts were raging in his mind. Eddie Locke had already begun to fantasize about a better life in the future, and he was also full of gratitude to Mr. Lynn, whom he had never met. He knew very well that Mr. Lynn brought all this, although do not know the other party's purpose. But he can vaguely think of, my own value lies in my identity as a reporter from the Global Daily, so this live broadcast must not go wrong. That Mr. Lynn is very likely to be a mutant, and even the leader of these mutants. Just, why hasn't he shown up until now? With such doubts, the speed of the Blackbird fighter suddenly stagnated. Arrived. Storm, who was in charge of driving, said something, then turned his head to look at everyone. The coordinates provided by the professor are here. I'll wait here. You guys can make a quick decision. Don't worry, it will be done in 5 minutes. Wolverine Logan was smoking a cigar, a coldness flashed in his eyes. He has been waiting for this day ever since he regained his memory and had a secret conversation with Lynn. His bone claws are already hungry and thirsty. The Nightcrawler is hiding in a remote location, an abandoned church. After getting off the Blackbird fighter plane, everyone went straight into it. Cyclops, Phoenix, and Wolverine were in front, followed by Catherine Beckett with 5 or 6 agents. Eddie Locke was last. As soon as he entered the church, he set up the video camera and started connecting with the studio of Global Daily. Everyone, this is Eddie Locke's live broadcast. As everyone knows, half an hour ago, X-Men issued a statement claiming that within a day, the assassin who assassinated the president was captured. 20 minutes ago, because there was no law enforcement authority, X-Men went to NYPD to report the crime. NYPD sent Detective Catherine Beckett to lead a team of detectives to assist. And now, we have reached the place where the assassin is hiding. The picture was quickly transmitted to the studio. At the moment, outside the Daily News studio of the Global Daily, the person in charge who couldn't wait for a long time inserted the picture immediately. As a result, all viewers who watched the channel suddenly found that the program had become news. What's the situation? Why are you interrupting the news at this time? And it's still a live broadcast. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and they wanted to change the channel when they were cursing, but when they heard the voice of Eddie Boulet-in-Locke, everyone was stunned. Great gift crab special. This is, the X-Men are hunting assassins. A reporter was involved in the arrest operation, and the whole process was broadcast live. And the NYPD. Countless people's eyeballs dropped all over the floor. They never expected that they could participate in such an important event remotely. They picked up the phone and notified their relatives and friends who were not watching TV. As a result, 1 spread 10, 10 spread hundreds, and the number of people watching the live broadcast skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. Eddie Boulet-in-Locke's boss couldn't close his mouth when he saw the background data. However, Eddie himself, who was at the scene, was calm on the surface and extremely nervous inside. The mutant hidden in the church dared to assassinate the president. As soon as this thought came to his mind, there were bursts of prayers in his ears. At the same time, in the middle of the church, a mutant with a whole body blue, a buttocks, a face and a tail was kneeling on the ground, piously. Confess to God. The gap between this scene and his imagination was so great that he didn't react for a while, and to hear his confession. What is he saying? Sinful. I don't know why it appeared in the White House. I don't know why the president was assassinated. The words of confession coming from the picture are not clear, so all viewers are confused. But it doesn't matter anymore. Cyclops and Phoenix are close. Sir, we are NYPD. Cyclops glanced at Catherine, who nodded and approached slowly with a gun. It's just that before she finished speaking, Nightcrawler's figure suddenly disappeared from her sight, and when she reappeared, she was on top of a tall beam. He can move instantly. The well-informed Cyclops immediately wakes up. Phoenix quickly stretched out his right hand. Psychokinesis launched. Nightcrawler's body was frozen instantly, and an invisible force restrained his whole body. He couldn't even move a single finger. Cool. Eddie Boulet-in-Locke let out a cry of surprise. He thought he would experience a fierce battle, but he didn't expect the X-Men to make a move and take down the target so easily. This news still lacks explosive points. Phoenix controlled the Nightcrawler to slowly descend and float in front of everyone. Out of professional habits, Catherine asked, Sir, you are suspected of invading the White House and assassinating the president, and we are going to arrest you now. She still hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly there was a loud noise from the ceiling, and then, grenades fell like raindrops, scattered all over the church. White smoke gushed out of it. At the same time, dense footsteps came from outside. What's the situation? Everyone who saw this scene through the live broadcast was trembling. At this moment, even a simple-minded person, a thought flashed in their minds involuntarily. There is an ambush. Those smoke bombs are by no means unusual. Not only do they spread extremely fast, but they also contain a strong sleep-inducing function. The X-Men, NYPD, and others in the picture took a puff without paying attention, and they all fell down in unison. The X-Men who captured the assassin was caught by someone instead. Before everyone who saw this scene could react, they saw teams of heavily armed elite soldiers rushing in from all the entrances of the church, armed with various weapons. Most of them went straight to the fallen X-Men. A leader looked at the camera, picked up his rifle, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The audience before the live broadcast subconsciously shrank back. Immediately afterwards, his complexion became extremely strange. The camera was shot and apparently no longer live. The screen is still there? No one knows. It's on another beam on the right side of the church. Lynn, Magneto, and Mystique stood here, condescendingly watching what happened below. A transparent light shield enveloped the three of them. From the outside, it looked empty. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. It turns out that Wilhelm Stryker is your real target. Magneto's expression was extremely complicated. Compared to when he was just released from prison a few days ago, his spirit is much better, but the bewildered expression on his face is even worse than that. It seems that he still can't keep up with Lynn's methods. Lynn smiled slightly. See, you used the live broadcast of the Global Daily to let the whole world know that it was Wilhelm Stryker who controlled Nightcrawler to assassinate the president, and you used the credibility of the NYPD to convince those who watched the live broadcast that it was true. Magneto deserves to be Magneto. The matter has just begun, and he thought of many things. In this way, Wilhelm Stryker, no, the entire military can't explain it at all, and it will only be swallowed by the anger of the White House, the political circles, and even countless people. The military secretly controls mutant and wants to assassinate the president. This is a scandal that is enough to cause a sensation in the world. When the time comes, the military and the political circles will fall into infighting, and mutant will be able to clear the suspicion. You can even get unexpected benefits. Because, many people will subconsciously think, are the murders committed by mutant in the past also controlled by black hands behind the scenes? Are you blaming mutant too? Every time he said something, Mystique's face changed slightly. Lynn nodded. Not everyone is thinking about getting rid of mutant, otherwise, the Mutant Registration Act wouldn't have remained unpassable. With his hands behind his back, his eyes are calm, but he has a penetrating charm. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, all the prosperity of the world is for profit, and the world is for profit. Those congressmen and politicians who support the Mutant Children Registration Act are just trying to conform to public opinion and win votes. Those who disapprove of dealing with mutant may not mean it sincerely, and they may just do so, which will not do him any good. But so what? There's absolutely no need for mutants to be hostile to the entire human population. For those like Wilhelm Stryker who only want to eliminate mutant, we will eliminate them with a backhand. For those who do not reject mutant, we try our best to divide, win over, and even support them as spokespersons. In this way, more and more friends, fewer and fewer enemies. Mutant wants to walk in the sun dignifiedly. What's so difficult? Magneto and Mystique were speechless for a long time. The worldview formed over the years made them feel that this was an absurd idea, but when they thought about it carefully, they had to admit that it contained great wisdom that they had never thought of. Otherwise, why did Lynn achieve results with a little bit of trickery, but they still failed for decades? That's how you convince Charles. Magneto finally understood why Professor X indulged Lynn so much. He was thinking about Lynn's words, and suddenly thought of something. He looked down at Catherine, who was handcuffed by his own handcuffs, and other police detectives. This woman is the Delta-class mutant you mentioned. Yes, her ability is very weak, but her brain development level is slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Lynn nodded, then shook her head again. Actually, the agents under her command are all Delta-level mutants, and their physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people, so it is easy to enter while deliberately hiding their identities. NYPD, and the elite of it. Magneto suddenly realized. He definitely understood what Lynn meant. It's showing him the potential of a Delta-class mutant. It's not about super ability, it's about integrating into human society and controlling more voices. The purpose of bringing Catherine and others into this plan is to let the other party make great contributions, spread their reputation to the White House, and gain huge amounts of prestige in the police circle. Then support him step by step and become the spokesperson of mutant in the police circle. Then, what about the reporter? Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Magneto asked again, is he also a mutant? Lynn glanced at the unconscious Eddie Locke, and smiled. He's not, it's just an idle move. An ordinary global daily reporter, although valuable, is not too big. But in the future, if he is possessed by venom, that's another matter. Okay, I still have a lot of questions, so I'll just say them all at once. Magneto took a deep breath, looked away suddenly, and stared at Lynn with burning eyes. First, how do you know this is a conspiracy? Wilhelm Stryker is using Nightcrawler as bait to lure Charles out. Did you forget that I have been monitoring the prison where you are being held? Lynn patiently explained. Wilhelm Stryker often visits you, uses the special liquid medicine developed from his son's brain fluid to control your mind, and makes you tell a lot about Xavier's school, the most of which is, it's a brainwave strengthening device. Magneto's eyes flashed. So what? The brainwave strengthening device can only be used by Charles, so how could Wilhelm Stryker be interested in it? Lynn smiled. Obviously, his target is not just the strengthening device, but also Charles. If he can control Charles with brain fluid, he can easily kill all mutants instantly. But now, Xavier's school has disappeared out of thin air, and he can't find Charles. In this way, using the assassin who attacked the president as bait to lure the snake out of the hole is his only choice. Isn't it? Magneto gasped. He became more and more sure of his guess. Transferring Xavier's school was not just for hiding, but also for a more important purpose, which was to lure Wilhelm Stryker. Luring the snake out of its hole. Wilhelm Stryker is the snake? His reaction was beyond Lynn's expectations. But how do you know that he will control Nightcrawler to assassinate the president? The more Magneto thinks clearly, the more doubts in his heart. This is the premise of all plans. If Wilhelm Stryker hadn't done this, none of what is happening today would have happened. For this, Lynn definitely won't say it because he knows the plot well. He thought for a while and said, there are many kinds of magic, and one of them is a very special branch called prophecy magic. Prophecy. Both Magneto and Mystique lost their voices, which was extremely unbelievable. The two looked at each other and were about to talk again. Lynn has already said it for them. You must still want to ask, since I know about Wilhelm Stryker's plan and I am going to use it, why do I let the X-Men make a high-profile statement? In this way, if he gets the news, it is very likely will you notice the anomaly and cancel this operation. That's right. Mystique couldn't hold back any longer, and said, also, Wilhelm Stryker must have known about Eric's escape from prison, he's not an idiot. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. Not Lynn. It's Magneto. It was because I escaped that Wilhelm Stryker had to carry out this operation, because the only bait he used to lure Charles into the bait, which was me, was gone. When he said this, he looked at Lynn's eyes and was completely numb. So, even my jailbreak is in your plan, right? Lynn shrugged, non-committal. Mystique gasped. How did the young man in front of him have a brain? From the beginning to the end, Wilhelm Stryker hadn't even met him, and probably didn't even know of his existence, but he had already been played by him. In the applause, Mystique has no doubts that with Lynn's strength, he can easily crush Wilhelm Stryker. But he didn't do that. Instead, use what Wilhelm Stryker did to benefit mutant. Hit the military. Divide humans. Support Catherine. Building a positive image of the X-Men. Further deepening the public's sympathy for mutant. What kind of means is this? Thinking of this, Mystique trembled uncontrollably, and unconsciously felt a sense of awe towards Lynn. She was more excited than ever. This is the worship of the strong in his bones? So, in front of Magneto, she looked at Lynn and asked for instructions. The premise of all this is to expose the truth about Wilhelm Stryker's assassination of the president. Now that the X-Men are captured, shouldn't it be time for us to take action? Magneto's complexion changed suddenly. Lynn was calm. Who told you that the X-Men were captured? The Demon Heart girl was taken aback. Looking further down, the situation has changed drastically. It was Captain Adam Robert, Wilhelm Stryker's confidant, who was in charge of the arrest operation. He was born in the Navy SEALs, and his military literacy is extremely strong. His subordinates are also special elites. But after all, he had to face mutant elites like X-Men. Before he acted, he was actually ready to fight to the death. But I didn't expect things went so smoothly. Could it be that our own preparations are too sufficient? Although the special medicine mixed in those smoke bombs is one of the latest research and development achievements of Worthen Laboratory, its sleep-inducing effect is dozens of times stronger than similar medicines. Even if it is a mutant, as long as it takes a sip, it will be comatose for several hours. Not all of them will be recruited, right? Under the gas mask, Adam Robert frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Boss, the mutant who stayed outside wanted to come in to save people, but we also got rid of it. The sound from the earphones made him feel a little more relaxed. Either way, mission success is always a good thing. In sight, the team members wearing gas masks acted quickly, took out needles one by one, and injected Wolverine and the others to avoid accidents. Against mutant, they have a lot of experience. After checking it again, a subordinate came to report, Colonel, everyone has checked, and no target was found. AFK. Adam Robert cursed fiercely, took out the special communicator equipped with him, and connected with Wilhelm Stryker via video. The connection went very smoothly. Wilhelm Stryker's face appears in the frame. Adam, mission accomplished. Yes, Colonel, but Professor X didn't show up. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Adam Robert had a faint feeling that the boss in the video seemed a little different, but he still dutifully reported. At the same time, point the camera at the scene and scan it to let the other party see clearly. It doesn't matter, I caught the X-Men, don't worry about not being able to find a chance, and draw Professor X out. Wilhelm Stryker seems to have expected this long ago, and was not surprised. As long as Professor X is captured and his brainwave strengthening device is obtained, we will use his super psychic ability to destroy all mutants at once. Half the battle. Adam, you've done a great job. I'll report to the higher UPS when you come back from the team, and I'll give you credit for it. Adam Robert was overjoyed. Seeing that the smoke in the church had cleared, He simply took off his gas mask and respectfully saluted the screen. It's all planned by the Colonel. I'm just performing my duties. Don't be humble, Adam. Wilhelm Stryker smiled. Eliminating mutant is my wish for many years. If you can help me realize this wish, I will never treat you badly. Thank you, Colonel. Adam Robert was very excited, but then frowned again. By the way, Colonel, there was a little accident at the scene. People from NYPD came for some reason, and there was also a reporter from Global Daily, who seemed to be connecting on the scene. Live connection. Wilhelm Stryker's face changed instantly. You let the camera capture it. No. Adam Robert shook his head hastily. We all wore gas masks, and after I came in, I destroyed the camera as soon as I came in, and I definitely didn't get caught. That's good. Wilhelm Stryker breathed a sigh of relief. As long as your identities are not exposed, even if the audience saw it, they can only guess wildly. If they suspect us, just refuse to admit it. Yes, Colonel. Adam Robert nodded, and then asked, so, what should we do with these people? Should we bring them back together? Bring them back? Are you going to imprison them forever? Wilhelm Stryker sneered. We used Jason's brain fluid to control the Nightcrawler's assassination of the president. As long as there is a slight possibility of it being leaked, you, including me, will be finished. You don't understand such a simple truth. The killing intent in this sentence is not concealed. Adam Robert was startled, but Colonel, these people shouldn't have seen us. So what? Do you dare to bet? Wilhelm Stryker interrupted without any hesitation. To eliminate the mutant, we are fighting for the life and death of human beings, and there must be no accidents, not even a little bit. He stared coldly at Adam Robert. You should know what to do, right? Adam Robert swallowed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded heavily. Understood, Colonel. There is also that Nightcrawler, whose value is to assassinate the president, making the White House and the public hate mutant, agreeing to our plan to eliminate mutant. Now that the task is completed, his value is gone, let's solve it together. Wilhelm Stryker nodded in satisfaction, and casually added, I feel disgusted when I see his blue skin. Yes. Adam Robert promised in a deep voice, and gestured to his subordinates with his eyes. The subordinates received the order, and although hesitation lasted for a moment, they still picked up their rifles and came in front of Catherine, Eddie, and others. Da-da-da-da-da. After several gunshots, Eddie and others lost their lives in a coma. Soon after, Nightcrawler also ate the gun. This scene fell in the eyes of Wilhelm Stryker. He adjusted his glasses happily. Pray for me in the church. They died for the great cause of destroying mutant. God will remember them. As soon as these words came out, even Adam Robert and others were soldiers whose bounden duty was to obey orders. They couldn't help feeling sick. But Wilhelm Stryker didn't seem to feel it at all. I'm going to open the champagne now, and when you come back to celebrate, I am extremely excited when I think that all the mutants will be wiped out soon. At this moment, there seemed to be an imperceptible wind blowing through the church. Adam Robert was in a trance for a while, and he didn't know what the reason was. He asked, Colonel, your son Jason is also a mutant. If the plan succeeds, he will die too. He should have died long ago. Wilhelm Stryker was stunned, and his face suddenly became ferocious. Since he awakened that damn super ability, the only value is to become my experimental subject. If it wasn't for the hallucinogenic effect of his brain fluid and the ability to control Professor X, you think I'll keep him until now? A sudden roar resounded throughout the church. Adam Robert's heart trembled violently. At the same time, the strange feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. As Wilhelm Stryker's confidant, he definitely knows that this boss hates mutant, and he used his son as an experiment inhumanely, but deep down, he still has some father-son affection for Jason. Can't you say such a thing? What's wrong? It was too late to think again. The video had been unilaterally cut off. Adam Robert took a deep breath and was about to lead his men to retreat. Suddenly there was a loud bang above the head. A red and silver two-color mecha penetrated the roof of the church and appeared in sight. Under the sunlight, it looked like a god descended from heaven. The mask was opened, and Tony Stark stood in the air, looking at them blankly. You, what are you doing? Kindness? Adam Robert was taken aback, but before he could react, the surrounding scene suddenly changed drastically. The loud noise that Iron Man smashed through the roof seemed to tear open an invisible light curtain. As the light curtain slowly disappeared, Catherine, Eddie and others lying in a pool of blood disappeared like bubbles. The same goes for Wolverine, Phoenix, and others on the other side. Everyone is gone. Watching this scene, Adam Robert and the others were horrified. Everyone subconsciously raised their weapons to look for the target, but only heard a light cough from the corner. They turned to look. The targets that were restrained by them not long ago were all standing there quietly. It's just that the eyes of the X-Men are full of teasing, but Catherine, Eddie, and the others who were clearly dead were shocked. Great crab special. Adam Robert was stunned as if struck by lightning. What's happening here? Adam Robert never dreamed that his actions just now, as well as his connection with Wilhelm Stryker, were all broadcast live. The audience saw it. The president and vice president in the White House also saw it after receiving the news. Even Wilhelm Stryker himself, FG, saw it. Yes, Wilhelm Stryker is a person who is afraid of death, so he didn't personally preside over the operation, but he has been watching the result of this mission in the base. Because of this, after the X-Men released the statement, he had already seen it immediately. With his IQ and city government, he sensed something was wrong at that time, and quickly wanted to cancel the operation, but found that he couldn't get in touch with this action team no matter what. Therefore, like other viewers, he can only watch his subordinates through the live broadcast screen and connect with himself live. Then they revealed all their plans to themselves. Wilhelm Stryker directly collapsed. AFK, AFK, AFK. Unprecedented anger rushed straight to his forehead, and he couldn't restrain his whole body from trembling. At this point in the matter, he still didn't understand that this plan to catch the turtle in the urn failed from the very beginning. I am the turtle that was caught. This is a trap for yourself? Fake, fake, fake. Everything is fake. There must be a mutant that I don't know about. It has the ability to create illusions. It dominates all of this, and let everyone see it through the live broadcast. But even so, how did the X-Men know about my plan? They know that I plan to assassinate the president. They know that my target is a brainwave strengthening device, and they even know that my son is a mutant. How do they know everything? What exactly is going on? There were so many questions in his mind that Wilhelm Stryker felt like his head was about to explode. He couldn't accept this scene at all, and almost thought he was dreaming. He can't figure it out. I can only let the anger rampage in my body, and then, panic. He definitely knows that the live broadcast is an illusion, and even everyone in the base knows that he has never left, so he can completely disregard his relationship with the Atom team, and in turn accuse the X-Men of slandering him. But he knew very well that it didn't make any sense, because it doesn't matter whether the live broadcast is real or not. What matters is the content of the conversation between he and Adam Robert. Every sentence is true. He really took control of Nightcrawler to assassinate the president. His son is really a mutant. Just these 2 points are enough to make him beyond redemption? The wrath of the White House and the people will consume him completely? The real purpose of the other party is to make these 2 things public to the public through the live broadcast? Damn X-Men, damn mutant, damn Adam Roberts. Wilhelm Stryker almost gritted his teeth. Before the live broadcast was completely over, the phones in the entire base rang, and he looked out the glass window. After each soldier answered the phone, they all looked towards his office with strange expressions. He definitely knew who those calls were from. White House. The top military. He can find a way to appease the anger of the former. But the latter. He has no doubt that if such a bad political scandal occurs, the people above will give up on him without hesitation and put all the responsibility on him. The reasons are all there. Your son is mutant. How can you still be in charge of the Weapon X program against mutant? Professor X. No, there must be another person hidden behind him. Clearly even this has been calculated. This is, to kill them all. Thinking of this, Wilhelm Stryker felt that all the strength in his body disappeared, and he slumped on the chair with a bang, knowing clearly that he had reached the end. It's over? Do not? It's not over yet? In the end, it was the ruthless guy who almost wiped out all the mutants. While flustered, Wilhelm Stryker still retained a sliver of reason. As long as I don't go to prison, I still have time and opportunities. Thinking of this, he quickly got up and went straight to the tarmac deep in the base. But the moment he opened the door didn't move at all. Immediately afterwards, a playful electronic sound suddenly sounded on the radio in the base. Mr. Wilhelm Stryker, according to my master, you are not allowed to leave this base right now. After the upgrade, Alice's intelligence level was significantly higher, and Wilhelm Stryker even heard a hint of playfulness, because soon, my master will come to visit. Wilhelm Stryker's face was finally pale. His own base has been invaded. He thought of the weird situation at the church for a moment. Even though the reporter could still connect live, he couldn't get in touch with Adam Robert and the others. It turned out that the other party had not blocked the signal near the church, but on my own side, blocked in the base. This time, it's really over. Wilhelm Stryker was right. With the live connection of Global Daily, all the viewers who watched the live broadcast were blown up. What's the situation? The camera is gone. Why is the live broadcast still there? How did the military ambush the X-Men here? It feels like there's an inside story. At the beginning, except for a few people who had a good impression of X-Men, most of the other people were watching the excitement. Even when they saw the video call between Adam Robert and Wilhelm Stryker, many people just thought that this was an ordinary operation of the military. After all, it's normal to be hostile to mutant these days. However, when Wilhelm Stryker himself revealed his plan to capture Professor X and use the brainwave strengthening device to eliminate all mutants, some people frowned slightly. Destroy all mutants in the world? This is too cruel. Although I don't know why the brainwave strengthening device has such great power, but this kind of unscrupulous slaughter of a race is difficult for many people living in the civilized world. Before he had time to think about it, he heard Wilhelm Stryker reveal that he controlled the mutant to assassinate the president. This time, one stone caused 1,000 waves. All audiences are dumbfounded. God, the person who assassinated the president was not a mutant, but a military colonel. Isn't this the same guy in the X-Men documentary who experimented on Wolverine? The Weapon X project he is in charge of has many ordinary people. What kind of grudge does this guy have against mutant? For your own selfishness, how dare you assassinate the president and blame mutant? This is playing us all for fools, stirring up our hatred for mutant, and getting the president to agree to his plan. How dare he do such a big thing as a colonel? Is there any military order behind it? Great gifts and crab specials? From this point of view, the military is stabbing the president in the back. Wow. Countless people were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground, and immediately after that, there was a scene of shooting Catherine, Eddie, and others in the picture. Public opinion exploded from this moment. Then, the image of Wilhelm Stryker changed from an unscrupulous careerist to a murderous demon. That's a detective from the NYPD? There are also reporters from the Global Daily? How dare they? It's crazy. This Wilhelm Stryker is crazy. In the minds of countless people, this idea appeared at the same time, and when they heard that Wilhelm Stryker's son turned out to be a mutant, and became his experimental subject, a chill surged straight to the top of the sky. Then it turned into a monstrous rage. Only then did they discover that the evil of the human heart is far more terrifying than the mutation of genes. The military actually let such an evil person become a colonel, and also presided over such an evil X-weapon program. What exactly is it trying to do? He dared to slaughter all the mutants today. Will he point his guns at ordinary people tomorrow? Don't forget, there are many ordinary people in his experimental subjects. The military should be heroes who protect the people, not inhuman butchers. Such a person should go to hell. At this time, there were still some smart people who discovered the strangeness, but they were quickly overwhelmed by this wave of anger. This is something wrong. We can all see the news from the Global Daily, but can't Wilhelm Stryker see it? Why is he still talking to his subordinates? He must not have read the news. He didn't know that the X-Men found the NYPD and reporters. How is this possible? With such a meticulous plan, will he not pay attention to the mutant channel? He can't even see the X-Men's statement. Ha ha ha, didn't you realize? This guy is a complete lunatic. He is too confident in himself. That's right, he even dared to assassinate the president. What else can't he do? He probably didn't even know that he was being broadcast live. Amidst the heated discussions, Iron Man was born. Immediately afterwards, the illusion arranged by Lynn disappeared, and everyone in the X-Men reappeared in sight. Adam Robert and others had ghost-like expressions, which added another dramatic touch to this unprecedented live broadcast. Color? Only then did the audience react. It turns out that the X-Men didn't get caught at all. Let me just say, they are all people with super abilities. How could they be so easily plotted against? So, the pictures just now are all fake? What about Wilhelm Stryker's video call? Could it be fake too? That must be true. Just look at the expressions of those soldiers. Only Iron Man saw the real scene, so he felt weird. The news has been broadcasted until now, and there are countless people who watch this channel. The turbulent public opinion has gathered into a stormy sea. At this moment, everyone was staring at the screen intently. They desperately wanted to know the truth, and the best way to get the truth was undoubtedly to catch Adam Robert and others and confront Wilhelm Stryker in court. The appearance of Iron Man is like a referee. This confrontation has been made possible. He can do it. As a result, some people blurted out, some roared in their hearts. Countless sound waves, soundless and soundless, converged into one sound. Grab those soldiers and find out where Wilhelm Stryker is. As if responding to a wave of justice. On screen, things are definitely going in this direction. In the church, Adam Robert didn't know what was going on outside, but after he was dazed, he reacted instantly. Got it? Although he didn't know exactly what the trap was like, and he didn't know why Iron Man suddenly appeared. But there is one thing, he has an absolutely clear understanding. The words I said just now must not be spread. Once it gets out, the Colonel will finish playing directly. I will be doomed too. So, without any hesitation, he raised the weapon in his hand, and said two cold words, fire. The trigger is pulled, and the bullet is fired instantly. Da-da-da-da. A dozen special elites inside the church moved after hearing the sound. Densely packed bullets shot at Wolverine and the others from all angles. At the same time, there were also bang and bang sounds outside the church, and smoke bombs were fired in. They still want to kill in silence. The audience who saw this scene exclaimed in unison. But this time, the X-Men obviously won't be dealt with easy like before. I come. Phoenix spoke coldly. Ever since she heard Wilhelm Stryker's plan to use the brainwave strengthening device to eliminate all mutants, her heart was filled with anger and fear. In the depths of the soul, the Phoenix Force surged violently. However, this time, it seemed to respond to her mood. Instead of causing her to lose control of her emotions, it made her ability display several times stronger power than before. She stretched out both hands at the same time. Her left hand faced the bullet in front, and her right hand raised to face the smoke bomb falling in the air. The scene where time seemed to stop appeared again. Even though Adam Robert and others frantically pulled the trigger, none of the bullets could get close to the target. Say. Phoenix raised his eyebrows slightly, and all the bullets quietly turned around, targeting a dozen special forces. Where is Wilhelm Stryker? Adam Roberts will definitely not respond. There was not even a trace of fear in his eyes. Careful. Wolverine and Cyclops noticed this and spoke almost simultaneously. As soon as the voice started, tearing air sounds roared. I saw a series of black figures smashing through the window, turning their bodies in midair, and killing everyone at extremely fast speed. There were a total of 7 of these people. All of them were tall and strong, holding long knives, with no expression on their stern faces, and even less expression in their eyes. Like a humanoid machine without emotion. Blade's direction is all directed at Phoenix. Cyclops and Wolverine definitely won't let them succeed. In the blink of an eye, the former presses the eye switch with his right hand, and a dazzling red light shoots out, hitting 3 targets in a row. Wolverine also leaped a few meters, adamantium claws clang and clang stretched out, piercing the chests of the two targets in the air. At the same time, he also kicked someone with both feet. 3 in a row, landing heavily. Wolverine makes a move, and the domineering side leaks. What surprised him was that the two men in black who had been pierced in the chest didn't seem to notice it, and the long knife in their hands suddenly turned upside down, stabbing one left and one right under his ribs. The same goes for the target who was stepped on, and the long knife was directly wiped towards his neck. Shit. Wolverine cursed secretly. He had recovered his memory, and the scene in front of him reminded him of too many bad memories. These people are the experimental subjects of the X-Weapon project, using my self-healing gene. He quickly reminded loudly. At the same time, raise your right knee and kick away the knife-holding hand of the target under your feet. Then, ignoring the severe pain coming from under the ribs, the two claws exerted force at the same time, and with such a powerful force, the bodies of the two targets on the left and right were torn apart. Blood gushed out, and the faces of the two experimental subjects suddenly turned pale. Their self-healing gene level is very low, and they cannot recover after being severely injured. Wolverine's eyes lit up. I know. Cyclops' angry voice came, and the 3 people who were pierced by his laser light had a big hole in their bodies, and they flew upside down and hit the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He turned his eyes, trying to lock on to the last person. But this person is obviously different from the other 6. Her speed was obviously faster. After landing, she suddenly jumped, and her speed suddenly increased. She threw the long knife in her hand directly, and took advantage of the gap of Cyclops to avoid, and flew in front of Phoenix. Clang! In her hands, bone claws also stretched out. Needless to say, this is also one of the test subjects of the Wolverine self-healing gene, and a higher-level test subject. Death Woman, you don't think I can't activate the ability because I don't have both hands free. Phoenix had a strange look on his face, and didn't make any movements. The psychokinesis had already been activated. The Death Girl's bone claws were about to hit her, but they suddenly stopped in the air. I admit that you are very powerful, but your people are too few. Phoenix was startled, and felt tearing air sounds behind him, but it turned out to be the Nightcrawler that she had ignored, jumping up from the ground abruptly, and stabbing at the back of her neck with its hook-like tail. Turns out this guy was in control all along. Humph. When the time was running out, Jean Grey snorted coldly in her heart, and she was about to activate the Phoenix Force in her body desperately. But at the moment, Tony, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, suddenly raised his right hand, and a pulse gun shot out, hitting Nightcrawler. I said, it's still live broadcasting now, and you are so blatantly killing people in silence, don't you think I'm not in your eyes? Tony stood up in the air, complaining with a strange expression. He is very clear that his task today is to be a witness. Didn't expect things to turn out this way. Although I don't know why Lynn hasn't made a move yet, but now that he's here, he obviously can't just sit and watch the X-Men lose and lose. After all, countless audiences are watching. Today's big villain is only Wilhelm Stryker? Thinking of this, Tony controls the battlesuit, and prepares to make a beautiful dive to end the battle. But at the moment, a red light no less than Cyclops suddenly appeared and hit his chest. Boom. Tony crashed right through the church and flew out. At the same time, a man wearing a red and black battlesuit, a mask, and 2 steel knives extending out of his hands appeared behind Phoenix as if teleporting out of thin air. This is impossible. Wolverine, who happened to turn her head to see this scene, suddenly widened her eyes as if seeing a ghost. I have already killed you. He got no response. But the man with the steel knife glanced at him, his eyes flashed red, and the laser light pierced his body on the spot. At the same time, a figure sneaked in from outside the church, approaching Eddie Locke silently. Apparently, his target was the camera. Obviously, Wilhelm Stryker was really well prepared for this operation. The audience before the live broadcast all gasped when they saw this. Lake Alkali, the secret research base of Weapon X. Wilhelm Stryker's office. A portal quietly appeared. The next moment, under Wilhelm Stryker's horrified and desperate eyes, Lynn's figure slowly walked out of the door, and behind him are Magneto and Mystique. Colonel Stryker, long time no see. With a smile on her face, Lynn greeted her politely like a real visitor. Magneto had no expression on his face, but a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Mystique simply put this killing intent on his face. As for Wilhelm Stryker, they used to think of him as a military general who was hostile to mutants. There is no doubt that this is a life and death enmity. It's you. You saved Magneto. You blocked my base. It was you who planned all this and wanted me to be doomed. Wilhelm Stryker was taken aback when he saw the 3 of them appearing, but then he understood everything, almost gritted his teeth and said word by word. Hateful eyes stared at Lynn. Can't wait to eat Lynn alive. It seems that Alice has already greeted you. Lynn turned a blind eye to his gaze, and said lightly, let me introduce myself. My name is Lynn, and I am a student of Xavier's school. Charles asked me to say hello to you, but I think you may not accept his kindness. The corners of Wilhelm Stryker's mouth twitched, his face grim. Lynn hardly hides her victorious attitude. And this gesture was supposed to be used by him to face mutant? How on earth did you know about my plan? Wilhelm Stryker took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only Adam, Robert and me and a handful of people in the entire base know about Nightcrawler's assassination of the president, and I'm sure none of them leaked the news. It has to be said that this person is indeed a character. In this case, he can still maintain a trace of demeanor. However, instead of answering his question, Lynn just smiled dismissively. Have you misunderstood your own strength? After entering the base, Lynn's whole person became a bit sharp. It's mutant that you want to destroy in your heart. Mutant's super ability is full of wonders. Knowing your plan, is it strange? As soon as these words came out, Magneto and Mystique were a little surprised. They could feel that Lynn didn't seem to like Wilhelm Stryker at all, and didn't even put him in his eyes from the beginning to the end. Wilhelm Stryker felt the contempt. His whole body trembled with anger. It seems that dealing with mutant was too smooth in the past, which gave you an inexplicable confidence in yourself, and Charles's kindness magnified your ambition. Lynn's eyes were burning, and he said every word, but obviously, you don't understand the truth. Professor X can take your life with just one thought, and Magneto can wipe out your entire base. In Mutant's eyes, your so-called Weapon X program, nothing. Magneto's eyes flashed suddenly. As the person in charge of the military's Weapon X program, Wilhelm Stryker is undoubtedly a truly powerful figure, which can be seen from his ability to plan a plan to eliminate mutant. However, Lynn's few words undoubtedly trampled all his pride on the ground. Wilhelm Stryker's eyes suddenly turned red. Why? Dissatisfied. Lynn's smile didn't change at all. The reason why you can play these schemes is because you are hiding in the dark and haven't been discovered by Charles. It's a joke, isn't it? Ha ha ha. The unscrupulous humiliation made Wilhelm Stryker laugh back angrily. What do you think a fabricated live video can do to me? Everyone in the base can attest that I have never sent Adam Roberts' special operations team on a mission, nor have I ever had a video call with him. Send these evidences to the White House, and everyone will know that I am innocent. The so-called live broadcast is just a conspiracy of your mutants. Lynn waited quietly for him to finish. The sarcasm at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. Isn't it interesting to lie to yourself like this? Shaking his head, Lynn actually asked a serious question. Just one sentence? The momentum that Wilhelm Stryker had accumulated with great difficulty disappeared in smoke. You don't know yet, do you? Lynn took out her mobile phone, and under Alice's control, a light curtain was projected in front of Wilhelm Stryker. The live broadcast is not over yet. The White House's statement came out, and you are going to have a public trial. The title of the statement was huge, and Wilhelm Stryker saw it at a glance, and his vision went dark. And it's not over yet. Lynn flicked her finger, and changed to another news interface. In less than a minute, the spokesperson of the Ministry of National Defense also issued a statement, claiming that your plot to assassinate the president was purely personal and had nothing to do with the military. Look, the military executives sold you out directly. They didn't even mention investigating the truth. Wilhelm Stryker staggered and almost fell limp to the ground. Although he had expected this, he still didn't expect it. How could I be given up so simply and so thoroughly? This is to sacrifice oneself to appease the anger of the White House? A group of despicable and shameless villains. At this moment, anger, panic, fear, despair, like torrents gathered in Wilhelm Stryker's heart. His eyes were red like blood, and he was on the verge of collapse. But what Magneto and Mystique didn't expect was that he was not completely desperate, but stared at Lynn like a poisonous snake. Even if I was betrayed, do you think you mutants won? The matter over the church is not over yet. When he said this, there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Did you mean him? Lynn sat behind Wilhelm Stryker's desk, turned the computer screen and faced him directly. This person is your trump card. In the live broadcast, it happened to be the time when Deadpool appeared and the X-Men were in danger. Yes, his name is Wade Wilson, and he is my favorite work besides Wolverine. Wilhelm Stryker hissed, revealing the madness of a hero's end. If you dare to kill me, he will kill all the X-Men and be buried with me. At this time, he actually wanted to threaten Lynn with the lives of all the X-Men. Lynn is happy. You have Deadpool, I have Iron Man. And I'm still there? Inside the church, Deadpool's sudden appearance undoubtedly exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially Wolverine Logan. After recovering his memory, he has already remembered what happened back then, and he has an extraordinary understanding of Deadpool Wade Wilson, a former colleague and later enemy. Because this guy used his X gene for experiments? So at the very beginning, this guy's abilities were only super self-healing, super strength, speed, and reaction. He was good at wielding dual knives. Although he was in the first echelon of X weapons, it was not outrageous. But later, Wilhelm Stryker went crazy and injected the X gene of Cyclops and Ghosts into this guy. The most important thing is that this guy survived the conflict of the 3 X genes. Therefore, Wilhelm Stryker sealed his never-ending mouth, and implanted some kind of control chip in his body, turning him into the strongest weapon under his command. To this day, Logan will always remember that in that battle, he and Sabretooth teamed up to fight Deadpool, but they were almost unable to fight back. If it weren't for the proper cooperation between the two and good luck, it would be impossible to kill each other. But now it seems. This guy's self-healing ability is not inferior to his own. His head was cut off by adamantium claws, and he fell to pieces from a high altitude, and he was able to recover. Guys, we're in big trouble. Hit by Deadpool's laser light, Logan didn't suffer too much damage, but his face turned gloomy for an instant. Needless to say, Phoenix and Cyclops also understand that the situation is not optimistic. Deadpool's double knives had crossed to the former's head. She doesn't have the self-healing gene, she will definitely die if her head falls off. When time is running out. Hey, a bunch of idiots, have you forgotten me? Storm's cold voice came from outside the door, and before her voice spread, 2 bolts of lightning had already struck out of thin air. One of the lightning bolts directly knocked away the experimental subject who was close to the camera and wanted to assassinate Eddie Locke, and the other one crackled towards Deadpool. Adam Robert was no surprise. Since Wolverine and others did not fall into a coma, the storm outside definitely cannot be easily dealt with. Everything is just an illusion. The speed of lightning is extremely fast. Although Deadpool has a super self-healing ability, he doesn't want to fight hard, so he quickly activates the teleportation ability obtained from the ghost, and is about to transfer the battlefield. It has to be said that for an X-weapon with a full level of close combat like him, the teleportation ability is simply a bug. That's why Wilhelm Stryker used him as his whole card. But the moment he launched the teleport, there seems to be a voice vaguely passed into the ears. Space, imprisoned. As if the words could not be followed, an invisible force emerged from the sky, sealing off all the spaces inside and outside the church in an instant. Deadpool's eyes suddenly widened. His teleportation failed unexpectedly. In a daze, the lightning had struck his body. Even though he had a super strong physique, his whole body was still numb and his muscles ached from the shock. But he is worthy of being an elite X-weapon that has been fought for a long time. In this case, he turned sideways and backed away. But at the moment, the tearing air sounded, and densely packed small howitzers shot in from the hole on the top of the church. The figure of Iron Man followed closely behind. My friend who came out of nowhere, the way you greet me is not very friendly. Tony was clearly upset when he got hit by a laser beam for no reason. There was a chill in the voice. Dozens of mini howitzers hit Deadpool directly, exploding in an instant. Bang 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 bang. His body was blown away on the spot, and the battlesuit on his body was directly turned into fly ash under the double blow of lightning and howitzers. In an instant, all the viewers who saw this scene through the live broadcast were all frightened. What kind of body is this? Even if the face and even the whole body were disfigured, even the mouth was sewn up. Great gift crab special. Is this the X-weapon plan? It's so cruel. I don't treat people like people. After the shock, anger against Wilhelm Stryker soared again. However, Deadpool himself definitely couldn't feel this anger. He lost his most mobile teleportation ability, and just as his body fell to the ground, the red light of Cyclops burst out. Completely out of instinct, the red light in his eyes also flashed. The laser light meets the laser light, the void meets the wave in an instant, and the dazzling red light fills the entire church. However, this pair of waves only lasted for less than a few seconds before disappearing. Because in just a few seconds, Wolverine had already dealt with her opponent, and with a leap, she appeared behind Deadpool's head, stretched out her claws condescendingly, and slammed down. Chi and chi twice. The adamantium claws easily penetrated Deadpool's shoulder blades on both sides. Severe pain hit him, but he couldn't make a sound. The red light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and the red light of Cyclops drove straight in and hit his abdomen. At the same time, Storm took out a metal ball and threw it over. With a few swoosh and swoosh, it turned into a metal rope that shone with lightning, as if it had spirituality, binding his whole body firmly. This rope is obviously Storm's exclusive equipment. Once it is bound, it will be attacked by lightning all the time, and it will fall into a state of paralysis. Even so, it's still not safe enough for a target that teleports. Then, a pale white light fell from the sky and entered Deadpool's body. Mind imprisoned? Just like the space confinement just now, it is a genuine 5-ring magic. In an instant, Deadpool felt a burst of fatigue that he had never experienced before, and everything in front of him seemed to become farther and farther away in an instant. At the last moment when his consciousness sank into the darkness, he seemed to see a handsome young man standing on the beam above him. Wolverine leaned down and sneered in his ear, "You may not know one thing, our X-Men are not only powerful, but our number is never too small. Lynn alone is worth an army." Deadpool could no longer hear him, but at the last moment of looking at each other across the air, he vaguely understood the meaning contained in the gaze of the young man above. This gaze was not aimed at him, but for Wilhelm Stryker behind him. "Look, mutant has more cards than you." All this is a long story, but in fact it is only a few breaths. At the same time that Deadpool was beaten and solved, Phoenix controlled the bullets flying backwards, and passed by the bodies of Adam Robert and others, submerged in the space behind them among the walls. So far, you still haven't revealed the whereabouts of Wilhelm Stryker. In the live broadcast, even though she was extremely angry, she did not kill anyone. But passing Death God, Adam Robert, and others suddenly stopped breathing, and the hand holding the gun seemed to have lost all strength, and could no longer pull the trigger. As far as the eye can see, all the Colonel's preparations, it all seems to be in vain. The only Death Girl who was intact was also held in the air, unable to even struggle a little bit. For a moment, there was only one thought in Adam Robert's mind. The tide is gone. Weapon X program base. Through the screen, Wilhelm Stryker clearly saw Deadpool's defeat process, as if he had been hit on the head with a sap. His eyes went black for a while, and he could no longer stand up. This is impossible. He closed his lips, and it took him a long time to say such a sentence. Obviously, he couldn't accept that his strongest hole card was dealt with so easily. Before taking action, the plan was extremely thorough. Those people from X-Men cannot be Wade's opponent. But the result? How could this be? I'm not afraid to tell you, this is my magic, called True Mirror Image. Lin's voice came to his ears, and he was very considerate to help him out. This magic can duplicate a mirror image duplication, and it has all my strengths, that is to say. Although I am talking to you here, the church over there, and there is also one who is in charge of the overall situation. This is not so much for Wilhelm Stryker as it is for Magneto and Mystique. The two trembled when they heard this. Looking at Lin's eyes again, I feel that this young mutant is really unfathomable to an unfathomable level. Copy a mirror image duplication of equal strength. What kind of terrible method is this? Magneto couldn't help but tremble a little at the thought of two of himself shooting at the same time. To you. Wilhelm Stryker obviously couldn't understand the magic of magic at all. At this moment, his face was already pale, and there was no trace of blood anymore. Because in the live broadcast, Adam Robert didn't have any hesitation, so he told the location of the base. Reporters from X-Men, NYPD, and Global Daily took the captives, boarded the Blackbird fighter plane, and flew towards Alkali Lake. Iron Man has even gone one step further. At their speed, they can reach here in at most 20 minutes. When the time comes, what greets me will be a public trial by countless viewers on the entire network. The damned mutant in front of him made it clear that he wanted to spread the impact of the matter to the maximum, forcing the White House and the top military officials to skip the normal judicial process and directly convict himself. This is killing, and killing one's heart. Things have reached this stage, and it is completely irreversible? He. I lost. The expression on Wilhelm Stryker's pale face changed, as if he was still thinking of a solution to the situation, but he finally closed his eyes in dejection and despair. He seemed to be 10 years old in an instant, staring straight at Lynn. My biggest mistake is that I didn't expect that there would be a character like you in Mutant. Compared to Magneto and Professor X. He glanced at Magneto, showing a hint of disdain. If the mutants are always led by them, I will definitely be able to complete the great cause of eradicating all mutants. Perhaps, this is God's punishment for us ordinary humans. Magneto's expression didn't change at all. He obviously wouldn't be angry at the contempt of a dying man. Great cause? You really put gold on your face. Lynn smiled. His eyes became cold as ice in an instant, as if two sharp knives pierced Wilhelm Stryker's mind. Mutant, isn't it human? Don't forget, your son is also a mutant. He was conceived by your wife in October. It's just that in the process of human evolution, the gene has changed. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't control his super ability, causing your wife to suffer from hallucinations, and finally committed suicide unbearably, wouldn't you have always loved him more? So to put it bluntly, you hate Mutant, never because Mutant threatens the life and death of human beings, but just because. You don't want to admit that your wife-killing enemy is your own son. Don't you dare to face this and put it all down to all the mutants. You are just a coward escaping from reality. If we talk about the previous conversation, it is just that Lynn, as a winner, is declaring his victory to the loser. So at this moment, these eloquent words are the real heartbreaking words? Unscrupulously dug out the sad and shameful heart of Wilhelm Stryker? He broke the defense on the spot? You actually called me a coward. Like a fox whose tail has been trampled on, his old face suddenly turned from pale to red, and his limp body got up from the ground, roaring and roaring. The super ability of Mutant can kill ordinary people casually. If you let your development continue, you will occupy more and more resources and more living space. At that time, all human beings will be reduced to slaves, will perish in the end. Perhaps, you haven't done this yet, but the powerful ability will definitely slowly breed huge amounts of ambition. Such a simple truth, those gentlemen in the White House don't understand, and neither do those stupid people. Do you think I don't understand either? I have lost now. You can kill me, you can humiliate me, but you must not insult me. I, Wilhelm Stryker, die for the survival of mankind. I am a hero. He said the word hero firmly and resoundingly. Both Magneto and Mystique were stunned. They had never seen such a brazen person. Lynn's smile grew brighter. First, if something like super ability is only mastered by a very small number of people, it will indeed breed ambition, crime, and threaten human safety, but when the number reaches a certain level, it will slowly form a rule, and this rule will gradually integrate with the rules of normal society and produce binding force. In this way, it will not have an unscrupulous impact on human beings. And obviously, the number of mutants is increasing, and they have appeared on a large scale. This is the evolution of the entire human population, and it cannot be stopped at all. Mutant is just getting ahead of the curve. This is the knowledge of sociology that can be learned in college. You don't understand it at all? You don't even understand that if you go against the trend, you will be crushed to pieces by the torrent of history. Don't people in your military read books? He said calmly and indifferently, and raised two fingers at the same time. Second, more and more resources are in the hands of Mutant. Why not? A person like you can occupy a high position, and Mutant, who has a smarter head and a stronger body than you, can't do better than you. To put it bluntly, you are jealous of Mutant's super ability, because you don't have it. I am also afraid of the brain of the mutant, because it will cause a huge change in the entire society, and it will have an unprecedented impact on the status of a vegetarian like you. So, where did you get the courage to say that you are a hero? After finishing this sentence, Lynn has no intention of talking nonsense with Wilhelm Stryker. He waved his hand and opened the portal. Say hello to Magneto and Mystique is leaving. Behind him, Wilhelm Stryker was sweating profusely, and the blood on his face receded again, replaced by a dead gray. You really want to rule. If it is said that Magneto's plan to wipe out all human beings, in the eyes of a senior human being who knows many secrets like him, it can only be regarded as a moderate threat, not a big deal. So at this moment, after seeing Lynn's methods, he just felt his scalp go numb. Don't be afraid that mutant has a super ability, but be afraid that mutant has a brain. Such a mutant with unfathomable abilities and methods has even greater ambitions than Magneto. For someone like him, it is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. He needs me to appear on the live broadcast, so he won't kill me. At this moment, Wilhelm Stryker stared at Lynn's back, and the thoughts in his heart rolled again. When the X-Men come, I must make all of this person's plots and truths public by the time. You won't tell. Lynn, who was about to walk into the portal, suddenly turned around and looked at him with a smile. I forgot to tell you, your current value is to wait for the X-Men to come to your door, and let the world know what you and the military have done thing. So my visit is just to delay a little time, so that you don't have a chance to do anything else. In other words, our conversation just now, everything that happened in this office. You don't remember anything. Of course, I won't talk nonsense. Wilhelm Stryker obviously didn't expect that Lynn could hear his heart clearly. You are also a spiritual ability. He came to his senses in horror. Who the hell are you? You have so many super abilities. He is destined to never get an answer to this question, because the fingers of Lynn's right hand were already aimed at his forehead. A moment of forgetting is empty. A ray of light shot out. Wilhelm Stryker was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented sense of foreboding. Then, the whole world seemed to disappear. Faintly, he seemed to hear Lynn's domineering answer. My name is Lynn, King of Mutants. Thanks to the care of Colonel Wilhelm Stryker for many years, mutant today, 100-fold. Magneto and Mystique, who just stepped into the portal, heard this voice. The body trembled uncontrollably for a moment. On the cold ground, Wilhelm Stryker was unconscious for 20 minutes before waking up. Apart from a headache, he didn't feel any other discomfort, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. In my mind, everything that happened in the past hour or so was completely blank. The memory stays in the moment when I saw the X-Men statement from the internet. Huh? Did I sleep in the office for more than an hour? It's not right. As a self-disciplined person, he finds this a bit unbelievable. Now is the critical moment of the plan. No matter how tired he is, how can he sleep in the office? Wait, what were you doing before you fell asleep? By the way, the X-Men gang suddenly issued such a statement, as if they were very confident in catching the assassin. This is very wrong. We must contact Adam Robert immediately. Shaking his head, Wilhelm Stryker hurriedly stood up, ready to make a phone call. But at the moment, there was a violent knock on the office door. A trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face. He turned his head and glanced at the one-sided glass, only to find that the outside has become a mess, and everyone is running around. An ominous premonition suddenly flooded into his heart, and he quickly opened the door. What's going on outside? The moment he opened the door, he felt something strange. This door. I don't seem to be locked. Before he could think about it, a terrified face appeared in sight. Colonel, the X-Men are calling in. What? Wilhelm Stryker was stunned and didn't react at all. What did they call in? Aren't they going to catch Nightcrawler? Kindness. The subordinate who knocked on the door was also confused. Colonel, what are you talking about? That happened more than half an hour ago. The special team brought by Captain Robert, as well as Death Woman and Wade Wilson's Weapon X team, were all captured at the church. The whole process was broadcast live, and you can see it directly on the news. Although the face of this subordinate was full of horror, he couldn't help showing a strange look. If he hadn't finally knocked on the door, he would have thought the colonel had been assassinated in his office. How do you feel? The colonel doesn't seem to know anything about the whole thing. More than half an hour ago, Wilhelm Stryker's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at the timer hanging outside. In the next moment, he couldn't restrain himself from trembling. He had only slept for a while. How did things develop to this point? With all the best, you can't even handle a few X-Men? And was it taken over by someone in turn? AFK? What the hell is going on? Having lost part of his memory, he couldn't figure out why. He subconsciously grabbed his subordinate's collar and shouted angrily, "Why didn't you notify me of such a big matter?" "We informed, Colonel." The officer under his command looked innocent. "The incident at the church just happened. We came to you as soon as possible. It was you who said you could solve it yourself, so we don't have to worry. Don't bother you. I said it myself." Even if Wilhelm Stryker lacked memory, he still felt that something was wrong, and his eyes flickered with shock, doubt, and disbelief. But at this time, there is obviously no time for him to find the answer. Boom. With a loud bang, the last layer of defense of the base was mercilessly smashed to pieces by Iron Man's pulse cannon. Figures rushed in from outside. The live broadcast of the Global Daily has continued. Even during the 20-minute boring flight, no one changed the channel. Arriving at the dam of Alkali Lake, Eddie Boulet-Locke immediately picked up the camera, followed the X-Men, and continued to explain on the spot. "Viewers, we have come to the experimental base of the X-Weapon project. Mr. Tony Stark has arrived first, and is looking for the secret entrance that Adam Roberts said. I don't know if Colonel Wilhelm Stryker will stay here after watching our live broadcast." Without saying a few words, I saw Iron Man, who arrived first. After searching for a while, he found the secret entrance of the base and blasted away. The X-Men followed quickly. Eddie was holding the camera, surrounded by Catherine and others from the NYPD. Compared with the well-trained detectives, his physical strength was obviously much weaker. But at the moment, he was more excited than everyone else, and he didn't feel hard at all. The screen advances all the way. After entering the base, Iron Man didn't use any more firepower, but went on a rampage all the way, knocking all the guards along the way into the air. Soon, the secret laboratory of the X-Weapon project was exposed to all audiences. It can be seen that the interior space of this base is not large, but there are quite a lot of people, and it is divided into several floors. There is nothing unusual about the top layer, but on the second and third floors, the faces of Eddie Locke and all the audience changed. There are hundreds of iron cages densely packed here, and each mutant is locked in an extremely small space like a prisoner. These mutants have all kinds of super abilities, but they are all targeted without exception. Ice-type ability, a layer of high-temperature glass shines on the outside of the cage. Those who can control the fire, there are low-temperature injectors around the cage, spraying from time to time. Those with wings on their backs were directly locked in midair by a few iron chains. There are also many people who are simply tied to the table, with dense experimental equipment inserted into their bodies. Some experimental equipment even goes directly into the throat and into the brain. The faint wailing sound echoed in this space almost all the time, and every mutant in sight was too horrible to look at. The audience can even see that some of them don't have super abilities. Obviously, they are all experimental subjects of ordinary humans. Everyone who saw this scene fell silent. The four of the X-Men were even more furious. With a roar, Wolverine stretched out her adamantium claws and jumped out. While running wildly, she tore apart all the drag chains of the cages. "Stryker, you are damned." Angry roars resounded throughout the audience. The military has been conducting such inhumane experiments. At the same time, Iron Man came to the central computer on the third floor. Under the pulse gun, all the experimenters squatted obediently. He manipulated it proficiently, and one after another data was drawn across the big screen. Eddie Locke hastily aimed at the camera. Immediately, the audience saw the information of each experimental subject. One of them is Nightcrawler, and the experiments he has experienced are almost all brain fluid control. Sure enough, the man behind the assassination of the president is Wilhelm Stryker. At the moment, even those who reject mutant no longer doubt this point. Most importantly, they have seen a lot of things from these materials. List of mutants to be captured. Most of them have normal families and their parents have legitimate jobs. Teenagers, even children, not in the minority. At this moment, even Tony's face couldn't help but feel a chill. Madman. He found the inner entrance, blasted it open with a cannonball and broke in. "Wilhelm Stryker, I assure you on the honor of the Stark family, you can only spend the rest of your life in prison." Wilhelm Stryker, who had just come out of the office, fell limply on the ground again. What is the situation? Why is Iron Man there? Why are there reporters behind the X-Men? Is that guy still broadcasting live? AFK. This roar that integrated doubts, anger, unwillingness, and despair officially announced the era of Wilhelm Stryker, and it came to an end. Mutants' revenge, although late, has arrived. And murderous. While the X-Men were sweeping the base, Lynn had a slightly weird expression on his face. After sending Magneto and Mystique away, he returned to the base alone, but he did not join Logan and others, but came to a secret place. If Alice hadn't invaded the control system of the base, he wouldn't even know. 50 meters below this base, there is actually a special space. The space is not too big, only about 1,000 square meters, and it is divided into rooms, most of which are archived materials of the X-Weapon program, as well as some special laboratories. In the entire base, only Wilhelm Stryker's authority can reach here. Therefore, at this moment, the place is empty. Only in a special cell in the deepest part is a mutant imprisoned. Lynn is standing at the door of this cell at this moment, looking at the man inside through a window cut by metal magic. "So, you are a candidate for Wilhelm Stryker's plan to destroy mutant." Wilhelm Stryker's plan has two cores. One is a brainwave strengthening device, and the other one is naturally Professor X's powerful mind ability. But Professor X is not so easy to catch after all, even if caught, in case of any accident during the operation, or the ability of Professor X is too strong. Jason's brain fluid is not enough to control one TTE. The whole plan is about to fall through. Wilhelm Stryker obviously cannot accept such an accident. Therefore, it is very necessary to have a spiritual ability that can replace Professor X. "You are very smart, you thought of it all at once." The prisoner in the room smiled sweetly, and he was full of amorous feelings. For his plan, he dredged everywhere, and it took him several years to transfer me from the Trask laboratory. This turned out to be a woman. She has blonde hair, short skirt, leather pants, high heels, and a white cape, which perfectly shows her graceful and exquisite figure. When she was speaking, she stretched out her right hand lightly, brushing the blonde hair around her ears, full of charm. Lynn guessed her identity at first glance, because just a minute ago, this woman was still in the form of a crystal diamond. Emma Frost, White Queen by Hellfire Club, later switched to Magneto's top-level mutant. Trask Labs, Project Sentry. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. His face was still calm. He looked at the White Queen with great interest, and said, "Actually, I have talked with Magneto about a lot of things these 2 days. Although he is unwilling to say more, I can also guess that those mutants who switched from Hellfire Club to him back then, the end of the future is not very good. But now it seems that apart from losing your freedom, you seem to be doing well. Back then, Magneto created the Mutant Brotherhood, and almost all of the first batch of men were dug from the Hellfire Club. Red Devil, Torrent, Angel Salvador, Dragonfly Girl, and the White Queen rescued later. But today, these people have disappeared, and the most powerful person around Magneto is Mystique, who was transferred from X-Men. Those who disappeared obviously either lost their lives or became captives. If I remember correctly, Lynn seems to have seen the head of the Red Devil appearing in the Trask laboratory in Days of Future Past. In this way, it seems normal that White Queen was also arrested. You know, Magneto. White Queen was startled for a moment, and then a look of sadness appeared on her face. It's just because of the special ability. I'm just lingering on my last breath. Oh. Lynn looked at her curiously. You won't be in diamond form after you're caught. White Queen's diamond form can bring her super strength, endurance, and defense power. She can withstand extremely high and low temperatures, and she can survive for a long time without food and water. In this state, it is obviously extremely difficult to study her super ability. But that doesn't seem to be unsolvable. If you really want to be determined and ruthless, Lynn doesn't think the White Queen's defense is strong enough to be immune to any damage. He pondered for a while before he understood. They want to recruit you. When the White Queen heard this, her pupils shrank slightly uncontrollably. How do you know? She looked at Lynn with surprise in her eyes. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? It does appear to be so. Lynn nodded knowingly. Think about it too. Psychic ability is the most special kind of mutant, not to mention rare in number, but also extremely weird and powerful, especially Emma Frost, who used to be the White Queen of Hellfire Club. Mind ability is definitely the best in the world. 1. And indeed, she is an Omega-level mutant. If she can be recruited, those high-level human officials will wake up laughing from their dreams. I am afraid that it is precisely because of this that the Empress can live to this day in safety. This gentleman. Seeing that Lynn didn't intend to answer her question at all, there was a hint of anger in the White Queen's eyes, but it quickly faded away. Asking for flowers. Instead, there was a hint of temptation. Since you have appeared here, it means that something happened to the base above, right? Wilhelm Stryker was killed by you. Between the cherry lips parted slightly, there seemed to be a red tongue protruding slightly, showing her charm. Why do you think so? Surprise appeared on Lynn's face, and you seem to be unprepared for me? When you saw me just now, you immediately lifted your diamond form. Aren't you afraid that I'm from Wilhelm Stryker? Where is Wilhelm Stryker? How can you let someone like you work for him? The White Queen smiled disdainfully, and looked at Lynn's eyes with a flattering feeling. The spiritual shield on your body is stronger than I can imagine. Even if I join forces with Charles Xavier, it may not be able to break through. A spiritual shield of this strength is definitely not from someone else's hand, but can only come from your own. 0. So, the first time I saw you, I knew you were a mutant. And it's a mutant stronger than me and Charles Xavier combined. It has to be said that this woman has an attainment no less than that of Professor X in terms of spiritual ability. Just the direction seems to be different. Back then, Professor X didn't even see through Lynn's spiritual immunity. She saw it. As expected of the White Queen, after being imprisoned for so long, she still has a clear mind. There was an admiration on Lynn's face. It's just a little trick. In front of a powerful mutant like you, it's not worth mentioning. The look of flattery on the White Queen's face became more intense. Although I don't know why you appear here, as long as you rescue me, I am willing to work for you, and even do anything. Anything is fine. Her head was almost pressed against the window, so close to Lynn. When speaking, exhale like blue. Warm breath rushed over. Perhaps because of maintaining the diamond shape for many years, Lynn didn't smell a breath. But he still took a step back without any hesitation. With aggressive eyes, he unabashedly looked at the whole body of the White Queen, and he smiled with a strange expression. You mean, I rescue you, you promise it with your body. How to do? Although this woman is indeed very beautiful, the X gene has greatly delayed her aging, and she looks no different from her 20s. With every gesture, he is mature and charming. But, after all, he is a senior of the same generation as Professor X and Magneto. Save? Or can't help it. Lynn did not expect that this incident would end with driving. The White Queen also did not expect that her first meal after escaping from birth was only milk. Although this is just a transaction, there is no relationship between each other, even though she was forced to take a long hot bath before drinking milk. But after all, she got huge amounts of happiness from it, and the depression of being imprisoned for many years was greatly relieved. She wouldn't mind drinking it again, given the chance. Especially, after witnessing how Lynn raises his hand, water waves roll, flames blaze when he flips his hand, life creates inexhaustible hot water in the prison, and later draws a portal. She suddenly felt that this deal could be completely faked. This young man is ridiculously strong. Compared with Sebastian Shaw back then, 813 is not enough. Definitely worth your allegiance. There is no doubt that White Queen has never been a good person who keeps her promises. She was ready to turn her face and run away from the very beginning, but after this idea surfaced, she suddenly became less anxious. Then, she met Magneto and Xingfa, whom she hadn't seen in many years. I also found out that these two old friends, when they looked at Lynn, there was a trace of awe in their eyes, although it was hidden deep. It really existed? God, am I dreaming? Magneto bows to a young man. What the hell is going on outside? White Queen suddenly had the illusion that she couldn't keep up with the times, and this feeling, after knowing what Lynn did, was magnified to the extreme. She suddenly understood a truth. Times are different? Both Magneto and Professor X have slowly retreated from the mutant stage of history. Instead, it was the young man in front of him. Suddenly, Magneto's voice sounded. You don't care about the things over there. For Magneto, the pleasantries after reuniting with an old friend after a long absence are obviously not as important as the rest of the conversation with Lynn. This is a hillside near Alkali Lake, condescending, just enough to take the dam into view. On the mountain road in the distance, military vehicles roared and galloped. There are also helicopters approaching rapidly in the sky. Without exception, the targets are all bases. People from the White House and the military are here. Lynn stretched lazily, without the slightest surprise on her face. The matter has developed to the present, and we don't need to intervene anymore, just leave it to them. To them. Magneto sneered. Politics is the dirtiest thing in the world. Even if the military plans to assassinate the president, believe it or not. As long as the conditions are right, the two sides can immediately shake hands and make peace. So what? Lynn smiled without hesitation. Wilhelm Stryker is finished. More than 100 mutants in the base have been rescued, the X-Men's reputation has been established, and the public opinion against mutants has been reversed a lot. We've gained a lot, haven't we? Furthermore, he turned his head and looked at Magneto seriously. You don't really think that the rift that has already arisen is still possible to heal? Magneto's eyes flickered slightly. He definitely understood what Lynn meant. After this incident, even if the White House and the military finally shake hands and make peace, at least in the eyes of the current president and vice president, the military's credibility will be greatly reduced. The seeds of military and political infighting have been planted and may grow into towering trees at any time. And during this time, neither the White House nor the military would dare to take any unfavorable actions against Mutant, unless they wanted to be drowned by the people's saliva. In this way, Mutant has an excellent development time. That's why you kept Wilhelm Stryker's life. Magneto sighed softly. Lynn said coldly, he is already mortal, but before he goes to hell, he needs to bring out his full value. Killing is never the only way to solve a problem. Kill one Wilhelm Stryker, and soon a second, and a third will pop up. This means nothing to Mutant. But if he is alive, he will be judged and convicted. How many people will pay attention during this process? How many people will sympathize with Mutant because of this? Magneto obviously thought of this too. When he was at the base before, he didn't get into trouble. He looked at Lynn, held hesitation for a while, and then said, it seems that the next step is to take advantage of the current momentum and let Xavier's school open the enrollment. This is nonsense. But when Mystique heard the words, her complexion changed suddenly, and she looked at Magneto in disbelief. Just as Magneto knew her very well, she knew the old man's character very well. Take the initiative to ask about this matter. It means accepting Lynn's invitation in disguise. Be the deputy principal of Xavier's school? Obviously, the strength and means Lynn showed during the whole incident made the leader of the Hawk Mutant, who is extremely proud in his heart, uncontrollably convinced. He may not have given up on his ideas, but he still feels that only by eradicating all human beings can Mutant truly survive. But, at least for now, he is willing to follow Lynn to give it a try. Eric. Mystique's eyes flickered. All the things that happened during this period were not as good as the scene in front of her, which made her even more excited. Although this old man is unscrupulous and ruthless, but he really gave everything for Mutant? For this reason, it is not hesitating to lower the proud head of a young man. Although he has no other choice, it is 0.9. Raven, what's wrong with you? White Queen was stupefied, completely unable to understand why R&D was so exciting. Lynn had expected this, and there was no surprise on his face. It seemed that in his eyes, Magneto's acceptance of the invitation was a matter of no suspense. That's right, it's time for Xavier's school to stand in the sun. He spoke to Magneto naturally, with the posture of a superior. When the matter is over, I will take you to Xavier's school to meet Charles. Magneto didn't feel angry and nodded. But then he was stunned. The matter is over? The matter isn't over yet. Definitely. Lynn glanced at him inexplicably. The matter has just begun. Magneto and Mystique looked at each other. The two faces are dumbfounded. White House office. A high-level meeting was urgently held in the middle of the night. Attendees are all heavyweights in the military and political circles. The White House is naturally headed by President Matthew Ellis and Vice President Rodriguez, while in the military seat, the highest rank is Army General Scudder. The meeting was full of gunpowder from the beginning. What does your military want to do? You want to rebel by controlling Mutant to assassinate the president. Mr. President, this matter has nothing to do with the military. It is entirely the personal behavior of Wilhelm Stryker. We didn't know he would be so crazy. Assassination of the president is such a big thing. You say you don't know about it? Do you think we are fools? But the fact is true. Wilhelm Stryker has been arrested. As long as he is interrogated strictly, I believe the truth will be found out soon. The truth? In order to deal with Mutant, did you not hesitate to assassinate the president to get the White House to agree to the truth of your plans? Every plan we put forward is for the country, for the people, and for the survival of mankind. But your plans are inhumane, and each one costs a huge budget. I have to emphasize one point, this is a war. If human beings don't want to be overthrown by Mutant, aren't they willing to pay the price? Ha, to put it nicely, where did those budgets go? Do you dare to disclose it? You are slandering. Could it be that someone in our military is enriching himself? Isn't it? After spending so much money, are there any reliable results today? When the X-Men project was launched, you swore that you could create an elite mutant army that would obey our orders. What about the X-Men? 10 pots are served. The Weapon X program is not considered a failure. Because of our intervention, all the information has been sealed. As long as there is a chance, it can be restarted at any time. Do you still want to restart? Are you afraid that you are dreaming? There is no experimental subject, so go outside to arrest. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at us now? It doesn't matter. The most indispensable thing in this world is mutant. As long as we want, we can find enough experimental subjects in no time. 17 Are you crazy? Don't forget that the Mutant Registration Act didn't pass, and even if it did, mutants aren't legally criminals. The words came from Vice President Rodriguez. As soon as he opened his mouth, the noisy and red-faced people immediately fell silent. Who can attend this meeting, who is not a scheming old fox? Almost everyone understands the meaning of this sentence. In the final analysis, whether it is the X-weapon plan or other plans against mutant, there is no legal support. In other words, these plans are shady, and the military's biggest mistake this time was to expose the X-weapon plan to the public view. This is a huge amount of blow to the military's prestige and Yu Zhong's reputation. Everyone, I hope you all understand one thing. Mutants are not pigs to be slaughtered. Rodriguez stretched out his fingers, slammed the table in front of him, and scanned the audience with majestic eyes. Look at the wind direction outside. Do you know how many people are scolding you now? And how many people, because of this incident, and changed his attitude towards mutant? Accompanied by his words, a secretary quickly manipulated the computer, and pictures appeared on the big screen. It is a screenshot of the X Daily. This damn app cannot be uninstalled, and the installed capacity has reached a terrible number. In addition, it allows people to post videos and share their lives. It is very popular among users and is about to sweep the country. Rodriguez said in a deep voice, you would never have imagined that within a short period of time when the Weapon X program was exposed, how many people sent videos angrily denouncing Wilhelm Stryker as a butcher, condemning the X-weapon program, and suspecting that the military has evil intentions. There are even those who demand that the White House severely punish Wilhelm Stryker and investigate the military conspiracy. AFK. The faces of all the high-ranking officers in the military became gloomy. Your Excellency, it's obvious that mutant is behind the scenes. Admiral Scudder finally spoke. They want to manipulate public opinion, to change their image, to make people believe that they are not a threat. This is a challenge to us. I definitely know, but what's wrong with that? Rodriguez shook his head. It's still the same sentence. From a legal point of view, mutants are not criminals. They are also legal citizens with various rights. They seek rights for their own groups. What reason do we have to stop them? No one believed such high-sounding nonsense. But this sentence brings out the point of the whole thing. Mutant groups are starting to seek their own interests, and it's the normal way. This is by no means a good sign. These videos must be blocked immediately to prevent them from spreading. A military general said, and that X Daily, which company made it? Let the FBI immediately start the investigation process. The classic can't solve the problem, just solve the person who created the problem. It's useless. With our current technology, we can't have any influence on X Daily. Someone from the White House immediately shook their heads. As for that company, it is owned by a person named Katie Pride, who is the reporter of the Mutant Channel. Other than that, other information is all false. Obviously, she registered the company just to upload the app, and then disappeared after success. All the bigwigs in the meeting room looked at each other in blank dismay. So, as the world's largest country, we are at a loss for what to do with an inexplicable app. I don't know who said that. In a meeting of this level, there is a sense of black humor. Perhaps we can ask Tony Stark for help. Admiral Scudder frowned, and thought of a solution. He can create a steel battlesuit, a technological weapon that transcends the times, and he has also developed artificial intelligence, so there should be a way. His face was rather ugly. For such a small matter, to ask for help from the boss of an arms company, it somewhat hurts Chu Zhong and the military's face. Another person shook his head. I've tried this method too, and Mr. Stark's reply is that he can't do it either. Can't do it? I think he doesn't want to do it. Admiral Scudder snorted coldly. Why did he appear this time? Could it be that there is some kind of connection between him and mutant that we don't know? Everyone fell silent again. This question cannot be considered carefully. That's the crux of the matter. Rodriguez sighed deeply. Who is Tony Stark? A procurement partner who has cooperated with the military for many years and has a very close relationship with the government. He is also a super elite among us ordinary humans. But after this incident, he actually publicly expressed his sympathy for mutant and his dissatisfaction with the military in the live broadcast. What does that mean? Don't you understand? Everyone definitely understands. It means that the storm of public opinion in the recent period has had an impact on Iron Man, a human elite who holds a lot of wealth and resources. Can he be influenced? What about other consortium bosses, human elites, and officials at all levels? We'll start to sympathize with mutant too. Everyone here is very clear that the resources of this society have been in the hands of a few people since ancient times, and the voices of ordinary people can be ignored. But if there are more human elites like Iron Man who change their attitudes, for them, it will be a huge amounts of hit. Mutant must be struck. Scudder said with almost no hesitation. I can't let it go like this anymore. I think it is necessary to restart the Mutant Registration Act and implement it as quickly as possible. All eyes focused on the president. Admiral Scudder. President Matthew Ellis was expressionless, and finally responded, I hope you can understand that whether mutant is a threat or not, the governments of various countries have not reached a conclusion, and the White House has not issued a unified order on how to treat and deal with mutant. Forcing the Mutant Registration Act is actively provoking war. The complexions of Scudder and many generals in the military changed at the same time. The president is obviously very upset about the assassination. He is not entirely convinced that this matter has nothing to do with the military. Thinking so, Scudder quickly explained. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by the president waving his hand. I am very clear that the large-scale emergence of mutants will have a huge impact on the world of ordinary people, so I signed and agreed to the X-Weapon project just in case, lest there be turmoil caused by mutants, and the authorities are powerless to suppress it. But today, apart from Magneto, the other mutants don't pose much threat to us. Even the X-Men are working on mutant crime. This is a signal of goodwill without a doubt. It means that in the mutant group, a large part of them are not monsters, they love peace just like ordinary humans. If because of your active provocation, these mutants are also pushed to the opposite of us, and finally a complete war between humans and mutants is triggered, all of you here, who can take this responsibility? Matthew Ellis spoke in an orderly manner, and his calm eyes scanned the audience. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of many military generals, he added slowly, the most important thing is, are you ready? If the war starts, your military can guarantee me a certain victory, and Vice President Rodriguez and I will support you without any hesitation. So, can you guarantee it? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the military choked back the words that came out of their mouths. Rodriguez was expressionless, and neither agreed nor refuted the president's swearing of his name. Admiral Scudder was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Mr. President, there is a saying that Magneto is half right. Politics is the dirtiest thing in the world. The art of compromise is everywhere. Because of this, it is obviously impossible for the matinee meeting to resolve all differences. After the meeting adjourned, all members of the military left the White House one file at a time. Everyone's face was ugly, and Scudder's expression was so gloomy that water could drip out. Wilhelm Stryker that BCH. Indistinctly, such low-pitched curses came from the crowd. Obviously, this time, although the military resolutely gave up on Wilhelm Stryker at the first time, it will still be greatly affected, and 003 has fallen into a passive position in many matters. However, it was a little strange that one of the people in the crowd had an extremely calm expression on his face. It doesn't seem to be affected at all. Seeing him, Scudder couldn't help leaning forward and asked, General Ross, what do you think of the president's attitude? What do you think? Is he really going to cut our budget and stop talking to pay for mutant? General Ross didn't care, and there was even a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He just took this opportunity to suppress the power of the military. Those mutant experiments under the White House are hard to come by. Is there still less Tau? As head of the military's super soldier program, he has far more power than Wilhelm Stryker. No more things. Not to mention that in the Worthing laboratory, special weapons for mutant are being developed, and Trask Industries is also undertaking the research and development of Sentinel. There are countless other laboratories. Which one is not a lot of mutant experimental bodies? Many of them do not belong to the military? That's what I said, but the impact of this incident is too great, and our loss is far from being as simple as a Wilhelm Stryker. Scudder definitely understands this truth, but his brows are still frowning. General Ross smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, General, no matter how powerful mutant is, our preparations over the years are not useless. Oh, hearing this, Scudder was refreshed. Have you achieved results? General Ross lowered his voice, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Soon, I will be able to catch Bruce Banner, and with him, we will soon be able to mass-produce Obedient Ho. General, you have seen the power of the Hulk. If we had an army of Hulk, those mutants, what waves can you turn up? Scudder never expected to hear good news in such a day of constantly bad news. A smile immediately appeared on his face. General Ross, you are indeed the mainstay of our military. I will fully support you in the election of the next Secretary of State. General Ross beamed with joy, quite complacent. The two talked about the details of the gamma-ray experiment while walking, and before they reached the door, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps behind them. Seeing the president's secretary approaching quickly, he said eagerly, Everyone, I just received the news that Xavier's school suddenly publicly announced the recruitment of mutant students. The president invites you to go back to the meeting. General Ross and Scudder looked at each other, and the good mood just now disappeared without a trace. Shit. X-Men teamed up with Iron Man to smash the Lake Alkali base, which undoubtedly caused a huge amount of sensation. Definitely, it also caught the attention of SHIELD. What I have to say is that the reaction speed of S.H.I.E.L.D. is much faster than that of the White House and the military. But Nick Fury did not send anyone to the scene, but ordered his men to activate all the satellites that S.H.I.E.L.D. could call. There is only one purpose. Track the X-Men's Blackbird to find the location of the new Xavier's school. Boss, recently, although mutant has made a lot of noise, it has not threatened the security of the world. In the S.H.I.E.L.D air base, Commander Maria Hill stood in front of the big screen, frowning slightly. This doesn't seem to be our scope of authority. So I have no intention of dealing with mutant. In Nick Fury's one-eyed eyes, there was a flash of light. It's just that a Xavier's school out of sight, a group of mutants out of sight, always makes people feel uneasy. Understood. Hill knew the boss's temperament very well, and nodded in understanding. We don't have to deal with them, but we must know their situation well, in case in the future. She didn't continue to say the following words. Instead, he quietly looked at the fast-moving red light spot on the big screen. S.H.I.E.L.D guards the safety of the Earth, and any potential threats should be monitored. Nick Fury half responded, half whispered. Hill's eyes trembled slightly. Just as she was about to speak, her complexion changed slightly. Where are they flying? The Pacific Ocean is ahead. Before he finished speaking, the red light spot on the big screen suddenly disappeared. Kindness. Nick Fury asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Boss, the target signal is gone. A group of agents manipulated the computer skillfully, and quickly came to a conclusion, looked at each other, and reported like a ghost. The fighters did not show any signs of slowing down, so they must have not landed, but just so suddenly, disappeared. It's missing again. Nick Fury now has a headache hearing those 3 words. Last time, the Academy disappeared from place. This time, the Blackbird is in high-speed flight. Can this go away too? Don't they also have invisibility technology? Hill subconsciously thought of this possibility, and the S.H.I.E.L.D air base can also quickly become invisible. But then, she denied herself, probably not. It takes at least a little time for such a big fighter to enter the invisible state, and it is impossible to disappear instantly, unless their stealth technology is more advanced than ours. Thinking of the X daily that couldn't be deleted, she felt that it was not impossible. Nick Fury shook his head. Intuition tells me that the direction of their flight is not the location of Xavier's school at all. He didn't know what he thought of, and his eyes became more intense. Perhaps, Xavier's school has some kind of space technology for long-distance movement. Space technology. Hill was startled, and subconsciously thought of the blue-skinned mutant that could teleport. The research on Tesseract is about to speed up. Nick Fury's character made his sense of security plummet after making such a guess. But he still ordered in a deep voice. Phil Coulson went to the southwest to perform a mission. Hill, you personally lead the team to the location of the target hour, and see if there are any clues. Clear. On the Blackbird fighter plane. More than 100 mutants who escaped from the Weapon X base saw the fighter plane pass through a cloud layer with their own eyes. The next moment, the scene outside the glass was completely different. It's like stepping into another world. But no one was surprised, because when they boarded the fighter plane, they had already experienced this unbelievable magic. Although the internal space of the fighter is not small, it is definitely not enough to accommodate so many people. But at this moment, with more than 100 people staying inside, it doesn't even feel crowded. This is clearly not normal. Okay, everyone. Storm's voice broke the silence. Welcome to Xavier's school. This is your home from now on. The crowd became slightly agitated. Through the window of the plane, they actually saw a huge amount of islands suspended in the air, with mountains, waters, forests, and even roads and signs. From the looks of it, this island seems to have risen directly from the ground. Is this our mutants' own academy? The crowd looked at each other, inexplicably, a little curious about this place where they will live for a long time in the future. The fighter plane landed on the Xavier's school playground. Cyclops and Phoenix were in front, and Wolverine supported a middle-aged man who was the most injured, and the rest followed closely behind. As far as I can see, Professor X has already led the other students of the college, waiting for a long time. Welcome. Professor X's face was full of red light, but as soon as he spoke, he was startled suddenly. Immediately afterwards, an unbelievable exclamation came out of his mouth. Sean. Hey, Charles, long time no see. The middle-aged man who was supported by Wolverine greeted him with difficulty. His entire mouth was almost rotten, his throat had an obvious scar caused by intubation, and his body was covered with needle holes. It turned out to be the original X-Men Siren. Ability is ultrasound? I thought you had. With Professor X's chinfo, I couldn't help but get red eyes at this moment. At the beginning, in the first generation of X-Men he formed, Mystique switched to Magneto, and the rest of Beast, Kraken, and Shockwave had worked together for a long time. Later, Kraken and Shockwave both left for some reason. Unexpectedly, the former was captured by Wilhelm Stryker and became the experimental subject of the X-Weapon project. Seeing the Kraken's bruises, a deep sense of guilt surged into his heart. Professor X grabbed his hand, and then looked up at the top of the fighter. Lynn. Everyone followed his gaze, only to realize that there was a person standing on top of the Blackbird fighter. When will he? Could it be with us? All the mutants looked at each other. Don't be nervous, everyone, it will be fine in a while. Lynn nodded to Professor X, stretched out his right hand, and pressed his palm down lightly. The dazzling green light suddenly flooded the entire playground, and it seemed to be spiritual, dripping towards the sea monster and everyone else. The nerves of the mutants who had just escaped from the cage were instantly tense. If Lynn hadn't said something first, many of them almost subconsciously wanted to use their super abilities to fight and escape. It's just that quickly, everyone relaxes. The green light entering the body did not cause any harm to them, but turned into streams of warm currents, repairing the wounds on their bodies. Even the rot in the mouth of the most severely injured sea monster gradually disappeared. Not to mention the wound in the throat. Many people moaned comfortably, and then they couldn't help crying. This feeling of good health. It's been a long time since they experienced it. Remember this feeling, because starting today, the pain you suffered in the past will leave you forever. Lynn watched this scene quietly, inexplicably feeling sad. Among these people, the older ones are like sea monsters, the X genes of many mutants can delay aging, and the younger ones are just like middle school students, but they all suffered inhuman torture. For a long time to come, the psychological problems of these people will be the most troublesome thing for Professor X. Without interruption, the crying went on for a long time, until the mood improved a little, one face after another raised one by one, looking at Lynn seriously. In the future, can we really live like normal people? Definitely. Lynn replied without any hesitation, not only you, all mutants will live in the sun, and they can also come here to study, learn knowledge, control abilities, and in the future, become a dazzling star that attracts the attention of the world. All the mutants stared in surprise and doubt. Lynn smiled and looked at Shadowcat at the edge of the crowd. Katie, are you ready? I can't wait. Shadowcat laughed out loud, took out his mobile phone, and projected a video of Xavier's school's open enrollment in front of everyone. Then on the mutant channel of the Daily X release, this day is destined to be recorded in history. Early in the morning, Twisting City, a dirty and messy mixed community. Boom. A loud noise came from the depths of a remote street, accompanied by bursts of gunshots and screams, which seemed extremely abrupt. But the nearby residents didn't have the slightest intention of getting up to watch the excitement. Robbery, gang fights, gangsters eating gangsters. Similar things happen every day, and the people living around here have long been used to it. However, what these people didn't know was that the situation this time was a little different. It wasn't gang members who robbed a homeless man with guns, but were retaliated by the other party after robbing a homeless man. I'll count to 3 seconds and take all the money out. The one who made the voice was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her short green hair was quite eye-catching, and the evil look on her face was also shocking. A group of these damned bastards are not picky when they rob. That old man Harrison is a 6-year-old man. A tramp in his teens, who is as poor as me. Will you not let this go? 7 or 8 gang members were lying on the ground, all trembling. You can't do it without trembling. Just above their heads, steel bars are floating in the air, and it seems that they will fall down at any time, poking their heads. The girl in front of me turned out to be a mutant? Equals. Just when the countdown sounded, the gang leader shouted, "Don't count, don't count, the money is under the TV cabinet, you get it yourself. You guys are acquainted." The green-haired girl nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the TV cabinet. Passing by the messy table, there are beer, cigarette butts, flour everywhere. There are even a few condoms. She frowned fiercely, the fierceness on her face flashed away. Resisting the idea of killing all these scumbags, she quickly found the money from under the TV cabinet, turned around and was about to leave. But at the moment, the morning news came from the TV that had not been turned off all night. The latest news is that X-Men publicly released information on the Mutant channel, claiming that in order to prevent more mutants from being killed by butchers like Wilhelm Stryker, they will establish their own academy for mutants and open enrollment from today. The address of the college is located in the Xavier Manor on the outskirts of Twisting City. Any mutant who intends to enroll, regardless of age, can go directly to report. However, after investigation by our reporter, the Xavier Manor has disappeared. In its place was a huge amounts of sinkhole. This matter caused a sensation again. It was reported that the White House held a meeting overnight and seemed to be discussing countermeasures. The green-haired girl turned her head in disbelief. The academy where the X-Men are. Open enrollment. Publicly provoking the White House. Great crab special. After an exclamation, she involuntarily fell into silence. Since awakening super ability, she has been hiding for many years. She has never encountered such a thing, and she was a little dazed for a while. An unprecedented excitement seemed to emerge from the depths of the soul. Mutants' own academy? Perhaps. Lorna should check it out. California, outside a prison. Amidst the ear-piercing roar of cars, several police cars ran wildly, chasing the target ahead. However, every time you want to catch up, a halo will appear in front of the target. The target jumps in, and the next moment it will appear hundreds of meters ahead. AFK, that chick is playing us. Rough and angry curses came from the police car, reflecting a few gloomy, Mama Lee's watery faces. Chase all the way and soon enter the town. Everyone's complexion was getting worse and worse, but suddenly they were stunned for a moment, and saw the target in their sights stop when they passed by a square. On the big screen in the square, the news is being broadcast. After running for so long, her ability must not be used. The prison guards were overjoyed, got out of the car quickly, and approached with guns. "Clarice Ferguson, you escaped from prison and attacked the police, we are going to arrest you now." Before he finished speaking, a familiar circle of light appeared. A target named Clarice slipped in and disappeared again. But this time, it moved directly out of their sight. Vaguely, there seemed to be a prison guard with sharp ears, who heard a murmur, "After entering Xavier's school, I will never be arrested because of my super ability." Xavier's school. The prison guard shook his head and looked up at the big screen. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but gasp. Mutant is going crazy. Similar things happened in many places at the same time. In a casino in Las Vegas, a middle-aged man with unfathomable poker skills froze for a moment after seeing the news, and then, the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed an arc of interest. I heard that Logan is at Xavier's school. Could it be that he made it? Twist City, home of Sheriff George Stacy. Gwen Stacy, who was about to leave for school, passed the living room and glanced at the news her dad was watching. The eyes freeze instantly. Mutant Academy. It seems that only those with the X gene in their bodies are considered mutants. People like me who have acquired super abilities after being bitten by a spider. Is it considered a mutant alter? Should I check it out too? A strong wind suddenly rises. The waves are monstrous. The news of the new Xavier's school's open enrollment spread throughout the world as if it had wings. Interested people immediately sniffed out the unusual breath. A turbulent era has begun? However, as the person who single-handedly kicked off the curtain of the Great Era, Lynn clearly understands that even though the trend of public opinion on mutant has been reversed, there are still many people who cannot accept the sudden appearance of Mutant Academy, even those who are no longer against mutant. Not repelling, doesn't mean you are willing to see mutants standing in the sun openly. These are two very different things. Human nature is like this, and it has been like this since ancient times. Thus, such a strange situation appeared. After the admissions video was released, it quickly caused an uproar, but almost all of it was confined to the internet. In reality, some people even gathered outside the White House, demanding that the authorities severely punish Wilhelm Stryker, but there was no word raised the basic rights of mutant as a human being. Lynn knows that it will take time to slowly ferment and slowly change. There is no rush. At the same time, he is also very clear that those mutants, or the parents of mutants, may not necessarily believe such an admissions advertisement, although it was released by X-Men. After all, the news clearly captured the situation of Xavier Manor, where there is no school 167, only a bottomless pit. It's not Hogwarts, at least there is an owl to deliver a letter. In contrast, the new Xavier's school has only one advertisement, which looks very shabby. So, one more opportunity is needed. An opportunity that has been brewing for a long time. Before the opportunity came, Lynn started another action that had been planned long ago, recruiting famous teachers for the new Xavier's school and improving the faculty of the school. And the first one he visited was Iron Man. How is the development progress of Oasis? When is it expected to be released? Seeing Lynn's first words, Tony fulfilled his responsibility as a shareholder perfectly. During this period of time, apart from researching steel battlesuits in the laboratory, he spent his fantasy in Oasis and tried various new tactics. In the middle, he also took time to destroy the X-weapon base, which was equivalent to an actual combat exercise. Quite a lot of fun. Oasis can be launched at any time, the only difference is the number of copies. Lynn smiled and said, it's just that the number of logged-in devices is not enough, and the production capacity is limited, and only a few million sets have been produced so far. Is a few million sets not enough? Tony was taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to say, that's not how business works. But after thinking about it, with the quality and experience of Oasis that transcends the times, if it can only satisfy a few million users when it is launched, it will undoubtedly be a blasphemy. He shook his head, not to dwell on the problem. Recently you have made too much noise. Neither the White House nor the military can sit back and watch Xavier's school open enrollment. Next, you don't plan to go to war, do you? He was obviously worried about this incident. Although he did good deeds and saved more than 100 innocent and suffering mutants, there was always a feeling of being used by Lynn. So he said decisively, this kind of thing, you must not drag me into the water. Don't make trouble. If you really want to go to war, what can you do with the Mark 10 you are wearing now? Lynn rolled her eyes. Tony was furious. You look down on my steel battlesuit. It's not contempt. Lynn told the truth, it's because your research and development of the battlesuit is still at the elementary level stage, so you can only bully some small characters. Once you meet a really powerful character, you don't even have a chance to fight back. What? Tony felt that his self-esteem had been seriously challenged, so he folded his hands and smiled proudly. Then tell me, who are the powerful people I meet? Will I not be able to fight back? Lynn watched him silently. Has the anti-psychic armor been made yet? Any ideas for anti-magnetic armor? Is anti-Superman armor in the plans? Beth, anti-magic armor, are you going to get it? A series of quick rhetorical questions, each sentence hits the heart directly. Tony's face suddenly collapsed. Holy shit, heard you say that. I don't seem to be weak like normal. He sighed in frustration. Not to mention anti-psychic, anti-Superman armor, even anti-magic armor. Since the last battle with Lynn on the rooftop, he has been researching, and now he has no clue. So, don't worry. Lynn patted him on the shoulder, looking like an elder, and said earnestly, you still have a long way to go. Tony was speechless. I feel like you're taking advantage of me. How come? Lynn smiled again and waved her hand. Don't talk about those useless things. I'm here this time to invite you to be the visiting professor of the new Xavier's school, and to study the battlesuit in your spare time, to teach the students. Professor? Me. Tony was taken aback for a moment, completely unable to keep up with Lynn's wild ideas. Definitely you? Lynn looked at him very seriously. You are a genius, one of the smartest people on Earth. Mechanical engineering, artificial intelligence, material engineering, electronic engineering, nuclear fusion. You are proficient in too many majors. This is the best professor in the world for the students of the academy. Tony still didn't realize it. Are you sure those students can understand these things? From shallow to deep, from easy to difficult, teach little by little. Lynn waved her hand indifferently. Those low-grade students are definitely impossible to understand, but the high-grade students will gain something to some extent. The IQ of many mutants is much higher than that of ordinary humans. Don't forget, Katie and Gan Huan are also students who just graduated from the academy. Mentioning Shadowcut and Jubilation Lee, Tony's eyes changed slightly. He had to admit that those were two talents. The latter's attainments in mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence impressed him deeply, while the former was not inferior in computers, and was also proficient in multiple languages, and could browse documents and materials in various languages at will. How old are they? Is mutants' IQ really that high? It's fine if you haven't noticed it before, but now that you think about it, Tony can't help but say in shock, the Blackbird fighter that X-Men drives is also quite high-tech. Is it made by mutant? To some extent, mutants can actually be divided into combat mutants and scientific research mutants. Lynn shook her head. The stronger the super ability, the IQ is generally at a normal level, and many people with weak super ability can reach heights that ordinary people can't match in terms of brain development. This is a very objective self-evaluation. Exceptions like Professor X, Phoenix. Wisdom is sometimes inversely proportional to strength. The stronger the person, the less he likes to use his brain. For example, Wolverine, with its super self-healing factor, super fighting level, although it is poorly performed in the movie, and its extremely sharp adamantium claws, undoubtedly form a super strength. But he is irritable, impulsive, and often used to exchange injuries for injuries. And apart from learning some languages because of wandering around the world, he never took the initiative to learn other knowledge. On the contrary, Tony was originally an ordinary person, without great strength, and his combat power was almost entirely dependent on armor. This led to his almost obsessive research on steel battlesuits. The speed of updating iterations is faster each time. His strength comes from knowledge. Lynn popularized the classification of mutants for Tony, and then said, many Delta-level mutants have a much higher level of brain development than ordinary people. If someone like you can teach them, they will be able to use knowledge to do the same as you. Arm yourself and become stronger. With a mortal body, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. Tony, such a heavy responsibility is yours. What he said was sincere, and he did not hide his deeper plot. Moreover, those professors who originally have a certain reserve of knowledge can also go to your class, and if they gain something, it can also greatly enhance the technology of Xavier's school strength. Tony was taken aback when he heard that. With a mortal body, can you stand shoulder to shoulder with a god? He carefully chewed the deep meaning of this sentence, and in a trance, he felt a sense of responsibility. But then, he laughed. This is your real purpose, right? Why don't you just ask me to help you develop weapons? He was a little surprised by Lynn's frankness, and felt that Lynn's move was really a bit whimsical. Obviously he wants to let himself, the helm of the Stark industry, go to the new Xavier's school to be a part-time worker, but it seems that he is making a lot of money. With thoughts surging in his mind, Tony gradually stopped joking. A serious look appeared on his always cynical face. What the hell are you trying to do? This is the second time he asked this question, and this time, he was obviously 100 times more serious than before. If I said before, I thought you just wanted to reverse mutants' image and change mutants' situation, but now, you actually want to arm the mutant with knowledge. Mutant already has a super ability, coupled with the knowledge armed, the power is bound to advance by leaps and bounds. Lynn, I feel more and more that you are ambitious. And your ambition is far more than just letting mutants stand in the sun openly. Could it be that you, like that Magneto, want to rule the world? After saying this, the atmosphere seemed to become a little dignified. Lynn didn't realize it. Mutants rule the world, why not? He actually admitted it lightly. Tony's complexion suddenly changed, and he almost summoned the steel battlesuit. But he resisted the urge, because in his sight, Lynn suddenly changed the subject and asked a completely irrelevant question. Tony, how much do you know about this world? What? Tony was taken aback again. Lynn continued to ask, S.H.I.E.L.D should have contacted you, right? You know S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, they have indeed contacted me and want to invite me to join and build a special team composed of superheroes to deal with possible crises that threaten the Earth and protect the safety of the world. Lynn nodded without asking if he had agreed to join. Instead, he smiled and said, so, what kind of crisis will threaten the entire Earth? What do you want to say? Tony frowned, with a vague premonition that every time Lynn was allowed to control the rhythm of the conversation, he seemed to suffer in the end. Lynn still didn't answer directly. Instead, he said word by word, Tony, do you believe in the existence of God? What? Tony couldn't keep up with Lynn's rhythm again, but this time, his answer showed no hesitation. Technology is God. It is said that the end of science is theology, but so far, he obviously has not encountered a scientific problem that cannot be solved. The implication is that there has never been a God in this world? Lynn said non-committally, how about the Metropolitan Superman? How about the General Zod who was defeated by him? Alien. Tony's brow furrowed even tighter. When Kryptonians come to the Earth, they can absorb the energy of the sun and become a powerful existence that makes human beings desperate. As long as they are willing, they can even easily wipe out all human beings on the Earth. For people on Earth, what is the difference between this and a god? Lynn didn't mention the Skrulls invading the Earth, nor the Asgards who had descended on the Earth, but just used Superman as an example. Then the topic changed. The universe is vast and infinite. If there is one such existence, there may be a second or third one. If they come to the Earth one after another and have malicious intentions towards the Earth, what should the people on Earth do? Tony is truly one of the smartest people on Earth. He immediately understood what Lynn meant. You mean, the Earth is about to face the threat of alien civilization? That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. is in a hurry to form Avengers. It's not about to come, but it's always in the face. Lynn said firmly. In the past, most people didn't realize it, but it won't be long before all human beings on the entire Earth will face death and destruction. At this time, the people's daily life is not about war, death, reconstruction, and falling into war again. But there are already signs of this. Tony, the world is not the same as before. Lynn sighed softly, sincerely, without any falsehood. Because he, and even all mutants, live in this world. When I think of the distant starry sky, purple sweet potato, Dormammu, Steppenwolf, Darkseid and many other top bosses are all staring at the Earth, sometimes I can't sleep well. Could the world be any more chaotic? Tony said nothing. But looking at the expression on his face, it was clear that Lynn was talking alarmistly. The level you are in is too low now, and it is normal not to see the future. Lynn patted him on the shoulder. You just need to know that the crisis that threatens the Earth has always existed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. obviously knows a lot of secrets, so they urgently want to form Avengers. As for those people in the White House and the military, they may not understand clearly enough, but there must be some smart people who have vaguely sensed the signs of great changes in the world through various cobweb signs. So they are also eager to improve their own strength. The study of mutant superability is to some extent one of the attempts. It's just that whether it's S.H.I.E.L.D. or the high-level human beings, they deliberately avoided a question. At this point, Lynn deliberately paused. When Tony didn't pay attention, he couldn't help being led to the rhythm. What's the problem? Why did mutants start to appear on a large scale at such a time? The divine light in Lynn's eyes was bright, and her tone suddenly raised. Tony's heart trembled violently, as if a thunderbolt exploded in his ears. Tony, you are one of the most intelligent geniuses on Earth. You must know that from primitive times to modern civilization, human beings have been evolving all the time. In order to adapt to the changes in the natural environment, there are constantly various physiological and psychological changes. Lynn's speech slowed down, but her enunciation became more and more clear. This is the historical torrent of the development of human civilization, just like a monstrous wave. It has never changed since ancient times. Then, in the face of today's turbulent waves of great changes, human genes are naturally mutated, and various super abilities are born to cope with the coming crisis of survival. Isn't it a very normal thing? God is sorry. If Darwin knew that his theory of evolution had been interpreted in this way, he wondered if he would jump out of the coffin. And if Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was present, seeing Lynn linking the invasion of alien civilizations with the large-scale emergence of mutants, he didn't know what kind of expression he would have. But I have to admit that these words make sense. Tony was speechless for a moment. Human beings have been adapting to the environment. If the cosmic environment is really undergoing unprecedented changes, then in order to survive, human beings have genetic mutations and the birth of super abilities. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. So, Tony swallowed hard, and spoke slowly after a long time. The emergence of mutant is actually the self-help of human genes? Is it the inevitable result of the development of human civilization? That's right. Lynn said every word. This is what happened naturally. First a small number of people, and then more and more people. As time goes by, all human beings will step into the process of genetic evolution. Since that's the case, mutant, who evolved one step earlier, wants to stand at the top of this world and lead the overall evolution of human civilization. Isn't it a natural thing? So, what's wrong with mutant ruling the world? At the moment, if Professor X, who is currently studying the history of the Dragon Kingdom, is present, he will be stunned by Lynn's words, and then lose all his elegance and swear. Shit, this guy, Lynn, started looking for theoretical support for the emergence of mutant? And there is no doubt that the key to this theory of genetic evolution lies in whether human civilization is real, will face unprecedented threats. Tony thought of that all at once. And Lynn saw his face and understood his thoughts. You don't believe it. 0. Tony subconsciously shook his head. Lynn was not angry, and a familiar smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's very simple. I just let you see it with your own eyes. Before he finished speaking, he thrust out his right hand and hit Tony between the eyebrows. This is not Camartage soul magic. But, prophecy magic? Lynn didn't lie when she convinced Magneto and Mystique earlier. He does know a thing or two about prophecy magic. Boom. It was as if the brilliant colors of the Big Bang flashed fiercely in front of Tony's eyes in an instant. At this moment, he felt as if his soul had lifted off into the sky and floated into a strange and unknown place. Bubbles suddenly appeared. In the bubble, there are pictures one by one. Each picture is different, as if it is a different branch of the timeline. However, in almost half of the screens, there is a twisting city that is being destroyed. In the city, the figures of superheroes are fighting with all their strength. Among them is even his own figure, manipulating a steel battlesuit that is clearly ahead of Mark 10, fighting bloody battles. and their opponents are ugly and powerful foreigners. Star creature. Tony saw, on the roof of the Stark building, a glaring ray of light pierced through the sky, opening a space channel that was getting bigger and bigger. In the tunnel, countless alien creatures and monsters rushed into the earth. Then, madly slaughter? At this moment, he believed Lynn's words for no reason, because out of the corner of his eye, he also saw a small part of the picture, the blue planet on which human beings live. Bang, and it exploded? Countless familiar streets, countless familiar people disappeared in an instant? No. With a roar, Tony broke away from the prophetic situation. His expression changed violently, his whole body was in an unprecedented shock. His thinking was like a speck of dust on the edge of the universe, suddenly lifted to the level of the vast universe. Spend. Looking around, there are mouths full of blood. He is angry, frightened, desperate, helpless. Invasion of alien civilization. The self-evolution of human civilization. Mutant is one step ahead. In my mind, what Lynn said just now echoed crazily, and at the same time, the feeling of seeing the future through time and space can't be lingered no matter what. After a long while, Tony took a deep breath. He stared at Lynn, his eyes were red. Professor Mutant, I'm done. As long as human beings are not destroyed, as long as human civilization does not go to extinction, I'm Iron Man. Willing to make every effort, willing to resist the gate of the gods with the body of a mortal. Hell's Kitchen. This is an indelible black spot in the bustling city of Twist, which has always been known for its messy and backward living quality, serious ethnic conflicts, and high crime rate. According to incomplete statistics, there are no fewer than 3 gangsters on each street here. There are so many gangsters and endless crimes that the residents of more than 20 blocks nearby are like rats living in the sewer, and they will never see hope. But the light that grows in the darkness is an eternal truth. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, is the only light in Hell's Kitchen. A blind man has to run a law firm to make ends meet during the day, and at night wear a hood, go out to fight crimes, and fight wits and courage with vicious gangsters. One can imagine how much effort is required. It has long been commonplace to be covered in bruises. And there is no doubt that in such a place, opening a law firm that upholds justice obviously cannot earn 030 money. In fact, the law firm has been on the verge of bankruptcy several times. But today, things seem to have ushered in a turning point. A big client came to visit. Welcome, Mr. Lynn. Matt Murdock sat in a slightly messy office, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and said to the visiting young man, I don't know if you have anything to entrust to our law firm. His attitude is very friendly. With this income coming into the account, the institute can be maintained for a period of time. I'm not here to sue. Lynn didn't talk nonsense, and said straight to the point, Mr. Murdock, I know you are Daredevil. Ever since you lost your eyes, you have acquired extraordinary senses of touch, hearing, smell, and taste, as well as superb fighting abilities. So, I can offer you a job. Daredevil's face changed slightly. His first reaction was to clench the guide stick in his hand, and his whole body tensed up accordingly. But his strong 4 senses made him judge that Lynn was not malicious, and he frowned slightly and said, Work? I already have a job, sir. Definitely. Lynn was not surprised by his vigilance, and said, It is because you are an excellent lawyer that I am willing to offer you this job, or you can take it as a part-time job. Part-time. Daredevil was a little surprised. That's right, a part-time job with a good income can not only keep your law firm afloat, but also make you more respectable. Lynn glanced at the small office. Maybe, you and your partner can change to a bigger office instead of being crowded in such a small place. Seeing Daredevil's frown getting tighter, he smiled and added, Definitely, this part-time job is definitely not for you to do bad things, but only for you, to go to a school for a few classes a week. It's just a class. School? In class. Daredevil became more and more confused. What kind of school needs a blind man as a teacher? A school that gathers a lot. Students who have super abilities like you. As soon as the words came out, Daredevil reacted immediately. Xavier's school. Recently, the news of the new Xavier's school's open enrollment has been raging. Even if he doesn't pay attention to it, he still knows it from his partner Fergie Nelson and his assistant Karen Page. But he never thought that this matter would have something to do with him. Are you a mutant? Maybe it's because of the super ability relationship. Although he is not a mutant, he is quite kind to mutants. As he spoke, his expression gradually relaxed. The students in Xavier's school are all mutants, and their teachers, shouldn't they be the elite among mutants? Why did they come to me? That's all in the past. Now Xavier's school needs talents who can teach all kinds of knowledge. Lynn explained, You must have heard that Xavier's school has open enrollment, so after graduation, students will naturally return to normal social life, and as we all know, in such a country, the law is that the rich game to play. So, if students want to gain a foothold, it is necessary to be proficient in law. That's why he came to Daredevil. Among the future graduates of Xavier's school, at least a group of lawyers should be trained. You're blunt. Mr. Lynn. As a lawyer, Daredevil felt unnatural when he heard this. But he quickly adjusted, shook his head and declined politely, Although I don't reject mutant, teaching is really not my strong point, and I still have work to do. I'm afraid I don't have time. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lynn. Aren't you looking at the pay first? Lynn snapped her fingers, and a check appeared out of thin air and landed on the desk in front of Daredevil. This is your weekly salary, and your courses will not be too heavy, so you won't waste much time. This is an ordinary check, not for the blind. but Daredevil has a great sense of touch. When I touched it with my hand, my heart skipped a beat. Mr. Lynn is very generous. It's unbelievable to him, it's just a part-time job, and his salary is much higher than that of the world's top university professors. In order to recruit professors, Xavier's school obviously showed enough sincerity. From this point of view, if there are not many courses, it seems that it is not unacceptable to accept such a part-time job. Not only can it greatly relieve the financial pressure of the law firm, you can also become colleagues with the recently popular X-Men. In the future, in case something unexpected happens, wouldn't it be possible to ask the X-Men for help? Mr. Lynn, I think I can. Daredevil groaned for a while, and planned to accept the invitation, but before he finished speaking, his brows frowned again. Mr. Lynn. There was no response from the office. And in the radar sense, the young man who was sitting opposite just now, has disappeared. When will he? Daredevil was startled when he heard Karen Page, the receptionist and assistant, push the door in. Matt, who are you talking to? Kindness. Daredevil was startled. Mr. Lynn, didn't you bring it in just now? We were talking in the office, didn't you hear me? Are you kidding? When did I take over the client? Karen Peggy looked blank. And you are the only one in the office all the time. You are not dreaming, are you? Myself. Daredevil was silent for a long time, and sighed softly after a long time. Mutant's ability is really amazing. Karen Page was puzzled. Daredevil didn't say much, handed him the check in his hand and said, I just received a weekly salary that was pretty good. I think I won't owe you any more salary in the future. Karen took a look at 1.0, and immediately exclaimed, Great gift crab special? Is this a weekly salary? Yes. Daredevil felt the joy of his assistant, and couldn't help being happy too. Immediately afterwards, with his extraordinary sense of touch, he felt that there seemed to be something extra in his pocket. He reached out and touched it. Lynn's voice sounded quietly in his heart. This is the key to the academy. Hold the key for more than 3 seconds, say Harry Potter silently, and display the class schedule. Silently say Dumbledore to send the vehicle where the academy is located. Definitely, in order to ensure the personal safety of the college professors, if one day you are in danger, please shout Grindelwald. In an instant, Daredevil was even more shocked, but at the same time couldn't help being a little puzzled. Dadu. Dumbledore. Seems like they're all names? In the coffee shop, Lynn sipped coffee leisurely. On the opposite side are 3 people. Mr. Lynn, you mean, you're willing to fund my research? Even help me build an astrophysics laboratory? On Jane Foster's fair face, there was a blush of excitement. Her beautiful eyes were rippling between Gupan, and her good figure made the guests at the next table peek over frequently. Beside her, assistant Daisy Lewis also looked at Lynn curiously. Lynn noticed that the guest next door was peeking at Daisy rather than Jane Foster. No way, in this age of looking at faces, there is another thing that attracts more attention. Big is king? In the open coat, the simple t-shirt can't cover up the amazing curves at all, plus the pair of black-rimmed glasses on her face, and her big black waves, it's easy to think of some restricted-rated things. Perhaps she was used to such gazes, but Daisy didn't realize it. With a lollipop in her mouth, she said suspiciously, You look like you haven't graduated from college yet. Do you know how much money is needed for an astrophysics laboratory? Are you sure you're not playing us? Mr. Lynn, Daisy is right. Astrophysics is a very special science. It requires years of investment, and Eric Savig also said seriously. As Jane Foster's mentor, he is a famous astrophysicist, but as he himself said, this major is a bit special 17, unless he is recruited by the state, it is difficult to have his own laboratory. After all, mankind has just entered the era of nuclear physics, and the truth of astrophysics is a bit far away, and it is difficult to convert the results of research into money. Those consortiums that like to invest in laboratories will naturally not pay attention to this field. Because of this, a wild astrophysicist like him does not live a good life, and research funding has always been tight. So after receiving a call from Lynn, although he had some hesitation, he still gave up the celestial vision that he had been tracking recently and came here. Only now, after seeing Lynn's age, he suddenly felt that things were not plausible. Such a young man would be interested in astrophysics? Could it be that he wants to pick up Jane or Daisy? Spending a lot of money to pick up girls? 3. You don't need to doubt my sincerity. Lynn smiled. After the Stark Group announced the acquisition of Hammer Industries, the stock of Hammer Industries, which had already fallen to the bottom, has risen crazily recently. The 400 million invested by the Second World has now doubled several times. The funds he can use now are conservatively estimated to be more than 1 billion. It's just investing in an astrophysics laboratory, and you don't need to take it all at once. As long as you accept my offer to become visiting professors at the new Xavier's school, I will fully fund your research and give you a piece of land to actually build a laboratory. Just like when facing Daredevil, Lynn said straight to the point, how about 100 million for the first phase of funding? 1 billion. For several wild astrophysicists, this is undoubtedly an exciting number. Jane Foster and Daisy were instantly excited. But Eric Savig narrowed his eyes sharply. You just said, the new Xavier's school? Mutant Academy? You want us to be professors in the Mutant Academy? Hearing this, Jane Foster and Daisy reacted. The two looked at each other, and the excitement on their faces froze instantly. Any questions? Lynn's reaction to them is not surprising at all. Xavier's school is a school with formal qualifications and is fully qualified to recruit students. In order to improve the quality of teaching, we hire foreign professors with high salaries, isn't it okay? The three of them looked at each other, their expressions changing and complicated. This sounds definitely no problem. But, that's Mutant Academy? Unlike Daredevil, these three people don't have any super abilities, but are just completely ordinary people. Facing such an invitation, they show a completely different attitude from Daredevil. Eric Savage barely thought about it, just shook his head and refused. I'm really sorry, I don't think we can accept this job and investment. Jane Foster was a little disappointed and didn't mean to refute her mentor. Seeing this, Daisy hesitated for a while, but didn't speak. It's okay, you can think about it again. Lynn had expected this, and she didn't force it, and still handed out 3 letters of appointment. This invitation is not aimed at the 3 of you. No matter which one of you thinks it through, you can contact me at any time. After all, one of your research directions is the theory of wormholes, and in the new Xavier's school, there are many mutants with space abilities. If the two sides can reach a cooperation, maybe there will be research results that span the ages. After saying this, he got up and was about to leave. The expressions of the 3 people on the opposite side all changed. Space, wormhole. For scientific research talents like them, excellent observation and research materials are even more important than research funding. Jane Foster almost blurted out, "Are you talking about the blue-skinned mutant that assassinated the president? Don't bother him. He has been a little stimulated recently and he is not in a good mood." Lynn's mouth curled into a familiar arc. In front of the 3 of them, he snapped his fingers casually. With a sound of buzz, a ripple appeared in the corridor on the left, as if a zipper had been unzipped in the void, and a space portal with a faint golden glow appeared quietly. The space door moved slowly, enveloping the 4 of them together with the table. The next moment, the 3 of Jane Foster were stunned to find that they and the others had appeared in a vast and boundless primeval forest. The extremely scorching air, the sudden increase in temperature, the giant trees and vines covering the sky, and the faint roar of lions and tigers coming from my ears, all in all, undoubtedly revealed an incredible fact. This is by no means pretty country. The man in front of him plucked the string of space. Tens of thousands of miles away, arrive in an instant? Africa. Daisy was the first to exclaim, and then looked at Jane Foster and Eric Savage, and saw that the 2 of them, like herself, had fallen into deep shock. In extreme stupefaction, the 3 of them didn't even notice that Lynn had left. The invitation to Xavier's school is valid for a long time. The 3 of you have considered it, and you can join the job at any time, but right now, I have some things to do here, so I won't be with you. If you want to go back, just go through the door. The voice came into the ears, and Lynn's figure had disappeared. After a long time, the 3 of Jane Foster looked at each other in dismay, and passed through the space door that hadn't disappeared one after another. Almost without a second, the familiar coffee aroma of $47 came again. Hiss. The 3 of them gasped in unison. It's not a dream. Daisy was so excited that she grabbed her good sister's arm. Let's accept this job. The salary is not low, and we can also get funds to establish experiments. Isn't it like a dream? Jane Foster looked at her teacher. Mutant. Eric Savage's expression was complicated, and he was a little confused for a while, unable to make up his mind. Daisy hurriedly persuaded, "What's so scary about mutant? We are going to be professors, so who else would dare to hurt us?" Jane Foster looked at her in surprise. "Daisy, why do I feel that your assistant is more excited than me?" "Definitely," Daisy said unabashedly, "that Lynn is handsome, isn't he? He is a powerful mutant who cuts through the space casually. Damn it, I actually felt a kind of unfathomable charm in him." As she spoke, she took a deep breath, helped up her black-rimmed glasses that almost fell off, and looked at Jane Foster. "He's my favorite. Jane, you can't take it from me." Jane Foster looked confused. "Isn't it? You are dominated by hormones at this time? Have you forgotten that we have to track celestial visions? Go to the FG celestial vision. We no longer need to use it to confirm the authenticity of the wormhole theory. The man just now has proved everything with facts." Daisy swears, and then looks at her friend and teacher indifferently. Is there anything more worthy of research than him? Jane Foster froze for a moment. Then the heart trembled. Lynn didn't know that Daisy had a strong curiosity about him. At the moment, he was strolling in the primeval forest. His expression seemed indifferent. His powerful spiritual power had spread, and he could feel it within a radius of 100 miles. Soon, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The apparition magic was cast. The next moment, he had already appeared 10 kilometers ahead. It still looks like a dense primeval forest here, no different from the place he just passed by, but in his powerful perception, he can clearly see an invisible light curtain in front of him. Wakanda. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and without stopping, he easily passed through the energy shield that concealed, defended, and shielded perception. The scene in front of him changed instantly. A city with a strong sense of technology stands in the space. The tall buildings and wide streets are in stark contrast to the farmlands and shepherds everywhere on the surrounding plains. This is a very strange place. Obviously relying on vibranium, it has developed a powerful technology that is many years ahead of the Earth. But at the level of primitive tribes, politics, economy, and even all aspects are full of backwardness and barbarism. An inexplicable sense of separation rushed over This is obviously related to Wakanda's long-term concealment, and the technology system that completely relies on vibranium also has huge amounts of incompleteness. Best of all, this technology is in the hands of Wakanda royalty. To put it bluntly, it is a means to maintain rule. For a country that does not communicate with the outside world, it is obviously enough for ordinary people to enjoy the benefits of vibranium technology in some aspects. As for the system, the more primitive and ignorant it is, the more unbreakable the foundation of the royal family will be. None of this has anything to do with Lynn. He came here for only one purpose. The mental power continued to release, and soon he locked on to the target, Operat again, and appeared on the highest mine in Wakanda, the vibranium mine. Lynn is somewhat curious about one of the world's most special metals. But he didn't go straight down, but stood quietly where he was. Not surprisingly, the breakthrough of the energy shield was quickly discovered, and at the same time, there was an extra person above the mine out of thin air, which also made Wakanda fans feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. The first to rush up were the warriors of the mountain mine tribe who were in charge of reclaiming the vibranium mine. A royal guard composed of a group of bald black women, each holding a spear, followed closely behind. Further away, a flight machine has already taken off. The people of the mountain mine tribe are extremely physically fit because they have been mining all the year round. Dozens of people rushed to Lynn, almost without hesitation. But Lynn just glanced at them, and these people seemed to be struck by lightning, and they all froze in place, as if they were demented. 4-ring magic mind shock. When the royal guards arrived, they all changed their expressions when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why didn't you move? It's super ability. They're under control. Wakanda is obviously not ignorant of the outside world. Everyone in the female guards reacted almost instantly and stopped immediately. The spears in their hands shone brightly and aimed at Lynn. Lynn didn't make any movement, the ground around him trembled loudly, and all the members of the guard fell down on the spot as the earth dragon rolled. Someone who was agile got up quickly, and was about to fight back, when tentacles made of mud stretched out from the ground, locking their bodies tightly. There was a look of horror in everyone's eyes. Can be selected into the royal guard, each of them has strong physical fitness, and is also equipped with powerful technological equipment such as spears and cloaks. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they are confident that they can win 5 battles. Who would have thought that facing Lynn, there would be no room for development? This is magic? Powerful power is only second. Magic and weirdness are the biggest features. Notify your king that Lynn, king of mutants, is visiting. Lynn is a gentleman. He never thought of killing through Wakanda and snatching vibranium by force, so he looked at the captain of the guard team and spoke lightly. This time, he came as the king of mutants. The aura is fully open, and the sharpness is revealed. King of mutant. All the members of the royal guard trembled, all were intimidated by Lynn's aura. Before they could report, on the high-speed approaching flight, Wakanda executives had already heard Lynn's words through their communication equipment. A flight controller lowered its altitude, the hatch opened, and figures jumped out of it. The other flight guns are suspended in the air, and the muzzles stick out, aiming at Lynn. I am T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda. Who are you? Why are you breaking into our territory? A vigorous voice sounded, and a figure wearing a Black Panther battlesuit appeared in sight. The head of the battlesuit disappeared like water, revealing a young face. Prince. Lynn glanced at him lightly. The king of Wakanda, doesn't he know any manners? The implication is that a mere prince is not qualified to talk to him. Hearing the sound, T'Challa was furious, and between the joints of both fists, the cat's claws rubbed out, and with a leap, he slid towards Lynn like a black spore. As the Prince of Wakanda, after eating the heart-shaped grass, he has gained super 5 senses, strength, speed, endurance, and reaction. Even, his ability to resist magic is far beyond ordinary people. The attack at this moment is much faster and sharper than the members of the guard just now. Obviously he has high-tech weapons, but he likes melee combat. Lynn pouted speechlessly, and the constant 5-ring magic super dynamic vision on his body made the opponent's movements seem to be in slow motion in his eyes. He still didn't do anything. However, in an instant, the surrounding wind suddenly picked up, and a high-speed rotating tornado appeared out of thin air, whistling like a knife. T'Challa's complexion changed slightly, and she quickly avoided it, her figure extremely agile. But he had just moved, and rays of light fell on him as if Wang Lizao had predicted his trajectory in advance. Dull, gravity, weakness, confusion. A lot of curse magic with only 1 and 2 rings appeared silently. T'Challa's magic resistance is not low, but in an instant, he feels his feet sinking, his head is dazed, his body seems to be a little disobedient, and he recovers soon. But this moment is enough for a tornado to smear his face. Bang sound body? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his attack failed at the very beginning, and he flew out in the air. The Wakanda executives who came with him were all shocked. Shoot! Shoot! The muzzle of the flight device suspended in the air instantly emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Lynn suddenly had a smile on his face. I heard that Wakanda's vibranium is derived from a meteorite that fell from the sky many years ago. In his pupils, 2 flames burned silently. Do you want to see and see? As Lynn's voice spread, everyone, including T'Challa, felt something strange. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. You know, Wakanda is located in Africa, and it is extremely hot. T'Challa and others have long been used to the high temperature, but at this moment, they all feel a burning sensation that stings their skin. This burning sensation not only comes from the outside world, but also partly comes from the heart. It was as if their souls had been set on fire. Everyone raised their heads subconsciously. In the high sky, a meteorite with huge amounts of roaring and falling with majestic flames became bigger and bigger from far to near, and the sky twisted strangely wherever it passed. A sense of terror and oppression that destroys the world crushes from the sky. Everyone's faces turned extremely pale in an instant, and Black Panther's tailbone trembled violently like a cat's hair exploded. Open the defensive cover. The energy is activated 100%. He hissed and roared for the first time, and his voice was full. In order to save energy, the energy shield on the outer layer of Wakanda usually only has a small part of defense power, and the most important functions are concealment and detection. Theoretically speaking, once the defensive cover is 100% opened, no weapon on Earth can break through. It seems that 990 is easy to block a meteorite. But that's in theory after all. Ever since Wakanda developed the energy shield technology, when did you experience the scene of the meteorite falling? It's not possible to drag a meteorite down. Let's test it. Especially the meteorite that appeared in the sky is obviously different from normal meteorites. During the high-speed fall, it rubbed against the atmosphere violently, but it didn't become smaller. Instead, as the distance approached, it became larger, visible to the naked eye. The color of the flames burning outside is also changing crazily. Red, crimson, maroon, purple, black. The flame carried by the meteorite turned black. Although I don't understand what this scene means, but such a strange flame immediately made T'Challa and everyone else stand on end, as if they saw endless collapse and destruction. And most importantly, when the black meteorite was only 100 meters away from the defensive cover, the second, third, and even endless small flame meteorites appeared in the rear, almost covering the entire area. Sky, this magic is not a single body. 6 rings meteor storm. 6 rings, fire god extinguishing magic. This is Lynn's confidence to break into Wakanda alone. During this period of time, his magic power has improved by leaps and bounds, and the magic he creates every day has reached the level of the 6th ring. 6-ring magic, called a forbidden curse. The power is completely different from the 5-ring magic. Great Gift Crab Special, Wakanda language. T'Challa and the rest of the people stopped breathing. The situation was too frightening. They suddenly lost confidence in Kandako's powerful skills. Is there anyone in this world who has mastered the power of a strong woman? Could it be that he is a legendary god? At the critical moment, King T'Chaka of Wakanda, who has never shown up, finally couldn't sit still. Mr. Lynn, Wakanda, and mutant have nothing wrong with each other. This is a misunderstanding. A significantly more luxurious and advanced flight machine roared over from the palace building, and an apologetic voice came from it. Please take back your super abilities. Wakanda will receive the King of Mutants with the most solemn etiquette. Lynn raised her eyebrows slightly. How good is it this early? The corner of his mouth curved into a half smile. In the almost dull eyes of T'Challa and others, his right hand crossed the top of his head, pointed to the sky, stretched out a finger and gave a light hook. The next moment, the densely packed small meteorites in the sky, the black flames suddenly disappeared, turning into bare meteorite fragments, crashing into the defensive cover. As for the largest one, the black flame rose even higher, but it suddenly drew a beautiful arc, brushing against the defensive cover and darting towards the far west. Over there is a primeval forest. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded suddenly, and the soaring black flames pierced through the sky, and half of the sky entered the night in an instant, as if everything in it was swallowed up. Even though they were far away, everyone still felt the strong heat wave and strong wind, and the earth trembled continuously for a long time. The sound of gasping for air came and went. Although I didn't witness the power of the meteorite with my own eyes, the terrible darkness almost swallowed even Wakanda. Obviously it was definitely not an ordinary flame. If it really hits the defensive cover, the consequences could be disastrous. Fortunately, although the power of those small meteorite fragments is also very strong, they are firmly blocked by the defensive cover. T'Challa took a deep breath and looked at the speeding king's car. Father, the current king of Wakanda, also wearing the Black Panther battlesuit, leaped from the flight gun. Several ups and downs appeared in front of Lynn. King to king? Mr. Lynn's super ability is amazing. T'Chaka is worthy of being the king of a country, and his insight and bearing are extraordinary. Seeing that Lynn received magic without any hesitation, he knew that Lynn was not malicious. Therefore, when he spoke, it was as if what happened just now hadn't happened at all. The attitude is extremely friendly. The strong are always respected. Especially in Wakanda, a wild land with advanced technology but advocating personal force. I, T'Chaka, the current king of Wakanda, welcome the noble king of mutant. T'Chaka put away his mask and looked at Lynn with a smile on his face. I don't know if Mr. Lynn is here this time. What advice do you have? Meet King T'Chaka. Lynn's attitude was also very friendly, as if the scene just now had nothing to do with him. And his speech, as always, is simple and direct. I heard that although Wakanda lives in seclusion, it has the most advanced technological level on the earth. I am here on behalf of Mutant to visit. Naturally I want to establish diplomatic relations and strengthen technical exchanges between each other. This was too official. T'Chaka didn't react for a while. Black Panther and the others behind were even more bewildered. With all due respect, T'Chaka hesitated for a while, but said, Mutant doesn't seem to have established a country, so why talk about diplomacy? He just called Lynn the king of mutants, really just to save face. Wakanda has a powerful intelligence system, and it knows many things about the outside world. Naturally, it also knows that mutants are a group excluded from mainstream society. Such a group, come to seek diplomatic relations? No matter how you think about it, it's a bit magical. Not now, doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Lynn smiled, confident and at ease. T'Chaka was slightly shocked when he thought of the strength he had shown just now. Although mutant does not have Wakanda's technology, it has a powerful super ability. If they can unite and build a nation, it seems that it is not an unimaginable thing. As soon as he thought of this, he stopped entanglement, but there were still doubts in his eyes. I don't know what Mr. Lynn's technical communication refers to. Wakanda's technology stands at the top of the earth? Technology exchange? What can mutant bring us? This question, too, is what Black Panther and other Wakanda people want to know. Lynn made no secret of this, definitely it's vibranium. As soon as this statement came out, the pupils of all Wakanda people shrank. As predicted, everyone who comes to Wakanda is coming to vibranium. There is no doubt that Wakanda can have such a world-leading technology today, all relying on vibranium and the technology derived from vibranium. Without vibranium, this is just a barbaric tribe. Because of this, the people of Wakanda value shock above everything else, or rather, possessiveness above all else. King T'Chaka was polite to Lynn last second, but when he heard the word vibranium, his expression changed instantly. But he didn't directly refuse. Facing such an unfathomable mutant like Lynn, no matter how angry he was, he still had basic reason. Mr. Lynn wants to buy vibranium. He frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. Although Wakanda lives away from the world, it also maintains some trade relations with the outside world. The price of vibranium in the market is $10,000 per gram. I can make the decision and sell some to others. Apparently, he wanted to trade a little vibranium for Lynn's kindness. It's just that he didn't expect it. Lynn laughed unabashedly when she heard this. $10,000 is a black market price, right? King T'Chaka is so insincere. Ignoring T'Chaka's gaze, he said to himself, as far as I know, the main source of income for Wakanda is the sale of vibranium, but over the years, you have been strictly controlling the quantity of exports, making the vibranium outside extremely rare. Rare things are more expensive, it's normal. But the price of vibranium can be so high, is it really because of its original value? It's nothing more than there is no outside, but you are hoarding it. Lynn speaks eloquently and hits the nail on the head. As the only exotic metal in the world that can absorb kinetic energy, vibranium is indeed extremely valuable, but by no means so ridiculously expensive. Because the total amount of vibranium is actually not small. Mr. Lynn, I hope you can understand that vibranium is a gift from the leopard god to Wakanda. It has irreplaceable significance to our country, so the sale of 10 weights is a very small quantity. T'Chaka felt Lynn's dissatisfaction, and frowned even tighter. For commercial transactions, the price is set by the seller. If the buyer can't accept it, he cannot buy it at all. It's fair, isn't it? That's the problem. Lynn was still smiling, and glanced at the people of Wakanda. When did the leopard god give vibranium to Wakanda? As far as I know, it is just an extraterrestrial meteorite that landed on the Earth many years ago. It's obviously something outside the Earth, but if it falls into your territory, it will always be yours. As soon as this remark came out, T'Chaka's heart trembled. Only then did he realize that the uninvited guest in front of him seemed to have an extraordinary understanding of Wakanda and vibranium. Even the origin of vibranium is clear. Vibranium is definitely our. Black Panther T'Challa at the back couldn't help interjecting when he heard the words. Lynn cut him off directly. Besides, when the meteorite fell, all 5 of your tribes wanted to keep it for yourself. You even went through a long war for this. In the end, because of the emergence of the first generation of Black Panther, you defeated the other 4 tribes and stabilized your situation. Firmly occupy this vibranium mine. There was an undisguised sarcasm on the corner of Lynn's mouth. So, if I kill you, can I keep it as my own? In front of the king of Wakanda, he bluntly said the matter of destroying the country. The faces of all Wakanda have changed once again. No matter how fearful King T'Chaka was, he couldn't help but snorted coldly at this moment. If mutant invades Wakanda, you will be greeted only with death and blood. Lynn dismissed his threats. If I want to rob, can you stop me? Contemptuous eyes scanned the audience. All those who looked at him subconsciously thought of the extremely terrifying meteor storm a few minutes ago. The faces changed color instantly. But no one was afraid. Instead they all held the weapons in their hands tightly, and some even took up the weapons and aimed at Lynn again in a panic. Drop your weapons. King T'Chaka hurriedly stopped him. Looking into Lynn's eyes, it was extremely complicated. Mr. Lynn appeared here above board. Obviously he didn't mean to be an enemy of Wakanda. It's just, your way of negotiating is really a little bit aggressive. That's right. Lynn is bargaining? And King T'Chaka clearly understands that too. I came here with sincerity. You are wasting each other's time. Lynn rubbed her hands together, as if a big fireball was about to come out at any moment. So, let's skip these nonsense. Mutant is going to purchase vibranium on a large scale for a long time. King T'Chaka, give me great price. Long term, on a massive scale. The pupils in T'Chaka's eyes shrank slightly. He is definitely unwilling to sell vibranium on a large scale. If Lynn really wants to grab it, he will lead the army without hesitation and fight Lynn to the end. However, Lynn is very polite and just wants to spend money on purchases. In this way, this is just a buyer, not an enemy. Wakanda naturally has no need to fight against it. But this buyer didn't follow the rules completely. The meteor storm just now was undoubtedly a deterrent to Wakanda. T'Chaka couldn't help but sigh deeply. Ask for flowers. He knew that from the very beginning, every move and every word Lynn made was paving the way for this negotiation. This undoubtedly makes him quite passive, facing such a well-behaved person, but not completely. He was completely unsure. If Wakanda rejected this deal, would the terrifying mutant in front of him really summon meteorites again and set off a bloodbath? After all, go ahead, it's pointless. Sell it, and don't be reconciled. It's frustrating and helpless. $5,000? 1 gram. After pondering for a long time, King T'Chaka still made a decision: just make friends with Wakanda and Mutant, and hope that our friendship will continue in the future. Well, the price went straight to half. Seeing Lynn's strange expression, he trembled in his heart, and quickly added another sentence: shocked purchase so far, the quantity is not much, and the cost of mining is also high. This is already the most sincere price. 00. It was beyond his expectation. Lynn didn't want to bargain any more, and nodded happily. Deal? 100 kilograms per month, that's 5 ye. Before he finished speaking, King T'Chaka's lips twitched again. According to Wakanda's information, the vibranium shield held by the world-famous Captain America at that time was only 5.44 kilograms, and it was also mixed with original adamantium. Good guy, how many shields can be made with 100 kilograms of vibranium? Also every month? Wakanda has mines and can't afford to dig like this? 50 kilograms. King T'Chaka quickly opened his mouth and started another round of negotiations, and it must be traded every 3 months. This amount is 200 kilograms a year. It's barely enough for now. Make a deal. Lynn nodded, looking at King T'Chaka's eyes, a little playfully. Wakanda's technology department needs vibranium and also needs to go out to ensure financial resources. In this case, it can easily trade 200 kilograms per year. Obviously, the reserves of the vibranium mine at the foot are richer than imagined. Wakanda is indeed the richest country on Earth. With that in mind, Lynn is ready to pay the bill. 50 kilograms in 3 months, that's 250 million. He spread his hands, and under the eyes of T'Chaka, Black Panther, and all the Wakanda people, he said, this money is not too much, but unfortunately, I have too many places to use the money. I'm afraid I won't be able to get it out. Everyone was stunned. This person is here to play tricks on us? Death. There seemed to be a moment of silence in the atmosphere. The look of surprise in King T'Chaka's eyes couldn't go away, and he said uncertainly after a long while, Mr. Lynn, wouldn't it be to deal first, then pay? How is this possible? Lynn looked at him with a strange face. Since it's a transaction, definitely you have to pay for it and deliver it. I'm here to purchase vibranium, not to rob, so how can I not pay? He speaks righteously and will not punish the Wakanda people. Don't you have no money? How to pay the bill? As I said just now, this visit is to promote technical exchanges between Wakanda and Mutant. Lynn said solemnly, since vibranium is the cornerstone of Wakanda's technology, then we Mutant definitely have to show our technological achievements. As long as Wakanda also purchases our products, won't I be rich? Good guy? The people of Wakanda call it a good guy. The king of Mutant in front of him actually wants to earn Wakanda's money, and then use Wakanda's money to buy Wakanda's vibranium. It's not impossible, but the problem is, Wakanda's technology beats all countries in the world. What products can Mutant have for Wakanda to purchase? Could it be that this person can't buy and sell by force? Thinking of this, the young Black Panther once again became angry with 837. In his opinion, Lynn was obviously still relying on her strong strength to rob in brazenness. His face changed instantly. But just as she was about to speak, Lynn had already brought out her own product. Rays of light flickered, and what appeared in front of the Wakanda people were small glass bottles filled with liquids of various colors, and a straw man with the size of the palm of his hand that seemed to be made by hand. These are magic potions. As Lynn said, the fingers of her right hand moved slightly, and a small glass bottle slowly floated in front of King T'Chaka. The liquid inside was a translucent color, and a flash of light flashed in it from time to time. Therapeutic potion can quickly recover injuries and physical strength. Soul potion, after drinking it can keep the mind pure, concentrate on it, and not be disturbed by external objects. Physical potion, the effect is to improve perseverance, take a sip, and the upper limit of endurance fatigue will be greatly increased. The potion of rage can greatly improve strength, speed, and reaction. Even if you drink it when you are seriously injured, you can instantly liven up. Definitely, after the effect of the medicine ends, there will be 10 side effects. Frost potion, as the name suggests, after drinking it, the body will be in a state of resistance to low temperature. In some scenarios, it is very effective. Lynn talked eloquently, telling the effects of more than a dozen magic potions in one breath. As a mage, he definitely knows how to mix magic potions and make magic props, and all the potions that he took out at this moment are elementary level potions without exception. He definitely won't say, these are just what he deployed randomly during the 10 years when he was extremely bored. On the contrary, in his description, the effect of these potions can be called bursting. That's the truth. Although it is only an elementary level magic potion, it has already far exceeded the normal technological level. This is similar to Wakanda's vibranium technology. Mutant developed a magical civilization. King T'Chaka definitely didn't know this. With Lin's introduction, his mind shook slightly, and he felt an unimaginable sense of horror. Civilization is the soul of an ethnic group and the foundation of a country. Although Wakanda lives in seclusion, he is also very clear that the term mutant has always been a collective term for those who have awakened the X gene. Mutants are scattered all over the place, and apart from the commonality of super ability, they don't have any other connections such as blood, culture, and inheritance. Strictly speaking, it's not even a group, but now, they actually have civilization. It has to be said that the thinking of the king of a country is completely different from that of ordinary people. Black Panther and others only saw that these potions seemed to be very powerful, but King T'Chaka saw something different from them. He finally understood that for Lynn he dared to call himself the king of mutants. No matter what the current situation is, the young man in front of him has the power to twist the mutants into a single rope. At the same time, he seems to have planted a seed of civilization in the mutant group. Technological civilization, completely different magic civilization. What kind of confidence is this? What kind of foresight? These magic potions, are they really that effective? King T'Chaka's attitude finally changed, and he regarded this sudden negotiation as an equal exchange. No longer because of Lin's great strength. More because he felt the same kingly thinking in Lynn. In layman's terms, he thinks that Lynn has the image of a king, and that this one person has emerged from the mutant group, and it is by no means a delusion to build a country. Whether the effect is good or not, you will know if you try it. Lynn smiled. He shot a few wind blades casually, cutting a few small wounds on a member of the royal guard next to Black Panther, and blood flowed out. The woman in Wakanda was really tough, and she was injured suddenly. The guard frowned slightly, but didn't say a word. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the healing potion appear in front of her. As if controlled by an invisible hand, the glass bottle opened automatically, and the liquid inside shot out, and before she could react, it had already entered her mouth. All Wakanda could see, the wounds on her body congealed quickly. One after another's eyes changed quietly. They were not shocked. Wakanda's vibranium technology already contains extremely powerful medical technology, and even if they suffer from extremely serious injuries, they can be cured quickly, as reflected in the movie. But that was going into the medical room after all. As for the healing potion in front of you, you only need to carry it with you, which is extremely convenient. This is undoubtedly very valuable to the warriors of Wakanda. It might not be worth much, but already eligible to trade with Wakanda. Thinking of this, a group of Wakanda talents finally understood that the exchange of technical achievements that Lynn mentioned was not taking advantage of Wakanda, and as the experiment continued, they could not help falling into Lynn's rhythm. The magic potions he took out were all targeted. Spirit potion is aimed at research-oriented talents. Physique potions can make the miners of the mountain tribe more hardworking. Rage potion, making Wakanda's warriors stronger on the battlefield. Frost potion, allowing Wakanda people to adapt to the most feared low-temperature climate. One magic potion after another, all Wakanda can use. The contempt in Black Panther's and others' hearts quickly disappeared, and their eyes were full of curiosity about these magic potions. And this curiosity, as Lynn showed the last product, directly turned into firmness. This is a magic prop, a stand-in straw man. Under Lynn's control, the rather rough straw man stuck to the guard member's body, and the next moment, an ice arrow appeared abruptly, piercing one end into her throat. Before the Wakanda people had time to be shocked, they saw a ray of light suddenly flashed by the stand-in straw man, and the next moment, the member of the guard appeared 3 meters away. Those pierced by ice arrows are just straw people? The effect of this thing is actually the same as the name. It can save embarrassment at critical moments. Purchase. At this moment, almost all Wakanda people looked at King T'Chaka involuntarily. Although no one spoke, the meaning in everyone's eyes was the same. The same is true for Black Panther. This kind of magic item that can save lives at a critical moment is worth 100 times more than those magic potions. This goes beyond Wakanda's vibranium technology. King T'Chaka's expression was also a little excited. He firmly believed that all the Wakanda people are brave fighters, but no matter how fearless people are, they respect death at a distance. Who wouldn't want a chance to save their lives? And with Wakanda's wealth, I'm afraid that all members of the royal family, high-level tribes, and even outstanding elites in the guards can be equipped with one. Members of the royal family can even carry a few more on them. The right to trade this thing must be in the hands of the royal family. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, King T'Chaka did not disappoint his subjects. He looked at Lynn and said proudly, "Mr. Lynn, let's not talk about the deal of these magic potions. Just this stand-in straw man. How much is it?" $10,000. Lynn smiled half-smile, and said the same price as vibranium. King T'Chaka said dryly, "Give me 100 first. Don't King T'Chaka have that sense of humor? Lynn looked at him speechlessly. This is a life-saving magic item. How can there be so many? Even if there is, how can it really be bought for $10,000? Just 1 million can save 100 cases? Are Wakanda's warriors so worthless?" T'Chaka froze for a moment. The excited mood of Black Panther and others suddenly stagnated. These words, they seem to have said similarly just now. At this moment, 0.5 is passed from Lynn's mouth. This is somewhat ironic. But King T'Chaka didn't care. It doesn't matter, Mr. Lin, no matter how many stand-ins you can provide, and no matter how much you ask for, we want it in Wakanda. Obviously, Wakanda's wealth gave him great confidence. Still, Lin shook her head. The greatest value of Wakanda's vibranium is to make weapons and equipment. It is definitely better to have it. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. In fact, I don't know that you have vibranium in Wakanda on the earth. He said seriously, with a serious expression on his face, but my stuntman is something that can save lives at a critical moment. Looking at the whole world, it is a unique treasure. Compared with vibranium, its value is much stronger than that of vibranium, so, add money. The Wakanda people were stunned again, and then heard Lin's real offer. Only accept vibranium trades. 50 kilograms vibranium 10 grass figures. And it will be traded once every 3 months, only 3 at a time. Lin said very seriously, although my magic potion has imperceptible dependencies, although my stand-in straw man can be made easily, there is no cost at all, and it is time sensitive, and it will become a waste when it expires. B. Do you Wakanda want to buy? You have to pay more. The so-called transaction is nothing more than asking for a high price and paying back the money when it lands. No matter how rich Wakanda is, it is impossible for him to pay a terrifying price of 250 million for a straw man. Lin knows all about this. Therefore, after some haggling, the two parties finally reached a consensus that the price of the stand-in straw man was set at 10 kilograms of vibranium, which was also traded once every 3 months, and the quantity of each time was set at 5. This made Lin further sure that Wakanda's vibranium reserves are definitely quite a lot. The so-called price is only for outsiders. For Wakanda itself, this thing may be an alternative metal currency. When they spend it, they don't feel bad at all. In this way, Lin can get 50 kilograms of vibranium from Wakanda every 3 months just for the stunt man, which is the same as the transaction quota promised by Wakanda. Which means he doesn't need a dime. If you add Wakanda's purchase of those elementary level magic potions, he can still make a fortune? It is probably the only one to do this in business. So much so that after the negotiation ended, all the Wakanda people, including King T'Chaka and Black Panther, looked at him with an inexplicable resentment. In the past, they harvested the trading partners who wanted vibranium. This time, the identity was reversed. They became cut leaks. But there is no way, things are rare and expensive. Don't say they've seen magic props that can save lives at critical moments. They've never even heard of them before. Now that they're lucky enough to come across them, is there any reason not to buy them? Even though Lin has made it clear that this stand-in is only valid for 1 year, they should buy it or have to buy it. To put it bluntly, for Wakanda, this small amount of money is nothing more than 9 cows and 117. The deal is settled. Should we talk about technical exchanges? The trip was full of rewards, and Lin was extremely satisfied, but he was not satisfied, and looked at King T'Chaka with a smile. Since Mutant and Wakanda will have a long-term transaction in the future, how about sending a liaison officer each? Liaison. King T'Chaka was taken aback. He scoffed at this before, thinking that there was no need for Mutant and Wakanda to communicate, but now, he has changed his mind. Mutant's new Xavier's school is about to open its enrollment recently, and it still lacks some knowledgeable professors. Wakanda has so many scientific and technological talents, how about sending one to the academy as a visiting professor? Lin obviously had a goal long ago, looking at the crowd behind Black Panther. How about Princess Sarui? There is one thing to say, when Lin watched movies in her previous life, she didn't like Wakanda very much. But this place does possess technology far beyond the current world. Especially Black Panther's younger sister, Princess Sarui, is definitely a smart person at the same level as Tony, or even better. Her nanotechnology and a lot of black technology is the master of Canon's vibranium technology. At the moment, she was still a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. Hearing his own name suddenly, he couldn't help being stunned. Me. You don't need to stay at Xavier's school all the time, just go to attend a few classes when you have time, and take care of the transactions between the two parties by the way. Lin looked at the sound, smiled and said, definitely, I will also send a liaison officer who satisfies you. King T'Chaka clearly has some hesitation. Princess Sarui herself is very interested. She is just at the age of puberty, and she is extremely curious about everything in the outside world. I've read the news outside, and I heard that the address of Xavier's school has only one big hole. Did you transfer it to another place? The academy is full of mutants, isn't there a lot of weird super abilities? Are those professors mutants too? In addition to super abilities, does the academy also provide scientific knowledge? A lot of questions came out of her mouth. Black Panther quickly stopped it with his eyes. Lin smiled and was about to speak when the cell phone rang suddenly. Then, Alice projected a light curtain in the air, and the name of the caller displayed on it was Mr. Lan. Speaking of professors, the college's new chemistry and genetics professors are on the phone. Lin's eyes moved, and a familiar arc emerged from the corner of her mouth. Mr. Ian's call means the opportunity he has been waiting for a long time. Finally reached. After hanging up the phone casually, he looked at Princess Sarui. Are you interested in going to a good show together? Good show. Princess Sarui was eager to try, and looked at her father. King T'Chaka originally didn't intend to agree, but the picture projected by Alice made the pupils of his eyes shrink slightly. Wakanda's energy shield has the effect of isolating external signals, but Lin was able to receive the call. Does this mean that, in addition to the magical civilization, Mutant also possesses a technology that, at least in some respects, is not weaker than Wakanda? Thinking of this, he found that Lynn and Mutant must be given the highest degree of attention. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he nodded. Princess Sarui was overjoyed. Then, leave it at that. As Lynn said, with a light step on his feet, red flames shot up into the sky, and within a few breaths, a complex and mysterious small magic circle was burned on the ground around him. This is a subarray connected to the Xavier School's target array. The next moment, under the shocked and vigilant eyes of everyone in Wakanda, the light on the teleportation circle suddenly flashed, and the white-haired, leather-clothed Storm slowly appeared in sight. Please allow me to introduce, this is Mrs. Orlo, the professor of Xavier's school, and she will be in charge of the subsequent transaction with Wakanda. As Lynn spoke, she gestured to Princess Sarui with her eyes. The two stepped into the teleportation array, and both disappeared. The light from the magic circle disappeared, and Storm looked at King T'Chaka with a smile. Then, he saw Black Panther behind him, and his expression changed slightly. T'Challa, Aurora. Black Panther's expression also changed at the same time. The two actually seem to know each other, and have a close relationship. King T'Chaka was slightly taken aback. He is very clear that Lynn sent a dark-skinned mutant, obviously because Wakanda is a black country, and Storm is the most suitable person for this liaison. But seeing this scene, he suddenly had a strange feeling. This should. Just a coincidence? The light fades. Lynn appears at Xavier's school. The teleportation circle that was originally hidden in his room has been transferred to the playground, and this will be the place where all new students will report in the future. Both Shadowcat and Professor X are waiting here. Wolverine was smoking a cigar leisurely, and when she saw Lynn appearing, she joked teasingly, "Our honorary principal is back? How does it feel that everyone is busy, but you are taking a leisurely vacation?" Ever since he broke Wilhelm Stryker's base, he was in a good mood, and gradually got rid of the previous look of bitterness and hatred. Lynn smiled and said, "Mr. Logan, you don't look like you're too busy. That can't be helped. The college's enrollment information has been sent out, but during this time, no one has signed up." Logan shrugged. When Professor X heard the words, a rare look of sadness appeared on his calm face. "Lynn, it seems that the effect of turning public opinion is not satisfactory. It is still a bit early for us to open the enrollment. The timing is right, Professor. Lynn has a different opinion on this. The image of X-Men has been established, and the existence of Xavier's school is now almost known to everyone. Those mutants who know the admissions information but have not signed up are nothing more than uncertain in their hearts. Is it just to expose my identity? Exposed in front of Mutant is also exposed." Both Professor X and Logan clearly understand this point. To put it bluntly, it's not just ordinary people who don't believe in mutants. Mutants hidden in every corner of the world also lack trust in Xavier's school. After all, exposing identity means huge amounts of risk. The most important thing is that no one knows whether Xavier's school can continue to operate. The matter of open enrollment has obviously touched the bottom line of the high-level human beings, and it will inevitably be strongly counterattacked. Our students are in hesitation. And what we have to do now is to dispel their doubts and let them know that Xavier's school has the ability to protect them. It takes an opportunity. Now, the opportunity has come. Lynn was not in a hurry to introduce Princess Sarui, but looked at Professor X methodically and said, "This is why I asked Katie to call you here." Professor X and Logan looked at each other and said in unison, "What opportunity?" Lynn turned to Shadowcat. Shadowcat was already prepared, took out his mobile phone, and a light curtain projected out, and the evening news of Global Daily appeared on the screen. The title is impressively, "After the Green Titan, another more violent Green Titan appeared in New York City in 230, fighting the military. The Twisted Covenant city was devastated, and countless people were killed and injured." This is. The faces of Professor X and Logan changed drastically. Before they could speak, Shadowcat had switched to another screen. It is the Mutant channel of Daily X. This channel has only released one X-Men documentary since it was launched, and at the moment, the original comments below the video have all been deleted, replaced by a sentence that is all about maintaining formation. "We need X-Men. We need X-Men. We need X-Men." There are not only tens of thousands of dense messages, but also an increase of thousands of messages per second. "Professor, Logan, this is the opportunity." Lynn's voice was as calm as ever, but in the ears of Professor X and Logan, it was thunderous and deafening. They understood right away. Turbulent public opinion is an opportunity? In the past, when people encountered such a disaster, their first reaction would be to curse the mutant, thinking that the two Green Titans were monsters transformed from a certain mutant gene mutation. But now, they thought of X-Men for the first time. This is without a doubt huge amounts of progress. Under Lynn's series of methods, the public opinion against mutant has been reversed a lot, and after a period of continuous fermentation, finally stimulated by this red titan, more and more people realize mutants can save the world. Under the call of the whole people, make a strong appearance, solve the red titan, and save countless people from life and death. One can imagine how high the reputation of X-Men and Xavier's school will reach. At that time, all doubts and hesitation in the hearts of those mutants hiding in the corners of the world will be gone. This is what Lynn refers to as the overwhelming momentum and the torrent. "Logan, get Scott and Jean, we're off right now." Professor X took a deep breath, without any hesitation order, as if he was 10 years younger all of a sudden. I will personally lead the team for this operation. Manhattan, Broadway. More than a dozen Osprey fighters hovered in the sky, chasing a battle below. General Ross sat on the fighter plane, his face so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. Originally, during this period of time, he was in a pretty good mood. The Weapon X project that Wilhelm Stryker was in charge of was exposed, and he was also arrested. After the interrogation, he spent the rest of his life in prison. This caused the military to lose the help of Weapon X in terms of dealing with super ability incidents. And the Greenskin project he was in charge of naturally received a greater degree of attention. After communicating with General Scudder last time, the higher-ups have increased their support for him, and they must complete the Greenskin plan no matter what. The plan, ostensibly, is to eliminate the threat posed by the Green Titan Hulk. But the core is the blood of the Green Titan. Through capturing and researching the Green Titan, a controllable genetic drug is developed, and the Green Titan controlled by the military is mass-produced. That's why General Ross didn't care about mutant at all. In his opinion, as long as Hulk is caught, everything will be fine. However, the progress of the matter far exceeded his expectations. Hulk, who fled outside, finally returned to Twist City, which indeed gave the military a chance to capture him. However, the military has exhausted all means, and there is no way to catch Hulk. In the end, it was Bruce Banner who wanted to heal himself, went to a scientist named Dr. Lan on the internet, injected the antidote developed by the other party, temporarily lost the ability to transform, and was caught by the military? God testifies, at that time, General Ross was full of ambition, and he felt that today was the happiest day in his life. He can't wait to go back and study the power of the Green Titan, but at this moment, hate appears. Brunsky, that damn BD, the injection of super soldier serum is not enough, and he wants to get his hands on Hulk's calendar emperor. Shoot me. Shoot hard. General Ross' angry voice spread throughout the entire Osprey fighter plane. The soldier with the machine gun looked confused. General, there are two big guys below, which one should we help? Definitely the green one. Shoot me the other one in half. General Ross' anger had reached its peak. On the one hand, it was because the originally smooth plan had gone so terribly wrong, and on the other hand, it was because after the hatred appeared, he found sadly that the only person he could rely on was Hulk, the Hulk he hunted for years. This made him so proud that he couldn't accept it at all. But at the moment, he had to order to help the former enemy, because from the perspective of the fighter plane, Hulk was no match for Brunsky at all. After Brunsky was injected with Hulk's serum, he became extremely violent and beat Hulk almost the whole time. If this continues, the entire Broadway will be demolished by two monsters. Da-da-da-da-da. The soldiers executed the order perfectly, and the high-explosive machine gun fired a storm of bullets. ITO. Meaningless? I've always been curious, where did the military get the courage to hunt and kill Hulk everywhere? They should know that their weapons can't break Hulk's defense at all, right? Do they know? On the top of a building with only a dozen floors, Lynn watched the battle between the Abomination and the Hulk from a commanding height, with curiosity written all over her face. Shadowcat Katie curled her lips. Probably, this is what you said about the self-confidence of fans. Lynn shrugged. Tony is here. In the distant sky, red and gold meteors flew towards him quickly, and soon joined the battlefield. Pulse guns and various missiles shot towards the Abomination as if they didn't need money. But unfortunately, with the Mark 10's firepower, facing monsters like Abomination, the damage is really limited. Poor Tony, he obviously wants to retreat to study a more advanced steel battlesuit, but someone always disrupts his rhythm. Lynn was a little embarrassed. The last time he interrupted Tony's research. This time, it actually had something to do with him. He sighed softly, and said, let's get started, give Tony some time to go back and study the battlesuit. Okay. Shadowcat couldn't bear to press it long ago, and immediately activated the set-up mobile phone upon hearing this. Hello, audience friends. The people who were frantically commenting on the Mutant channel suddenly discovered that the channel had started a live video broadcast, and the beautiful female reporter who once appeared in the Mutant documentary once again appeared in the camera. I saw Shadowcat in the camera, with an extremely serious expression. The voice was also full of inexplicable grief and indignation. Not long ago, we informed the X-Men of everyone's comments on this channel. In fact, as early as the first time we knew the news, the X-Men had already rushed towards the battlefield. Now, they've arrived. Under the control of Alice, the lens automatically shifted, and the high-definition zoom function was activated. Immediately, the audience saw that familiar Blackbird fighter plane appearing in the distant sky. Coming. The X-Men are coming. I knew that they are all superheroes, and they will never care about the lives of the people. That's it, the X-Men will definitely defeat those two monsters. Twister City is saved. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that after Iron Man joins the battlefield and joins forces with another little green titan, there's nothing he can do about that violent monster? The X-Men will definitely win. Hey, didn't you ever seen the sharpness of Wolverine's claws? It must have broken that monster's defenses. And Storm, she can control thunderstorms. And Cyclops laser beams. Phoenix can control objects. All the people who paid attention to this matter instantly boiled. From the beginning of the live broadcast, the popularity has skyrocketed at an incredible speed. However, to their surprise, there were still 4 people getting off the Blackbird, but there was no Storm, but a bald old man in a wheelchair instead. Also, the old man seems to be the leader of the X-Men, Professor X. Those who have watched the X-Men documentary immediately saw his identity. Immediately, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. After all, it can be seen from the documentary that Professor X has a powerful mind ability, which can completely ignore the terrifying physical defense of the green monster. Sure enough, as soon as Professor X appeared, he was beating Hulk's abomination violently, and his movements stopped abruptly. Hulk, who had been beaten up all the way for a long time, and Iron Man, who was circling in the air, were slightly taken aback. But then, Professor Chu's surprised voice sounded in their minds. His thoughts are extremely chaotic and violent, and it seems that more than two already violent thoughts are integrated together, and an unknown change has taken place. I can only temporarily control him, the time is too short, there is no way to take him away from this place. At most 30 seconds, he will break free. He must be eliminated. As Professor X said, he pressed his right hand on his temple unconsciously. This kind of small movement when he activates his spiritual ability, he only did it when he was young, which means he has done it with all his strength. Do it. Hulk's mind was also in a mess, so he didn't react for a while, but Iron Man didn't have the slightest hesitation, and huge amounts of red laser light appeared on his arm instantly. When facing whiplocks, this laser weapon can only be used once. But now, it's ready for multiple uses? The red laser shot directly at Abomination's chest, the severe pain made him howl unceasingly, and his thoughts became more and more tyrannical, wanting to break away from Professor X's control. Unfortunately, at this time, Wolverine and Phoenix have also been killed. Hey big guy, do you think your skin is thicker, or my claws are sharper? Logan spat out the cigar in his mouth, leaped 3 meters away, and came to the front of the Abomination. His claws stretched out like a bag, and he pierced the Abomination's chest with a hiss. Adamantium is indeed the hardest metal in the world, yet it easily broke through the defense of the Abomination. But Logan's strength is not enough after all, and he can't fully exert the sharpness of adamantium claws. The wolf claws only pierced a small part. Sheen. Logan roared loudly, and Phoenix, who had already been prepared, moved when he heard the sound. Psychokinesis was brought to the extreme in an instant, and he actually controlled Logan's wolf claws and merged with his own power. Tear hard? A wound visible to the naked eye appeared on the chest of the Abomination. What? He roared loudly, his thoughts became extremely violent in an instant, and he finally broke free from Professor X's mind control. But at the moment, the red rays of Cyclops arrived too, the wound torn open by the wolf's claws. Obviously, on the way here, everyone has already discussed the strategy to deal with the Abomination, and the cooperation is full of tacit understanding at this moment. With just one face-to-face, the hatred was severely damaged. The laser light blasted directly into his body along the wound, and the blood gushed out instantly evaporated. Seeing this scene in the eyes of the audience, they almost thought his body had been shot through. You mutants, why are you here to join in the fun? An angry and violent voice came out of his mouth, his green eyes were full of hatred, and he broke free from the hatred of mind control, showing a completely different side from Hulk. He perfectly retains Bronski's character and sanity. Definitely also, combat literacy? Boom. He almost immediately kicked Hulk flying under his feet, and his huge body smashed towards Cyclops and Phoenix in the distance, forcing them to dodge. The laser light suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Hade stretched out his arms and closed them violently, as if he wanted to smash Logan into a pulp. Shit. How does this guy look like a well-trained soldier? Logan, who had served in the special forces, immediately felt the difference in the loathing, and quickly drew out his wolf claws, doing a backflip to avoid the claws of the loathing. The same question also appeared in the hearts of the audience at the same time. As if to help them out, the camera suddenly splits into 2 parts. One part is still a dangerous battle scene, while the other part shows the shadow of the on-site reporter Shadowcat. I believe everyone must be very curious, where did these 2 big guys come from, and whether they are mutants that failed to evolve. Under Lynn's influence, Shadowcat has matured a lot. When she mentions mutant, she can't leave the word evolution, which subtly influences the public's perception of mutant. In fact, on the way to the scene, I had the same question as everyone. If these 2 mutants failed to evolve, it undoubtedly shows that there are huge amounts of human genetic evolution risk. But after arriving at the scene, I happened to meet one of the participants in this incident, and only then did I know the truth of the incident. At this point, the previous anger reappeared on Shadowcat's face. It turns out that these 2 green monsters have nothing to do with mutant, but the military's super soldier plan. Product of. As soon as this remark came out, the whole internet was boiling. In everyone's mind, a thought appeared unconsciously. Military again? Why is it the military again? The matter of Wilhelm Stryker is still being fermented on the internet. The military has come up with such a thing again. How many buildings have been destroyed in a big battle between Hate and Hulk? Dead. How many people? How many things did the military do to threaten the safety of the people behind our backs? All of a sudden, everyone who saw the live broadcast went crazy again. And those who support the military and think that Shadowcat is wantonly slandering, the next moment they saw a terrified face appearing in the live broadcast. Hi everyone, my name is Samuel Stern, my online name is Mr. Lan, and I am a doctor of genetics. Wearing a blue coat, with a trace of blood remaining on his face, the man explained to the world with a wry smile, the reason why I appear here is because of that smaller green titan. It's my friend. And that violent green monster became like this after being injected with the serum I researched. Boom! The whole network is in an uproar. Samuel Stern, also called Mr. Blue in Lynn's address book. At the moment, the battle between X-Men, Iron Man, Hulk, and Abomination is in full swing, but most of the audience in the live broadcast room are not paying attention to it. Everyone listened attentively to Mr. Ian's explanation. Actually, I'm not particularly clear about the whole thing. It was all told to me by my netizen, that is, the Green Titan Hulk. Mr. Land glanced at Lynn, who was not in the camera, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Many people have seen the statue and deeds of Captain America in the World War II memorial, but they don't know the appearance of Captain America Stephen Rogers. From a secret military experiment, the Super Soldier Project. The content of this plan is to develop a super serum that changes the human body's genes and inject it into the human body, so that the experimenter has powerful strength, speed, endurance, and responsiveness. Stephen Rogers is the subject of this project, and the only one that succeeded. The injection of super serum made him change from a thin man to a superhero who rampages on the battlefield. If there are no accidents, after him, there should be an entire corps of super soldiers. But unfortunately, Dr. Erkins, who developed the super serum, was assassinated." Speaking of this, Mr. Land didn't show sadness on his face, but was a bit weird. Dr. Erkins is the only one who has mastered the serum formula. His death has brought the entire super soldier plan to a standstill. But the military didn't give up, and soon, they restarted the program, with General Ross in charge. The Green Titan Hulk, you see, that is, Dr. Bruce Banner, was once tricked into joining the project. He thought he was conducting gamma-ray experiments, but he didn't know that he was actually participating in the Super Soldier Project. Then, the accident happened again. 867. During an experiment, he was polluted by gamma rays, and his body mutated. As long as he was angry to a certain extent, he would turn into the green monster that everyone saw. Since then, he has been hunted down by General Ross. The military wants to study his blood and create a brand new super serum that is far superior to the original. At the moment, the audience has absolutely no idea that what Mr. Land said has actually been memorized by heart long ago. He quickly told about Banner's escape, inadvertently meeting him on the internet, and sending blood samples for him to help research the antidote. Definitely, after General Ross discovered the trace, he brought special elites to arrest him. And these obviously don't matter. The important thing is, Brunsky, Banner has been injected with the antidote I developed hastily. Although the effect is not great, he can already control his anger, so he was easily taken away by the military. When Mr. Land said this, there was a look of fear on his face. At that time, I thought this matter was over. The end of Dr. Banner's second half of his life was to become an experimental subject of the military, and he would never see the light of day. Emil Brunsky, the captain of the special forces responsible for arresting him, went crazy after seeing Hulk's powerful strength. He put a gun to my head and made me inject him with Hulk's blood. God, he even injected the super serum that the military researched later. It's just that the serum is obviously not perfect, with huge amounts of defects. After integrating with Hulk's blood, it turned him into such a violent monster who only knows destruction. He even gave himself a new name, called Abomination. If it wasn't for my good luck, I would have been beaten to death by him at that time. After he finished speaking in one breath, his whole body felt relieved. It has to be said that his eloquence is quite good. The audience who heard the ins and outs of the whole incident suddenly realized that they had a clear understanding of the two green monsters who were frantically wrestling together on the battlefield. So, Hulk is a scientist. It turns out that the Abomination is a special elite of the military. And the reason why they turned into such monsters is all because the military restarted the super soldier program and developed a flawed super serum. It's just that one is passive, while the other is active. Everyone knows the truth. Then, anger surged into my heart like an overwhelming mountain. It turns out that the contract that was ravaged, the people who died tragically in the war of hatred and chaos, the nightmare that was shrouded in countless people's heads tonight, all lie in the army? They are conducting such a dangerous experiment in secret? If you are not careful, you will create a monster? Do not. They just want to create monsters? Because they need so-called super soldiers? In an instant, not only people in New York, but also people in other cities felt numb all over, and their whole body was shrouded in a deep sense of insecurity. Who knows that one day, where I live and live, there will suddenly appear a terrifying monster that only knows destruction? This is completely different from Wilhelm Stryker's Weapon X project. Although Wilhelm Stryker is evil, he only wants to eliminate mutant, and he has no threat to ordinary people. However, General Ross, who is in charge of the Super Soldier Project, can cause devastating casualties to ordinary people after a failed experiment. Today's Broadway Street, I don't know how many people have died. FK. This General Ross is more vicious than Wilhelm Stryker. The military actually let such a person become a general. He should be court-martialed with Wilhelm Stryker. There is also the so-called Super Soldier Project, which completely ignores the safety of the people. This is a crime. The entire military is committing crimes, and the officials and the president can't approve it. The Eagle Sauce country is hopeless. Weapon X Project, Super Soldier Project. How many secret plans does the military have that threaten the safety of the people? I think mutant is much cuter now. Compared to them, those in the military are monsters. If they continue to be crazy like this, maybe one day, the whole contract will be ruined by them. Countless messages began to flood the screen, and the turbulent public opinion once again raged, and this time, with the battle between Abomination and Hulk in Twist City, it will obviously spread faster and more turbulently. General Ross, totally famous? Back, notorious. Notorious? On board the Osprey. General Ross was looking nervously at the battlefield below, but the appearance of Iron Man and X-Men no doubt greatly relieved him. As long as the Abomination can be dealt with, even if Hulk escapes, the Greenskin project will not be considered a failure. Anyway, the goal of the plan is to develop a brand new, controllable Green Titan serum. From this point of view, the Abomination as an experimental subject is even more suitable. After all, Bruce Banner couldn't even speak after turning into a Green Titan, and the Abomination, it seems, completely retained Brunsky's character and intelligence. This undoubtedly shows that the mutation of hatred is more mature. Mutant is still useful. It seems that Stryker's X-Weapon project is not as worthless as imagined. As soon as this idea came to General Ross's mind, a voice suddenly inserted into the communication channel. General Ross, congratulations on becoming famous. A very beating voice appeared in his ears. Yi rudely teased a general. General Ross glanced up and found that none of the soldiers in the fighter plane responded. It seemed that the communication was only connected to the headset on his head. His face suddenly changed. Who? I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. The voice on the other end of the communication said, if I were you, I would immediately take out my mobile phone and receive the latest news from the global daily. S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross was dumbfounded. Given his level, he obviously knew about the existence of SHIELD. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out his phone and turned on the news. Then, Eddie Locke's angry face appeared on the screen. But he didn't speak. More than half of the screen is playing the interview video of Mr. Lan. The Global Daily actually recorded the entire live broadcast of Shadowcat, and it went directly to the news. After what happened last time, Eddie Locke seems to have found the traffic code. Great gift, Crab. Isn't this Mr. Lan the scientist who helped Hulk study serum? How does he know so much? Before watching the video, General Ross was completely stunned. Even Banner himself doesn't know about these things, so how could he possibly tell him? 1 second he was still fantasizing about catching the Abomination and developing a new Green Titan serum, and the next second he found that his old background had been exposed. This gap was so great that he didn't react at all. But Nick Fury on the other end of the phone reacted. General Ross, obviously, this matter has something to do with Mutant. On the one hand, they sent X-Men to deal with the Abomination. On the other hand, expose your super soldier plan on the Mutant channel. You know, the two monsters you created with your own hands are frantically destroying the contract. Once this matter spreads, what will happen? Don't I need to tell you? Mutants harvest flowers and applause, and you, the shame of history. This is an old trick they used. They did the same thing when they dealt with Wilhelm Stryker last time, but it seems that you, General Ross, haven't learned from it. Ross punched the cabin. Damn lesson, I have nothing against Mutant. He came to his senses in the middle of speaking, and turned his eyes to look at the battlefield below, and his whole body was suddenly shrouded in a chill. They want to step on my head to gain fame. It seems that you are not carried away by anger. Nick Fury laughed teasingly. What responded to him was an angry roar from General Ross. AFK. I don't know if this scolding was aimed at Mutant or Nick Fury. Is the person from S.H.I.E.L.D. contacting me just to ridicule without nutrition? Or, do you have a way to help me solve this problem? No. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and then said, this is not intentional slander, they just said what you have done. Before he could finish speaking, General Ross sneered, thank you for reminding me. He didn't finish his sentence either. S.H.I.E.L.D. can help you. Nick Fury's voice suddenly became extremely calm. You are different from Wilhelm Stryker. You are a general. If S.H.I.E.L.D. mediates from it, this matter may not have a big impact on you. Condition. General Ross also came to his senses and got straight to the point. They are all smart people. Nick Fury is also very happy. The Super Soldier project must be supervised by S.H.I.E.L.D. When he said this, Nick Fury's face was full of fear. There have been too many moves lately. After disconnecting, Nick Fury's eyes were slightly excited. Hill looked at him with a strange expression. Boss, you seem to be quite skilled at taking advantage of the fire. Why is this taking advantage of the fire? Nick Fury didn't seem to hear Hill's ridicule, rubbed his eyebrows and said, the Avengers formation plan is not going well, we need more superheroes. At this time, the military's super soldier plan is undoubtedly a good supplement. But their super soldier plans got out of control. Hill said lightly, obviously having a different view from his boss, that Hulk is a product of accident, and he still retains a trace of kindness in his performance, but that Abomination. If there is no X-Men to take action, he will tear down the whole twist. Because of this, the Super Soldier program needs us to step in and steer it on the right track. Nick Fury said righteous words, every word sonorous. Boss, we are not gods, it is impossible for the king to control everything? Hill shrugged his shoulders, and said non-committally, looking at the Abomination, the military's super serum is obviously flawed. What if they come up with a second Abomination in the future? How will we end up? So we need to form a strong Avengers, in case something like this happens, we can also. Nick Fury obviously thought about it a long time ago, and suddenly reacted in the middle of speaking. Hill, do you have any other ideas? Hill was silent for a while. After thinking about it, he said cautiously, perhaps, we can try to contact the X-Men. The implication is that S.H.I.L.D. can win over X-Men, even mutant, as a part of Avengers, and cooperate with each other to maintain the safety of the world. Nick Fury's heart trembles, but not because of the idea that Hill came up with. It's because the idea came from Hill's mouth. This undoubtedly means that mutants' recent actions have been quite successful. Even the airship commander of S.H.I.L.D. thinks that mutant can cooperate sincerely. Impossible. Nick Fury sighed deeply. Hill puzzled, why is it impossible? Because the power of mutant is uncontrolled, the World Security Council will never agree to let an uncontrolled force enter S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury looked at his subordinates with a complicated expression. Hill, you are still not sensitive enough to these things. Although S.H.I.L.D. has a detached status, it is still an official organization affiliated to the governments of various countries. In other words, this institutions must be in the hands of ordinary human beings. Think of our first Avengers roster. Hill heard the words, thought for a while, and immediately understood. The first list of the Avengers, Captain America Stephen Rogers is a man-made super soldier, Black Widow and Hawkeye are the agents controlled by the government, Iron Man is strong by relying on technology. Yes, the Green Titan Hulk, accidentally created by the military, was also on the first list of the Avengers, and he is an accidental product of the super soldier plan. In other words, the abilities of these people are all created by humans. But mutant is different. Mutant's super ability is born, which to a large extent, completely distinguishes them from ordinary people. The long-term hostility and exclusion between the two sides is not without reason. In other words, mutants are another race. If they are allowed to enter S.H.I.L.D. and have power that they have never had before, how can the officials of various countries sleep soundly? In case one morning wakes up and finds that the entire S.H.I.L.D. has been controlled by mutant, still have to cry to death? So, this is not a question of whether mutant can be trusted, or whether mutant can protect the world as a superhero, but mutant must never be allowed to gain political power. Hill muttered to himself. Then I couldn't help but burst into a swearing, damn politics. It's reality, Hill. Nick Fury shrugged, if S.H.I.L.D. wants to protect the world better, it must abide by the rules of the game, otherwise, as soon as the funds of various countries are withdrawn, S.H.I.L.D. will immediately exist in name only. Before he could finish speaking, the phone rang suddenly. He took out a look, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's Stephen Rogers. It seems that he has finally figured it out and is willing to join us. He is obviously very confident about recruiting Captain America. That's the truth. As soon as the call was connected, Captain America on the other side said straight to the point, Nick, an old guy who has been out of touch with the world for 70 years, is willing to join S.H.I.L.D. and protect the world with you, but I have one request. What request? I will definitely do it. Finally got the good news, Nick Fury agreed quite happily. You know what happened to the contract break? As soon as these words came out, an ominous premonition emerged in Nick Fury. Captain America on the other end of the phone didn't notice it, and said to himself, the Hulk and the abomination that almost ruined the entire contract and caused countless casualties were all created by the military's super soldier plan. The most ironic thing is that, the reason why the military restarted the super soldier program was because I succeeded back then. It turns out that my success has created countless failures in the future. Captain America's voice seemed a little downcast. Apparently he had just woken up and found out that such a thing had hit him to a certain extent. But his belief is unwavering. So, the first thing I did when I joined S.H.I.L.D. was to stop the military's super soldier program, lest they create more monsters. I can't do this alone. I must rely on the help of S.H.I.L.D. Nick, would you like to help me? Nick Fury's expression froze instantly. Hill clearly sensed the psychological changes of his boss. If it can manifest, it must be a series of non-repetitive AFK and shit. He just made a deal with General Ross, and the super soldier plan will be supervised by S.H.I.L.D. in the future. Turn around Captain America is going to stop this plan? Does this count as extreme joy or sorrow? Definitely. I will definitely help you. Nick Fury scolded his mother in his heart, but on the surface there was no hesitation at all. The current super soldier plan has obviously deteriorated, and the power of the super serum can no longer satisfy them. If this continues, I don't know how many people's lives will be lost being threatened. So I will help you, Stephen. So, welcome to the Avengers, Captain. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury's face immediately turned 180 degrees. He looked at Hill, and ordered coldly, in the future, matters related to the super soldier plan must be kept strictly confidential. Only agents above level 9 are eligible to review, and Stephen, 100% confidentiality. Hill was not at all surprised by this order. S.H.I.L.D. is an organization that keeps the world safe. But the director of S.H.I.L.D. has always been an unscrupulous person. On the other side, Lynn has been on the rooftop, watching the battlefield below. Ask for flowers. Charles is still as soft-hearted as ever. He curled his lips, not surprised. In sight, under the mind control of Professor X, Wolverine, Cyclops, and Phoenix cooperate tacitly, plus Iron Man harassing in the air and Shoe's teleportation from time to time. Although the hatred is very powerful, it still has no power to fight back. The whole battle didn't last too long, and he was completely wiped out. But the X-Men did not kill the killer, but stayed at the scene after everything was over, looking at the Osprey fighter in the sky. Not long after, General Ross got down from the fighter plane. What appeared in front of his eyes were countless collapsed and damaged buildings, corpses lying motionless on the ground one by one, and the crowd watching from afar when the matter was over. In the ears are the chaotic sounds of the wailing of the injured, the sound of police cars and ambulances, and the noisy voices of people. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, with his psychological quality, he couldn't help but feel a little pressure. The daughter, Betty Rose, who was behind her, rushed towards Hulk regardless. But she quickly stopped, because Hulk's eyes were full of vigilance, and his eyes kept wandering between her and General Ross. 00. Charles, Mr. Stark, thank you for assisting the military in eradicating. General Ross took a deep breath, bit the bullet and walked towards the center of the battlefield. But before he could finish speaking, someone among the crowd watching suddenly shouted, "Monster Maker, get out of the contract." This sound was like a signal, instantly igniting the anger of countless people. Obviously, many people watched Shadowcat's live broadcast just now, but they didn't know what happened, and it was quickly popularized by others. As a result, everyone's eyes on General Ross changed. Monster Maker, get out of the twist. Monster Maker, get out of the twist. Monster Maker, get out of the twist potion. At this moment, no one cared about the military's deterrence. Everyone was full of hatred for this monster who created and destroyed his own homeland, and wanted to rush up and beat him up. The waves of sound continued, and soon gathered together, resounding over the sky of Twisting City. General Ross' face changed suddenly, but his pace did not stop, and he was still heading towards the center of the battlefield. No matter what, the dying hatred must fall into the hands of the military, as expected of someone who can be a general. On the rooftop, Shadowcat couldn't help but sneered. Compared to him, Wilhelm Stryker is not enough. Lynn is non-committal. The live broadcast has ended. Mr. Lan Samuel Sten's face is full of curiosity. Mr. Lynn, don't you intend to stop it? If they are taken away by the military, they will definitely study the Green Titan serum. So what? Lynn didn't care. The injection of serum you gave him has completely destroyed his brain, and now every drop of blood in his body is full of tyrannical factors. Even if the military can use his blood to develop new, the Green Titan serum can only create a bunch of monsters. Isn't this a good thing for us? Mr. Ian's eyes flickered slightly, and his awe of Lynn became stronger. He is the only one in the whole world who knows that this matter is actually under the control of this young man in front of him from beginning to end. Poor General Ross probably thinks that the appearance of the X-Men is just a coincidence, but in fact, as early as when he and Hulk became netizens and secretly helped research serum, this young man had already approached him. This matter is actually quite simple. Knowing the plot, Lynn just found Mr. Lan at the right time, and after a chat, he successfully invited him to be a visiting professor at Xavier's school in the near future, and gave him a phone number. Call whenever Bruce Banner is visiting. And then in the serum that Brunsky injected, he added a little bit of something. Mr. Lan is a person with an extremely strong desire for knowledge. For him, satisfying his curiosity is more important than anything else. This can be seen from the fact that he secretly helps research serum when he does not know Hulk at all. He hadn't been willing to give in to Lynn. For this reason, Lynn did not use magic such as Confusion Curse or Imperious Curse. Instead, it just puts a condition. Fund him to build a completely independent laboratory. In addition to the funds, he will also provide the laboratory with Hulk's blood, and even the blood of various mutants, so that he can wander in the ocean of super abilities. Mr. Lan agreed with almost no hesitation. At the moment, it is obviously time for Lynn to deliver on her commitment to 780. But Mr. Lan has been hesitation for a long time, but he doesn't know how to speak. Although he doesn't know much about the truth, what happened today is almost exactly the same as what Lynn said at the beginning. The young man in front of him seemed to have predicted what happened today, and then made targeted arrangements. If it weren't for that special serum, the abomination would never be so violent and crazy. The battle with Hulk will not spread so widely. Not so many people will die. In other words, this is a ruthless person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Now that he has completed all his plans, will he kill someone to silence him? Mr. Lin, this. Thoughts flickered in his mind. Mr. Lan took out a broken badge from his pocket, and tentatively said, "Thank you for giving me this thing. If it wasn't for it, that slap of hate would have killed me already. It's just a little gadget, you're welcome." Lin smiled, seeming to know what he was thinking. "You are the first visiting professor hired by the new Xavier's school. Since you are one of our own, it is only natural for the school to protect your safety." Mr. Lan secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Lin had a half-smile. This life-saving prop did save Samuel Stern's life, but it made him lose the chance to be stained with Hulk's blood, increase his intelligence by 1,000 times, and become the famous villain's boss. If he himself knew this, he didn't know what his expression would be. But anyway, starting today, he is already a visiting professor at Xavier's school. After confirming that Lin had no intention of killing people, Mr. Lan asked directly, "Where will my laboratory be built?" And Hulk's blood, how can you keep providing it to me? It's very simple. Lynn said calmly, isn't it enough to let Mr. Bruce Banner also become a professor at the new school? Kindness. Mr. Lan was taken aback. Shadowcat's eyes suddenly flashed slightly. Hulk ran away. Then it's my turn to play. Lynn's voice came, and the person had disappeared in place. In the dark night, Hulk swayed quickly between cities. His jumping ability is really good. He used his strength to jump between various buildings, and soon came to the suburbs. Seeing a forest in front of him, he got into it without any hesitation. Just as soon as his feet hit the ground, Lynn appeared in his sight. Hulk, who had just experienced a big battle, obviously maintained a very high level of anger, and his instinctive reaction was a vertical leap. A huge palm slapped Lynn's head. Calm down, big guy, I'm not here to find you. Lynn smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly became nothingness. Despite Hulk's great strength, it was like a slap on the air, directly passing through his body. Hulk staggered and fell to the ground due to huge amounts of inertia. 4-ring space magic nothingness. It has to be said that Hulk's strength lies only in his tyrannical strength, speed, and reaction. In terms of fighting skills, almost half of it comes from instinct. Such a powerful existence, if it is on the battlefield, will definitely be able to go on a rampage and move forward indomitable. But heads up, especially if you're going head-to-head with a Fae. No kidding, Lynn has a million ways to cope. At the moment, he chose the one that saves the most effort, and while Hulk stabilized his figure, he raised his hand and sent out a spiritual magic. Super powerful stunning curse. The level of this magic is very low, only the 2nd ring, but under Lynn's full power, the power has reached an astonishing 5th ring. With a buzz, a faint magical light directly entered Hulk's head. Kindness. He was dazed, he didn't fall asleep on the spot, he still rushed towards Lynn vigorously, and slapped out wildly again. With a bang, Lynn's body exploded instantly. Hulk was stunned, as if he was a little surprised by the ending, and then, he found that as far as he could see, one Lynn after another appeared in sight, densely filling the entire forest. 3 rings mirror art. The movements of these Lynns are exactly the same, raising their hands is a wave of magic light, and the real and fake powerful stun spells hit Hulk again. This time, he suddenly felt his eyelids sink, and he felt an extreme desire to sleep. Hulk shook his head violently, dispelling the strange drowsiness, jumping one after another, using his hands and feet together, smashing Lynn's one after another with boo, boo, boo and boo. However, these are all mirror images? Hey, big guy, don't you know that magician has the upper hand against berserk? Each Lynn spoke at the same time, with strange expressions on their faces, and the hidden Lynn's real body was still shot out with powerful stun spells. After a few minutes, Hulk was tortured almost insane. His anger is getting higher and higher, his strength is getting stronger and faster, and his speed is getting faster and faster, but his eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and his brain, which is not very bright, seems to be covered by a layer of cloud, and it is falling into darkness little by little. Finally, after enduring 98 powerful stun spells, he roared, Hulk, hate magicians. Then he closed his eyes, and fell to the ground with a bang, falling into a sweet sleep. The green skin that swelled like steel changed back to normal color little by little. The body also slowly changed back to human form. Only then did Lynn put away the mirror image technique, and all the duplications disappeared, leaving only one, and walked in front of him. Mr. Bruce Banner, Hulk is asleep, are you still awake? As if in response to his words, Bruce Banner's eyelids twitched slightly. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. VRE. He seemed quite confused about what happened just now, looking at Lynn's gaze, full of uncertainty. Lynn, mutant, headmaster emeritus of the new Xavier's school. Lynn introduced herself with a smile. The reason why I came to see you, Dr. Banner, is to ask you to be the visiting professor and vice principal of the new Xavier's school. Professor. Vice Chancellor. Banner looked confused, subconsciously asked 3 sole questions. That's right, Mr. Bruce, you have 7 doctorates, and you are one of the most intelligent geniuses among human beings. You are the vice principal of the new Xavier's school, responsible for teaching knowledge beyond abilities, and you are undoubtedly the most suitable person. 0.6 selection. Lynn looked sincerely, and said slowly, as the vice principal, you will enjoy a high annual salary, a comfortable working environment, and you don't have to worry about being chased and killed at any time. For this reason, I specially hired Mr. Lan as a visiting professor, specializing in research the antidote for you. For Bruce Banner, he didn't offer any extra treatment. And just like a normal school, hire a normal teacher, because he knew very well that this was exactly what Banner needed. After living in exile for a long time, the only thing the world's top scientist wanted was a quiet and peaceful life. This is undoubtedly the greatest sincerity. Banner felt this sincerity, but he still asked subconsciously, you let me be a professor. Are you afraid that the Hulk in my body will wake up and ruin your academy? No problem. Regarding this point, Lynn's answer made him look confused. If Hulk wakes up inadvertently, I'll beat him back again. Are you polite? I have to say that Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, deserves to be a person who is like a fish in water in the political world. He has an incomparably thorough understanding of mutants' situation. Although the image of mutant has been greatly different from the past after fermenting public opinion again and again during this period of time, more and more people have begun to believe and support mutant. But an image is just an image after all. Illusory? If mutant wants to fully come under the sun, it is absolutely not enough to have the support of some ordinary people. If the government does not recognize the legitimacy of this group for a day, mutant will still be able to shrink into a corner? Will humans officially recognize it? Definitely not. Once mutant becomes a legal group, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the existing political system. With mutants' endless emergence of super abilities, how can ordinary people compete with them? The simplest example, that Wolverine can't be killed no matter how hard she beats her. If she wants to become a police detective, how many major cases must be solved and how many gangsters should be eliminated? And that Professor X, which can read minds. If he becomes a judge or something, what crime can be hidden from him? There is also that Cyclops, a laser beam that sweeps away everything. If this goes to the battlefield, wouldn't the national merit skyrocket? There are too many such mutants. Once they enter the human government, 17 who can stop them from being promoted quickly, then infiltrating various departments, and grasping more and greater power? At that time, will the country still be a country for ordinary people? This is an unsolvable contradiction. Those who have power will never give up power willingly. For this reason, they will do whatever it takes, even if they launch a war that will kill them all. This is also the reason why the officials of various countries have not officially implemented the Mutant Registration Act on the surface, but secretly never stopped the research on the mutant super ability. In the final analysis, there is no certainty of victory. It can only be tolerated temporarily. Politicians never lack patience. However, neither Nick Fury, nor the president and congressman in the White House, nor the bigwigs of the military would have imagined that a monster like Lynn would appear in Mutant. He is also aware of this point, so he didn't go head-to-head like Magneto, and he didn't compromise like Professor X. What he was aiming at was this opportunity to hold back. One word, the enemy retreats, we advance. Boiled frogs. From the second day on, the story of Hulk's contract with the hate war spread like wings, and the corresponding one was naturally General Ross and his super soldier plan. Unsurprisingly, there was an uproar. Monster Maker's get out of the contract has become a well-known meme, and countless people feel that their safety is threatened, so they no longer happen only on the internet like the last time Wilhelm Stryker happened. But in reality, they took to the streets and appeared outside the 100 camps. For a time, the voices condemning General Ross were raging like a tide, and there was a lot of trouble. Some people even bound Wilhelm Stryker and General Ross together, demanding that the official public interrogation of this pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes in the military. Officials have definitely remained silent on this. Not even a single influential public figure spoke out for this matter. But, there are spies in our team. On the third day, a person who no one expected suddenly appeared on TV and was interviewed by Eddie Boulet-Locke, the hottest reporter of Global.A. I'm Moira MacTag, a former CIA high-level agent, who served as the head of the operations department before retiring. A simple self-introduction let all the audience know her identity. It turned out to be the CIA girl agent in the X-Men documentary, Professor X's girlfriend when he was young, and she appeared in the studio of Global.A, not so much as an interview, but as a voice for Mutant. In view of the huge scandals that have occurred in the military in recent times, she believes that the ugliness of the human heart is more terrifying than the mutation of genes. The military has been making terrible weapons, but the X-Men can keep the lives of the people safe. That's a huge amount of irony. As a 70-year-old retired man who still lives not far from Broadway, she does not hope that one day, she will be smashed into her house by a monster in her sleep and die for no apparent reason. Therefore, she publicly sued General Ross on the grounds that her life and property were threatened, and formally filed a lawsuit in the federal court. At the same time, there is a strong call for the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau to specialize in the management of mutant cheese, make the X-Men truly an official organization with law enforcement powers. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The status of a former CIA high-level official makes Moira MacTag's speech extremely authoritative, because she is the only one who considers it from the public's point of view, and she is also an old man in her 70s. Such a retired person stood up. Couldn't it be for the sake of fighting for power? Do not. She is speaking out for the safety of the people. As a result, the extremely angry contracting people seemed to have found their backbone suddenly, and one after another woke up like a dream, and joined the team responding to Moira MacTag without the slightest hesitation. Countless lawsuits were handed over to the courts. Public trial of General Ross. Public trial of Wilhelm Stryker. Establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Make X-Men an official organization. The military can't protect us, let the X-Men come. The White House must never shield the military. The great battle between Abomination and Hulk had such a bad impact that the entire contract was shrouded in a cloud of darkness. As Moira MacTag said, no one wants to see another monster one day and send him a punch go west. As a result, the whole contract seems to be caught in a frenzy that has not been seen in a century. Great gift crab special. Is this Moira MacTag crazy? How could such a traitor appear in the CIA? The high-level White House officials who got the news soon were all shocked and angry. Almost 733 tables in the conference room were blown apart. What made them even more incredible was that Catherine Bergert, the police superintendent of the NYPD 17th Precinct, even publicly supported Moira MacTag's proposal. Immediately afterwards, the New York State Court accepted these lawsuits. It was accepted by a female judge named Kate Mara, the woman who served Tony the subpoena in Iron Man 2. This is betrayal. That police detective named Catherine, she was the one who arrested Wilhelm Stryker last time. Isn't she a police detective? Why is she still promoted? She must be a hidden mutant like this Kate Mara. They must be arrested immediately. AFK. Angry cursing came and went. However, some people in the crowd frowned. I can assure you that Kate Mara is definitely not a mutant. Her resume is 100% correct. She turned out to be an executive officer of the court. She was recently promoted to a judge because of her excellent work. Someone also responded to the doubts about Catherine. She broke the assassination of the president, and the whole world knows, so why not give her a promotion? Now that something like this has happened, even if she wants to be dismissed, she can't do it right away. The key is to calm the impact of this incident. Noisy and noisy, the meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Then, almost everyone cursed in unison. Military dog days. Ross in dog days. The officials in the conference room would never have imagined that at the same moment, General Scudder, the leader of the military, was also cursing General Ross. Ross, that idiot, swears to me that there is no problem with the operation, and we will have a Green Titan army soon, but he falls into someone else's trap. In a secret meeting room, Admiral Scudder made no secret of his dissatisfaction. No matter how the White House deals with him this time, the military has no objection. When the other three people in the meeting heard this, they all secretly rolled their eyes. Admiral Scudder seems to have shifted the responsibility to Ross, but he pointed out the key point of this matter in one sentence. Ross was tricked. And it was Mutant who designed this trap. The other party didn't even hide their existence. First, they used the Mutant channel of Daily X openly and aboveboard, and then, somehow, they invited Mora Mactag. Speak up for the Mutant platform? This is quite a serious problem. The CIA, the police, even the court system, have been infiltrated by Mutant? Is this worth it? In the current situation, everyone is very clear that there is no point in dealing with General Ross. Vice President Rodriguez was silent for a few seconds, and then said, the exposure of the Weapon X program last time can also be said to be Mutants' revenge on Wilhelm Stryker. After all, Stryker has caught a lot of mutants. But this time, they targeted General Ross and exposed the super soldier plan. It's clear that it was premeditated. Mutant, it's clear they want more than just turning their image around. He sharply pointed out the crux of the problem, and then said, this incident is testing our bottom line. If we agree to set up the Mutant Affairs Bureau, they will definitely make progress step by step and get their hands on the power that should not belong to them. It has to be said that those who can achieve this position are definitely not stupid people. Last time, he didn't speak for Wilhelm Stryker because the exposure of the X-Weapon project had no effect on him, and he could use the opportunity to suppress the power of the military. That is an internal struggle. But this time, what Mutant wanted obviously touched his bottom line. The White House originally planned to set up the Mutant Affairs Department to deal with mutant crimes, but it was a small agency under the CIA. To put it bluntly, it was just a display for people to see, and it was far outside the core power level. In contrast, the Mutant Bureau is completely different. Division, Bureau, the difference of one letter, the world of difference. How is it possible that the White House has agreed to let Mutant form a department on the same level as the CIA, FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D, and the kind that has law enforcement powers? This is literally digging into the foundations of the White House. You're right, Rodriguez. The attitude of President Matthew Ellis has also changed, with deep doubts appearing on his face. The mutant group has obviously changed from before. They no longer rely on their super abilities, but use rules to seek their own benefit. This is not the style of Professor X, and it is not what a jailbroken Magneto can do. Mutant, there may be a new leader. And this person, we don't know anything about it. The complexions of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder changed slightly. The two looked at each other, and they both saw the strong fear in each other's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the two said almost in unison, if this is the case, we cannot compromise, and the Mutant Affairs Bureau must not be established. It has to be said that the Vice President and the military general can abandon all power struggles and stand on the same front, which is enough to show how effective Lynn's efforts during this period are. The threat level of Mutant has already increased by several levels in their hearts. So is President Matthew Ellis. But he didn't agree, but sighed deeply. But have you ever thought that what happened this time is different from last time? Under the puzzled eyes of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder, he said slowly, last time, we faced the public opinion of ordinary people. And this time, we are facing more than that. There are many, our own people inside. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder were so gloomy that water could drip out. They instantly understood what the president meant. The battle between the Green Titan and the Abomination almost destroyed half of Broadway, and the number of casualties was too high to be counted in a short period of time. This undoubtedly made the entire contract breaker feel huge amounts of insecurity. And it's not just ordinary people who live in the Twisting City, and people from various state agencies, from the ordinary staff, up to the middle level with some power, and even the high-ranking officials in the large conference room outside. How many people have great resentment against the out-of-control super soldier plan? How many people are grateful for the X-Men's efforts to turn the tide? Let's not talk about the female judge named Kate Mara, let's talk about Catherine Bergert of the 17th Bureau. The president's face is also not good looking, she is really just a small police officer. We can deal with her with a phone call, but you know, since she led a team to assist the X-Men and destroyed Wilhelm Stryker's base, does she have much prestige in the police circle? There is also that Maura MacTag, who was the head of the CIA's operations department before she retired. Do you know how many CIA agents were trained by her? And how many of those agents have been in these years made it to management? In these two departments alone, there are countless people who will support the proposal to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder became more and more silent. Only then did they realize that some people who were not considered to be important roles in their eyes could display power far beyond their imagination at certain special moments. They can ignore the public opinion of ordinary people. But how could they ignore the huge voices within themselves? If this wave is too rough, it can overturn them all. In the final analysis, this incident, the room has passed a hornet's nest, and Mutant has perfect timing for the swarm sting. Then deal with Ross, publicly announce the end of the Super Soldier project, and calm public opinion. Admiral Scudder thought for a while, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. No matter what, the Mutant Bureau must not be established, otherwise there will be endless troubles. The President and Vice President looked at each other, thinking for themselves. At the moment, the last person in this secret meeting suddenly smiled slightly and interrupted the discussion. It's just setting up a new department. Why do you have to be like an enemy? As the voice spread, the eyes of the other three were immediately attracted. Admiral Scudder's face was a bit ugly. Pierce, what's your opinion? Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council. Also the immediate supervisor of SHIELD. The World Security Council is composed of heads of state and does not participate in specific affairs. Therefore, his weight as secretary is quite large. Being able to participate in a secret meeting of this level is evident. A brand new department is not so easy to set up. There is no budget, no manpower, no equipped weapons and equipment, no support from other departments. Isn't it empty? Pierce said calmly, even if this so-called Mutant Affairs Department is at the same level as the CIA, FBI, or even S.H.I.E.L.D., it only has the power to deal with mutant crimes. What's the difference between this and the Mutant Affairs Department you originally planned to form? Even because of this, Mutant is under the jurisdiction of the White House. Isn't that a good thing? His point of view is completely different from that of the other three people. Don't forget, recently, the FBI, CIA, and S.H.I.E.L.D. have not found the location of Xavier's school, and we are losing monitoring of Mutant. But once the Mutant Affairs Bureau is established, they are equivalent to being actively exposed under our noses. Wouldn't it be easier for us to deal with Mutant in the future? The President, Vice President, and Admiral Scudder were all startled. Then the eyes lit up. I have to say that Pierce's words are very reasonable. In the final analysis, the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Department or the Affairs Bureau is just a title. Seems not that important. The three looked at each other, and the Vice President still shook his head, but once you start this, it is equivalent to acknowledging mutants' right to participate in politics, in case later. Can you stop it now? Pierce sneered. Your Excellency Rodriguez, whether you want to admit it or not, the current mutant is no longer the previous mutant. They can't hold back anymore. War is a matter of time, and even now the horn has sounded. With one sentence, the atmosphere in the meeting room became chilling, and what we need now is time. As long as the antidote to mutant in Worthen Laboratory is successfully developed, or General Ross's Super Soldier project achieves a breakthrough progress. When the time comes to break into Xavier's school and clear all the mutants, isn't it easy? The eyes of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder flickered slightly. The former glanced at the President. The research of the Worthen Laboratory has entered the most critical moment, and the super ability elimination agent for human experiments will soon be produced. The Worthing Laboratory, apparently affiliated with the White House's mutant research project, is under his control. Admiral Scudder heard the words, and didn't hide it. Ross has brought the abomination back to the base. It shouldn't be a problem to research the Green Titan serum. Just find a way to eliminate the violent factor in it and make it controllable. We shall have an army of Green Titans. The President heard the words and did not respond. Instead, he looked at Pierce with a strange expression. Pierce, you, the Secretary of the World Security Council, know our secret plan very well. That's what S.H.I.E.L.D. is for, isn't it? Pierce didn't seem to hear the dissatisfaction in the President's words, and smiled and said, Your Excellency, our world is undergoing unprecedented changes, and mutant is just an insignificant part of it, and it's not worth your effort at all. This seems to mean something else. The three presidents looked at each other and asked, What do you mean? Look at this. Pierce smiled, took out a small projector, and aimed it at the wall of the meeting room. Just when you were being overwhelmed by mutant, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that the Earth has been visited by aliens. After our initial contact with each other, got this. Needless to say, the three presidents have already seen it on the screen. This is a desert. A rainbow beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then, a robot with a strange shape appeared out of thin air. Now, with a red light in his eyes, a violent explosion occurred in the small town on the desert. I saw a burly and strong man rushing out of the small town with a hammer in his hand, and fought with him. All of a sudden, the storm surges, the thunder and lightning dance wildly. This turned out to be the battle between Thor and the Destroyer. Thor 1 plot? The pupils in the eyes of the three presidents suddenly shrank to the extreme. Even watching the video, they could feel the terrifying power displayed by the two in the picture. You mean, the aliens are here again? The president swallowed, moved his eyes with difficulty, and looked at Pierce. As the president, he definitely knows a lot of secrets. Captain Marvel fought against the Kree on Earth, and fought alongside Nick Fury of SHIELD. These are all sealed in the good file. And those files, as the president of S.H.I.E.L.D's largest employer, he definitely has the authority to read them. In fact, if it weren't for these, the officials of various countries would not have spared no effort to support the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, Your Excellency the President. Pierce did not turn off the projector, but sat up straight with the power displayed by Thor and the Destroyer, and looked at the three presidents. This guy who calls himself Thor, come from the myths and legends of Asgard, the son of the god King Odin. They seem to have come to the Earth thousands of years ago, and now, they are coming again. The three people present are all old foxes, so Pierce just briefly introduced the situation, and then stated his purpose in a simple and rude way. Your Excellency, the Earth is facing an unprecedented threat, and the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from enough. We need bigger support. When he said this, his expression was extremely solemn, as if he would fight aliens for the survival of the Earth at any time. But in his heart, he was extremely excited. Good job, mutant. Just find any reason to let General Ross go from punishment and continue to be in charge of the Super Soldier Project. S.H.I.E.L.D. can take this opportunity to intervene. 3. The people of Asgard are also wonderful. The greater the threat they pose, the more important the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. is, so the countries of the world will have to increase their support, giving people and money. With the superposition of the two phases, the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. will become stronger, and gradually develop into a behemoth that no one can control. Who will this end up being cheaper for? Definitely is Hydra attached to it? Hydra hail? It has to be said that the sudden appearance of Moira MacTag is too bizarre. So much so that all forces were caught off guard. Even Professor X was shocked when he saw his old lover on the news. He came to the door almost immediately. The door opened, and the old face of Moira MacTag appeared in his sight. One of the two was in a wheelchair, and the other was gray-haired, but they complemented each other somewhat. Speaking of which, Professor X's lower body was paralyzed because Moira shot Magneto, and when Magneto bounced the bullet, he accidentally shot through his lumbar nerve. Charles. Moira's complexion was extremely complicated, but she was not surprised. She seemed to have known for a long time that Professor X would appear. Since you're here, why don't you come in and sit down? She stepped aside to open the door, walked into the kitchen, and made Professor X a cup of coffee. Professor X pushed the wheelchair by himself, watched every movement of his old lover, and unconsciously became a little crazy. Mola, you erased my memory back then, didn't you? Mola handed him the coffee, and her expression returned to normal. It's your student who helped me recover my memory. He also asked me to do this thing. Lynn. Despite speculation, Professor X was still extremely shocked when he learned the truth from Moira. Not because Lynn will find Moira and let Moira make a move. During this period of time, he has already learned a lot about Lynn's style and methods, so no matter what Lynn does, he will not be surprised. What really puzzled him was, why would she want to? Professor X is very clear that although Lynn acts a little unscrupulously, he is different from Magneto. He must know the relationship between Moira and himself, never use the magic of controlling the soul on Caola. Therefore, Moira's behavior can only be voluntary by herself. Why would an ordinary human spare no effort to help mutant? Could it be that because of the recovery of memory, he remembered the love affair with himself that ended without a disease? You must be thinking that if I openly speak out for X-Men and mutant, it is almost equivalent to betraying humanity and my own race, right? Mola seemed to know what he was thinking, and said with a smile. Professor X felt weird for a while. This kind of conversation that penetrates people's hearts and grasps the rhythm has always been his specialty, but at the moment, he felt that Mola's gaze seemed to have a strange insight, seeing his mind clearly. This made him suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. So, Moira, can you tell me, how did Lynn convince you? Professor X suppressed the turmoil in his heart, looked at his old lover seriously, and tried not to say the word betrayal. Moira's smile was suddenly a little weird. You haven't changed at all, Charles. She sat down on the sofa, her movements were steady, and she didn't look like someone in her 70s, until now. In your subconscious, you still distinguish mutants from humans. Professor X was slightly taken aback. Subconsciously thought of Lynn's theory. Mutants are part of humanity, regardless of each other. You think that I am helping mutant to speak out, calling for the official creation of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, and making X-Men an official organization with law enforcement powers, which is helping you and other mutants. Moira looked at him quietly, with the same serious expression. Then have you ever thought that the reason why I did this is because the military's super soldier plan really threatened the safety of ordinary people, and the X-Men, and it is really trustworthy. Once you have law enforcement power, you can better, protect the people. What? Professor X froze. This was obviously a reason he hadn't thought of at all. So, as a retiree who has served the people for decades, I want to make our country better and our people better, so this incident happened. Mola said word by word, and finally asked, what is this about betrayal? Professor X opened his mouth, but was speechless. It's been a long time. Is it self-indulgence? What Mora did has nothing to do with mutant. And just feel that the government should use the power of mutant to better manage the country and better benefit the people? Charles, you are old. Mora suddenly sighed softly. The limitation of thinking makes you habitually put mutant on the opposite side of human beings when you think about problems. No wonder Lynn said that you are an excellent principal, but not a qualified leader. Facing the ridicule of his old lover, Professor X could only smile wryly. I know how Lynn convinced you. He took a sip of coffee to hide his embarrassment, but even so, I don't think you will be persuaded so easily. You sympathize with mutant and are willing to help mutant change the living environment to a certain extent. It's because of your kindness. But as an ordinary human, and an ordinary person who knows the power of mutant very well, mutant gradually gained power and finally surpassed ordinary human beings. It's not what you want to see and accept. He knew Mora just as Mora knew him. In other words, he understands the psychology of ordinary human beings. The more he gets in touch with human thinking through the brainwave strengthening device, the more thoroughly he can see the inferiority of human beings, so he is very clear. Vested interests will never give up power willingly, no matter how kind, noble, and selfless people are. This is the instinct of human beings. So Mora must have other reasons for doing this? Mora was silent. Your eyes are still so sharp. After a long time, her eyes suddenly became complicated, and she asked an irrelevant question softly. Charles, do you really understand your students? Who? Lynn. Professor X didn't keep up with the rhythm for a while, and after thinking for a long time, he finally said, he is a mutant stronger than me and Eric. Do not. Mora shook her head. He is more powerful than you and Magneto combined, and this is the feeling he gave me when he first found me. Today, how powerful he has become, I can't even imagine it. Do you know what time that is? Professor X was slightly taken aback. Mora said to herself, 15 years old. A 15-year-old mutant has shown a desperate strength, not the strength of a single ability like you and Magneto, but omnipotence. Yes, he gave me the feeling that he is omnipotent, with endless magic, as if facing any situation, he can calmly deal with it. No weakness. As Mora spoke, her voice trembled subconsciously. The most important thing is that he had already planned this scene 3 years ago. At that time, he was still studying at Xavier School, right? What terrible wisdom is this? Professor X's heart trembled violently. 3 years ago? Lynn actually found Mora 3 years ago. As early as 3 years ago, he had planted the seeds for this incident. Professor X feels that he has paid enough attention to Lynn. As long as the means are not too outrageous, he can even ignore it completely and let Lynn to toss about. But now it seems that what Mola said is not wrong at all. For Lynn, a student, I may really know nothing. Think about you and Magneto. After decades of hard work, the end result is that one is a prisoner and the other is trapped in a school. Where's Lynn? How long after he graduated? The X-Men are about to have law enforcement powers, and Xavier's school has opened its enrollment. Mutant is about to walk in the sun openly. At this moment, Mora's voice seemed to come from outside the sky. Charles, this is God bless Mutant. With such a monster appearing in the mutant group, it is impossible for human officials to suppress him, and it is impossible to hold the power of this world firmly in their hands like before. If I don't help, he will pick it up by himself. If he also resorts to violence like Magneto, it will be a disaster for mankind. Speaking of this, Professor X has fully understood why Mora helped Lynn. She is scared. Afraid that Lynn really did the same thing as Magneto with more aggressive, more violent tactics? Instead, she simply helped Mutant to gain the power and status it deserved. At least for now, Lynn has been acting in the game rules despite frequent tricks. This is a good thing for humans? Wrong. Professor X was about to sigh, when he suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed brightly. Mola, Lynn is indeed doing better than me, but he only started doing these things recently. 3 years ago, are you sure that besides his formidable strength, he has even more terrifying means? Obviously, something must have happened 3 years ago. That's why Mora is willing to do things for Lynn? Thinking of this, Professor X's eyes showed guilt. Mola, I'm sorry. Psychic ability activates instantly? Want to spy on Mora's true thoughts? But at the moment, Professor X's complexion suddenly changed drastically, and at the moment his mental fluctuations invaded Mora's brain, a pale golden light quietly appeared, forming a spiritual shield, blocking his brain waves. Charles, you are still as self-righteous as before, and you want to enter my brain without my consent. Mora spoke coldly. A strange wooden stick in the shape of a branch appeared in her hand, and with a light swipe across the air, a blazing flame appeared between the two of them out of thin air. Professor X looked at her like a ghost. Mola, you. In this situation, why didn't he understand what happened a year ago? This girl is clearly magic. Lynn taught Mora magic. Isn't that his super ability? How can others learn? The impact of this scene was so great that Professor X lost his composure like never before. If magic can be mastered through learning, doesn't that mean that those Delta-level mutants with weak super abilities in Lynn's plan can actually master powerful power? He wants to implement the magic system in the mutant group. That's the real heart of his plan to save Mutant? You guessed it right. As if knowing what Professor X was thinking, Mora nodded, with a devout look of reverence and awe on her face. I am Master Lynn's apprentice, and he is my magic mentor. Professor X gasped. Great gift crab special. When Professor X left Mora's house, he was still in a daze. There are too many questions in his mind. Did Lynn only teach Mora magic? Why is that female judge named Kate Mara willing to accept Mora's lawsuit? Is she a Delta-class mutant in hiding? Or, is she an ordinary person who, like Mora, is Lynn's magic apprentice? #BA. Are Lynn's magic apprentices just the two of them? If not, does it mean that besides Xavier Academy and X-Men, Lynn also controls a hidden magical power? How much preparation did this student do? Ugh. The chaotic thoughts hit Professor X's heart like a turbulent tide. He suddenly panicked and let Lynn do it. Isn't it a little too hasty? I just want to change the living environment of mutant. But looking at the current situation, this student of mine, it seems to want to overturn the whole world? With this in mind, Professor X can't wait to find Lynn immediately and have a good chat. But he pondered for a long time, finally chose to give up. In any case, things are indeed moving in a direction that is beneficial to mutant, and I have no reason at all to sing against Lynn at this time. And the most important thing is, number 2, TLF. Can't change Lynn's mind at all? There is no power to change his mind anymore. Today, Lynn's prestige in Xavier Academy and even X-Men is no less than her own. Just as Mora said, she is already old. The present and future of mutant belong to Lynn. Perhaps, I am really more suitable to be a principal. This idea suddenly appeared in my mind. The night was getting darker and the breeze was blowing. Professor X looked up at the sky and let out a heavy sigh of relief. There was a sudden screeching sound of brakes on the street ahead, and before the car door was opened, a deep voice came to my ears. Charles, I am from SHIELD. The voice stopped abruptly. Professor X's powerful mind ability was activated, and everyone's thinking stopped. By the time they woke up, several minutes had passed. The figure of Professor X has also disappeared. Shit. Nick Fury's face was instantly gloomy. Ever since Mora MacTag appeared on TV, S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the lookout for the first time, betting that Professor X would come to visit her young love interest. Facts have proved that he was half right. But Professor X's actions undoubtedly show that this dove mutant leader has good intentions for human beings. There is absolutely no point in communicating with S.H.I.E.L.D. This was unimaginable before. You know, Professor X is a well-known good guy, not only in S.H.I.E.L.D., but also in many secret departments such as CIA and FBI. There are people who know of his existence and have contacted each other many times, but never once was turned away. This is not a good sign. I don't believe it. I can't find the new address of Xavier's school. Nick Fury frowned, and finally closed the car door firmly, and ordered his subordinates, give me 24 hours to monitor the ruins of the Xavier Manor. No matter who has been there, you must find out all 18 generations of ancestors. Understood, boss. Phil Coulson, who had just returned from the desert in the southwest, nodded tactfully. Back at the academy, Professor X locked himself in the office. The TV channel is always locked on Global Daily. Ever since they tasted the sweetness of mutants traffic, Global Daily has never missed any mutant-related news. As long as there is definite news about the Mutant Affairs Bureau, they will be the first to report it. What surprised Professor X was that this time, the efficiency of the White House was unexpectedly fast. Just 2 days later, the White House announced to the public that the Mutant Affairs Bureau was formally established, and the X-Men belonged to it, officially becoming an official organization with law enforcement powers. At the same time, General Ross was demoted and the Super Soldier program was suspended. This is not only an explanation to the public, but also a comfort to the official insiders. But Professor X is very clear that this is just an illusion to confuse ordinary people. After this incident, General Ross's Super Soldier plan will not stop, but will get more rewards. But anyway, Lynn's goal has been achieved. From this day on, mutant officially entered the official power system. This is certainly a huge amount of victory. However, it is not so easy to achieve this victory, because when the White House announced the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, it also issued another statement, welcoming all mutants to compete for the position of the first director. Competition 4. Professor X couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Eric is out of prison. Once he knows the news, he will definitely. In the mutant group, there has never been a shortage of ambitious people like Magneto. This statement from the White House makes it clear that if mutant wants to fight to the death, it is best to kill each other. Don't worry, Professor. Lynn's voice suddenly sounded, and the next moment, with a boo, he appeared in the office with apparition. This position of Director General will only be ours. For his appearance, Teacher X was not surprised this time. In fact, he was waiting for Lynn. He looked at the student he was most proud of now, and possibly in his entire principal career, with burning eyes, and asked, Lynn, do you want to take on the position of director personally? Mutant can have such a victory today. It all depends on Lynn's strategizing. But to this day, he has never stepped onto the stage. Perhaps he was waiting for such an opportunity? I don't want to deal with those politicians all the time. Lynn shook her head without hesitation. He definitely will be on stage, but not now. But on a more important occasion? That day is not far away. Professor X said in surprise, X-Men will belong to this department from now on. Besides you, who can take on this important task? Do you want me, an old man, to go? Don't make trouble, Professor. Zero looking for flowers. Lynn looked at him with a smile. You should honestly be the principal in the college. This is more suitable for you. Joke? If you really want this good old man to be the chief, you can't be bullied by those politicians. Mutants still think about it? That Professor X was a little embarrassed, and quickly said, Hank McCoy? He was originally a researcher of the CIA, and he has been in touch with human officials since then. The original Mutant Affairs Department was appointed as the director of the department. He's talking about the Beast, the rare top talent in mutant. Not only has a super high IQ, but also is proficient in various professional knowledge such as human evolutionary biology, genetics, biochemistry, etc., and has even set foot in other scientific fields, and can help X-Men manufacture weapons and equipment. Known as one of the smartest people on Earth. The knowledge mastered by Dr. Hank is the most precious wealth of the mutant group. Letting him deal with those politicians all day is undoubtedly a blasphemy against that knowledge. Lynn still shook her head, in comparison, asking him to return to the college as a professor can give full play to his value. 0. Professor X got it. Lynn obviously has already made arrangements for the director's position. Cut it out, Lynn. He didn't say any more. With a look of curiosity on his face, he asked directly, who are you going to let be the director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau? You know it, Professor. Lynn didn't intend to hide anything. She smiled and said, then, please allow me to introduce to you, the first director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, Ms. Emma Frost. The voice fell, and the door of the office was slowly pushed open. A graceful and enchanting figure walked in with lotus steps. Long time no see, Charles. White Queen Emma Frost's delicate and fair face, with a bright smile, fell into Professor X's eyes, with a radiant look. Professor X's pupils shrunk slightly, and his expression changed uncontrollably. Even if he is extremely intelligent and profound, how could he have thought that the first director Lynn chose would be the White Queen? But after thinking about it, he actually thought it was very suitable. This woman is the third founder of Hellfire Club, and Hellfire Club brings together the richest and most powerful people in the world, as well as countless social elites, and its influence spreads all over the world. And those people, all named after Black King Sebastian Xiao and the core group headed by the White Queen, were invited. Therefore, White Queen is undoubtedly very good at dealing with high society. Such a person is going to be the director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Simply the perfect candidate. The only problem is that the White Queen was once our enemy. As Professor X said, he saw White Queen walking to Lynn with a smile on her face, raised her head and gave Lynn a sweet kiss. I can't say anything after that. And you, Lynn? He could only change the subject in embarrassment. The director's position has been handed over to someone else. What are you going to do next? Lynn definitely's answer. Definitely welcome freshmen, professors also. On the night of the official announcement of the establishment of the Mutant Bureau, cars appeared outside the huge pit where the original Xavier Manor was located. These cars came from all directions, but without exception they all turned off the lights. Drive carefully in Proxima Midnight. It seems that I am afraid that others will find out. After the engine was turned off, none of the car doors were opened, just like ghosts, silently observing the huge pit in front of them, and if something wrong happened, they would immediately start the car and leave as quickly as possible. Such a scene was naturally discovered by the spying SHIELD. Report to the mothership immediately. There is a situation in Xavier Manor. Phil Coulson, who was in charge of monitoring, reported it immediately. Looking at the cars that appeared one after another on the surveillance screen, his expression became more and more unbelievable. Great gift crab special. There is such a mutant in just one twisted contract. There are more and more cars outside the huge crater, scattered all around, slowly showing signs of surrounding the huge crater. And farther away, there are still more vehicles slowly approaching. Looking at this posture, there are hundreds or even thousands of them, probably more, not just mutants living in Twist City. Phil Coulson quickly understood. Since the news of Xavier's school's open enrollment spread, many mutants scattered all over the world must have secretly come to negotiate, but they have been secretly observing, waiting, and hesitation. It was not until today that the Mutant Affairs Bureau was established, that we finally made up our minds. In fact, at the beginning, they wanted to block the surrounding land, but was stopped by SHIELD. Nick Fury desperately wanted to get in touch with Xavier's school. He knew very well that since the 230 information of the new Xavier School's public enrollment contained the address of Xavier's Manor, as long as students came to sign up, Xavier's school would someone is bound to show up. For this reason, he even sent someone disguised as a mutant, trying to lure the snake out of the hole. It's not difficult. S.H.I.E.L.D. is full of talents, and there are many agents with super abilities under its command. The Ghost in Ant-Man 2 was once recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent. However, to Nick Fury's surprise, Xavier's school turned a blind eye to this at all, as if the school address they left at that time was just a joke with the whole world. It's clear that the enrollment is open, but it doesn't accept students. What the hell is this? Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. can't understand this question. At this moment, however, Phil Coulson understood. Xavier's school has been waiting for this opportunity. The purpose of releasing the enrollment information in advance is to allow more time for mutants all over the world to react. Then stimulate these mutants through the news of the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Gather here. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This series of events turned out to be premeditated. Every step was clearly planned and all achieved the best results. What kind of character appeared in Xavier's school? And today, how many mutants will sign up? Time passed slowly. There are more and more cars on the surveillance screen. Those mutants hidden in the car were very cautious and patient. Even at this time, no one got out of the car to check the situation, and no one even opened the windows to communicate. Everyone is waiting tacitly. Phil Coulson knew very well that if the waiting this time didn't result, the reputation accumulated by Xavier's school during this period would collapse in an instant. After these mutants left, they would never come back again. Therefore, Xavier Academy will definitely respond tonight. Thinking of this, with his psychological quality, he couldn't help becoming a little anxious, and contacted Nick Fury again. Boss, where are you? 5 minutes. Nick Fury obviously knew the urgency of the matter, and responded simply and directly. Phil Coulson looked up at his watch. It is already 12 o'clock in the morning. In the monitoring screen, there is no longer a car. But I don't know why, there is still nothing unusual around the huge pit, and there is not even a single X-Men appearing on the scene. Until Nick Fury's Quinjet roars in. Boom. Suddenly, a glaring red beam of light rushed out of the huge black crater, as if piercing through the heavens and the earth, illuminating a few kilometers around as if it were daytime. Crabty, they're waiting for the boss. Phil Coulson's eyes widened suddenly, and after a second of stupefaction, he picked up the guy and called out to his subordinates, quick, control the scene, but don't shoot without orders. A group of well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D agents rushed out of the underground bases hidden around the huge pit, and surrounded them from all directions. At the same time, the S.H.I.E.L.D special vehicles on standby further away also made roaring engine sounds. The originally silent night was suddenly broken by the noise. Those mutants hiding in the car heard the movement, except for a small number of people who did not move. Everyone else subconsciously started the car and was about to flee from this place. After many years of hiding, when they faced official forces, their first reaction was to run away. However, this time, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears at the same time. Don't be nervous, here, no one can hurt you. This voice seems to have a strange magic power, which makes people calm down unconsciously, and gives people a sense of security that cannot be described in words. All the mutants stopped when they heard the words. Then, through the front glass of the car, they saw the beam of light in the giant pit trembling slightly, scattered into red fireballs the size of a basketball file, and floated to all parts of the pit. Wow! Hundreds of fireballs sank suddenly and fell into the huge crater. With the sound of roaring, the 3-kilometer-long huge crater burst into flames. It looked like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. In the flames, Lynn's figure slowly appeared. Welcome, incoming students. He was suspended in the air, his figure was swayed, and he was divided into 4, stepping on the flames and walking slowly in 4 directions. I am the honorary principal of the new Xavier's school, and also your senior Lynn. I have been waiting here for a long time. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into a car. The doors opened one after another. Mutants came out one by one. These people include men and women, old and young, and even many teenagers. With the support of their parents, they walked slowly to the edge of the huge pit. Their eyes were nervous, restless, but mixed with a glimmer of hope. All looked straight at Lynn. All 4 Lynns were smiling and speaking at the same time. I know, you came here today, each of you paid huge amounts of courage, because you have never really lived in the sun, and once your identity is exposed, the consequences are unpredictable. It may usher in the arrest of the official forces. Maybe facing malicious persecution. You may also be targeted by some ambitious guys who covet your super abilities, and your life will never be peaceful again. His pace stopped 3 meters away from the edge of the huge pit, and he looked around everyone in the audience with calm and deep eyes. As a senior, what I want to tell you is that all this is over. Starting today, as a student of Xinyi College, you will be able to walk freely in the sun, you can live and study comfortably, you can ignore any strange eyes and malice, and you can completely say goodbye to the past days of hiding. After you graduate and perfectly master your super abilities and all kinds of knowledge you are interested in, you can freely choose the jobs you want, chase your dreams wantonly, and start your own family openly. The most important thing is that you can put on your face and say to all those who reject, hostile and persecute you, mutants, never were monsters. We are the evolution of humanity. Human beings step on the ground and look up at the stars. We are the future. More hope. With the blazing flames under his feet, Lynn gave a special opening speech to all the students who came to sign up. When his voice fell, the quiet needle drop could be heard at the scene. All mutants are captivated by the picture he describes. As mutants, some of them can only hide in Tibet and live a precarious life. Some of them hide better, or are protected by their parents from being discovered, and they are also in constant fear, for fear that one day they will be kicked into the house. This kind of dark life, there is no hope at all. But at this moment, the open enrollment of Xavier's school, like a bright light in the dark night, suddenly illuminated another completely different path for their future. Only then did they realize that they had a chance to get rid of the shadows and live in the sunshine with integrity. So, despite the hesitation and doubts, after all, they chose to take that step. Finally came here. At this moment, a light called hope shone in everyone's eyes. They looked at Lynn, who was talking in the flames, and seemed to see their future self. Mom, can I be like Senior Lynn in the future? A little boy who was only 8 or 9 years old suddenly murmured something. His parents are just ordinary people, and they finally brought their son to New York after going through a lot of hardships, and they were exhausted physically and mentally along the way. The two looked at each other when they heard the voice. Suddenly burst into tears. Yes, My little Carl, you can definitely become the greatest mutant. The same emotion spread among many underage mutant families. Seeing this scene, those adult mutants who have been in exile for many years and who have experienced hardships and dangers, can't help but feel a little sad. But they are not ruled by sensibility. A man wearing a jacket looked at Lynn and said, Xavier's school really has no age limit for enrolling students this time? I'm almost 30 years old, can I still go to school? You can use your real body to talk to me, sir. Lynn glanced at him and said with a smile, Xavier's school is divided into elementary school, middle school, and university. To gain useful knowledge. Definitely, if you pass the examination, you can also choose to become a teacher of the academy. The pupils in the man's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised eyes of other people, the doors of several cars nearby were opened one after another, and people exactly like him came out of them. After the 6 people stand together, they integrate into one like cells. Multiple man? You are so powerful, you actually saw through my duplication at a glance. He looked at Lynn with excitement in his eyes. My name is James Madrock and I want to join Xavier's school. Definitely, welcome. Lynn ordered. Nod. As the senior who welcomes the freshman, his task today is obviously to answer questions for the freshmen. The mirror image in the West also encountered almost the same situation. Mr. Lynn, The person who spoke was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, extremely handsome in appearance and in good shape. But he seemed a little uneasy, and he seemed to have some hesitation. Words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. Mr. Warren Worthington. Lynn's mirror image looked at him, and said lightly, you mean to say that your father, as the person in charge of the Worthen laboratory, has a deep cooperation with the government, and has been using mutant as an experimental laboratory. As his son, you will not be rejected by the academy, will you? What? The young man opened his mouth wide in shock, never expecting that Lynn knew his identity. Yes, he is Angel. Future X-Men? In the timeline after the restart, it was transformed into one of the 4 Knights by Apocalypse. Don't worry, Mr. Worthington, the door of Xavier's school is always open to all kind-hearted mutants on 5.9. You can enroll with complete peace of mind. Lynn said indifferently, if you are unhappy in the academy, you can drop out at any time, and I promise you, no one will stop you. This is also to let other mutants know that the academy will not force them to stay. Feel free to leave whenever you want. Real. Angel was extremely excited when he heard the words, a pair of white wings spread out from behind. It caused bursts of exclamation. On the south side, the one who asked questions to the mirror image Lynn was a red-haired girl with a graceful figure, youthful beauty, and she seemed to be of Asian descent. My name is Clarice Ferguson, and I just want to know one thing, can Xavier's school really protect us students? She pointed to the huge crater of flames under Lynn's feet, her eyes full of distrust. Until now, we haven't even seen the shadow of the academy, so it must be a scam. Bar. This question is obviously the most concerned about by the vast majority of people present. Almost at the same time, someone from the crowd in the east raised it. Just by comparison. This green-haired girl is much simpler and rougher. We're all surrounded. She pointed to the back, the Quinjet that had already landed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D agents roaring over, with a sneer on her face, are you going to continue talking nonsense here? Lynn just smiled slightly at this. People from S.H.I.E.L.D are the audience I specially invited to attend the opening ceremony. Nick Fury, who was walking quickly, just heard this sentence. His complexion instantly turned pale. Mr. Lynn. S.H.I.E.L.D apparently installed listening equipment nearby, so Nick Fury heard Lynn introduce herself. He walked towards Lynn in a one-eyed windbreaker, and the gloomy look on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a smile on his face. It will be our honor to participate in the opening ceremony of Xavier's school. Definitely, the famous director Nick Fury came to watch the ceremony. Principal Charles must be very happy. Lynn laughs too. The two who have fought against each other many times, finally saw each other's true face on such an occasion. Lynn's smile comes from the heart. Nick Fury's happiness isn't faking either. After a recent period of observation, he is indeed becoming more and more afraid of Xavier's school, but it's just that. The X-Men are not as aggressive as Magneto, and they will launch wars against humans at every turn. So it never occurred to him to deal with Mutant. Even when Mutant exposed General Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D took advantage of the opportunity to intervene in the super soldier plan, and gained a lot of benefits. So, whether it was outside Mora's house last time, or this time at the start of school, Nick Fury has only one purpose. Get in touch with Xavier's school? Have a nice chat with Charles? He wants to know what these people are doing? Mr. Lynn knows me. Nick Fury looked at Lynn with great interest. For such an important matter as the opening ceremony, Charles actually entrusted you with the responsibility. It can be seen that Mr. Lynn, the honorary principal, is very unusual in Xavier's school, thanks to the principal's trust. Lynn also looked at him with great interest, turning a blind eye to the group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents behind him. Besides, this is just for welcoming new students. The opening ceremony will definitely be held in the academy. Oh, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, can I trouble Mr. Lynn to lead the way? He really wanted to know that there were at least 1,000 mutants here, and what method Xavier's school would use to bring them all to the academy. All the mutants present also wanted to know this question. Lynn didn't keep them waiting. The 4 mirror images of East, West, North, south, and duplication are suddenly merged into one. He stood in the middle of the huge flame pit, and said to all the mutants around him, "Jump down, I'll take you to the academy." As if in response to his words, the flames under his feet suddenly shot up, reflecting terrified faces. Everyone looked at Lynn in disbelief. Jump. The green-haired Lorna Dane parted her lips slightly, and thought she was having auditory hallucinations. She had been in the chat room since she was a child, and at the age of 15 or 16, she dared to go into the gangster's lair alone. How can you not be so courageous? But let her jump into this huge flame pit, she still couldn't help swallowing, and a touch of fear appeared in her eyes. Even if she knew, there might be another mystery in it. The flames in front of me are really scary, and the huge pit below is too deep. As the flames rose, she could clearly feel the terrifying heat wave, and her vision became blurred. With such a high temperature and such a deep pit, unless she was immune to the flames, she would definitely die if she jumped into it. There is great terror between life and death. It's not about courage. It is the deepest instinct of biological genes. This is the college's assessment of freshmen. In the distorted and blurred flames, Lynn's voice seemed to come from hell. Jump down, and you will get the real admission qualifications. If you don't jump, you can go back the same way. The voice fell, and the sun and the moon were quiet. The mutants looked at each other, and they could all see the fear in the eyes of the people around them. The parents of those mutant children were already pale. Nick Fury's complexion also changed slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not dare to jump, but he is also very clear that Xavier's school will spend a lot of time and effort, and it is impossible to kill all the students who come to sign up, so this huge flame pit is 100% just a test. But here lies the problem. Knowing it's the test, and actually jumping in. It's two different things. What if this is a trap? What if you jump into it and get burned directly to fly ash? Psychological test. In Nick Fury's mind, this idea involuntarily appeared, and he felt as disgusted as eating a fly. What the hell is this, recruiting students or recruiting the army? Enrollment is open to the public, and they are still picking people? Simply outrageous. The raging flames seemed to be burning endlessly, and at this moment, time seemed to stop moving forward. The mutants looked at each other. No one dared to take the first step. Lynn was not in a hurry and watched quietly. I don't know how long it has been. His eyes moved slightly, and in the crowd on the west side of the giant pit, a figure suddenly roared boldly, then rushed to the edge of the giant pit, and completed a shocking leap amidst countless shocked gazes. It was Angel Warren Worthington. I'm not a monster. Amidst the roar, Worthington flapped his wings instinctively, as if he wanted to create a gust of wind to blow the flames away from his body. Lynn smiled. Without him needing to make a move, the flames around Worthington suddenly opened up, turning into a flame channel, and the body wrapping him quickly disappeared. Fine. This scene obviously gave other people huge amounts of comfort, and countless people's eyes lit up. To the east, Polaris Lorna Dane flicked her hair, and rushed out without any hesitation. I want to see what's so special about the mysterious Xavier's school. On the south side, Clarice Flicker took a deep breath and jumped out. God bless. To the north, multiple man James Madrock is about to charge out. A figure has already passed him and rushed out. If you are afraid of death, don't block the way. Kindness. Multiple man's complexion changed drastically. That figure turned out to be a woman, and at first glance, it was a super ability in terms of speed. It was like a whirlwind whistling. He didn't even see the others back. Shit. He cursed and rushed out quickly. In an instant, figures around the giant pit jumped down like dumplings, and then were swallowed by the flame channel, occasionally accompanied by a roar. Haha, this academy is really interesting. Don't be a mutant if you're afraid of death. Is this the first lesson the academy taught us? Fear only makes me stronger. I can't wait to see what the academy looks like. Haha, Logan, an old friend is looking for you. This is the voice of Gambit's Remy LeBeau, a former friend of Wolverine's. At the beginning, the mutants just jumped off scatteredly. As more and more people rushed out, the remaining people became obviously anxious. One by one, they tried their best to overcome the fear in their hearts and joined the fire-jumping army. Soon, the mutant teenagers who were held tightly by their parents couldn't help it either. Mom, I'm bound to be a great mutant, right? The teenager Carl looked up at his parents, and courage gradually appeared on his immature face. His parents' eyes were full of fear, but after glancing at their son, the couple looked at each other again, with firmness and determination appearing on their faces at the same time. Honey, we are with you. While speaking, the two held Carl's hand, one left and one right, and rushed into the flames at the same time. Lynn captured this scene clearly. The smile on his face grew brighter. Mutant, who has come forth in abundance, is there any reason why he can't rise? Starting from Carl, one after another mutant teenager seemed to have gained courage, and there is no longer only fear in their eyes, but a more determined light. Taking the family as a unit, they leaped high one after another. Seeing this scene, Phil Coulson and other S.H.I.E.L.D agents couldn't help showing shock. Such a young child, even if he knows that the flames won't hurt him, he shouldn't dare to jump, right? Why? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, completely confused. Responding to them was Nick Fury's deep voice, because of the Xavier School's admissions advertisement. Let all the mutants walk under the sun. They are for freedom. When Nick Fury said this, he didn't even know how he was feeling. With his heart as iron, at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little admiration for these young mutants. Such a unique welcome ceremony. These mutants should be remembered for life, right? This jump, rather than giving them the courage to overcome their fears, rather say, help them break the shackles of invisible in their hearts. From this jump, they completed the soul metamorphosis from hiding in the dark to walking in the light. This Lynn, it's horrible. While thinking about it, Nick Fury's one-eyed eye locked on the figure in the center of the flames, and a flash of understanding suddenly appeared in his heart. Perhaps, he is the real mastermind of this recent series of events. Lynn 830 doesn't use mind magic, so definitely has no idea what Nick Fury is thinking at the moment. His attention has been on the remaining students. It's a pity for him that, after all, there are still people who dare not dance. Ugh. He sighed softly, divided his figure into 4 again, and walked to the edge of the huge pit. So, even though you know that the flame is a transmission channel, you still dare not jump. Around the huge pit, there are about 70 or 80 people left. There are both adult mutants, as well as mutant children and their parents. These people all turned pale, looking at the raging flames under Lynn's feet, eager to try 1 second, and showing fear in the next second, swallowing with difficulty. Senior, I really want to enroll, can you take me with you? A young mutant in his 20s looked at Lynn courageously. I am born afraid of fire. As long as I am not allowed to jump into this fire pit, I am willing to do anything. Senior, trust me. Others also begged for mercy. Some of the mutant teenagers even cried and begged. The 4 mirror images of Lynn shook their heads without hesitation. Let's go back. They spoke at the same time, without any ripples on their calm water faces. After you go back, be an ordinary person with peace of mind. The world of mutant is not suitable for you. As soon as the words fell, the flames in the huge pit under their feet suddenly shrank rapidly from the surroundings to the center. For just a split second, even if these remaining mutants jump again, they won't be able to touch the flames. In other words, they lose their eligibility for admission. Senior. Ignoring the pleadings of these people, Lynn manipulated the flames to condense into shape, which instantly turned into a road of flames and spread to Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury, please. He smiled slightly, and glanced at Phil Coulson and others behind Nick Fury. If you want, everyone can be together. No, Phil Coulson, just come with me. Nick Fury shook his head without hesitation. I really want to bring a large group of people fully armed to attend the opening ceremony of a college. He S.H.I.E.L.D. really can't afford to lose that person. Dignified chief, don't you want to lose face? Passing through the end of the flame passage, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson only felt a change of light and shadow in front of them, and they appeared in another world. Really? What appeared in front of my eyes was the Xavier Manor that disappeared at the beginning? At this moment, the place where the two are standing is the pond in the manor. It is not large in size, but it is obviously affected by a strange force. Under their feet is a solid water column, and a series of water-condensed stairs extend out, connecting on the shore. The mutants who came in first have all walked down the steps and stood bustling on the playground by the shore. What kind of power is this? Nick Fury's one eye narrowed slightly. 1 second, they were still in the raging flames, but the next second they were standing firmly on the water waves, which made him feel quite bad. Because he didn't see which mutant was manipulating the water flow. This is slightly different from the mutant in his impression. He turned his eyes and was slightly startled, but he didn't see Professor X, Wolverine, and others, nor did he see any staff of the Academy. 2. Please take a seat. Lynn said politely, and a separate water flow ladder appeared quietly, leading to the open space on the west side of the pond. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other and walked over in silence. While walking, the former asked in a low voice as if nothing had happened, Phil Coulson, where is our location? I don't know, boss. Phil Coulson quickly responded, there seems to be a weird force here that has isolated our signal, but one thing is for sure, we are far away from where we were just now, a long way. Nick Fury's complexion didn't change at all. Obviously expected. He just sighed imperceptibly. Teleportation across space, it's fine if you can teleport people. They actually moved the entire Xavier Academy here. Phil Coulson had nothing to say about that. Continue to observe. Nick Fury instantly suppressed his emotions, and said solemnly, our mission today is to see what kind of power this new Xavier school holds. Clear. Phil Coulson nodded slightly. When the two walked down the stairs, they saw that there was nothing in the open space. They were about to speak when Lynn's voice came from their ears again. Everyone, please take your seats. As if she couldn't follow her words, just as Lynn's voice fell, 10 huge amounts of long tables and chairs appeared out of nowhere in front of the freshmen. The same goes for Nick Fury and Phil Coulson. Wow. The eyes of the freshmen widened in surprise. Lynn's voice spread again, after waiting all night, everyone must be hungry. Let's eat something first. The opening ceremony will start soon. Roast beef, roast chicken, fried sausages, stews, lamb chops. A series of steaming dishes suddenly appeared on the long table, and the freshmen who watched were drooling. They even saw pudding and other desserts, as well as various drinks on the table. You're welcome, this is your first meal after school. Please be sure to eat happily. If Lynn had a long white beard, was wearing a white necromancer robe, and a pair of half-moon glasses, then his image at the moment would definitely match that of an old man named Dumbledore. He raised his left hand with a smile, and signaled to the group of freshmen, definitely, parents, please don't be restrained. The new Xavier's school welcomes the families of all students. All the freshmen and their parents looked at each other in blank dismay. Then he sat down at the dining table without any scruples and began to feast on it. After waiting outside the giant pit all night, they were already hungry. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson at a separate table watched this scene silently. The latter carefully stretched out his hand, picked up a fried sausage, and was about to put it into his mouth when he suddenly felt the summer chill. He paused, then turned to look at his superior. "Boss, I haven't had dinner yet." Nick Fury sighed silently. "It's all here, let's eat." Overjoyed, Phil Coulson, who got permission, ate the sausage in one bite. Delicious. The sound of infinite satisfaction reached Nick Fury's ears, and he suddenly had the urge to shoot this subordinate. On the surface of the lake, Lynn's mouth curved slightly. "While everyone is eating, please allow me to introduce the teachers of the new Xavier School to you." He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was like a bell, and spread throughout the audience. "First of all, it is definitely known to everyone that the founder of our new Xavier School, who spent all his wealth to provide a safe place for mutant in distress, Principal Charles Xavier." Boom. A wave suddenly exploded from the calm lake, holding Professor X's wheelchair. It froze in midair. There was a trace of helplessness on his face, but he still greeted the freshman with a smile. "Welcome." Big bells and whistles. There was a sneer on Nick Fury's face, obviously disdainful of the way Lynn arranged the opening. Not so with freshmen. They definitely knew Professor X, and they were full of respect for this X-Men leader. Seeing this scene, they all put down their food and applauded vigorously. Lynn raised her right hand, and another wave surged. "The next one is the teacher of the extraordinary course, Professor Jean Grey." Jean Grey, who looks like a royal sister, won louder applause than Professor X. And then, the teacher of the fighting class, Professor Logan. Wolverine, who is extremely popular on the internet, blew up the audience as soon as she appeared on the stage. Nick Fury's ears hurt from the applause. Lynn continued to introduce. "Next is Professor Scott Summers, Professor Orlo, Professor Hank McCoy, Beast, Professor Sean Cassidy, Kraken." After bursts of applause, the X-Men finally came to an end, and Lynn even took the trouble to introduce the glorious deeds of each of them. The sneer on Nick Fury's face faded quickly. He could see that Lynn was not doing useless work, but using this grand appearance method to subtly improve the students' confidence in the college. This is how a sense of belonging slowly grows. So, Lynn's introduction didn't end there. He put down his right hand and raised his left finger to point to the lake on the left. "The next thing I will introduce to you is the first vice principal of the college. Some of you may have heard his name, and some of you have admired him for a long time. There are people who are afraid of him. But please don't worry, from today onwards he will only be the vice principal and professor of our new Xavier School. Let us please, Mr. Eric Lane's hair." This time, no water waves exploded. Instead, a series of steel bars suddenly flew from the sky, plunged into the water surface. Hundreds of steel bars gathered together vertically, forming a steel pillar. Magneto stepped on a piece of iron and flew slowly under the eyes of everyone. "Take a step forward and stand on the iron pillar." Magneto. As expected, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Obviously, Magneto's name was widely spread among the mutant group. At the same time, Professor X's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Magneto in disbelief. "Eric." One thing to say, he is not surprised. Lynn will invite Magneto to the college as a professor. No matter what this student does, he has been able to accept it calmly. What really surprised him was that Magneto actually came. Is this still the Magneto in my impression? The rebellious Magneto who vowed to wipe out all humans and let mutant completely rule the world? How have you changed? A college vice principal, you wish? FK. On the other side, Nick Fury also cursed secretly at the same time. He definitely knew the news about 1C Wangyu prison, and had been sending people to track down Magneto's whereabouts, but he never thought that Magneto would appear here. The Mutant Brotherhood and the X-Men are sworn enemies? Professor X sent Magneto to prison with his own hands. How come? How can we abandon the past and cooperate? Even if the friendship between the two is very complicated, and they actually have an extraordinary friendship with each other, it is just a personal friendship, and the two mutant leaders with completely different ideas are absolutely free. Let's move forward hand in hand. This means that Magneto has given up on the philosophy he has held on to all his life. It is precisely because of knowing too much that Nick Fury's shock at the moment is far stronger than that of any mutant present. He subconsciously looked at Professor X, only to find that the other's face, of Wang's, was also full of astonishment. Suddenly, an incredible idea popped into my mind. Charles doesn't know about this. Magneto joins Xavier's school with another secret. What is the reason? Or, who is it? The one-eyed eyes turned unconsciously, and quietly locked onto the figure in the center of the lake. Nick Fury's soul seemed to tremble violently. It's him? It's him. The uproar did not last long. Magneto's serious eyes scanned the audience, and all the freshmen unconsciously quieted down. "Starting today, I will be your vice president, an adjunct professor." There was an undisguised sneer on the old and majestic face. "Lynn said that I am old, and you are the future of mutant. I don't know if he's right or not. So, if you don't study hard, I will punish you mercilessly. Although these punishments are all within the scope allowed by the school regulations. But I assure you, you will never be willing to experience, even just one of them." Stern attitude, old-fashioned admonition, coupled with the great reputation of Megatron Mutant Group. There is a demeanor of the dean. All the freshmen were silent. This is a ruthless person who almost killed all humans. Vice Principal Eric, don't scare our freshmen. Lynn's voice spread in a timely manner, making people feel like a spring breeze. He was quite satisfied with Magneto's dean's attitude, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he introduced, as you can see, besides teaching, Vice President Eric is mainly responsible for the discipline of the college. He will urge all students to study hard and graduate smoothly in the future. Hearing this sentence, Professor X's eyebrows trembled slightly. He immediately understood what Lynn meant. For the new Xavier's school, his previous management methods were too gentle and loose. In contrast, Magneto's ruthlessness and sternness undoubtedly stimulated the motivation of the students. Even if this motivation is passive, the two complement each other to activate the vitality of the entire college. Charles. Behind them, the gazes of Phoenix and Storm all came together. This matter. Compete. Professor X did not speak, and the voice rang directly in everyone's minds. Lynn wants a college full of competition, not only among the students, but also among us professors. Only through competition can there be growth. All the X-Men looked at each other. If this is the case, Magneto has come, will his mutant brotherhood be far behind? As predicted, what Lynn will introduce next is Mutant Brotherhood's #1 man, Mystique. After Mystique appeared, she didn't speak. The grim temperament is exactly the same as Magneto 860. She didn't even look at Professor X, an old friend. Lynn's spiritual power enveloped the audience, and she clearly saw Professor X's face, with a look of gloom. But he didn't care, but continued to introduce. What everyone needs to know is that the existence of each subject has huge amounts of value. Therefore, the college does not only teach knowledge about super abilities. We also attach importance to other aspects of knowledge. The sonorous and powerful voice once again attracted everyone's attention. So, the next thing I want to introduce to you is the vice principal who is in charge of teaching in this area. This is more for those parents. No one wants their child to become a person who only knows how to play with super abilities. Therefore, when the parents heard the words, they all concentrated their attention. Dr. Bruce Banner. Lynn didn't talk nonsense. Another wave of water exploded, and the figure of Dr. Banner appeared in everyone's sight. AFK. Nick Fury cursed again. Phil Coulson, who was eating and watching, also stopped in shock. Boss, if I remember correctly, Bruce Banner is the Green Titan Hulk? His recruitment list in Avengers Inside. After the Battle of Broadway, S.H.I.E.L.D. was looking for Hulk everywhere. Who would have thought to see it here? For a moment, he almost thought he was hallucinating. Nick Fury didn't speak. His face was already gloomy enough to drip water. The one-eyed eyes flickered. In the line of sight, Banner's expression was obviously a little reserved. Perhaps because of running away for many years and being forced to hide in Tibet, he is not used to this kind of scene that attracts so much attention. But Lynn has already introduced him. Dr. Banner has 7 doctorates in nuclear physics, radiation physics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics, and is one of the smartest people on the planet. As soon as these words came out, all the freshmen gasped. The parents were even more surprised from ear to ear. 7 PhDs? It's all cutting-edge subjects. What kind of concept is this? Is the faculty of the college so terrible? Such thoughts popped up in everyone's minds. They thought that the academy only taught knowledge about super abilities. Who would have thought that there would be such top scientists sitting here? And Lynn's presentation clearly wasn't over yet. In addition to Dr. Banner, the college is also honored to invite several other professors who have made achievements in different fields. They are Mr. Matt Murdock, Professor of Law, Dr. Zhao Halen, Professor of Genetics, Medicine, and Biology. Her attainments in nanotechnology are also among the top in the world. Dr. Samuel Stern, Professor of Biochemistry, Astrophysicist Professor Jane Foster, Associate Professor Daisy Lewis. It didn't take much effort to invite Halen Zhao to be a visiting professor. Although her achievements in the future are quite high, and she also helped Ultron come up with the vibranium body, but at this point in time, her Life Cradle project is still in the preparation stage and is looking for investment. Lynn showed up in due course and agreed to invest. Then, she agreed to be a visiting professor. Although most of her time is spent on research, it is still very easy to occasionally come to give a class to the students. The most important thing is that her Cradle of Life technology can provide the college with powerful medical support. Boss, Dr. Helen Zhao's Cradle of Life technology seems to be on our watch list. This time, even Phil Coulson's complexion was a bit wrong, and that Jane Foster seems to be the student of Dr. Eric we just recruited. I heard that he has great ability in astrophysics. When he said this, his tone was very grateful. Fortunately, we have Dr. Eric. You shut up, Phil Coulson. Nick Fury almost gritted his teeth and burst out a few words. At the moment, his face has turned green. Not only Helen Zhao, Daredevil Matt Murdock has also been on the watch list of SHIELD. Although his ability is not very strong, it is not born with it, but acquired by accident. If necessary, it can be recruited for your own use. But now, why do these talents that S.H.I.E.L.D. likes come to Xavier's school one by one inexplicably? Is this just a coincidence? Thinking of this, Nick Fury unconsciously remembered that when he recruited Eric Shavig, the other party seemed to say that someone had already offered him a very good job. If Tesseract is not too attractive, the other party might reject me too. Now it seems that the job the other party mentioned is clearly Xavier's school. AFK. AFK, AFK. For a moment, Nick Fury was silent on the surface, cursing crazily in his heart. And soon, he knew that he had scolded too early. Along with the clamor of freshmen, Lynn smiled and invited another person. The next professor is very special. She not only masters many advanced technologies far ahead of the times, still a princess of a country. Most importantly, she is older than many of you. Please, Princess Sarui. The appearance of Princess Sarui is also very special. When she was in adolescence, after learning about the opening ceremony, she went back to Wakanda and drove her favorite chariot over a sports car made entirely of vibranium. Buzz. Amidst the ear-piercing roar of the engine, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the woods on the other side, appeared in front of everyone in just a few seconds, and drove up to the surface of the water with difficulty. The sports car stopped, and Princess Sarui opened the door excitedly. The shoes she was wearing obviously had other secrets, and she stood on the water with ease just like Lynn and others. Hi, everyone. The 16-year-old girl greeted playfully. Wakanda. Nick Fury got up suddenly, his teeth were almost gnawed, his whole body seemed to be numb by electricity, and he stood there in a daze. Before he could react, Lynn double-recorded and invited another person. The last professor to be introduced below, like me, also serves as the honorary president of the college. He is the one. Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark. Goodness behold, when Iron Man flew down from the sky, Nick Fury has lost all sense of the world around him. He felt rejected by the whole world. Great gift crab special. Mr. Stark is our honorary headmaster. He's not a mutant, how could he be willing? What kind of school is this? X-Men, Magneto, top doctors in various fields, the princess of a country, the helm of the Stark Group, are all our teachers. Am I dreaming? Before I came here, I really thought that Xavier's school only taught us to master super abilities and could protect our safety. Who thought it would be so powerful? So, our mutants will be able to walk in the sun openly in the future. It's not a slogan for propaganda, but really. Someone help me, I'm a little dizzy. Undoubtedly, the appearance of Iron Man brought the atmosphere of the audience to its climax. Everyone was dancing with excitement, and some were even incoherent. The noise came and went, and lasted for a long time. In the hearts of those parents, the last worry about Xavier's school has completely disappeared. Even Iron Man is the honorary principal of the school. What else do they have to worry about? This study is settled? Remy Lebo of Gambit looked at this scene with complicated eyes, and then looked at Wolverine Luo behind Professor X, and couldn't help muttering to himself, has Xavier's school developed to this level before you know it? Perhaps staying with Logan back then was the right choice. His ability is very strong, and his IQ is also sufficient. Therefore, even though mutants' living environment is getting worse and worse, he has lived a pretty cool life these years. It's just the taste, only you know it. Blinking Clarice's expression was also extremely complicated. In the future, I will never be arrested and imprisoned again. In the eyes of Angel Warren Worthington, there were tears streaming down. Father, I will make you understand that I was born as a mutant. I am not a monster. I am the pride of the Worthington family. Polaris Lorna Dane's gaze was fixed on Magneto. For some reason, she always felt that this man was somewhat familiar. Lynn watched the scene quietly. He didn't speak again until the excitement of most people subsided and they became quiet again. Definitely, professors such as Dr. Banner and Mr. Stark, their courses are obviously a bit advanced, so only students from the university department can take them. He looked around the audience, raised his hand again, and called out a large wave of water. For the students in the elementary school and middle school, the college has also equipped the most suitable teachers. In the future, you will gradually become familiar with them. On this large wave of water, there are dozens of ordinary teachers standing, both male and female, with different complexions. But without exception, there was no look of reluctance. Obviously all willing to teach mutant. This is not surprising at all. For this kind of basic course teachers, as long as you spend a little more money, you can easily find a lot of them. Those who are finally hired have even been screened by Lynn. Do you make money, where work is not work? What is the difference between teaching regular students and mutant students? Who made Xavier's school pay too much? For these people, Lynn did not introduce them one by one. He waved his fingers lightly, and the water jets on the left and right sides led a group of professors to rush to the shore. Then, next is the questioning session. At the same time, he continued, about the academy, if you have any questions, you can ask them. As soon as these words came out, all the freshmen raised their hands almost at the same time. Obviously, after this extraordinary opening ceremony, these mutant, regardless of their age and file size, have inadvertently adapted to their status as students. Lynn is very satisfied with this. He pointed to Polaris Lorna Dane who impressed him deeply in the crowd. Senior Lynn. Miss Polaris's attitude was completely different from before. She even blushed a little under the watchful eyes of everyone. Where do we have classes? This manor can't accommodate so many of us, right? This question is obviously also a question for all new students and their parents. Even Professor X et al. Want to know. Since Siren and more than 100 people joined the academy, Logan wanted to take the students to build a house, but was stopped by Lynn. So much so that the freshmen have already enrolled, and there is only one building in the Xavier Manor in this large area with a radius of 3 kilometers, which seems extremely empty. The college definitely won't let students sleep rough. Lynn was clearly prepared for this, and glanced at Professor X. Actually, this is what Principal Charles meant. He felt that as the honorary principal of the college and a senior who just graduated this year, it is necessary for me to give the first class to the freshmen, let everyone know the teaching philosophy of the college. Professor X was slightly taken aback when he heard this. I do ask you to give a class to the freshmen and share the learning experience of outstanding graduates. DJ, what does this have to do with it? I definitely can't refuse the principal's request, so next, I just ask everyone a question. Lynn's eyes flashed brightly, and her temperament changed in an instant, from calm and indifferent to sharp-edged. Mutants all have super abilities, but do you really understand your own abilities? Kindness? When this question came out, all the freshmen were taken aback. Or from another angle, what exactly is mutant's super ability? Lynn continued. For example, Professor Logan's self-healing factor can recover no matter how serious the injury is, but does this super ability just make him an immortal person? For example, Professor Scott's eyes can emit extremely powerful laser light, but could it be that his super ability just makes him see something that is not pleasing to the eye, so he will be bombarded? Another example is you. Eyes slowly passed over the group of freshmen, making everyone feel a pressure. Some of you can control fire, some of you can control magnetic field, some of you can create portals, some of you have wings. But could it be that your genetic evolution only allows you to control fire, manipulate magnetic fields, teleport, and fly? After saying these words, even Professor X, Magneto, and others couldn't help being puzzled. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not keeping up with Lynn's rhythm at all. Among the crowd, only Tony's eyes lit up. These questions may be a bit complicated, let me put it bluntly. Seeing everyone's eyes full of bewilderment, Lynn shook her head and said, there are countless possibilities for genetic evolution, but why did humans acquire super abilities, and why did we acquire this existing super ability? Woolen cloth. Why not a uniform lifespan increase? Or a uniform brain development? Why are our super abilities so strange? Undoubtedly, Lynn is perfecting his theory of genetic evolution and instilling his ideas in the first batch of students at the first opening ceremony of the new Xavier's school. I can't give you the answer directly, but I know. There is a reason for existence. His tone suddenly rose, like thunder, and it was deafening. Using a super ability and mastering a super ability have always been two completely different things. That's what we're going to learn in the academy. To understand ability, discover ability, and finally understand what these abilities can give us and the world. What kind of metamorphosis? In Lynn's view, the mutants in this world use super abilities too crudely, or in other words, the vast majority of mutants don't have the concept of developing super abilities at all. They simply know how to use it, and rely on instinct. Compared with those fairy tales of Long Kingdom, the extreme development of various spells is like the difference between primitive society and modern society. This is clearly not enough. This world is not only the Earth. The new Xavier school he built is positioned as the holy land of mutant in the short term, and will become the core of the mutant empire in the future. How can there be no perfect super ability system? Asking for flowers. In short, these eloquent words are to set a goal for all freshmen, let them know what they should do, instead of being muddled like before. This is something that a group must have to move towards a civilization. So, please allow me, as the honorary principal, to promulgate the first school motto of the new Xavier's school. At this moment, the light in Lynn's eyes seemed to magnify infinitely, like the scorching sun, shining into the hearts of every mutant in the audience. We learn, master, develop, and evolve super ability. One day, we will have nothing. Cannot. As if responding to his words, the ground under his feet trembled violently without warning. The next moment, under countless almost dull gazes, the ground under their feet rose little by little, and it turned out to be 10-meter-high clay titans, slowly standing up with a long table. 10 long tables, exactly 10 titans. A group of freshmen hurriedly grabbed the table, but found that there was no sign of falling, so they breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the ground below. The water column under Lynn's feet also soared to the same height. I saw him open his right hand and lightly grasp the ground below. 0. Amidst the loud noise of rumbling, the ground rolled up like dragons, and the rocks shattered, and the trees in the forest pulled themselves out of the ground, stripped their bark, and turned into standard logs. The streams of water are turbulent and blended, and they are actually condensed into a smooth mirror. Everything is like a dream. In just a few minutes, a group of freshmen actually witnessed a castle rising from the ground. Not a castle, it's a giant castle complex surrounding the Xavier estate. Based on earth and rocks, with giant trees as beams, water mirrors as windows, and various grotesque vines as embellishments, the rest of the vegetation seems to be spiritually swelled, and giant leaves fall down and connect with each other to form a landscape. Road also has numerous flying stairs. There are even stars falling from the sky, or gathering into fireflies, floating away, or clinging to the vines, embellishing the castle. In the castle, there are teaching areas, activity areas, and living areas that are clearly separated. There is also a tall tower on each side, which is the research room for the professors. When the castle group is fully formed, everyone is already stunned. This scene is destined to be imprinted deep in their souls, and they will never forget it forever. At the moment, they suddenly had the most intuitive and profound understanding of the school motto that Lynn mentioned. We learn, master, develop, evolve super abilities. One day, we will. Omnipotent. We will be omnipotent. At this moment, the unprecedented shock impacted every newborn soul. Even Professor X, Magneto, Wong and other professors also felt struck by lightning. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson, who also saw this scene, even directly suspected that they were dreaming. He just changed the molecular structure of how many objects? No one responded to them. Down below, in the Xavier Manor, students such as Burning Man John and Bishop who did not attend the opening ceremony have already driven cars full of bedding and daily necessities towards the castle complex. Lynn stepped on the water and looked at the group of freshmen. So, how about going to visit the school together? With a light wave of his left hand, buttons of file-size badges appeared out of thin air and were automatically pasted on the chests of the freshmen. On the badge, a staff and an ancient book intersect, forming a strange X-shaped pattern. This is the school badge of the college, and it is also the voucher for entering and leaving the castle. It is automatically bound to every student, and it can also have a defensive effect at critical moments. In the suspicious eyes of the freshmen, 10 mud titans have already stepped forward to move up the mountain. Lynn did not participate in the visit to the castle. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson definitely won't be going either. So, after the 10 titans roared away, only the 3 of them remained at the scene of the opening ceremony, which was still bustling just now. Mr. Lynn. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and suddenly said loudly, "Since the opening ceremony is over, can I trouble you to send us away?" Lynn looked at him in surprise. A visitor from afar, Director Nick Fury won't wait for Principal Charles. With a slightly puzzled voice, a water ladder appeared again, extending to the shore. No. Nick Fury has no hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D still has a lot of things to deal with. I need to go back immediately. Lynn smiled. It's early morning, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D still has to work overtime 24 hours a day? He smiled and didn't stop him. He raised his hand to open the teleportation circle again. If that's the case, then we won't be able to entertain you well. In the center of the lake, the rippling water turned into a vortex. Nick Fury walked over quickly, and took a deep look at 487 Lynn. Mr. Lynn, I hope that the next time we meet, we can still be as happy as today. Director Nick Fury was joking. Lynn looked at him calmly. Xavier's school has no intention of being an enemy of anyone. We just want to do what we should do, that's all. Hope so. After Nick Fury finished speaking, he jumped into the vortex without any hesitation. Phil Coulson looked bewildered, but he followed up step by step. The light and shadow changed, and the two reappeared on the edge of the giant pit. At the moment, the night is deep and all is still. The dozens of mutants dismissed by Lynn have disappeared. Only the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D are still waiting for their boss to return. Boss, are we leaving like this? Phil Coulson was puzzled. With a hamburger in his hand, we finally got into the new Xavier's school, just to talk to Charles. It's not necessary. Phil Coulson. Nick Fury's footsteps stopped, and his voice trembled slightly in the darkness. Phil Coulson was keenly aware of the strangeness of his boss. Boss, do you know what these mutants are trying to do? Nick Fury was silent for a moment. Suddenly it exploded. Phil Coulson, do you know why the government has always been afraid of mutant and secretly researching mutants' ability, but until now, even a small Mutant Registration Act has not been officially implemented? He yelled, and without waiting for Phil Coulson to respond, he continued, because in the eyes of the higher UPS, mutant can't be a climate at all. Because the FG Magneto and the FG Professor X are not the same? Because the FG mutant group is a plate of loose sand. But now, look at Xavier's school. No, look at what that Lynn did. Also integrates X-Men and Mutant Brotherhood, so that rivals Magneto and Professor X can work together. What does that mean? It means that he wants to integrate all the mutants step by step through the way Xavier's school recruits students. He also found a bunch of allies for Mutant, and Wani Stark is FG with him. And the Princess of Wakanda. Do you know how hard it is for us to buy a little vibranium from Wakanda? He even asked the Princess of Wakanda to come to the academy as a professor. Professor shit. Look at his school motto again. Mutant has always been a mess, because the only thing this group has in common is the possession of super abilities, and there is no other connection other than that. But if all the mutants have the same goal, then this group will no longer be scattered and isolated, and they will have a unified thought. Besides, he even found a lot of scientists to teach mutant knowledge other than super ability. What is this? There are super abilities, talents in various fields, unified ideological support, and have been trying to control public opinion. This is transforming the mutant community in the same way as building a political party. What is he going to do? What the hell is he thinking about? Need us to ask Charles. Nick Fury was obviously stimulated by huge amounts of, and a series of FK came out of his mouth, which made Phil Coulson dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, he took a breath. Boss, you mean? Phil Coulson's face changed several times within a few seconds. No matter how he thought about it, he felt incredible. If so, why did he take the initiative to let us participate in this opening ceremony? This is deterrence. Nick Fury took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. He is not afraid of us knowing this at all. He just uses this opening ceremony to let us know. The mutant now is different from before. They don't need to hide anymore. They don't need to look at the faces of the officials, the military or even S.H.I.E.L.D anymore. He's showing off his muscles openly, warning us not to have any bad thoughts. Phil Coulson fell into a long silence. He already understood why Nick Fury didn't want to stay at Xavier's school for one more second, and why he just gave up on meeting Charles. Indeed, it is no longer necessary. Mutant wants to turn the sky upside down. The night wind was cold, Phil Coulson shivered, and the group woke up from the horror. Then, what should we do? Do nothing. Nick Fury didn't speak. The two looked at each other silently. For a moment, there was a feeling of being at a loss with nowhere to start. To say something that strengthens the ambitions of others and destroys one's prestige, with Xavier's school's current strength and Lynn's powerful strength shown tonight, it really has the qualifications in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes. That's not the point. The point is, Lynn made it clear that Xavier's school has no intention of being an enemy of anyone. The implication is obviously that as long as S.H.I.E.L.D does not come to provoke, Xavier's school will not bother to answer. In this case, should we take the initiative to provoke? In case they are angered, Professor X and Magneto will join forces. Whether S.H.I.E.L.D can stop it is really a question. Do you want to ask Captain Marvel for help? But if they are left alone, if this group of people is allowed to develop like this, it will not take long for the mutant group to be baptized, and it will definitely become a big phenomenon. I don't know how long it has been. The two opened their mouths at the same time, but at the same time they hesitated to speak. Then, both sighed. We don't even know where they are. I went to Xavier's school once, but I didn't seem to go. With this feeling, Nick Fury, who has always been resourceful and frequently resorted to tricks, couldn't help feeling a little depressed. But he deserved to be the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, and he was not really hit. After frowning and thinking for a long time, he ordered in an orderly manner, Phil Coulson, contact me with Stark tomorrow. I want to know what's going on with him. Do you still want the Stark Group's business? Send Barton, Hawkeye, to Wakanda. I want to know what deal they made with Mutant to send all the princesses out. Send Natasha Romanoff to Matt Murdock, who spends his days fighting crime in Hell's Kitchen, and still has time to be a teacher. Also, increase the monitoring. The teachers and students in Xavier's school will always be on vacation. As long as they find the target and contact them immediately. I don't believe it. There is no clue about the location of the school. After issuing a series of orders, he paused, and then added in a low voice, in addition, inform Base Zero that the research on Tesseract must be accelerated. 5.5 At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D should not know the name of Tesseract. In order to facilitate everyone's memory, I used it in advance. Clear. Phil Coulson, write it down, and asked curiously, boss, then you. I'm off to find a new Avengers member. Nick Fury didn't know what he was thinking, and muttered to himself, no matter when it comes, power is the root of everything. Phil Coulson was silent. He turned his head and glanced at the huge pit behind him. Do you want to block this place? Not for now, just keep monitoring. Nick Fury shook his head. If this place is blocked, it will undoubtedly be a provocation to Xavier's school. The current situation is clearly not the time. Phil Coulson nodded. The two resumed their steps and walked towards Quinjet. The night wind continued to blow. Faintly, it seemed that there was a whisper. Boss, I always feel that Lynn took the initiative to invite us to watch the ceremony. It's not just as simple as shocking. Xavier's school ushered in unprecedented excitement. Although the appearance of Magneto greatly exceeded the expectations of Professor X and others, the whole thing was undoubtedly developing in a direction beneficial to Mutant, so they did not explode on the spot. Next, it depends on the later running in. For these, Lynn does not intend to intervene. It was his original idea to form 3 schools headed by Professor X, Magneto, and Dr. Banner in the college. Professor X cultivates ability, Magneto tempers will, Dr. Banner imparts knowledge. 3-pronged approach, students can get all-round improvement. Therefore, the new Xavier's school will be a typical example of easy admission and difficult graduation. Every student must excel in at least one field in order to graduate smoothly. This is what Lynn is going to implement, the new mutant hierarchy. The college does not divide grades by age, but by ability and knowledge. After 3 days, the start of term assessment will be held. All students, including the original ones, must participate. Based on the assessment results, the grade they are in will be determined. The elementary school conducts basic knowledge education, so that students can initially master their own super abilities. From the middle school, majors are divided, professional courses are compulsory, and non-professional courses are optional. Students with non-combat abilities can choose law, physics, medicine, and other majors according to their own interests. When you arrive at the university department, you will start regular assessment. Those who pass 1 round of assessment are level 1 mutants, those who pass the 2nd round are level 2 mutants, and those who pass 3 rounds are level 3 mutants. If they can be assessed as level 4 mutants, they can graduate smoothly. 21 The principal's office of Professor X has been enlarged more than 10 times by Lynn using the traceless stretching spell. The college's core professors gathered around a giant conference table, listening to Lynn speak. This kind of teaching change is obviously nothing to Magneto, Dr. Banner, Tony, and others, but to Professor X and others, it is completely different from before. Phoenix and Storm looked at each other, and the former said, how to conduct this kind of assessment? How to balance the control of super abilities and the control of professional knowledge. According to different majors, the emphasis is different. Lynn snapped her fingers, and stacks of materials appeared on the table in front of everyone. 70% of the assessment for students in the super energy department is about mastering their own abilities, and 3% is about mastering a certain professional knowledge. 10. Students of other majors are just the opposite. In short, what the Academy wants to cultivate is elite talents with both muscles and brains. Even, this is only one aspect of the assessment. He paused, leaving time for everyone to browse through the materials, and then continued. On the other hand, it is a paper, whether it is the research, excavation, or conjecture of his own super ability, or the summary and research of this professional knowledge, all students can submit articles to the school journal, and every time a paper is published, there will be corresponding bonus points. If you can combine super ability and professionalism to produce some kind of exquisite chemical reaction, the score will be doubled. If everyone realizes something. This undoubtedly echoed Lynn's speech at the opening ceremony. Treat super ability as a profession, and encourage students to conduct research and development. I seem to have returned to my college days. Dr. Banner smiled. He was very familiar with these, and felt very kind. Beast frowned slightly and said, Lynn, the combination of super ability and professionalism. What exactly do you mean? He agreed to come back to serve as a professor entirely because of Professor X's invitation, so he doesn't know much about Lynn, an outstanding graduate of this college. Originally, he just wanted to do it first, and if he had other plans in the future, he would talk about it. But after the extraordinary opening ceremony just now, he suddenly looked forward to the future of the new Xavier's school. The whole person has also become full of enthusiasm. For example, Principal Charles's brainwave strengthening device can amplify one's own super ability, and Principal Magneto's anti-psychic helmet can resist other people's psychic attacks. Lynn explained patiently, snapped her fingers again and said, another example is this. A long broom appeared out of nowhere on the conference table. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Lynn flicked her fingers, and a page of paper on the table suddenly folded itself, first turning into a paper figure, and then rapidly growing in size. With a flash of light around him, Zyron turned into a person exactly like Wolverine. WTF? Lynn, this joke isn't funny at all. Logan immediately protested, but to no avail. He could only watch myself jump up and sit on the broom. At that moment, he felt a kind of balsa sadness for no reason. But then, his eyes straightened. I saw a person sitting on the broom, and it flew out with a swoosh. Great gift crab special. Not just Wolverine, the faces of many people present changed slightly. This broom can carry people on flight? Can it do without flight super ability? Because of the untraceable stretching curse, the meeting room is quite large and high, so Wolverine controls the broomstick up and down, fast and slow, and it even suddenly lowered its height, sticking to Logan's hair whizzes by. This time, everyone understood. This is the combination of super ability and professionalism? Although this broomstick obviously has Lynn's magic, and there are very few mutants with such a comprehensive ability, but those with a single ability can definitely work hard in this direction. They don't have magic, learn technology? Isn't Charles's brainwave strengthening device made in this way? It's no wonder Lynn puts so much emphasis on teaching technology. Professor X and Magneto glanced at each other quietly, and they both saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. Even in their city, they couldn't help but feel sincere admiration for Lynn's foresight. On the other side, Tony was equally amazed. No wonder Lynn said that mutant will change the world. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Lynn's theory of genetic evolution. The emergence of mutant is indeed the direction of human evolution, but in the past, the development of mutant was disorderly and chaotic. Until now, under the guidance of Lynn, it is developing in the right direction. If things go on like this, human civilization will progress by leaps and bounds. Myself, come on. Lynn, is this for sale? Wakanda can buy it. Princess Sarui spoke suddenly, showing great interest in this broomstick, paused, and added, use vibranium. The word vibranium spread, and everyone present trembled when they heard it. All eyes gathered together. It's just complicated. Definitely, let your big brother talk to Teacher Arlo. Lynn nodded. He would not tell Princess Sarui that this broomstick was just made by him to satisfy his own bad taste when he was extremely bored. If you really want to make magic props like flight, how can you choose to sweep the rich? Don't you sit down, Lynn? Professor X smiled happily, and suddenly said, students can only graduate after level 4, isn't the requirement too high? He raised the information in his hand. His face was a little shocked. According to the series of assessment criteria you listed, I'm afraid our professor can only be regarded as an upgrade city. Apparently, he thought Lynn's standards were too strict. According to this information, he and Magneto can be rated as level 6, while X-Men is basically level 5. Under this rating system, students need to reach level 4 to graduate? How stressed are the students? Principal, this is not just a common assessment mechanism in the Academy. Lynn raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked around at everyone seriously. I hope that all mutants in the world will come to participate in the assessment. As long as they pass, the Academy will issue corresponding certification badges, from level 1 to level 4, even level 5. Only a mutant with a badge will have the opportunity to work in a mutant company and will be recognized by the Academy. No matter what happens in the future, you can go to the Mutant 043 Affairs Bureau for help. As soon as these words came out, all the mutants including X trembled. The non-mutant professor also reacted instantly. Identity authentication. There are smart people here. Lee doesn't understand the purpose of this move? Lynn, this is the official institution to make the Academy into a mutant group. College open enrollment. Established Mutant Affairs Bureau. Introducing a new hierarchy within the mutant colony. This step by step. It is clearly interlocking, and it has been premeditated. In the name of the Academy, doing official things. Professor X and Magneto looked at each other again. This time they really felt old. Compared with Lynn's planning, their previous affairs can only be said to be trivial. Forget it, stop fussing. Be a principal, vice principal, with peace of mind. So, what method should we use to get all the mutants to participate in the assessment? Phoenix broke away from the shock, and said, and the Academy's registration point has been exposed. If there are really too many mutants appearing, S.H.I.E.L.D will not sit idly by. Obviously, she didn't understand that Lynn invited Nick Fury to watch the ceremony. Lynn doesn't explain either. He just looked at her teasingly, and said with a smile, Mr. G. have you forgotten my core identity? Phoenix was slightly taken aback. Isn't Lynn's identity the honorary principal of the college? Wait. He seems to be the chairman of the second world? I don't know why. Obviously it hasn't been long, but the memories of the second world in Phoenix's mind seem to be a little far away. It is really that too many things have happened during this period, and she has an inexplicable sense of unreality until now. Looking back at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in my mind. The Oasis project is about to officially set sail. A few days later, White Queen Emma Frost officially took office as director of Mutant Affairs Bureau. X Daily made a special report on this matter on the Mutant channel. Although this department is a complete empty shell, with important people, no one asking for money, no money, and not even a decent office location, it is definitely the most friendly cooperation between Mutant and the official in so many years. Many people took this as a signal of Mutant's official recognition. The resulting impact is that more and more people have changed their attitudes towards Mutant. After all, Mutant even has a special law enforcement agency. If you encounter mutant crimes in the future, you can directly report the case and let the X-Men handle it. To be honest, Mutant is integrated into the rule, and it seems to become less scary. This change in thinking is subtle, and as time goes by, it will affect more and more people. Some people even read the report, and a question naturally appeared in their minds. If this continues, the number of X-Men will definitely increase. Will it become another independent police system one day? The answer to this question, now definitely no one knows. But not many people really care, because they quickly attracted attention to another video. Today, the popularity of X Daily has been completely unstoppable, and more people have participated in it, posting videos to share their lives, and countless new accounts are opened every day. This video comes from a channel called Second World. A green Titan Hulk appeared on the screen. Hulk. I saw the big green guy roaring wildly, chasing an ordinary young man, as if there was a deep hatred between the two. He pulled up a big tree by the roadside and threw it over. The young man dodged in embarrassment, and as soon as he hid next to a car, he heard the sound of bang, and the cars were blown away by the Hulk and fell like raindrops. Big guy, it's almost done, don't bully people too much. The young man ran away in a panic, and the people watching were extremely excited. He rushed all the way, and when he saw a person who had just stopped and opened the door, he pulled him out and sat in the cab instead. Step on the accelerator directly to the bottom, and the sports car shoots out like an arrow from the string. To the surprise of all the audience, Hulk turned a blind eye to the man whose car was robbed, and still ran after the young man. Even other people on the road, he didn't seem to see. After chasing and fleeing, countless exclamations and panic were set off. A few seconds later, the sports car rushed onto the world-renowned Golden Gate Bridge. Hulk leaped high and swayed between the bridge frames one after another. On the hood, the sports car was instantly overturned. The young man was thrown out of the car window directly. Countless vehicles on the bridge collided one after another. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help feeling anxious. That day, the big battle between Hulk and the Abomination also caused huge amounts of disaster like this. But at the moment, they saw the young man's face without the slightest fear. Instead, there was a touch of anger. Enough. With a shout, the young man was in the air, his clothes suddenly changed, and he turned into a Gotham Knight Batman, and a claw gun appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a sound of bang, the claws were launched and nailed to the steel structure at the height of the bridge. With the pulling force of the claws, the young man passed over Hulk's head unharmed, and stood on the tall steel structure a few seconds later, looking down at Hulk. Naturally, Hulk would not let him go, and jumped up high again with a violent roar. You forced me. The young man snarled, and changed his clothes again, and turned into the well-known Superman again. Those familiar battle suits and bright red capes will never be forgotten by anyone who has read the news. How is this going? The audience's minds were full of questions, and before they could react, the Superman in the screen flew out with a swoosh and had a head-on collision with Hulk's fist. In the sound of bang, bang, and bang, Hulk was directly smashed to the ground, and the concrete bridge was almost smashed through. But then he jumped out again, and his strength seemed to be stronger than before. It's not over, is it? Superman snorted coldly, and changed his clothes again. This time, even his hair turned white. With a black windbreaker, he looked a bit like Storm from X-Men. He raised his right hand, and lightning bolts cracked down from the sky, striking Hulk. Hulk roared, scorched black appeared on his green skin. The mad rush has not diminished in the slightest. The young man was furious, and in a blink of an eye he changed into a Cyclops outfit again, and red laser rays burst out from his eyes, hitting Hulk's body. But even so, Hulk still braved the damage of the laser light and rushed in front of him. Ugh. The young man sighed helplessly, his hair and clothes turned red. Like a phoenix, he rubbed his hands and gently grabbed Hulk. Why bother? Hulk's body suddenly stopped in midair. Countless viewers have seen this scene before. Phoenix's psychokinesis is extremely strong. Under the control of this super ability, any object will lose its ability to move. However, in the picture, Hulk was clearly under control, but he still didn't give up. His broad right hand was moving little by little. But it's not about hitting young people in the face. Instead, towards his wrist. It wasn't until at the moment that everyone suddenly realized that Hulk's target was not this young man, but a black bracelet on his hand. Give me, Oasis. A slow but firm voice slowly came out of Hulk's mouth. No. The young man, who had never been really angry all this time, changed his expression instantly when he heard this sentence, and suddenly changed into Wolverine's costume again, with sharp adamantium claws protruding from the bones of his hand, and stabbed into Hulk's body with a stab. Oasis, mine. At this point, the picture has been plunged into darkness, and the video has been merged. At the beginning, people who saw this video were stunned. But then, they reacted. That black wristband, a bit familiar. It really looks like I've seen it somewhere. Great gift crab special. Isn't that the bracelet on Iron Man's hand in the news some time ago? I remember that it seemed like a game. At that time, I was still thinking about what game to play without a computer, but with a wristband. So, Hulk is fighting that guy to the death just to grab a gaming bracelet. Saw an ad. After reacting, countless people started cursing and swearing. They thought it was an extremely dangerous battle, but after a long time it turned out to be an advertisement for the game. After Green Titan left the contract, he went to shoot commercials for someone. It's just outrageous. One thing to say, the public has a good impression of Hulk. Although he fought against the Abomination and almost destroyed half of Broadway, with the rapid spread of the scene, everyone knew that he was stopping the Abomination. In addition to Shadowcat's live broadcast, Mr. Lan explained the reason for the accidental birth of Hulk. Many people even developed sympathy and love for this big green guy. Because of this, when seeing the figure of Hulk, most people subconsciously clicked into the video. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? For a moment, an unparalleled sense of absurdity filled the hearts of every audience member. Many people even have the urge to smash their phones. But at the same time, they unconsciously became curious about the black bracelet. So, the game that Iron Man played back then was called Oasis. What kind of game is this? Is that young man in the video a player? Why can he switch between Batman, Superman, Storm, Cyclops, Wolverine at will? Is this a kind of imitative super ability? Or is the selling point of the game displayed through the screen? AFK, this is definitely the most hateful game company in the world. For such a long time, except for 2 advertisements, no valuable content has been exposed. But it has successfully aroused my interest. What should I do? Brother, you are not the only one. I am also extremely curious now. What is this game like? Who isn't? As the video spread, more and more people commented, and some even wanted to use the account name of Second World to hack into the tax bureau's system to find information about this company. But they didn't really act. Because there is a sticky link under the Second World channel. Click to enter. It is a very simple page. Oasis World Pioneer Experience Program. 13,810 cities around the world. 100 players will be drawn from each city to participate. Below is a series of information that needs to be filled in, such as name, address, country, and contact information. This game has not announced anything, and a trial version has been released first. Everyone who clicked in was dumbfounded. What is this operation? Can all cities in the world participate? Are you so confident? What kind of game company can release it simultaneously in all countries and cities around the world? Simply inexplicable. Cursing voices swept the entire network in a very short period of time, but at the same time, registration information one after another also appeared on the counter of the Second World Company database. Stark Building, Office of the President. Tony witnessed the whole process of this internet drama, and finally gave Lynn a thumbs up. The marketing thing, you really understand it. It's not shameful to rub traffic. Lynn smiled, and sent it back. Leaders, who made you and Hulk so famous now? It's not just us. In just a few minutes of video, you use everyone in the X-Men, as well as Batman and Superman. Tony didn't mean to joke with him, but said with interest, aren't you afraid that Batman and Superman will come to your door? For this question, Lynn answered very seriously, if they find them, I will ask them to be the star experience officer of the world of Oasis. Tony stared at him blankly for a while. Only then did he sigh deeply. You really deserve the money. He sighed with emotion, and slumped directly on the luxurious sofa. After the trial version is launched, when are you going to officially hold the press conference? I can't wait to count the money. Presentation R. There was a strange look in Lynn's eyes, and then he shook his head. It's not the time yet. As soon as Tony saw his expression, he knew he had a plan. Can't help but ask curiously, Oasis has not released any content, and it has already gained such a big reputation. Do you still think it's not the right time? No way, the internet has national boundaries. Lynn sighed softly. Although the two warm UPS were very successful thanks to your and Hulk's fame, we have to admit that in many countries with firewalls, Oasis may be well known, but not too much. So, we also need a big news that breaks the barriers of the global network. Big news? There was a thoughtful look in Tony's eyes. The essence of human beings is really fragrant. In the following period of time, there were so many comments, posts, and videos criticizing Oasis on the internet that it was too numerous to count. However, the number of people who sign up to participate in the Pioneer Experience program is increasing by a terrifying number every day. More and more people are looking forward to what this mysterious game that can make Iron Man addicted and Hulk crazy will look like, and what kind of magic power it has. So, when the list of experiencers was announced half a month later, more than 1 million people who were drawn were ecstatic. More people were disappointed, and then set off a second round of online scolding. At the same time, I frantically searched for the winners around me, hoping to know more about Oasis. In this regard, the more than 1 million experiencers have no time to pay attention to it. As soon as they received the game bracelet, they were immersed in the magnificence and dream of the second world. Inextricable twist about the home of Police Chief George Stacy. When Gwen Stacy came home from school, she habitually checked her mailbox. When she saw a package with her name written on it, she was shocked and her eyes widened. Recently, she didn't buy anything online? So, this is. Could it be? Suppressing her excitement, she quickly opened the package, and then, the black bracelet that had been watched countless times in the video appeared in her sight. Oh, God. She almost jumped up in surprise. She never thought that she would be one of the 100 lucky secrets in Twisting City. 127. What kind of luck is this? Some time ago, she hesitated for a long time, but she still didn't go to the new Xavier's school to report. On the one hand, her ability was obtained after being bitten by a spider, so it can't be regarded as a pure mutant. On the other hand, it is because of reluctant parents. Therefore, she has been in a low mood recently, always feeling that she has lost a chance to enter the world of super abilities. Because of this, she paid more attention to mutants news. When she saw that Hulk was doing an endorsement advertisement for Oasis, she immediately became interested and signed up decisively. Who would have thought it would be picked? Is this the favor of the goddess of fate? For a moment, Gwen thought it was his own hallucination, because the population of Twisting City was too large. How small was the probability of picking 100 out of more than 8 million people? Without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed the bracelet and rushed to the bedroom on the second floor. Then, I can't wait to put on the bracelet. Ding. The black bracelet can automatically adapt to the file size of the wrist, and it will open automatically when it touches the skin. In an instant, a red light shot out, like a scanner, quickly passing over Gwen's body. Before she could react, the scene in front of her suddenly changed drastically. It's like there's a vortex. Devoured her into another world? My spider telepathy is not responding. As soon as this idea came to Gwen's mind, she realized that she was already outside the Earth, and the azure blue planet seemed to exude a layer of ancient existence, Seb. Mysterious and magnificent. She couldn't help taking a deep breath. Please name the character. The sound of machinery rang in my ears. God, it turns out that this game really doesn't need a computer, but a holographic simulation. No, how could the holographic simulation be so real? It's just a bracelet. How did you do it? Am I transmigrating with my real body now? Or has my consciousness entered the other world? Gwen was also an out-and-out student master in college, but she couldn't figure out the reason behind it, so she could only create characters step by step under the guidance of the game system. For the image, please refer to the Gwen spider in Spider-Man, Parallel Universe. After the character is created, the system's prompt sound appears again. Is it allowed to scan the player's body data to obtain matching attributes? In this game, the starting attributes of the players are actually different. Gwen was startled. Although she doesn't play games very much, she also knows that whether a game can last for a long time, the most important thing is balance, but this does not seem to exist in Oasis. Out of vigilance, she hesitated for a while. After all, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and agreed to scan his body attributes. Player, Ghost Spider. Identity, Student. Ability, Gene becomes God, to be activated. Strength, Level 4, Intelligence, Level 4, Speed, Level 3, Endurance, Level 3. Skill, to be activated. Equipment, none. Props, none. Fortune, none. Copy gold coin, none. Genes become gods? Ability to be activated? What do you mean? Level 4 strength, what kind of strength? Gwen looked bewildered. This kind of doubt, as she fell from space and appeared in Twist City, quickly turned into shock and disbelief. She found a remote alley, and punched the wall casually, and there was a boom, the concrete and steel walls were blown away by the punch. Great Crab Special. It turns out that this is the power of Level 4. Just like me in real life. The characters in the game have perfectly copied my physical fitness. She couldn't help but swear, and at the same time, a guess came to her mind. This game doesn't seem to be for ordinary people, but for people with super abilities. No wonder Hulk endorses the game. This is literally a game developed for mutant. By this time, even if she hasn't contacted other players, and hasn't compared the data with each other, she probably understands that she with super abilities is different from ordinary players. Obviously, the game bracelet can scan out your own body data, but cannot scan out your real ability. That's why there is such a simple and straightforward guide. It seems that only players who are recognized as mutant by the bracelet will have the ability to be activated. And this, in fact, allows mutant players to expose their abilities. How could anyone want to do that? Even if someone is willing, how can you be sure it's true? Questions came to mind one after another, and Gwen was suddenly full of curiosity about the developer of the Oasis game. She activated her abilities very seriously. The properties panel changes. Ability, Spider Gene. Skills, Spider Telepathy, Spider Physical Ability, Self-Healing Factor. At this point, she began to formally explore the world of Oasis. Then you know the charm of this game. Players can not only re-experience a brand new life in this virtual world, but also enjoy the dream of extraordinary in each instance. The copy is the fun of this game. Gwen is a person who likes to watch movies very much, so, in the list of copies, she first chose a copy of movie Experience, Fast and Furious. With her ability, no matter whether the dungeon is decent or villain, they are not her opponents at all. But she was having so much fun, because she found that in this dungeon, she can unscrupulously fight against gangsters, international smuggling organizations, criminal organizations, FBI, and other crimes. In this aspect, she has exercised her control and development of her ability. On the other hand, it also allowed her, a newly promoted Spider-Man, to accumulate various experiences in fighting against criminal organizations. Where is this just a game? This is simply a portable training space. There is no super ability user who can resist such a temptation, right? For a moment, Plaid completely forgot the passage of time. Wandering wantonly in the dungeon, her driving skills are average, but she can shoot cobweb tied behind the high-speed vehicles, flight like a kite. That feeling fascinated her. But after all, this is something she can experience in reality, so when the progress of the dungeon reaches 60%, she quits and chooses another dungeon of Pokemon. No girl can refuse Pokemon, so, she wasn't in the least bit addicted to it by accident. Oh my god, the completion of the dungeon is more than 50%, and you can get a Pokemon reward. Wow, Pikachu is so cute. Whoa, I want this too. How do game developers grow their brains? How can they design so many wonderful dungeons? Underworld? Vampire versus werewolf? I'll try to. The night was getting darker. George Stacy, who was still working overtime at the police station, suddenly received a call from his wife. What? Gwen hasn't come home yet? No one answered the phone. Be right back. Director George, who was a serious daughter slave, hung up the phone with a bang and rushed out of the office in a hurry. A group of police detectives were left looking at each other. How about we also get off work? Unbeknownst to Gwen, the Oasis bracelet is not a purely technological product. Among them, the detection magic of branding has been improved according to the brainwave recognition of Professor X, which can identify whether the player is a mutant, but cannot clarify the specific ability. B. Once the bracelet is activated, it is connected to the player's soul. This kind of connection is quite weak, and it will not cause damage to the player's soul, and those with high soul strength will not be able to detect it. That is, as long as players don't master the method of deceiving their souls, there is nowhere to hide what their super abilities are. If Lynn wants, she can even peek into their memories. So in essence, the world of Oasis is like a realized brainwave strengthening device, which connects the player's consciousness together, and then through many magical manifestations, forms. Shikong, the so-called activation ability. It's just an illusion. After all, no one likes to run naked. If you scan the wristband and list all the abilities of mutant players, it will definitely cause unnecessary panic, so that you are afraid of Oasis like a tiger? That's not what Lynn wants to see. In this case, if a super ability player arranges his abilities at will, it is definitely fine, but the game system will treat him as an ordinary player, and if he wants to modify it back in the future, he will have to pay huge amounts of price. The world of Oasis is basically two games for ordinary people and superpowers. The game process and copy difficulty are different. Even, the system will limit the ability that is too powerful. After all, the super abilities in this world are all kinds of strange things, and some of them are really incomprehensible. No matter how hard ordinary players try, they will not be able to catch up, which will undoubtedly greatly disrupt the balance. Superman belongs to the restricted one. Yes, as a reporter, Superman definitely downloaded the X Daily and looked for materials from it on weekdays, so he also saw Hulk's endorsement advertisement, and then signed up. When Lynn saw his registration information, she gave him a spot without any hesitation. This thing surpasses the current technological level of the Earth. After experiencing the world of Oasis, Superman Clark Kent quit the game, with a somewhat satisfied and regretful expression on his face. It's a pity that because of his ability, he can only play a part in the game. But the satisfaction is because he experienced the hearty battle in the dungeon. He chose a copy of Godzilla. Since the last battle with General Zod, he has become more and more accustomed to his super ability. However, on Earth, the enemies he faced were too weak to even interest him. He is not a belligerent person, but occasionally, there will be a feeling of being overwhelmed by the heights. Until just now, a big battle with Godzilla. He directly chose head-to-head confrontation, super strength versus super strength, super defense versus super defense, heat vision versus atom breathing. The ultimate collision made him feel the long-lost excitement and exhilaration. Clark is very clear that everything just now is illusory. But it felt so real. It was so real that he was a little obsessed unconsciously. No wonder the name of this company, it's called Second World. This is completely a real extraordinary world. Clark expressed the same emotion as Iron Man back then. For a superhero like him, the extraordinary world like Oasis is even more attractive than the real world. At the same time, he also discovered the special features of superpowers in the game. Obviously, this is called the Second World Game Company, and it is inextricably linked to mutant. The boss of their company must also be a mutant. As a super ability user, Clark didn't discriminate against mutant, and he couldn't help but think, should I go to him and ask him to help me lift this restriction? Although in this way, my identity as Clark Kent will be revealed. If you don't go, the combat experience is really not enough. After living on the Earth for so many years, Clark never thought that he would fall into an unprecedented entanglement because of a game. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make up his mind. Then continue to choose a copy. Soon, his eyes were attracted by the names of the two copies. Saint Seiya, Dragon Ball. They all seem interesting. Which one should I go to first? He took a slow breath and muttered to himself. This time in the Oasis Pioneer Experience program, there are quite a lot of qualified super ability people. Foot Basin Country, Kyoto. Psylocke, who was dressed in a purple leather jacket and showed his bursting figure vividly, also experienced it immediately after receiving the bracelet. Like Gwen, she saw the admissions information of the new Xavier's school, but she didn't go to report to Mutant, but the reason she didn't go was not because she didn't trust Xavier's school or worried about her family, but pure disdain. Since becoming a mutant, she has wandered between life and death countless times. She has long developed a withdrawn and cold personality, and the development of her own abilities has reached the extreme she believes. So she didn't think she could learn anything by going to Xavier's school. But at the moment, she suddenly felt that she was wrong. Shit. With a roar, her eyes were completely dark, and she returned to her room in the world of Oasis. Then, a settlement panel appeared in sight. Dungeon, Ninja Gaiden. Progress, first level. Fail. With my skill and super ability, I can't pass the first level? Is the difficulty of this dungeon outrageous? Maybe it's because she has lived in the Foot Basin country for too long. After she entered Oasis, she chose Ninja Dragon in the first instance. She thought she could pass through it easily, but she didn't expect it to be a dismal start. This made the proud and arrogant her completely unacceptable, but at the same time, she suddenly discovered, it seems that my fighting skills and experience are not as perfect as I imagined. I need more training. So, without even drinking her saliva, she re-entered the dungeon without any hesitation. I must break through this dungeon, and I must get that ninja knife. In the firm and unruly voice, the war started again. If Lynn was present, he would probably recall playing Souls games in his previous life, those unbearable days. Repeated defeats, repeated defeats, repeated defeats? That's the only way to become stronger. S.H.I.E.L.D. Air Base. Nick Fury has been very busy recently, and now he finally returned to the mothership, only to feel a burst of intense exhaustion. But instead of resting, he found Hill immediately. Hill, get ready, follow me to Base 0. Nick Fury said a word, but he was taken aback when he didn't get an immediate response. When he turned his gaze, he saw Hill leaning on his chair, seemingly in a daze. With a drink in hand? Hill. Nick Fury's anger welled up all of a sudden. As the chief, he was busy every day without touching the ground. Hill, the commander of the mothership, was actually being lazy? With a low shout, the necks of the surrounding agents were startled. What? Only then did Hill react. The Hawaiian beach that only she could see quietly disappeared. Asking for flowers. Only then did she see the boss with a face as heavy as water, and she got up quickly, with her right hand still tucked in the clothes on her left wrist, and covered the black bracelet inside. Boss, are you back? Hill. Nick Fury was about to get angry, but saw the dark circles under the eyes that could not be concealed on Hill's face. He was stunned for a moment, and could only slow down his tone. I know everyone has been working hard recently, but our world is facing threats. As S.H.I.E.L.D. we must always be vigilant as a member of the... Understood, boss. Hill didn't apologize for any hesitation. I promise, it won't happen next time. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. Let's go to Base 0. Eric Shavig has recently accelerated his research on Tesseract, and it seems that there is some progress. Let's go and see. Yes. Hill followed suit. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he was lucky enough to get the Oasis bracelet, and he must not let Nick Fury know. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Speaking of, I filled out a registration form on a whim, and it was still the home address of the judge. How did you win the draw? How lucky have you been lately? It's a pity that in the mothership, many dungeons are inconvenient to enter. Only to experience some leisure dungeon scenes, it is regarded as a vacation trip. Speaking of which, the beaches of Hawaii are no longer attractive. Going to the moon next time? Or Mars? Just as he was thinking, Nick Fury's voice came into his ears again. Go and pick up Steven on the way. Things haven't been going well recently. With him here, at least we'll be safer. By the way, what has Steven been doing lately? Hill was taken aback. After hesitation for a long time, he said cautiously, the last time he talked on the phone, he seemed to have said, want to find a game to play? Experience the experience of being frozen for 70 years. Unexperienced fun. Game. Nick Fury's footsteps suddenly stopped. His one eye was as sharp as a knife, and he stared straight at Hill. Don't tell me, that game just happens to be called Oasis. Hill really doesn't know about this question. So she shook her head honestly. Maybe. I can't deprive people of the right to play games in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Nick Fury gave a strange laugh, his face full of sarcasm. You want to tell me that among the more than 8 million people in Twisted City, 100 people were randomly selected to participate in the Oasis Pioneer Experience program, and we happen to be their captain of the Avengers, Stephen Rogers. The president of the Second World Company is Lynn. What does he want? Let my number 1 officer become a patient with severe internet quotient syndrome. The sound of cursing spread throughout the command room. Hill's face remained unchanged. In my heart, I sighed slightly. During this period of time, the more than 1.8 million people who participated in the Pioneer Experience program all over the world have probably become severe internet addicts. Among them, may also include myself. I really don't want to play games. It's really Oasis developed by those mutants. It's really fascinating. Everyone is afraid of super ability, and everyone wants to have super ability. Who can refuse a completely real second world where they can become Superman step by step and experience all kinds of exciting life? When it is actually released, the whole world will not go crazy. Compared to Nick Fury, Lynn has had a much more carefree time during this time. He is enjoying a romantic date. In Manhattan, in a French restaurant on 5th Avenue, the female judge Kate Mara, who has been in the limelight recently in the federal court, is wearing an elegant fuchsia dress, which perfectly outlines her graceful figure. She lightly cut a small piece of steak and chatted with Lynn while eating. Sir, the male lead in the Oasis advertisement is very handsome. Recently, many people in the office are discussing him. He is a new A student at Xavier's school. That's right. Lynn smiled. In fact, among the male students of Xavier's school, many of them are quite good looking, but after the votes of all the female students, Warren Worthington, Angel, finally won the first prize and won the opportunity to appear in the photo. That video had a huge impact. The watery eyes always linger on Lynn's body, Kate Mara said with a smile. Using Hulk and Mutant to shoot commercials is really your style, sir, and I have no intention to hide the relationship between the second world and Mutant at all. Why hide? Lynn took a sip of caviar, and frowned slightly. He didn't like this kind of food at all. There are no secrets in this world. Could it be hidden? The relationship between the second world and Mutant wouldn't be have you been found. He never underestimated the 737 power of official intelligence. What's more, he has already made public appearances in front of SHIELD. Hiding it again is pure self-deception. Kate Mara obviously understands this truth, but in this way, the authorities will definitely not sit idly by. They dare not deal with Mutant blatantly now, and they can't find the location of Xavier's school, but they will definitely not let the second world go on smoothly. So what? Lynn didn't care, and her expression was even a little surprised. Even if the government wants to deal with Mutant, what does it have to do with me as a game company? We are a conscientious enterprise that operates legally and pays taxes according to regulations. Kate Mara covered her mouth and chuckled. The officials want to make trouble, but they still care about whether you operate legally and pay taxes according to the regulations. This is half true. FBI, CIA, Taxation Bureau, Department of Homeland Security. Just find a reason for any department. Obviously it can affect the normal operation of the Second World Company. These are even obvious means. The Stark Group is a shareholder of Second World. Lynn's expression didn't change a bit. But I heard that the Stark Group seems to be preparing for a transformation, gradually reducing arms sales, and turning to clean energy business. Recently, the relationship with the military has been very tense, and it has offended many people. Kate Mara still smiled. In this case, will the officials still be afraid of Stark Group's connections and influence? This matter is definitely not as simple as the Stark Group wanting to transform. Tony became the honorary principal of the new Xavier's school. It is also a key factor. Are you trying to say that the Stark Group will go downhill soon without its arms business? Lynn wiped her mouth, still calm. There was a doubt in Kate's eyes, isn't it? Definitely not. Lynn curled her lips. In a society of capital, profit is everything. Even if the Stark Group does not have the arms business, how many technology patents do they have ahead of the times? How much market potential does the clean energy created by Tony have? Can it be applied? In how many fields? And most importantly, Tony Stark is Iron Man. Kate, this man is the core value of the Stark Group. He looked at Kate's face, and said word by word, as long as Tony is here, the contacts and influence of the Stark Group will never be weakened, but will be constantly strengthened because he can bring benefits to too many people. Kate realized something. Sir, you mean? On the delicate and fair face, there was a look of thought. After the Stark Group gives up the arms business, it will gain more contacts and influence in other fields, and the military doesn't even dare to offend him. That's right. Lynn nodded. Tony is a man with a mortal body comparable to a god, although managing contacts has never been his strong point. But he has small chili peppers. It can not only develop the group business, but also maintain personal connections. With the perfect combination of the two, the future of Stark Group is limitless. But even so, Kate still has some doubts. I'm afraid the official will not give up targeting the second world because of Stark Group's holding, right? After all, if Mutant is allowed to earn a huge amount of wealth through Oasis, it will be even more difficult to deal with in the future. You still don't understand. Lynn sighed softly. This is a country where capital is paramount. As long as you are willing to spend money, let alone break a contract, the top law firms in the entire Eagle Sauce country will work around the clock to help us find countless legal provisions and sue us. Officials maliciously suppress private companies. This is a typical Eagle Sauce feature. As long as the money is enough, there are countless lawyers in this country who dare to fight against the authorities, forming an impenetrable legal firewall around the second world. And Lynn has never been stingy with money for this kind of thing. Kate's complexion suddenly became weird. Use the rule to defeat the rule. This is what Lynn once said to her. She didn't really understand the meaning until now. Sir, I heard that the salary of employees in the second world is much higher than that of similar positions, which has resulted in countless top talents wanting to join. Kate hesitated for a while, and said, if your funds are not sufficient, I can find a way. Thank you for your kindness, Kate. Lynn picked up the red wine glass, touched this full woman lightly, and then sighed softly, but now, I really don't need money. In fact, he has been spending a lot of money recently. Most of the 2 billion funds raised in the stock market were invested in the operation of the Second World Company. With Stark Group's factories all over the world, game equipment is produced day and night. It is conservatively estimated that at least 1.5 billion has been spent on this aspect. Then there is Zhao Heilin's Cradle of Life project. The investment in the first phase is as high as 500 million. Mr. Ian's laboratory has an initial investment of 100 million. Dr. Banner's laboratory purchased various equipment, and it also cost 3 or 4 billion. Although, Lynn went to Wakanda and made a business that did not lose money but made a lot of money, but the profit was not too much. A transaction once every 3 months can only bring tens of millions of profits. All these things add up to make ends meet. But Lynn isn't worried at all. Because not long ago, he accepted the capital injection from the third shareholder. White Queen? These girls are really rich? After in-depth communication, Lynn found out that the background of White Queen Emma Frost is not worse than that of Professor X originally. She had a huge family property. Later, she co-founded Hellfire Club with Black King Sebastian Shaw. It's an astonishing amount of money. You know, the core group of Hellfire Club is mutant, but the peripheral members are all rich and powerful plutocrats or elites. Tony's father, Howard Stark, is a typical example. Such a group of people gather together and exchange what they need, and originally can create countless opportunities to make money. The White Queen participated in it, and the wealth skyrocketed. Although after being arrested, all her assets on the surface were dealt with by the authorities, but how could it be possible for a person like her to only have that little wealth on the surface? After knowing Lynn's plan, perhaps because of her support for Guan Beiji, or because she is optimistic about the future of the second world, she spent $3 billion without any hesitation. Like Professor X and Stark Group, each holds 10% of the shares. So today, Lynn no longer needs to worry about money. As the time for Oasis to be officially launched is getting closer, he will even soon become a person who has no concept of money. 2. Kate Mara was a little disappointed when she heard the words, but she immediately laughed and said, "For sir, how can there be any problems with a mere amount of money?" When she said this, there was obvious reverence and admiration in her eyes, intense and almost indestructible. At the moment, if Professor X is present, you will definitely notice that her gaze is almost exactly the same as that of Mora MacTag. Apparently, she's also one of Lynn's magic apprentices. Kate, don't talk about these annoying things. For this magic apprentice, Lynn valued it far more than Mora, not only because she was younger, but also because her magic talent was quite good. Therefore, Lynn intends to focus on training. He put away his joking look, and said seriously, the protagonist today is you. Since what happened last time, your life in the federal court has been difficult, right? This is a very normal thing. Although the current wind direction is not so malicious to mutant. But Kate is in the official system, and it can be said that she is on the side of mutant openly, so she will naturally be excluded, and there will definitely be people who want to expel her. There are definitely troubles, but I'm not a small character who can be manipulated by others. Kate heard Lynn's concern, her face flushed, and she smiled slyly. Since what happened last time, my current reputation is getting better every day. Lynn nodded. For a judge, social fame is obviously a very useful 0.6 weapon. Don't worry, the days of fighting alone are over. He shook his head, and his eyes flashed brightly. During this period of time, you should know all the potential stocks in the political circle that need help, right? Oasis will be released soon, and by then, Lynn will gain unimaginable wealth. The infiltration plan is on the agenda too. Yes, sir. Kate smiled sweetly, flicked her slender fingers on her forehead, and her thoughts immediately connected with Lynn. Mr. James, whose son was rescued by Wolverine at the Hammer Fair, has had a change in attitude towards mutants since then. Reed Strack, the district attorney, is in charge of mutant cases and is quite repulsive to mutant, but he doesn't know that his son and daughter are mutant. One name after another appeared in Lynn's mind, accompanied by detailed information. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. It had to be said that the performance of the two magic apprentices, Mora and Kate, made him quite satisfied. Therefore, he was looking forward to the official release of Oasis. Yes, his research and development of Oasis has never been just to make money, nor is it to collect and train the mutants of Quanshukang. More importantly, find more people with magical abilities. Needless to say, it was a pretty enjoyable date. Lynn had a rare relaxation, put everything aside temporarily, and concentrated on tasting the wine and food. If he wanted, after the date, he could even have an intimate mentor-apprentice session with Kate Mara, the famous beauty of the federal court. But unfortunately, this atmosphere did not last until the end. The sudden appearance of the restaurant manager interrupted their dinner. "Mr. Lynn, if you excuse me." The polite elderly gentleman, with an impeccable smile on his face, put an invitation on the table of the two Lynns and said, "The owner of our restaurant would like to invite you to participate in the entrepreneurship conference held tonight. Please enjoy the exchange meeting." After finishing speaking, he glanced at Kate, and added, "If Ms. Mara needs anything else, I'll ask the kitchen to make it right away. Definitely, our boss will pay for this dinner." Kate was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head, "No, thank you." "Then I wish you two a pleasant meal, and I won't bother you." The manager stepped back politely. "Gentlemen." Kate looked at Lynn and asked doubtfully, "I haven't heard of any large-scale entrepreneur exchange meeting recently. Could it be a small scale? But why are you detailing the invitation letter here? Most importantly, why did you give it to Lynn?" 24. Oasis has not been officially launched, and the Second World company has not yet started to make a profit. The reputation of Lynn as the president has spread. This is obviously not a formal exchange meeting. Lynn picked up the invitation and opened it. A strange smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Contract-twisting entrepreneur exchange meeting. He really didn't expect that he would get in touch with a famous villain just by going out for a casual meal. That's right, the signature on this invitation letter is Wilson Faith Gold, the famous overlord of the underworld. It is said that 40% of the criminal activities in Twisted City come from Jinbing, and almost all underground businesses such as drugs and smuggling have to obtain his consent if they want to enter Xinjiao City. Such a supervillain actually calls himself a family? Also, on behalf of the Association of Entrepreneurs who twist the contract, send an invitation letter to yourself? Well, he seems to be an entrepreneur. Lynn is going to start a company after the contract, and he definitely knows Jinbing, so he knows that Jinbing seems to have been washed very white in recent years. Wilson Faith seems to be a successful businessman in the eyes of the public. This restaurant, apparently, is one of his tiny businesses. And from Kate's mouth, Lynn even knew an amazing news. Wilson Faith is secretly planning recently, and wants to participate in the mayor's campaign. And this thing, Lynn's interest was immediately raised. This is undeniable talent. In the world's gangsters, how many gangsters can be selected from black to white? And according to the memory of his previous life, he seems to have succeeded in the end. It's just that this famous mayoral candidate doesn't seem to respect the guests he invites very much. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. The so-called exchange meeting was obviously held temporarily, and Lynn was not even given any time to prepare. The visitor is not kind. Lynn wiped her mouth, stood up slowly, and glanced at the purple dress on Kate Mara. "I hope the specifications of this exchange meeting will not insult this expensive dress. My clothes, this is not for this inexplicable exchange meeting." Kate's eyes were like silk. She got up naturally, and reached out to take Lynn's arm. The venue of the exchange meeting is not far away, it is nearby, obviously chosen for Lynn's sake. The two of them were not in a hurry, and walked towards their destination while strolling. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already 10 o'clock. So, when Lynn and Kate walked into this high-end social place called Terrace Club under the guidance of the waiter, they saw unfriendly faces. 3 hours. Jinbin, who is extremely strong and looks like a huge piece of meat, leans on a luxurious sofa, and locks Lynn's eyes like a wolf. "Mr. Lynn, you have spent 3 hours for a 10-minute journey. Any questions?" Lynn was slightly puzzled. Jinbing obviously knows that he is the president of the Second World, so he can naturally guess that he has something to do with mutant. In this case, his attitude, does he not take mutant seriously at all? Who gave him confidence? Or is it that he, as the overlord of the underworld with a twisted contract, has long been accustomed to this aggressive posture? "When Mr. Faith sent me the invitation letter, he never asked me if I was free tonight." Lynn didn't even look at Jin, and took Kate to the opposite sofa to sit down. Then he looked at the other people in the room. "Yes, there are only a few people in this so-called contract-breaking entrepreneur exchange meeting. Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Group." Compared to Jinbin, the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa on the left was obviously more polite. "I never thought Mr. Lynn would be so young." On the other side of this sofa is a slightly younger man, Victor Von Doom, the president of the Doom Group. On the right side of Lynn, on the wide sofa was only a skinny old woman, holding a cane, as if she would run out of fuel at any moment. "You can call me Mrs. Gao." Lynn was a little surprised, but also a little speechless. What kind of entrepreneurial exchange meeting is this, a twisted contract? In the small room, Jinbin, Green Goblin, Dr. Doom, Hand and one of the 5 Fingers gathered, 4 heavyweight villain bosses. Other than them, there is no music, no dance floor, no hot and beautiful women, not even a FG buffet. Ugh. Lynn let out a long sigh, glanced at Kate apologetically, then glanced at the 4 people present and said, "Chengya Manman, don't waste each other's time, if you have something to do directly." Jinbing and the 4 of them looked at each other indiscriminately. "We know that Mr. Lin is the president of Second World Technology Corporation." Jinbing spoke slowly, not talking nonsense. "Recently, the Oasis game has launched a pioneer experience plan, and the response around the world has exceeded expectations. If there are no accidents, after the official launch, there will definitely be hot all over the world. So, as well-known entrepreneurs who have broken the contract, we want to cooperate with the second world. At the moment, if another person hears this, there is a high probability that they will laugh out loud. How can there be such cooperation in this world? How can there be such a business? But Lynn didn't smile. For this, he had already guessed. He leaned on the sofa, and said with a half-smile, "What is the cooperation? The second world is a game company. Among the group businesses, is there any game-related one? Not before, doesn't mean there won't be in the future." Jin Bing at the moment was not angry anymore, and looked full of sincerity, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to share the agency rights of Oasis with us. As soon as the words came out, Kate couldn't help but glanced at Lin's side face. Sure enough, in a society where capital is paramount, interests are everything. This is the wolf-smelling meat. Hurry up. Lin smiled. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. The world of Oasis has only just released the demo version, and its immeasurable market potential has already been seen by countless interested people. The 4 people in front of them obviously wanted to step in. They are very clear that this kind of product beyond the times means countless banknotes. What's more, this pioneering experience plan has clearly revealed the ambition of the second world. This newly established company is not satisfied with opening up the market step by step and ready to be released worldwide simultaneously. This kind of behavior, placed on any company, is undoubtedly an extremely stupid strategy. However, Oasis has unparalleled quality and potential, and among the shareholders of Second World, there are the world's top consortiums like Stark, and under the combination of powerful forces, they have the ability and confidence to swallow the global market. But even so, things in the business field have never been so simple. So many countries around the world. There are so many consortiums, forces, gangsters, and criminal organizations in every country. Which one will not be jealous? Therefore, for second world companies, the best strategy is to let go of agency rights and choose some powerful partners with great energy in various countries and regions. In other words, everyone earns money together. And Jin Bing's reason is also very sincere. The technological content of Oasis is far ahead of the times. Looking at the world, except for the Stark Group, there are probably few who can provide technical assistance, but can give Oasis. The release of Oasis has caused trouble, but there are not a few. We also know that Mutant is behind Second World Corporation, but now, although Mutant's situation has improved, there is only one new Xavier's school after all. Mutants are also a minority group after all. How much can we do about this problem? It's impossible to have a team of X-Men stationed in every city, right? And these, we can all help out. It has to be said that he deserves to be the overlord of the underworld who can control the underground world. His way of doing business, though simple, is not brutal. Benefits and threats are on the table respectively. As long as Lin is willing to make concessions and let them obtain agency rights in certain countries and regions, the second world can get a lot of money, and at the same time, it can save a lot of trouble. Definitely, how much of this so-called trouble comes from themselves? I don't know. Lin thought about it and found it made sense. After all, Second World is just a newly established company. Although it is developing regardless of cost, it lacks foundation after all. If it encounters problems in the sale in certain countries, it really lacks the ability to deal with it. The simplest thing is that Oasis is selling well in a certain city, but the sales point is harassed and destroyed by gangsters all day long. The disease of scabies can also make people feel anxious. Understood. Lin nodded, looked at the eyes of Jin Bing and the others, but did not hide her sarcasm. You guys are worthy of doing big business, and they are clearly seeking cooperation from the second world. How can we? It seems that there is no room for rejection at all. Kim remained silent. Norman Osborn said with a smile, Mr. Lin was joking. We definitely came here with a certain amount of sincerity. Mrs. Gao said directly in Chinese, for business, Mr. Lin must be able to understand the principle that cooperation will benefit both and division will harm both. Victor Doom held a glass of red wine and looked at Lin with a half-smile. Divide two evils. Lin's smile grew brighter. The implication is that if he refuses to agree, he may have to face some bad consequences. He sighed softly. I'm really curious, since you guys know about the relationship between the second world and mutant, and you dare to talk about cooperation in this way, aren't you afraid that I'll gather a group of mutants and kill you all? He didn't just talk casually, but really didn't understand. It seems that in this world, there are always many people, not just the 4 in front of me, have an inexplicable self-confidence, thinking that they can compete with super ability people. One is not too many, and a group is not afraid. Where did he get the confidence to feel that those with super abilities are weak and deceitful? Let's just talk about the 4 in front of me. Madame Gao was born in Kunlun and has the energy of Qi. Lin didn't sense any power fluctuations either. In other words, he has not yet become heroine of destruction. These 4 people, at best, control a huge wealth empire. Facing ordinary people, they definitely don't have to be scruples about tricks, but facing the second world who obviously has a mutant background, how dare they be so intimidating? What do you think? The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The 4 of Jin Bing exchanged glances silently, and a look of fear flashed in their eyes, but to Lin's surprise, they didn't have the slightest fear. Not so, not so. Norman Osborn coughed lightly, and said with a polite smile, "We are all businessmen, and for businessmen, making money is the first priority. Even if the business cannot be negotiated, there is no grudge between us and Mutant. How can it be impossible to make trouble to that extent?" He paused, and then added, "Besides, the Mutant Affairs Bureau has been established, and any crime committed by Mutant will be wanted by the X-Men." He didn't finish his sentence, but Lynn had already figured it out, and was involuntarily stunned for a moment. After a long time of trouble, is this different from the past? Since Mutant chose to integrate into the rules, he must be bound by the rules in his actions, so he can't be as unscrupulous as before? You are already a good man, so you can't use the knife at will. Hehe. For a moment, Lynn felt a sense of irony. Kate beside her also looked weird. In the spiritual link between the two, she heard her teasing laughter. "Sir, is this another way to use rules to defeat rules?" Lynn was speechless. "It's not that I feel like I'm in a cocoon. These 4 people in front of them are indeed smart people. From the recent chaotic series of events, they can see that Mutant is actively integrating into human society, so they believe that Mutant will not use super abilities to kill people unscrupulously. B. You are not good people? Do you have a misconception about who you are? Mutant really wants to deal with you. Is it a crime? Do not just fight crime? Understood." Lynn suddenly found it quite interesting. He leaned on the sofa, folded his arms and looked at Jinbin. "Mr. Faith K is indeed right. Mutants are a minority group after all, and it is indeed difficult to deal with the endless small troubles around the world. But, you guys, is it possible? If I remember correctly, Mr. Faith K is known as the overlord of the underworld, but he is only limited to Twist City, right? There are a few others." He glanced at Osborn and others. "Your group business has already opened up to various countries in the world. Negotiations have reached this level, and these words obviously mean that they are loose." Jinbing and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Although my sites are all contracted, the smuggling channels are all over the world." Jinbin was the first to speak. "If Mr. Lin is willing to open up the agency, then I think the entire American state should have no problems. Madame Gao is also full of confidence. I can handle everything in Asia. I have some business in Australia." Victor Doom said with a smile, "As long as I sign, the business focus of the Doom Group will be transferred there." Osborn's expression was extremely humble. "The Osborn family actually has the blood of the British nobles. Good guy, this is even the land is divided. Poor Africa, where Wakanda is located, there is no candidate. Do you think that people in that place can't afford the game equipment of Oasis? Okay." Under Kate's surprised gaze, Lin didn't even agree with the slightest hesitation. The next moment, under the eyes of Jinbing and the other 4 who couldn't restrain their excitement, he slowly raised a hand. "Of what kind?" and pointed. "Agency fee." As soon as these words came out, the youngest Victor Dumb immediately couldn't hold his breath and said, 100 million. Lin shook her head slowly. 1 billion. Jinbing spoke in a deep voice, and the expressions of the other 3 also sank slightly. But what they didn't expect was that Lin is still shaking her head. 10 billion. Per year. Saying these words word by word, Lin smiled slightly, took Kate's hand and stood up slowly. "There is no room for negotiation on this price. You can discuss it with me. If you are still interested, please feel free to contact me." He just walked away without the slightest hesitation. With a click, the door closed. The faces of the 4 people in the room became extremely gloomy in an instant, and the eyes of mafia heroes like Jinbing and Mrs. Gao even showed a cold chill in their eyes. However, what they didn't know was that the same light appeared in the eyes of Lin, who opened the door to leave. Even after the plan started, there hasn't been any bloodshed, which has given some people the illusion. "What cats and dogs dare to bully you? They don't really think my methods are less aggressive than Magneto's. Don't you dare to kill people. I don't know how long it has been. He's playing us." In the suffocating silence, a roar suddenly sounded. Jinbing slapped the coffee table with both palms, stood up abruptly, and the heavy coffee table shattered with a bang. "This matter will definitely not be left alone." Mrs. Gao returned to her ancient and calm posture. Her withered face showed no expression. But under her crutches, the marble floor cracked at some point. "It seems that we underestimated Mutant's ambition." A look of thought appeared on Norman Osborn's face. "Perhaps they established Second World Company not just to make money. Anyway, the business is a failure." Victor Dumb's eyes were a little strange, but he didn't look angry at all. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Seeing him leaving as soon as he said it, Osborn had a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "It's not over yet. Come on, Mr. Hansborn." Victor Doom shrugged. "The business of our Doom Group is not as deeply involved with the military as your Osborn Group. Since the business of Oasis is not involved, we can concentrate on operating the original business of the group. That's it. Why continue to offend those mutants?" Listening to what he said, it seems that this exchange meeting is not that simple. Osborn's face darkened again. He was about to speak again when Victor Dumb turned and left. He didn't even say hello to Jinbing and Mrs. Gao. "It's late 360. Osborn's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what to think of, so he got up and said, "Faith K, Mrs. Gao, I'm going back first. What happened tonight, let's just pretend it didn't happen." Wait for him to open the door and leave. Jinbing and Mrs. Gao looked at each other. The latter suddenly sneered. They won't really spend 10 billion to buy a one-year agency, right? 10 billion a year, even if they can afford the money. How much can a continent's agency make in a year? Is it enough? Jin said with a blank face. Madame Gao fell silent. The Osborne Group's research and development of human body strengthening drugs is not going well. The military is very dissatisfied with this. If this continues, they will even lose other contracts with the military. However, this time they did not succeed. Jin is indeed a gangster who is keen on politics, and he seems to know a lot of secret things. It seems that the Osborne Group will be excluded from the military's recently increased investment list. What? Mrs. Gao snorted coldly. Super Soldier Project. Born in Kunlun, she seems to disdain things like becoming stronger through potions. Victor Doom wasn't as relaxed as he made it out to be. Jin didn't care about her attitude, and said to himself, the dumb group can develop to the scale it is today. I don't know how many political officials have been involved. He messed up the matter. Don't you need to go back and explain? A look of surprise appeared in Mrs. Gao's eyes. So, for what happened tonight, the two businessmen had another purpose. Instead, it was us two gangsters who really wanted to make money. I'm a businessman too. Jin Bin glanced at her coldly. I might as well tell you, if tonight's matter is decided to draw an appointment for the mayor's seat, it will be one of my things. So you also have another purpose. Madame Gao looked at him without showing any sign of weakness. Unfortunately, that Lin has no intention of cooperating at all. Your mayor dream, shattered. Being ridiculed like this, Jin Bin was not even angry. Everyone is the same, isn't it? He said indifferently. Hand and the association have been operating in the Foot Basin country for so many years, and they have long been indistinguishable from the officials, right? Didn't you get involved in this matter after receiving orders from headquarters? Mrs. Gao raised her eyebrows, and a cold breath came out from her body, but soon dispersed. It's meaningless to say this now. She laughed again abruptly, like a poisonous snake that has been dormant for hundreds of years. The next thing needs our sincere cooperation. If we don't cause trouble for the second world, that Lin may really think we were just scaring him. Definitely. Jin Bing also smiled. Many times, some small tricks that are not on the table can often achieve unexpected results. Madame Gao nodded, stood up and prepared to leave the pile. She looked like she was dying, but her actions were not affected in the slightest. The moment he opened the door, Jin Bin's reminder came from his ear, if mutant takes revenge, remember to leave evidence. Mrs. Gao responded without stopping. But unfortunately, she didn't take this step. So, there is someone behind you. On the sofa where Lin sat just now, a familiar figure seemed to appear out of thin air, and he applauded softly. That is to say, cooperation is only one of them. If you can't do it, then stimulate mutant to take revenge, and then leave evidence to destroy mutant's image. Bang! The door opened by Mrs. Gao is closed again. A strong wind hit her, causing her wrinkled face to tremble violently. At the same time, Jin Bing's pupils shrank suddenly, his body turned around suddenly, and he assumed a guard, Kfia, posture. You, unexpectedly. Madame Gao immediately turned her head, looked at Lin on the sofa, her face was gloomy. When will you? When did you sneak in? Lin's spiritual power enveloped the audience, seeing all the changes in her expression, and said with a smile, I have never left, so I heard all of your conversation just now. Seeing the change in Jin Bing's expression, he couldn't help sighing softly. You guys clearly know that you are facing a mutant, but why do you think it's better to ambush the gunman in the dark, install infrared equipment in the room, and add some traps? Can you guarantee your own safety? He made no secret of his banter, but Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao were speechless. Ka. Jin Bing clenched his fists tightly, making the sound of joints rubbing against each other. Obviously knowing that it is useless to talk too much, we are ready to fight. On the other side, Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed, and she was also about to activate her own ability. Lin has no desire to fight them at all. To be honest, Kate told me during the meal before that under the current situation, human officials dare not blatantly attack mutant, but they will definitely not let the second world develop unscrupulously. He acted as if no one was there, and said with a trace of surprise in his eyes, I am very aware of this, but I didn't expect that their method would be through you. The people behind you really want to make money. If the cooperation fails, the group wants to turn against each other. This question was naturally asked of Jin Bing. When Jin Bing heard the words, he seemed to feel that his attitude was a bit strange. After thinking about it, he replied, definitely for making money. Mr. Lin, with your wisdom, it should be easy to understand. Not monolithic. Understood. Lin understood, and continued to ask, then, can you please Mr. Faith to tell me the names of those who want to cooperate with the second world to make money? Since you want money, why do you have to be so sneaky? You can come to me directly. Kim does definitely not utter a single name. He wants to run for mayor, and he can't do without the help of any one of them. For those people, participating in the Oasis project to make money through a white glove, and accepting bribes from mutant above board are two completely different things. Therefore, as long as one of these names is leaked from Jin Bing's mouth, his end will be miserable. Jin Bing is a person who is extremely passionate about money and power, and has great enthusiasm for politics, so until the last moment, he will never give up his political dreams, and naturally he will not give up the background contacts that have been in business for many years. Lin saw it. I couldn't help but pouted. Profit touches people's hearts, power charms their eyes. It seems that those super abilities you met before were so gentle that they gave you the illusion of you're good at it. He sighed with emotion, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Boom. Jin Bin only heard a loud roar, and the ground under his feet collapsed instantly, and the marble, masonry, and soil all disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only a dark abyss. The unsupported body fell on the spot. The same goes for Mrs. Gao on the other side. Whether it is the original super ability or the chi learned from Kunlun, there is no room for development at all. The abyss seems endless, and it will never fall to the bottom. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment, and an unprecedented panic surged in my heart. At this moment, Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao finally realized that Lin was different from all other mutants. At the end, they are not qualified to fight back at all. You guys, have you ever heard of sweeping black and evil? A voice like a devil's crooning sounded directly from the depths of the soul. To eradicate evil, it is natural to cut grass and roots. 6-ring magic soul domination. The night is getting darker, and the moon is in the sky. Most of the people in Twisting City have fallen asleep. However, for those gangsters, now is obviously a lively time. Smuggling, drug trafficking, robbery, murder. Countless lively things are happening in every corner. As the overlord of the underground world, Lao Dan is different from all gang leaders. This is a 30-story high-end office building. Obviously, Jin Bin, who is passionate about politics, hopes to separate himself from the evils of the underground world. He is still the underworld overlord who does all kinds of evil, but in the daytime, he is a successful businessman. Under the cover of the night, a figure swayed between the buildings and successfully landed on the top floor of the building. Tonight is the time to put the experience accumulated in dealing with criminal forces in the world of Oasis into action. A slightly excited voice came from under Gwen Spider's hood. As a newly promoted superhero, she has quite strong strength, but she is only a college student after all, and her experience in dealing with criminals is seriously lacking, so that for a long time before, she always stopped some criminal acts belatedly. I even suffered a lot of losses in the middle. But it's different now. Through brushing copies of Oasis again and again, she gradually realized 10 truths in the process of dealing with gangsters countless times. It is meaningless to always entangle with some small people. To fight crime, take the initiative. Only by solving the leader of the criminal group and obtaining decisive evidence can the entire group be dismantled in one fell swoop. So she is here today. In the building under your feet is the headquarters of Jinbing Group. It seems that they are all legitimate businesses on the surface, but in fact, there must be hidden secrets that no one knows. Call. Gwen took a breath slowly, and cheered herself softly. Be careful, don't disturb anyone, I can. As she spoke, she was about to take action when she suddenly had a shock. In danger. Reminded by spider telepathy, she quickly looked in the direction of the source of the crisis, and saw not far from the front right, a ray of light suddenly appeared, walking out of it like a door. Gwen and the other party were stunned at the same time. Obviously they didn't expect to meet other people here. Looking at each other, 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. Phoenix. Spider-Man. For the recently famous X-Men, Gwen naturally knew it, so she recognized it immediately, and it was Phoenix Jean Grey who made the voice. And Spider-Man has also been on TV, so Phoenix also recognized it. There was a strange look in his eyes. You are also here to deal with Jinbing. And also, Gwen keenly caught the point. Phoenix pondered for a while, exchanged eyes with several other people, then looked at Gwen again, and said tentatively, how about, together? What? Gwen looked bewildered and nodded subconsciously. Phoenix didn't talk nonsense, first raised his hand and threw out 4 metal discs emitting a faint light. Adzerbent was at the 4 corners of the building, and then his left hand protruded. The locked door on the roof opened with a bang. Gwen was taken aback. We want to collect evidence of Jinbin's crime, so don't make too much noise. Don't worry, from now on, nothing that happened in this building will be spread. A strange look appeared on Phoenix's face. He shook his head and laughed. Besides, we are not here to collect evidence. As X-Men, we are definitely here to arrest people. After the voice fell, she had already passed through the door first. Several others followed. Arrests. Under the spider hood, Gwen's expression was full of shock and astonishment, but she still followed. Soon, she knew that she was shocked too early. These 5 people. It's really here to attack Jin and headquarters? They actually sat in the elevator in their spare time and went down day by day. First of all, the top floor. Here is Jinbing's office, which is obviously the most likely place to hide confidential information, but Phoenix and the others didn't stop at all. Because there is no one here? When they got to the next floor, they met a group of elites from Jinhee Group and asked, who? I come. Before Phoenix could move, an excited voice sounded behind her. Gwen felt a gust of wind blowing by her side, and the burly men who appeared in sight all lay on the ground and moaned. Then, doors opened one after another, and exclamations sounded from inside. Cursing, Yuan Hao. These sounds were like war horns, and soon rang through the entire building. Call. Another gust of wind blew by. Gwen narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the figure that disappeared just now reappeared behind Phoenix. The other party was dressed in a black leather jacket, tall and slender, with stern eyes. Seemingly aware of Gwen's gaze, the other party smiled coldly. Callisto, you can also call me Nightmare. Moving at supersonic speed. Gwen's heart skipped a beat, and she vaguely sensed the other party's super ability. Callisto, you are moving too fast, and you are causing me trouble. Polaris Lorna Dane with short green hair said something displeased. She took out a pair of glasses from her arms and put them on. Alice, scan the bidders. Clear. A female voice came out of the glasses. Gwen was amazed that Luna had already stepped out of the crowd. Her eyes flicked over the thugs lying on the ground and howling, and every time she paused for a while, the ubiquitous metal products in the room suddenly twisted and turned into handcuffs one by one, restraining the target. Then, he flicked his hands at will, and dozens of locked targets were destroyed. Blinking Clarice stood up, and with a flick of her hands, small portals appeared below the target. The sound of bang and bang was endless, and dozens of targets disappeared. Gwen could see clearly that behind each of the transmissions was clearly the rooftop that everyone had just met. These people are. She opened her mouth involuntarily. All the people above the middle level in the Jinhee group are murderers, arsonists, drug dealers, and smugglers with bloody hands. Behind Phoenix, Shadowcat, who took pictures of this scene with his mobile phone, explained to her casually, these scumbags can only spend the rest of their lives in prison. Gwen trembled. Not shocked by the means of these female mutants, but looking at this posture, they seem to know Jinjing's criminal group very well, and they seem to have countless evidences, and they seem to want to wipe out Jinjing group. This guess was soon confirmed. Next level. Next level. The next level. Phoenix sits in the center, Polaris and Nightmare take action, Blink is responsible for sending the arrested people to the rooftop, and Shadowcat is responsible for filming the material of the arrest operation. Ask for flowers. In just half an hour, they actually killed the entire building from top to bottom. During this process, none of the thugs could stand still, either their legs were broken by the quick impact kick of the Nightwalker, or the bullets controlled by Polaris shot through their knees. As if they were in their own home, they easily found the hidden elevator on the next floor and came to the hidden underground base. Obviously, this is Jinbin's real lair. And that's their real goal? Da-da-da-da-da. As soon as the elevator door opened, countless bullets poured in. With Gwen's perception, he heard strange tearing air sounds amidst the whistling bullets. Finally, it's not just some miscellaneous fish. The night girl rushed out happily. At the same time, Phoenix's gaze had already passed over a kind of thug who was shooting, and locked on to the figures behind them. Bullseye, Prowler, Cyborg, Mutant. Lynn is really right. Kim hired a lot of mutants to work for him. Who is Lynn? This idea just popped up in Gwen's mind. Phoenix and Polaris have been shot at the same time. On the other side, Hand and Will New York base outside. The night wind was blowing, and it was full of chills. Daredevil Matt Murdock held his guide stick and said with a confused look, "You really don't want to help? Let me be a blind man and go to Longton Tigerwood alone? Madame Gao isn't here, it's just a bunch of scumbags inside." Wolverine held a cigar in her mouth, and lit the fire by herself. "You have been fighting with them for so long, and you know each other so well, and it's a surprise attack again. Can't you handle it?" Daredevil was speechless. "I don't have the self-healing ability like you, and you haven't dealt with those ninjas from the Hand and meeting." He talked for a long time, but didn't get any response from Wolverine, so he couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I don't have any preparations. Actually, I'm not ready either." Wolverine puffed out the smoke ring, stopped joking, and said seriously, "Matt, you are just an adjunct professor at the new Xavier's school. This action has nothing to do with you. Lynn is just out of respect. Let me tell you, actually, you don't have to participate at all." Daredevil fell silent. He definitely can't wait outside. After so many years in Hell's Kitchen, he was determined to fight crime. His biggest opponents were hands and clubs, and the hatred between them had already penetrated deep into his bones. The matter of destroying hands and meetings. How could he not participate? During the recent period, he has a very clear understanding of the strength of Xavier's school, so he is very clear that if he does not come tonight, he will have no chance to deal with opponents and meetings in the future. So what I just said was just a joke, to ease my nervousness. The sworn enemy who has fought for many years will disappear forever after today. He was inevitably in a trance, and thought he was dreaming. "Give me half an hour." Matt Murdock took a deep breath, and although his eyes were dull, a blazing radiance burst out. "We will never delay your hand and meeting headquarters? Okay." Wolverine patted him on the shoulder, nodding solemnly. Behind him, Poppy Iceman, Colossus, and Sunspot stood solemnly. In the eyes, the color of excitement flickers wildly. "I have been dormant for many days, but I never thought that the first battle would kill Shangshao and the headquarters in the Foot Basin country. They can't wait to be with. It's still the same room, and the same three people." Lynn leans back on the sofa. Jinbing and Mrs. Gao seem to have just been fished out of the water, lying on the ground sweating profusely, and the look of horror on their faces has not faded until now. "You devil." Jinbing's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. He can become the overlord of the underworld with a twisted contract. He has experienced many dangers and killings, but there has never been a moment when he was more terrified like just now. In fact, his body was not harmed in any way, but his soul. Dominated? Like a person locked in a small dark room, looking at an identical self outside, standing in front of Lynn like a puppet. No matter what the other party asks, he will always ask. Who are the people under his command? How many dens are there in total? What sites and channels are in his hands? Who is responsible for drug trafficking and who is responsible for killing? Where is the wealth accumulated over the years hidden? How is it dispersed? And how is it laundered? This time coercion and temptation to get involved in the business of Oasis, who is behind the 887 intention. Everything. All his secrets were spoken out by himself? That feeling was 100 times, 1,000 times more uncomfortable than stripping him naked and putting him on the street, being pointed at by everyone. At that moment, he even felt that as long as Lin said something, he would raise his hands and slap his head to pieces. Jinbing finally understands, the superheroes you met in the past are all too gentle. What does it mean? The man in front of me. Worse than the demons in hell? Because he didn't take his own life, but waved his hand, and several light curtains appeared on the wall, replaying the process of the phoenix and the others sweeping his lair. He actually let himself watch his underworld empire collapse overnight. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for giving Mutant a chance to gain reputation. Lin looked calm, and didn't care about Jinbing's cursing. The biggest gang in the contract. Have you tortured many people these years? When they see the news, will they worship Jon? Teams of X-Men appeared in the light curtains on the wall. The team headed by Storm is composed of 6 students who are about to graduate, including Pyro Jon and Bishop. The members of the Cyclops team are Nightcrawler and 5 adult freshmen. One is Thunderbird, which has super strength, speed, and defense, and strong perception, which is equivalent to the collection of acute eyes and acute ears. One is that beautiful dreams can manipulate people's memories. In addition, there are 3 Cuckoo sisters, all of whom have rare telepathy ability, and they can be used in combination, which has great potential. With the cooperation of several people's respective abilities, Jinbing's second largest base in New York was breached without any suspense, and soon suffered a devastating blow. On the other side, Siren also brought a team. The members were Multiple Man, Arclight, and Juggernaut. Both are powerful mutants that have appeared in the movie. Gambit also became the captain of a team of X-Men, with 6 members including Angel, Eclipse, manipulating light, Impulse, releasing pulse waves, and Riva, emitting high-frequency ultrasonic waves from the mouth. Of all the X-Men teams, Mystique's team was the easiest. Relying on her completely flawless transformation ability, she broke into the base easily by herself, and then broke out again in just 10 minutes. Teacher, we can't get exercise like you. Several of her team members looked at each other in blank dismay, helpless. Looking at these scenes, Jin didn't understand that Lin actually regarded the underworld empire that destroyed him as the training ground for new members of the X-Men. This made him extremely desperate, but at the same time extremely angry. He didn't know where the strength came from, so he suddenly sat up straight and stared at Lin. The X-Men's law enforcement power is only for mutant. You are so unscrupulous, and you kill people openly. You are not afraid of violence. What are you afraid of? Lin glanced at him lightly. X-Men is law enforcement. Some criminals resisted arrest and were killed on the way. What's the problem? The expression on Jinbing's face suddenly froze. You still don't understand. Lin sighed softly. After the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, X-Men has the power to enforce the law for any criminal activities involving mutant. Your Bullseye and Prowlers. None of them are mutants. Jinbin turned pale, but subconsciously shouted, the mutants you found in the building have nothing to do with me. You said it wasn't it. There was a sneer at the corner of Lin's mouth. Okay, even if they are not, even if your subordinates really don't have a single mutant. What about you? Jin was stunned. I have even the slightest relationship with mutant? You are a man with more than 90% of the muscles in your body. You can punch through a wall with a single punch. Lin stood up and looked at him condescendingly, facing the ironclad facts. You told me that you are just an ordinary person? If you tell me that, who will believe it? I was training. Jin didn't speak half, and the whole person couldn't restrain his trembling. He finally understood what Lin meant. It is true that the Mutant Affairs Bureau only has law enforcement powers against mutants, but because of this, as long as the X-Men recognizes you as a mutant, you are a mutant. Not to. It turns out that this is the real reason why you seek to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. For a while, Jinbing only felt that he had discovered a terrible truth, but when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing unusual. Politicians and conspirators among human beings have long used this method to death. Perhaps because of this, those people didn't even realize that, in theory, the Mutant Affairs Bureau can intervene in any official affairs unscrupulously through this method. Wrong. Jinbing said tremblingly. Is it a mutant? It depends on whether there is an X gene in the body. So, you people have never really understood mutant. Lin looked at him with pity. 90% of the people in the world have the X gene in their bodies, and mutant just activates this gene. Jinbing collapsed on the ground again, completely speechless. An extremely intense regret welled up in my heart. Number 2. Why do you want to provoke this person? It was obviously just a simple temptation, but it brought disaster upon myself. The underworld empire established after decades of struggle has become a stepping stone for mutant to improve his prestige. To tell you the truth, tomorrow morning, you will show up at the gate of the NYPD. Together with your subordinates, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Lin has always been above board in doing things, and she actually confessed her plan frankly. At the same time, the evidence of your crimes over the years, the names of those who instructed you to get involved in Oasis, and the ulterior motives between you and the transaction, will be handed over to them together. Jin looked at him in disbelief. Those people behind me, you shouldn't. I'm supposed to find them, send them money, and make them mutants' official internal allies, right? Lin smiled and shook her head. As if talking to himself, he murmured softly, if mutant wants to give it, they can definitely take it, but if I don't give it to them, they can't take it. This is the rule. Jinbing looked at Lin blankly as if struck by lightning. In a daze, 4.8 he actually felt that the young mutant in front of him was more like a gangster overlord than himself, a gangster overlord whose strength was 100 times stronger than himself, and his methods were 100 times more ruthless than himself. Ha ha ha, you didn't kill us. Mrs. Gao, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. It seems that we are not wrong. If mutant wants to integrate into the rules, he must also be bound by the rules. You actually want to hand us over to NYPD? Ha 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 ha. The way she looked at Lynn was filled with viciousness and hatred as thick as substance. Obviously already crazy. Don't worry, you're all going to die. This is a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. Lynn looked at this old woman who had lived for hundreds of years, with a look of disgust in her eyes. It's just that before you die, you need to bring out the last bit of value. In addition, he knelt down slowly, and said to Mrs. Gao word by word, I am very glad that the headquarters of your hand and society are in the Foot Basin country. Because of this, I don't have any psychological burden for this meteorite storm. Big event? The Mutant Affairs Bureau launched a thunderous anti-crime operation, and the X-Men wiped out about 112 gang dens overnight. The underworld empire collapsed overnight. A generation of hero Jinbin? A businessman who focuses on charity? A politician running for the mayor? Or the leader of a criminal group who hides deep? Crazy? X-Men caught too many criminals. NYPD says prisons are not enough. A breath of safety. The only day since the founding of New York City without gunfire and crime. The latest report from the front, X-Men handed over all the evidence in this case to Catherine Berget of the 17th Bureau. Before that, she became famous for cracking the assassination of the president. The reporter boldly predicted that after this case, she will become a strong contender for the director of the NYPD. The FBI commissioner rushed to the scene and reprimanded the X-Men for violating the law. Great gifts and special crabs? It wasn't just the Jinhee criminal group that was destroyed last night. A drug trafficking group called Showerhui was also uprooted, and the leader was sent directly to the NYPD. It is said that this organization does not do human trafficking business. There are rumors that the place where a meteorite fell from the sky in the Foot Basin country last night and caused a large number of casualties is the headquarters of the Hand and Society. It is rumored that this is an angry mutant who took revenge on this organization, but so far, no mutant has indicated that it is related to this matter. On the contrary, there are more than one terrorist organization declaring responsibility for this. The next morning, the people in Twisted City had just woken up from their sleep when they were stunned by the ubiquitous news on the internet and on TV. What's the situation? No gunshots and crimes in the twisting party. Almost everyone's first reaction was to sneer. Living in such a city, who hasn't figured it out yet? How much glitz, mania, crime, and madness are hidden in the bustling surface of feasting and debauchery? Isn't this the normal state of 28 in New York City every day? Someday there is no crime news, but it will make people not get used to it. So, in just one night, the dating gang was wiped out in one go? Dreaming is not so outrageous, okay? This kind of thinking is almost a consensus among the people, but this time, after all, Mutant was involved, so most of them paid attention to it, and then came to X Daily under the guidance of a series of news. I don't know when, the Mutant channel has updated another video. It turned out to be the scene of destroying 112 dens of the Jinhee group. Under Alice's editing, there are no bloody scenes of murder in the video, and the audience can only see that the X-Men are divided into 6 teams, shuttling between cities, and attacking criminal dens tirelessly. In almost every den, at least a dozen or as many as dozens of middle and high-level members of the gang were arrested. Then, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, they gathered at the gate of NYPD. Great Crab Special. 6 X-Men squads destroyed 112 criminal dens in one night. On average, a team can handle 18 or 9 of them. How long is it all in one night? What kind of efficiency is this? If people from NYPD and FBI have this kind of efficiency, how can there be so many criminals doing all kinds of crimes? It's no wonder that the air around today's appointment is so sweet and sweet. The other criminals must have been shocked and didn't dare to come out at all, right? The official establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is simply the wisest decision ever. X-Men, cool. A new round of internet frenzy was set off, and the citizens of the Twisted Date celebrated with each other, while people in other places expressed unparalleled envy and jealousy. Who lives in a city without gangsters and crime these days? If the city I live in can also fight against gangsters so efficiently, this thing definitely cannot disappear forever. But come to think of it, life in the future will be much safer than before. After this kind of speech appeared on the internet, it quickly won the support of countless people. As a result, more and more people collectively petitioned, hoping that the local government would cooperate with the X-Men to launch a thunderous campaign against gangsters and evil in their own city. From this moment on, the reputation of X-Men really spread throughout the entire continent. And the newly established Mutant Affairs Bureau has become known to everyone. This time, no one mentioned the mutant threat theory. The direction of the wind has completely reversed before you know it. You are exceeding your authority. In the conference room of the 17th Bureau of the NYPD, a large number of high-ranking officials gathered together, including the director of the General Bureau, the head of the FBI's contracting branch, and the commissioner of the mayor's office. Everyone's face was full of anger. Among them, even a state congressman. The authority of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is only for mutants. Ordinary people's cases are not up to you. The head of the General Administration was extremely upset. Last time, the X-Men wanted to solve the assassination case of the president, so they solemnly went to the General Administration to ask him to send a detective to assist, which was regarded as a greeting. This time, it was fine to just arrest people, but they were sent to the 17th game. Obviously to give credit to Catherine Bergert, she's just a little superintendent. When is it her turn to call the shots at the NYPD? Thoughts flickered in his mind. The director stared at White Queen with burning eyes, knocked on the table and said, "Ms. Frost, there are some things that everyone knows well. To put it bluntly, even if Twist City is captured by gangsters, it will not be their turn. Come to your Mutant Affairs Bureau to intervene. What are you doing now?" The White Queen leaned back on the chair leisurely. If in the past, someone dared to speak to her like this, she would have transformed into a diamond form and kicked the opponent away. But since being with Lynn, she has also learned to reason. And she discovered that the matter of being reasonable, it's kind of fun. Director Celeste, you also said that we have the right to deal with all crimes related to mutant, didn't we? With a smile on her lips, she turned on the computer and projected images one by one. Aren't these people mutant? What's the problem if we take action? There are a lot of pictures, and some of them are indeed mutants. When the Phoenix team took action, they carried out a less violent resistance. In addition, there is also a bullseye training video. I saw him pick up the pens, cups, stones, and even a needle around him, throwing them out again and every time he hit the target of the high-speed movement. In addition, there is a video of Jin Bin and his men punching. The terrifying tonnage and terrifying power made the ordinary people present shudder with fear. Gold is not a mutant. The special commissioner from the mayor's office was just about to speak. White Queen interrupted. Mr. Sanders knows him well. Or is there anyone among the ordinary people you know who has the same power as him? Commissioner Sanders immediately shut up. Even if Jin is not a mutant, you can only target him alone. The person in charge of the FBI's contract division said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, apart from the headquarters of the Jinhee group, the other 111 criminal dens you destroyed were all ordinary thugs and gangsters molecular. They are all ordinary people, but you have used super abilities on them, and even killed dozens of people. Among the hundreds of people captured, all of them were seriously injured. It's a crime. Regarding his accusation, White Queen just replied lightly. Mr. Smith, do you have any misunderstanding about the power of law enforcement? There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. If I remember correctly, when NYPD agents are operating, if they encounter guns and resist arrest, they have the right to kill them on the spot. You can only watch if you resist arrest. You? Smith's face was as gloomy as water. As the person in charge of the FBI's contract-twisting branch, he would definitely not be an idiot, so at this moment, like Jin Bin, he thought of the real purpose of the establishment of the Mutant Bureau. And he definitely knew that the reason why the White House agreed to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau was just a means to ease public opinion. The purpose is to buy more time to prepare for dealing with mutant. But regardless of the truth, the Mutant Bureau has finally been established. Law enforcement powers are officially recognized. AFK. In his heart, he secretly cursed the idiots above who were eating vegetarian food, and on the surface he could only try his best to maintain calm. Even so, you have arrested all the middle and high-level members of the Jinbing group, and even found the criminal evidence of each of them. Why, Song has such a little money. Don't tell me that Jinbing group controls more than half of the drug trafficking and smuggling transactions. After more than 10 years of accumulation, there is only such a small profit. He picked up a piece of material in front of him and slammed it heavily on the table. Since the Mutant Affairs Bureau is an official and legal institution, will the first action be full of private pockets? When the word spread, all the high-ranking officials in the conference room became serious. To put it bluntly, X-Men's action has been settled, and Jinhee Group has become history, which is an unchangeable fact. That being the case, reprimanding the Mutant Affairs Bureau for exceeding its authority and enforcing the law is nothing more than a means. What the officials must never give up is Jinbing's financial empire. Mr. Smith, what are you talking about? The White Queen looked at him in surprise. In this operation, all the stolen money found in the 112 dens was handed over to the NYPD. How dare you say that the X-Men have enriched themselves of what? The other party laughed back angrily. More than 300 million in cash is really a lot of money, and it can probably be used for normal transactions, right? What about Jinbing's offshore account? And other funds he hides? How would I know this? White Queen looked foolish. You just said that our action was only aimed at the mutants, and we just destroyed the Jinbing group's hideout. Now that Jinbing and those mutants have been arrested, our operation is over. If you want to know how much money he hid, go and try it yourself. What does this have to do with us? God is sorry, she didn't mean to ridicule or show off at all. But when Smith and others heard this, they were all furious, and they only felt the humiliation they had never experienced before. Kim and said he forgot. We even used Veritaserum on him to make sure he wasn't lying but simply forgot. God knows what kind of expression he had on his face when he said these words. Anyway, his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire office, and that Mrs. Gao, she even confessed all the crimes committed by Hand and Hui in New York, but she also forgot all about money. This can't be a coincidence. P.S. The FBI is. There is Veritaserum, used in Ant-Man 2. Maybe they were hit so hard that they developed psychological problems. The White Queen completely ignored his snarl, without even moving an eyebrow. You should get them a psychiatrist instead of asking me, shouldn't you? As she spoke, she clapped her hands and stood up. Well, the Mutant Affairs Bureau has not left any of the people and evidence that should be handed over to NYPD, so the next thing has nothing to do with us. Ignoring the pair of fire-breathing eyes, she walked out with her bag in her hand. I still have to go to the White House to submit a report on combining with the police in various cities to launch an anti-crime operation. Proposal? Oh God, that's such a long name. The faces of everyone in the conference room changed drastically. You have no power. Before finishing speaking, White Queen suddenly turned her head. Senhan's gaze seemed to whip up a gust of cold wind, blowing on everyone's faces. Everyone's breathing was slightly condensed. The Mutant Affairs Bureau is not just an official agency for breaking contracts. White Queen's patience was exhausted, and her words were not so polite. The FBI can set up branches in every state and city. We are just launching an anti-crime operation. Why not? The cold voice went straight to the bottom of my heart. Everyone was sweating coldly. They definitely know that the Mutant Bureau is directly under the White House and is at the same level as the FBI and CIA, but before that, no one took this department seriously. It wasn't until this moment that they finally understood. The Mutant Bureau is not a decoration. Its strength has been undisguised from the beginning. The sudden end of the Jinhee Group and the Hand Peace Conference seems to have opened the prelude to a new era. The Mutant Affairs Bureau complied with public opinion and launched a joint anti-crime and anti-evil operation with the police in various states and cities, and took vigorous action. The White House actually adopted a tacit attitude towards this. Countless people dropped their jaws in shock. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for the X-Men to gain fame. If this continues, it may not be long before Mutant can completely change his image, from a freak that everyone fears, to a human being. A hero that people admire? What do the officials think? Are you really ready to live in peace with Mutant? Or, are you waiting for an opportunity? The answer to this question, the vast majority of ordinary people don't care about it at all, but for some people, it is like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, making them sleep restlessly. Norman Osborn and Victor Doom are two of them? What's the matter? Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao, in the first half of the night, they threatened and lured us to get involved in the business of the second world, and they were sent to NYPD in the second half of the night. Even Jin Bing's underworld empire also collapsed, and the headquarters of the Hand and Society also perished. I'm not dreaming, am I? When the two received the news, they subconsciously thought that they hadn't woken up yet and were in a terrible nightmare. But soon, they accepted the reality. 4 people jointly seek the agency rights of Oasis. The next day it was just the 2 of them. If this has nothing to do with Lynn, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Therefore, the 2 of them spent the whole day in panic and fear, feeling that they would soon follow in the footsteps of Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao. However, to their great surprise, nothing happened. Lynn seemed to have forgotten their existence, and had no intention of attacking them at all, or didn't take them seriously at all. For a moment, in addition to being terrified, the 2 also had a kind of anger after being ignored. This kind of anger, after spending money to dredge up and meet with Mrs. Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao, turned into despair again. Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao don't know them at all. This matter is not over yet. That Lynn will never let me go. The 2 shivered and understood this almost at the same time. Never sit still. Norman Osborn is worthy of being a big self-made capitalist. A look of madness soon appeared in his eyes. The human body's strengthening potion is far from mature, but I have no time. At the same time, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Victor Doom's mind. Hope your machine is built, read. What Norman Osborn and Victor Doom didn't know was that Lynn, whom they were thinking of, also thought of the 2 of them in a flash. If Green Goblin and Dr. Doom are alive, will this world be more exciting? With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he quietly looked at the Asian man opposite him. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry I didn't hear what you said just now. Can I trouble you to say it again? Mr. Lin, someone saw you near the site where the meteorite fell from the sky in the Footbasin country. The FBI suspects that you are related to this incident. FBI high-level agent James Wu looked serious, with a business-like attitude. Does Mr. Lin need to explain this matter? Slander. Lin said without any hesitation, this is blatant slander. I was with Judge Kate Mara of the federal court that night. How could I appear in the footbath country thousands of miles away? I know very well, Mr. Lin, you are a mutant. James Wu said coldly, mutant super abilities are all kinds of strange things. 6 teams of X-Men can destroy 112 dens of the Jinhee Group overnight. It seems that there is no need to rush. Mr. Lin must have a way. Arriving in another country in a short period of time. The FBI doesn't need any evidence to handle the case now, it's all based on guesswork. Lin looked at him with interest. Or do you think that mutant super ability is so powerful that it can control meteorites to fall from the sky? Other mutants may not be able to do it, but Mr. Lin you, not necessarily. James Wu's tone became heavier, and he suddenly leaned forward, covering Lin with oppressive eyes. Mr. Lin, as the president of Second World Company, is not only a mutant, but also possesses an epic-making technology like Oasis. Some politicians in the government wanted to use Jin Bing to participate in the business of Oasis. That night, Jin Bing's underworld empire completely collapsed. The Mutant Bureau even dispatched new X-Men for this, a whole 6 teams. Only these, I have reason to doubt. Mr. Lin, your position in the mutant group is not simple. So, I contacted S.H.I.E.L.D through some relationships, and I found out that Mr. Lin's information was marked as confidential within S.H.I.E.L.D, and the confidentiality level was not higher than that of Professor X and Magneto. Lynn was a little surprised. As the FBI, you are actually connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. In my impression, the Asian agent in front of me was able to be responsible for detaining Ant-Man later, and also participated in the Scarlet Witch blockade of the town. He is obviously an elite agent in the FBI. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Lynn understood, S.H.I.E.L.D also needs talents, and they want to invite you, an elite agent of the FBI. James Wu did not answer his question. Instead, he said to himself, from this, I also thought that recently, mutants' behavior style has changed drastically. It no longer fights independently like before. Instead, it seems that there is a unified leader. Be purposeful, and get huge amounts of benefits every time. The new Xavier's school opens enrollment, the Mutant Affairs Bureau was established, and this vigorous anti-crime operation. In a short period of time, the image of mutant has changed greatly. So I'm going to make a wild guess. He stared at Lynn closely, and said word by word, Professor X and Magneto no longer lead the mutant group. Mr. Lynn, you are their leader now. Clap clap. Lynn applauded without hesitation. A wonderful reasoning must have cost a lot of brain cells. He teased and said with a smile, then, is the FBI going to arrest me based on this reasoning? You don't even deny it. James Wu was a little surprised. It seemed that Lynn's attitude was beyond his expectation. Why deny it? Lynn smiled. He never hid in front of Nick Fury, let alone an FBI agent, as the leader of Mutant. Is it something shameful? James Wu was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed heavily. These are just my own guesses. Not only do I not have any evidence, I didn't even tell my boss. Oh. Lynn seemed a little surprised. Why? Should this be considered dereliction of duty? Or do you not reject mutant? As an agent, I have experienced some supernatural events, and I know that there are too many unexplainable secrets in this world, which are completely different from ordinary people's imagination. James Wu shook his head. So, for mutants with super abilities, on the one hand, I am a little afraid, but on the other hand, I am very envious. The sharpness in his gaze disappeared, replaced by a look of sincerity. If mutant super ability is not used to provoke wars, but to protect the people, and even benefit the world, for ordinary people like me say, isn't it a good thing? Lynn didn't speak. I can clearly feel that times have changed. As James Wu said, he took out an Oasis bracelet from his pocket. He is a member of this Pioneer Experience program. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hulk, Abomination, X-Men, Thor, Batman, Superman, and General Zod. People with super strength appear one after another, and alien civilizations gradually appear on the Earth. The world is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Variety. Rubbing the bracelet, his eyes became complicated, and when I was in the world of Oasis, I personally experienced the feeling of having a super ability, that kind of reality, that kind of carefreeness. It made me believe in this even more. Super technology and super ability will gradually become the mainstream of the human world. Crimes in the future will become more and more terrifying. And for ordinary people like me, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to survive in such a terrible world and to survive better. Hear hear. Lynn already understood what he meant. So, you came to me today. I want to work with mutant. James Wu took a deep breath, and his words were sonorous. Inspector Catherine of NYPD can become Mutant's partner. She has repeatedly solved major cases in a short period of time, and has even become a popular candidate for the next director. Judge Kate of the federal court can follow Mutant cooperates. The prestige is getting higher day by day. The future is limitless. Me? FBI high-level agent James Wu? Why not? Although I am Asian, it is more and more difficult to get promoted step by step in the FBI, but why can't I dream that one day, I can sit in the director's seat? At this moment, his face was full of undisguised ambition. Apparently, this high-level agent of the FBI, after experiencing many things, vaguely saw a little bit of the truth of the world, and understood the rise of mutant even more. Already unstoppable? He wants to get on this bus? Same with Catherine and Kate? The difference is that Catherine and Kate are Lynn's people from the beginning, so strictly speaking, this is the first time since Lynn started a series of projects. Ordinary people who are attracted by the future of mutant? And he dared to propose cooperation, definitely because of his identity? Catherine is in the police force, Kate is in the courthouse, and Maura is in the CIA. These three people who have clearly stood for mutant are in three extremely important official institutions. This is obviously not a coincidence. That being the case, why can't I, James Wu, be mutant's spokesperson in the FBI? Mr. Lynn. James Wu's voice trembled slightly, and there was a trace of tension in the depths of his eyes. Lynn looked at him calmly. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate the heart. After a long time, he spoke softly. James, what is your super ability in Oasis? James Wu was taken aback for a moment, and said subconsciously, it's the law. Yeah, magic. The corners of Lynn's mouth showed a faint curve. Have you ever thought about the things you just said? All the clues are on the table, and everyone in the FBI should be able to know, but why only you stringed them together, and then through these appearances, you saw the truth of the world little by little. What? James Wu looked blank, apparently never thinking about this question. Because you are not an ordinary person originally. Lynn got up slowly, walked to him, and patted him on the shoulder. Your magic ability has been activated, so you will become smarter than before, and because of this, you are the only one who can stand in front of me in this ever-flowing sea of people, haha, get it? James Wu's heart trembled violently. Before he could react, he felt a tremor in the surrounding space, accompanied by a faint ray of light spreading out like a tide. Everything in his sight changed. It turned out that he and Lynn were not communicating in the office at all, but in the bustling street, surrounded by pedestrians and traffic. It is a bustling scene of hustle and bustle. James Wu was stunned. Just about to speak, Lynn's cell phone rang suddenly, and Alice's voice reached her ears. Master, Mr. Stark is calling. Lynn knew what Tony was going to say without answering the phone, because from his perspective, he could see the roof of the Stark building a few kilometers ahead, and suddenly there was a glaring beam of light that shot straight into the sky, like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the sky. James, you're right about one thing. Lynn patted James Wu's shoulder again, and said with a smile, the times have changed, we will usher in an unparalleled and extraordinary world, and this era belongs to mutant? Before the words fell, Lynn's figure had disappeared. Only James Wu was left staring at the beam of light in the distance, shocked and confused in his heart like a tidal wave. What does Mr. Lin mean? Did I find him, or did he find me? My magic ability is activated? Magic ability? I have magic ability. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated slightly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He looked down at his palms. I don't know when a mark appeared on it. That is a light that illuminates his soul world. There was a flash of light. Lynn appears in the Stark building, outside the glass office on the top floor. In sight, the soaring beam of light emitted by the Tesseract, in addition to opening a larger and larger space wormhole in the sky, unexpectedly spread a translucent light curtain downwards, wrapping the entire Stark building. Tony, who was wearing the latest battle suit, was locked inside by this light curtain. The president's office, which Lynn had visited many times, was already dilapidated, and everywhere was scorched black from the pulse cannon bombardment. Obviously, before this, Tony had already fought several rounds with his opponent. But, meaningless? His opponent was unharmed. Lynn, your prophecy has come true. As soon as Tony saw Lynn's figure, the steel mask fell down, revealing an anxious and helpless face. Aliens really invaded the Earth. They used the energy from the Stark building to activate the Tesseract, and wanted to open the space wormhole. Send an alien star army put in. I've seen it all, Tony. Lynn opened her mouth lightly, her face as usual. Out of confidence in Lynn, Tony breathed a sigh of relief after he arrived. He looked at the light curtain outside the glass, and said with hope in his eyes, so, you must be able to break this mask, right? Lynn didn't answer, but looked at his opponent. With a thin figure, a confident smile, and a dress that is completely different from the Earth, he holds a staff inlaid with mind gem in his hand. This is definitely Loki. It seems that you are Mr. Stark's backstage, the strongest magician on Earth. The old god Loki was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of wine in his left hand, and locked his playful eyes on Lynn. As the #1 magician in the 9 realms, I am also curious, can you break this? The energy seal formed. Apparently, with both Tony and 800 Hulk being recruited by the new Xavier's school instead of joining the Avengers, things were very different from the scenario Lynn remembered. He had expected this. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry, snapped his fingers casually, and a sofa appeared behind him out of thin air, suspended in the subject. Then, under Tony's bewildered gaze, he also sat down with an old god, and communicated with Loki through the mask. I don't dare to be called the strongest magician on Earth. He smiled and shook his head. As for Mr. Loki's title of the #1 magician in the 9 realms, it seems that it is not worthy of the name. Otherwise, it is just a blockade of a building. Why use the calendar area of Tesseract? Loki's face froze slightly. Lynn's calmness exceeded his expectations. Thanks to Mr. Lin Yu. As the god of intrigue, Loki likes to watch others being played around with impotent and furious expressions on their faces, which makes him feel a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. So he doesn't like Lynn's calmness very much. If I didn't accidentally hear that mutant made a lot of noise when I came to Earth, I might have failed due to carelessness. Oh. Lynn raised her left hand falsely. I would like to hear more about it. First, I snatched the Tesseract from Shield. Loki seems to enjoy this feeling of victory in sight, and wants to use psychological tactics to attack opponents, so he explained with a smile, humans are really ridiculous creatures. They are obviously weak and pitiful, but they want to master the powerful power of the Tesseract. As a result, but it exposed the location of the Rubik's Cube, allowing me to hit it. The child holds gold to go through the busy market, that's how it is. Lynn nodded. Luo Che obviously didn't understand the essence of Dragon Kingdom culture. He was taken aback for a moment before continuing. At that time, I controlled Eric Savik, who was researching Tesseract, and the agent Barton of Shield. Originally, I thought this would be enough. These two people, one is used to build the machine and activate the power of Tesseract, and the other is used to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. But what I didn't expect was that when they were chatting with me, they all said that the biggest threat on Earth is not S.H.I.E.L.D, but the mutant from the new Xavier's school. This makes me very curious. So, I investigated about mutant. New Xavier's school, mutant bureau, second world, X-Men with increasingly large teams. I have to say, Mr. Lynn is very good at it. Loki, who controlled Hawkeye, obviously knew a lot of secrets. When he said this, there was an expression of appreciation on his face. In a short period of time, Mutant's situation has been drastically reversed, and everyone is about to shout. The monster I beat has become a superhero that everyone admires. Lynn said nothing about it. Not even the slightest change in Shendo. Loki choked, and a trace of anger could not help but appear on his face. In my eyes, the Earth has always been a backward, primitive and remote planet, but I didn't expect you to integrate the power of the mutant, and there seem to be a few people in X-Men a person whom I fear, so I can't help but be careless. So, Lynn finally had a look of curiosity in his eyes. In his impression, the so-called #1 magician in the 9 realms, the god of tricks, never seemed to have a convincing record. It was not so much trickery as it was a solid background. No matter how many casualties there would be no price to pay, that's all. But that's just a movie after all. The Loki in front of him is the real Loki, although he is arrogant, conceited, and defiant, but obviously very smart. After discovering that the situation on the Earth was different from what he expected, he decisively changed the established strategy. So, what exactly did he do? At this moment, a solemn look appeared on Tony's face, and his intuition told him that this alien who suddenly descended on the Earth, before using the Tesseract to block the Stark building, absolutely did something terrible. I voluntarily surrender. Loki seemed to notice the change in Lynn's expression, and nodded in satisfaction. S.H.I.D.L.D. sent someone to arrest me. I don't have the slightest hesitation. Surrender. And then I was locked up in their aircraft carrier. The director of S.H.I.D.L.D. is that dark-skinned one-eyed dragon. He formed a so-called Avengers to protect the world. Hehe. I wanted to see who he found, but I didn't expect. The so-called superhero is just a bunch of rabble. Tony's brow furrowed tightly. This guy seems to be particularly enjoying the current process. He talked for a long time without focusing on it. Lynn didn't care, but asked curiously, who are the Avengers of S.H.I.D.L.D.? An old guy who is said to have been frozen for 70 years, a pretty female agent without any super abilities, a steel armor soldier dressed similarly to this guy. Loki glanced at Tony. There's another guy, wearing a weird battlesuit, who can suddenly become as small as an ant. Oh, he's so verbose, I can't wait to put him up. There is also a big green guy who is locked in a cage. I see tyranny, madness, and endless desire for destruction in his heart. People from S.H.I.D.L.D. seem to want to release him at certain special moments, as a surprise soldier. Definitely, and my cute but annoying big brother. He visibly grits his teeth at the mention of Thor. Tony's expression changed again and again, and he subconsciously looked at Lynn. The big green guy, is it Abomination? Lynn nodded. Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, War Machine, Ant-Man, Abomination, plus Hawkeye controlled by Loki, are obviously the first-generation members of Avengers. Is Nick Fury crazy? Tony roared angrily. Abomination has lost its mind, a monster who only knows destruction. He actually thinks it can be used as a surprise soldier. Normal people definitely would not do such a thing. But Nick Fury? He always seems to feel that he can control everything, and he will never let go of any power that can be used. This is completely in line with his style of doing things. That's right, I thought exactly like you at the time. Looking at Tony's eyes, Loki actually had a sympathetic expression. It would be fine if S.H.I.D.L.D. had the power to control that big guy, but according to my observation, if it wasn't for my big brother who also came to Earth, Avengers all of them together may not have enough strength to deal with that big guy. In the case of Nick Fury, he's definitely left behind. It's just that Loki didn't know it. He took a sip of wine and talked softly. Human beings are weak but arrogant. It really opened my eyes. Enough. Tony snorted coldly. His eyes flashed coldly. Humans are not only S.H.I.D.L.D. Definitely, and you Iron Man. Loki shrugged. The new type of reactor you developed actually has energy far beyond the Earth's technology, so I give you 100% respect. In order to prevent you from getting in the way, I slightly modified the Tesseract. The device sealed the entire building. Tony almost couldn't help shouting. Such respect, don't let it go. Pity him for staying at home and transforming the steel battlesuit. Just when the inspiration exploded, he suddenly found out that the crystal has been taken by someone. Hurry up and drive away the foreign enemies. All the weapons can't hurt the opponent? At the time, seeing the pulse cannon go right through Loki's body, he knew it. This guy is a magician too. He hates magicians? Don't get excited, Tony. Lynn's voice came from outside the mask. Mr. Loki hasn't said how he escaped from S.H.I.D.L.D.'s prison and appeared here again. Tony was about to speak. Loki already smiled wickedly. It's very simple. He raised the psychic scepter in his right hand, and said word by word, I control everyone in SHIELD except for the one-eyed dragon who ran away, everyone in S.H.I.D.L.D, including their aircraft carrier. And now it's all for me. Tony's face froze on the spot. WTF. Seeing the change in Tony's face, the smug look in Loki's eyes could hardly be concealed. But when he looked at Lynn again, this feeling of complacency was instantly suppressed. Where's Thor? Lynn looked at him calmly. Thor in Asgard is also controlled by your scepter. It has to be said that compared to the Loki in memory, the Loki in front of him looks more like a god of trickery. He actually discovered the magical effect of the psychic scepter. Apparently, during the period when he came to Earth, he learned a lot through the matter of mutant. At least he didn't control a Hawkeye and an Eric Savage like in the original plot, so he felt that he could single-handedly swipe the Earth dungeon. Baronet, how can you blindly believe the words of the god of trickery? Thor. The pupils in Loki's eyes shrank slightly, and things were not going as smoothly as he imagined. He stared at Lynn closely, and said, "You seem to know something about Asgard? I didn't say my big brother's name just now. Hehe." Lynn smiled. As a magician, the knowledge you have is always a little richer than ordinary people. He's not a threat anymore. Loki's tone suddenly fluctuated. Thanks to that big green guy, I just stimulated his violent heart a little bit. In his eyes, only my poor big brother is left, and there is only one person in his mind. Thoughts are destruction. Nobody knows my stupid big brother better than I do. He's got nothing but muscle and brute force in his head, and he's the ultimate ego who can easily slip into mania. So, until that big green guy is dealt with, he won't show up here. Understood. Thor is pinned down. Nick Fury escapes. Beyond that, almost all of S.H.I.E.L.D fell. Lynn nodded. Indeed, she looked at Loki differently. This slight change in expression has already been caught by Loki, and he became excited again. Now, the gate of space has been opened, my army is approaching the city, and all the Asgardians on your Earth have become mine. After today, I will step on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and be crowned king. Mr. Lynn, I appreciate your means. If you are willing to work for me, I can give you and your mutant the treatment you deserve. In the future, you will follow me back to Asgard and help me regain my revenge. I can even hand over the Earth to your rule. The god of trickery seems to be trying to play tricks all the time, and his voice is full of temptation. You mutants have been oppressed for so many years. Don't you want to become the master of this planet? Surrender to me, I can give you everything. Up to this point in the conversation, Tony has already discovered that no matter how deep the scheming and terrible methods of this alien visitor, he is a person who is arrogant and eager for quick success in his bones. He actually wanted Lynn to submit? Are you afraid you are dreaming? Based on what he knew about Lynn during this period, Tony sneered directly. This Loki obviously knows nothing about Lynn's unfathomable. This invasion was predicted long ago? How could Lynn have no whole cards? How? Loki was not angry, but looked at Lynn with interest. Under the current situation, those X-Men under your command don't want to fight with me. Without waiting for Lynn to respond, he said to himself, the most powerful mutant on Earth is that Professor X and Magneto. Unfortunately, Chitori's body and weapon are integrated, not a pure metal creation. Magneto's ability to manipulate metal may not have much room for use. As for Professor X's mind ability, you let him come and try to manipulate Chitori's mind. The implication is that the two strongest mutants on Earth are also helpless in the face of this situation. This is definitely Loki's psychological tactic. To some extent, it may not be a lie. Although he didn't say it, Lynn knew that Chidori would lose consciousness after the mothership was destroyed, which shows that the individuals of this alien race do not have a complete soul, and to a large extent, they will not be destroyed. Affected by Professor X's mental ability. P.S. I don't know why, but the aliens in many movies have this virtue. When the brood is destroyed, they will die collectively. Foreigners really lack imagination. You are really, very confident. Lynn couldn't help but said. After talking for a long time, Loki explained all his plans of action seemingly stupidly. But in fact, except that Thor is pinned down by the abomination. Where did the controlled Avengers members go? Where will S.H.I.E.L.D's mothership appear? And how will the Chidori army deal with the X-Men? *Yen. He didn't say a word? This trick god has been delaying time? And what he was procrastinating for, Lynn and Tony soon found out. Boom. The beam of light emitted by the Tesseract suddenly trembled violently, and the next moment, the space wormhole in the sky suddenly stopped after expanding to a certain extent. As a result, the huge energy rushing out from the Tesseract spread out around the wormhole. Among countless panicked eyes, 4 beams of light spread from 4 directions like 4 endless bridges. The people in the Twisted Contract definitely don't know the endpoints of these 4 bridges, but there are very few people who guessed it at once. There will be another space wormhole 100% at the endpoint of the bridges. 5 portals. Chitori's army will attack the Earth from 5 places. Great gift crab special. Tony was the one who reacted the fastest. His face turned pale in an instant. Through the sealing mask, he could already see the densely packed Chitori army flying out of the wormhole like a day of locusts. Behind the army, there is also a huge Leviathan beast. Without fighting at all, Tony knows that the technology of this alien army is far superior to that of the Earth. Even if the military sends all the troops, it may not be able to stop it. Only superhero group can. And such a large army would appear in 5 different places at the same time. This is a nightmare for Earth. Lynn. A strong panic surged in his heart. Tony couldn't keep calm anymore. He looked at Lynn for the first time. Lynn finally stood up from the sofa. Seeing this scene, Loki laughed loudly. Isn't it too late to realize it now? There are 5 space transmission channels and countless Chidori armies. Even if you call all the X-Men, how many people can there be? How long can it last? Surrender is your only choice now. He laughed unscrupulously, full of pride after the trick succeeded. At the same time, it seems that he wants to vent all the grievances he has received on Thor. Lynn's expression suddenly became strange. Battle of New York. Has it spread globally? He looked at Loki and sighed softly. Have you ever thought about something small? At the moment, Tony's heart was extremely anxious. But for some reason, Lynn's voice seemed to have a strange magic power, instantly erasing all his restless emotions. Sanity returns again. He looked at Lynn, and waited. You control everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. But why did you let Nick Fury, an agent who doesn't have any super abilities and has been out of the front line for a long time? Loki's laughter stops abruptly. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lynn would care about such trivial issues under such circumstances. Don't say you're careless. Lynn's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, right into Loki's heart. Perhaps you, the #1 magician in the 9 realms, is not worthy of your name. There are many people who can escape from your hands, but among them, definitely not including Nick Fury. At least, you can have the Avengers go get him back, can't you? But you didn't do that. Why 577? If it's the Loki she remembers, Lynn won't have any questions about it. But this one in front of him is obviously not that stupid. Since he realized the use of the psychic scepter and controlled everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. in one fell swoop, how could he just miss Nick Fury? That's the director of SHIELD. He only has 1 Avengers and 1 mothership? What if the opponent still has a stronger power? After all, there are not only those superheroes on the Earth. Loki was immediately dumbfounded by the question. It's just an ant. He spoke subconsciously, expressing his disdain for Nick Fury. Maybe, you look down on Earthlings from the bottom of your heart, so it doesn't matter if Nick Fury escapes. Lynn interrupted him lightly, her eyes flashed, and a strange color appeared. But in my opinion, there is another possibility, that is, you let him go on purpose. As soon as these words came out, Tony's heart trembled. The pupils in Loki's eyes shrank suddenly. In your subconscious mind, you don't really want this invasion of Earth to succeed, do you? Lynn said her guess lightly. The Earth is just a wild planet in a remote star field. How attractive is it to you, who aspires to become the king of Asgard and the master of the 9 realms? Obviously I don't like this planet from the bottom of my heart, but I have spent a lot of time to launch this war. Because you have no other choice. Because the leader of this invasion is not you. You are at best a leading party. Lynn pointed to the more and more Chidori army in the sky, looked at Tony. Look, he didn't even command this army, but sealed himself in this hood too. Enough. Loki suddenly drank heavily, and the wine glass in his left hand exploded with a bang. Tony suddenly realized, this really does not meet the identity of a commander. That's right. Lynn's eyes turned to the psychic scepter in Loki's hand, holding a weapon that doesn't belong to you, commanding an army that doesn't belong to you, hiding in an impenetrable defensive cover. Does this mean you, the leading party, are not willing? The reason why you work so hard is just because you can't bear the consequences of failure. It seems that your boss is terrible. Loki stood up abruptly. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out. Then, an interesting question arises. Lynn said to herself, since your boss is so powerful and interested in the Earth, why doesn't he take action himself? Is there anything else in this primitive, backward, wild planet under our feet that makes this powerful the alien overlord feel afraid? Needless to say, these words were actually addressed to Tony. It is also a guess made by Lynn combining the plot in memory and what happened in reality. You magician, you seem to know a lot of things beyond the Earth. Loki's eyes were full of surprise, and he gritted his teeth almost word by word. As I said, as a magician, you always know more than anyone else. Lynn smiled slightly, and began to control the rhythm from this moment. He knew very well that behind Loki was Thanos, and the ones who could make Thanos feel afraid were naturally the king of God Odin and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Definitely, in this world, there may be some other powerful existences. After all, the existence of Superman has never been a secret. God knows if there are any big bosses hidden on the Earth. But even without these, as long as Odin and Ancient One are still there, it is impossible for Thanos to attack the Earth without collecting 6 infinite gems. That is to say, this invasion seems to be mighty. In fact, it was just a trial. This can be seen from the fact that the main force of this invasion is Chidori. Thanos commanded Ronan. Ronan didn't send out his elite Kree army. Instead found Chidori. Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of Galaxy said that the Chidori army is the most garbage army in the universe. I guess, with the wisdom of the god of tricks, he should have seen this point. Lynn clearly saw the change in Loki's face, and smiled brighter. Maybe your boss has offered you some kind of unrefusable condition, or maybe he is threatening your life, but no matter what, you can tell. This invasion is just a trial, it is impossible to succeed. You, and this so-called Chidori army, it's all just cannon fodder. And the conditions your boss promised you are simply impossible to fulfill. This sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Loki's heart. His whole body trembled violently, the expression on his face was not only shocked, but also angry that his mind had been exposed. The majestic god of trickery, to be seen through by a mortal on Earth? This is a great shame for him. It is precisely because you know where you are that you don't want this invasion to succeed. Lynn ignored the change in his expression, and continued, you let Nick Fury go on purpose, just in the slightest hope that this boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. might be able to find some way to stop you. In this way, although you will become a prisoner, you can be brought back to Asgard by your big brother. Losing freedom, regaining safety. It's a good deal, isn't it? I have to say that Lynn's guess is extremely unbelievable. But it can explain all of Loki's behavioral motives. It is also more in line with his title of the god of tricks. Tony was already shocked from ear to ear, and turned his head to look at Loki in disbelief. The disaster in his eyes turned out to be just a game from an alien civilization? Yes? At this moment, these two words appeared in Tony's mind unconsciously. In a trance, he suddenly realized the huge gap of 5.0 between the Earth and the alien civilization. Before that, despite Lynn's prophecy, he was only skeptical, and he was not too disturbed. But at the moment, I really felt the fear. So, this is the truth of the world? It turns out that the Earth is really in danger. Earth magician. Loki's complexion changed again and again, and his chest heaved violently. He looked at Lynn's still calm eyes and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. What do you want to say, Z? He didn't admit it, but his behavior at the moment has made Lynn understand everything. Lynn stopped smiling. It's very simple. Gujing Wubo's gaze became sharp at this moment. If the universe is a chessboard, Mr. Loki, you are just one of the chess pieces, so there is no need for you to be so excited. In this game of chess, the person behind has already made a move. Now, it's the mutants' turn. Because of the butterfly effect, Loki's invasion has undergone huge amounts of changes. But Lynn isn't worried about that at all. The Battle of New York was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. The big event of alien invasion would undoubtedly shake the world, and this news would surely break through the internet barriers and spread to all countries in the world. What Oasis wants to catch is this wave of traffic. But now, Loki changed the Tesseract device, causing space wormholes to appear in 5 places around the world, and the Chitauri army entered the Earth in 5 ways. Even helped Lynn in a way. The X-Men have already made full preparations and have been dispatched at the first time. On the square of the new Xavier's school, more than 1,000 students gathered here, all looking nervous and excited. Light curtains appeared in midair, and it was Lynn's mirror image duplication that raised his hand to transform these light curtains. The real mirror image technique of the 5th ring can separate a mirror image duplication whose strength is exactly the same as the deity, and when it comes to the 6th ring, the number of duplications becomes 2. The duration has also increased from half an hour to an hour. The most important thing is that the deity and the duplication can share thoughts. Therefore, what happened on the Stark building side, the mirror image duplication here is very clear. A set of 5 space wormholes, respectively located in the sky above the 5 cities of Twilight, Wudu, Australia, Neon, and Paul. Lynn roughly explained the situation, and then turned to the 6 teams of X-Men on the square. What should I do? Don't I need to say more? Don't worry, Lynn, because of your prophecy magic, we have prepared so long in advance. Killing these alien monsters is easy. With a cigar in her mouth forever, Wolverine Logan spoke calmly. Lynn nodded, raising her hand again. Portals appeared out of thin air one by one. 6 teams of X-Men crossed separately. 30 Lynn's face was a little strange, looking at Professor X in the teacher's seat. Professor, don't worry, I'm going to brainwave strengthening now. I don't know when it started, but Professor X got used to Lynn giving orders. He smiled slightly and left the square with his wheelchair. Some students want to follow him to CNC. Magneto's cold eyes immediately struck. We are all here to observe and study, and after the end everyone will hand in 10 assignments on combat skills and the use of super abilities. What? The sound of wailing instantly spread throughout the audience. Fog. When the dense Chitauri army flew out of the space wormhole, the entire city was instantly enveloped in fear, panic, and despair. Living in this world, people have gradually become accustomed to superheroes and various super ability crimes. But being attacked by an alien army suddenly was beyond their acceptance. What's the matter? No mental preparation at all. Chitauri's army obviously didn't intend to let the people prepare their minds before attacking. As soon as they appeared, they drove a special flight device and opened fire crazily among the tall buildings, killing everyone they saw. Explosions, howling, panicked screams, moans of despair instantly filled the whole city. The official response speed is not unreasonable. The nearby garrison rushed to the scene as soon as possible. However, facing the Chitauri army whose weapons are far beyond the technological level of the Earth, whether it is tanks or missiles, they all seem so weak. When the gigantic Leviathan beast that almost covered the sky passed through the wormhole and appeared above the city, it crashed countless buildings as it passed. The morale of the army collapsed to the bottom in an instant. AFK, how to fight this? All the on-site commanders were stunned, and the soldiers under their command defected without the slightest suspense. This is not a war on the same level at all. Ordinary human beings are completely helpless in the face of this alien army. God, are human beings going to perish completely today? For a time, such thoughts popped up in the hearts of countless people. And as if in response to them, God suddenly appeared at this moment. It's X-Men. Boom. Suddenly there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and the next moment, accompanied by countless thunderbolts and lightning, a figure with white hair and black clothes shot into the sky like a god, and wherever it passed, Chitauri flight weapons boom boom blast it. Countless lightning fell, and the densely packed Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground street disappeared in an instant. It's Storm. Cheers of surprise followed one after another. The people who were still shrouded in despair just now saw hope suddenly, and all of them jumped up happily. Now that Storm appeared, her team of X-Men naturally also came, including 6 X-Men including Pyro Jon, Lucas Bishop, Carl Wen the Mimic, and Petra the Earth Manipulator. Men divided into 4 teams and headed towards the 4 directions of east, west, north, and south respectively. Last time on the playground of Xavier's school, these people's control over their own abilities was just mediocre. However, after experiencing the devil training in the world of Oasis, their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Lynn is demanding a lot from the X-Men. Those who are not strong enough are not eligible to join at all. Under such circumstances, they dare to split up and act, obviously with absolute confidence. Ha ha ha, Lynn's tailor-made magic equipment for X-Men is so cool. Burning John's face was full of excitement. Every time he took a step, a faint ray of light flashed across his combat boots, making him extremely fast, no less than an ordinary speed-type mutant. This is an enchanted item. It is imprinted with the three-ring magic foot. At the same time, flames burst out of his black gloves all the time. This allowed him to use his fire ability at will without relying on lighters and the like. He actually used his fingers as guns, shooting out very thin flames with enchanting 3 rings endless flames. The thin flames are like 6-veined swords. The moment it hit the Zeta Swiss soldier, it pierced the opponent, but it didn't pass through the body, but exploded in the opponent's body. A humanoid fireball appeared on the street, and those laser weapons of Chidori were blocked by the fleeting magic shield the moment they hit the battlesuit on his body. Occasionally, those laser weapons that passed through the magic shield only caused a layer of ripples on the battlesuit. Enchanting 3 rings air shield? Vibranium battlesuit? Yes, the first generation of X-Men battlesuits were mixed with a little vibranium. Although the number is very small, it is enough to greatly enhance the defense of the battlesuit. This is because Xavier's school has not learned nanotechnology from Princess Sarui. If there is nanotechnology blessing, add a little more vibranium, and the defense of the battlesuit will match Tony's nano armor? Woohoo! Burning John's cheerful voice resounded through the long street, and he leaped from time to time, and a wind wing quietly appeared behind the battlesuit, allowing him to take a short flight. Enchanting 3 rings wind wings? This complete set of tailor-made uniforms is the confidence of the new X-Men. The magic level contained in it is not high, but it can comprehensively improve their super ability, speed, action history, and defense history. In fact, the moment he put on this battlesuit, the resentment towards Lynn in Burning Man John's heart has completely dissipated. Instead, it was off from the bottom of my heart. In his eyes, Lynn is omnipotent. Because of this, he did not forget what Lynn had told him, and at intervals, he took out a cylindrical object of the file size of a pen from the pocket that had cast the no trace stretch curse, and threw it on the ground. This is a mass-crafted enchanted item. There is a ring of sound amplification imprinted on it. People in the other 3 orientations did the same. So, as they traveled farther and farther, dropping more and more loudspeakers, Storm's voice suddenly came out of them. Like thunder, resounding throughout the city. Mutants, it's time to stand up. For a long time, we have been rejected, hostile, and even regarded as monsters, but we are clear in our hearts that mutant genes have never been defects, but human evolution. Now, human beings are facing the invasion of aliens, and life and death are only a moment away. Mutant at the moment is not coming out. When will it be? Let aliens see our power, let the whole world see our evolutionary achievements, and let our voice resound in today's foggy city. We are human beings with super ability, the Asgardians of Earth. Mutant, never be a slave. Earthlings, never be slaves. The very simple and rude slogan, accompanied by the voice of Storm, swept the entire city like waves. Everyone who heard this voice was stunned. No one thought that under such circumstances, the X-Men would summon other mutants hidden in the foggy city. What they didn't expect was that when the sound waves spread farther and farther, it became louder and louder. By my side, one person stood up. Charlie. In a corner of the ruins, a middle-aged man turned his head in disbelief, looking at his friend of 30 years. You are mutant. Yes, Hank. Charlie, who looked like a professional elite in suits and leather shoes, stood up from the bunker bit by bit, as if responding to his friends, and also seemed to respond to the ubiquitous voice. I, Charlie Ed Ryan, am a mutant. As if he had exhausted all his strength, his voice was exceptionally loud. Everyone hiding nearby heard it. Amid shock, fear, envy, contempt, admiration, and other complex gazes, this mutant, who had been hiding for more than 30 years, walked out of the bunker firmly. Ahead is a team of Zeta Swiss soldiers who just landed. Mutants are never slaves. With a loud shout, Charlie rushed out. 093. In a cafe. Mother. A woman who was over 40 years old stared blankly at her gray-haired old mother, and stood up under the call of that voice. Yes, you are right, my child. The old mother's face is full of kindness, but her eyes are a little bit firm. I am a mutant who has been hiding for a lifetime. I go to school, get married, have children, and provide for the elderly. My life is almost over, but I have never talked to anyone. Said, I am a mutant. Although my ability is very weak, I can only control a little plants, so I have been a gardener all my life. But, I am indeed a mutant. Today, if I don't say anything, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The old voice spread throughout the coffee shop. The next moment, dozens of people hiding here stared blankly at this. With an old figure, he pushed open the door of the coffee shop little by little. Several Zeta Swiss soldiers who were nearby turned their guns and aimed at her in an instant. But at the moment, the flowers and plants on the side of the road suddenly soared, and the branches, stems, leaves, and flowers were intertwined like sharp arrows, piercing their heads with a few chi and chi. No matter how weak a mutant is, it's still a mutant. Alien monsters like you can't underestimate it. After a slight murmur, there was a heavy roar. Mutant, never be a slave. The same scene not only happened in every corner of Fog City, but also happened in Neon, Australia, and several other cities at the same time. People living in these cities seem to have had a weird dream. After waking up, they suddenly found that there are so many mutants around them. At the beginning, not many mutants stood out. But as time passed, more and more people responded to the call and came out of hiding places. When they rushed to the street and merged with X-Men one by one, like a trickle, little by little evolved into a majestic wave, all the Zeta Swiss soldiers heard 10 noises. Mutants are never slaves. Mutant, stand up. Looking at the whole world, this sound is not too loud, and it is only limited to a few cities. However, with the continuation of this war, and with the ferment of public opinion that will inevitably occur after the end of the war, more and more mutants are willing to stand up, spreading from city to city, to country by country, and eventually, to sweep the world. And this time, it's far from over. Stark Building. 5 light curtains appeared at unknown times, floating side by side outside the energy shield. Impressively, it is the picture of the 5 major battlefields. Mutants, armies. Loki's face was gloomy. When the hidden mutants stood up one by one in the 5 cities in the picture and joined the X-Men team, his brows became more and more tightly frowned, as if he could kill a fly. He beheld the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning cast by Storm. I also saw that the Cyclops team was invincible on the Australian battlefield. This mutant, who is extremely important in the X-Men series but has an inconspicuous record, played an amazing role in a green battlesuit and a pair of silver glasses. The power of the silver glasses seem to have several modes. Sometimes the laser light becomes extremely thin, gaining terrifying penetration like a laser, and sometimes becomes thick as a pillar, and its power is multiplied exponentially. Even the indestructible skin of the giant Leviathan can't stop it. The most terrifying short-frequency mode, the laser light seems to be cut into countless lines, like bullets shooting out, almost every time can harvest all the Zeta Swiss soldiers in sight. Loki can see that this mode reduces the power of laser light, but greatly reduces the energy consumption of Cyclops. His staying power is greatly increased. With the battlesuit on the body, it provides a huge blessing of mobility and defense. This red and green mutant is undoubtedly a battlefield harvester, and his teammate, Thunderbird's green battlesuit, is doped with more vibranium than other X-Men, which maximizes his copper-skinned and iron-framed ability. With him as the vanguard, Miming, and the 3 Cuckoo sisters who do not have the ability to fight head-on, with the blessing of the battlesuit, hold a retro-shaped magic gun with complicated inscriptions engraved on it. Just shoot, shoot, shoot. Gun. Obviously it is a newly formed X-Men team, but it also has a unique ability. At the same time, the 2 teams of Kraken and Mystique are fighting together, wearing blue uniforms, and they are red-eyed in the neon battlefield. And on Paul's battlefield, the strength of the members of the Gambit squad, all in purple uniforms, has also increased by at least several times. This increase is even more obvious in the Wolverine and Phoenix teams on the battlefield. I have seen the X-Men's battle screen, their strength is not so strong. Loki took a breath, moved his gaze away from the light curtain with difficulty, and landed on Lynn again. If I'm not mistaken, the battle suits on them are all made by you, right? You magician of this earth. Really surprised me. His tone is full of intense and extreme disbelief. In the picture of the neon battlefield, he even saw the steel helmet on Juggernaut's head, and after a layer of golden light shrouded his whole body, his body grew dozens of times unbelievably. Then, like a crazy giant bull, it collided with the giant Leviathan head-on. Goodness see you, the head of the giant Leviathan was crushed. Simply outrageous. There is also the Gambit on Paul's battlefield, holding a metal stick in his hand, which is also imprinted with dense inscriptions. After being thrown out like a javelin, the metal stick seemed to have infinite kinetic energy, and it exploded dozens of times along the way. Heads of 100 Zeta Swiss soldiers? This thing even comes with a self-seeking function. Even after the kinetic energy disappears, it will automatically return to the Cardthick Minister. Are you sure this is a mutant? Instead of Asgard's god of war? Excellent. Lynn nodded slightly, and smiled contemptuously. The new Xavier's school has been committed to the combination of super ability and technology, and luckily there are some research results. Headed by Wolverine, Phoenix, and other original members, the 7 X-Men teams were rebuilt. Each member's battlesuit was tailored by him according to the other party's super ability. Although the magic attached to the battlesuit basically only has 3 rings, but combined with the super ability of the team members, it undoubtedly produced an extremely explosive chemical reaction. The combat effectiveness of the new X-Men is many times stronger than before. This is also the example Lynn sets for her students. Encourage them to work hard in this direction in their future studies. I believe that after this incident, every student in the college will realize the power of super ability equipment, and will devote himself to this brand new field in the future. If things go on like this, a brand new branch of Earth science and technology will emerge. Super technology? You are really good. Loki emphasized again. Although he tried his best to maintain calm, his voice trembled slightly. I actually thought of using the threat of the Chitauri army to force those mutants who hide their identities out. Lynn shrugged. There are mutants on the Earth, and mutants have never been bullied. So what? Loki suddenly yelled, and took a few steps forward. I admit that this was beyond my expectation, but even so, how many mutants are there in 5 cities? Hundreds? Thousands? My army is tens of thousands. The temporary army of mutants is nothing more than a group of rabble. How long can it resist? The situation will not change in the slightest. As if in response to his words, the space wormhole in the sky trembled again, and more Chitauri army and Leviathan monsters appeared on the battlefield, overwhelming and powerful. Loki's face once again showed a high-spirited look. Don't forget, S.H.I.E.L.D is still under my control. Although those people in Avengers are weak and pitiful, but to cause you X-Men some trouble, you have to be easy. Advantage, always with me. Tony gasped. But this time, he didn't feel nervous or flustered at all. The old god said, Lynn, tell me, is the advantage always on his side? Definitely not. Lynn accepted his flattery with a smile. Charles's spiritual ability, maybe it really doesn't work for Chitauri, but does it also work for people in S.H.I.E.L.D? He glanced again at the psychic scepter in Loki's hand. It's a half smile. Mr. Loki, you really don't know much about our mutants. After a soft sigh, Lynn said calmly, you do have an army, but how do you know? I don't. As soon as the word came out, Loki broke the defense again. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at the 5 light curtains. Twist, the main battlefield. The 2 X-Men teams headed by Wolverine and Phoenix had a much higher kill efficiency than the other teams. This is normal. Iceman Bobby, Colossus, Sunspot Robert, Polaris, Twinkle, Nightwalker. Each of them is an elite mutant who can act alone. With the blessing of the battlesuit, the national calendar is doubled. And the copy of the training they experienced in the world of Oasis is higher and longer. Whether it is combat skills, awareness, or teamwork, it has already penetrated into the bone marrow. Plus Wolverine, Phoenix 2 super mutants. Such a lineup is undoubtedly built by Lynn as the master. At the moment, the 8 people were fighting in 8 different directions, and they pushed all the way horizontally, like chopping melons and vegetables. Not just 8 people. Phoenix's team has added a temporary non-staff member Gwen Spider. Swinging down from the tall buildings and kicking a Zeta Swiss soldier away, Gwen's face was full of doubts. Lorna, why are your battlesuits all red, but Wolverine and the others are gray? It's uniform, and each squad has a different uniform color. Polaris Lorna, who was not far away from her, controlled the ubiquitous metal in the city, and replied while fighting, I don't know the specific reason. If you want to know, you can ask Senior Lynn. I've heard you say that name countless times, but I haven't seen him yet. Gwen sighed, and the cobweb boom shot out in his hand, locking the 2 Chitauri in front, and then swept with both arms, and the 2 Chitauri hit comrades one after another like meteor hammers. So, as a temporary member, why don't I have a uniform? She curled her lips in dissatisfaction, and vented all her disappointment on Chitauri. And shouldn't we find a way to close the space wormhole? Why return it? While speaking, there was a deafening howl above his head. A figure of Wolverine appeared on a giant Leviathan passing by here, and saw his hands upside down, and the invisible adamantium claws pierced into the body of the giant beast like cutting tofu. The next moment, he stood on the giant beast and ran wildly. The boots under the feet are shining brightly, providing a strong driving force. A line of blood shot out from the giant beast's back, revealing long scars. For a giant beast of this size, such damage is obviously not enough to be fatal, but Phoenix, who came out of nowhere, started its power at this moment? Hiss. The wound on the back of the giant Leviathan was suddenly stretched open by an invisible force. The wound became bigger, and soon became as deep as the bone. For 2, Chin, your ability is stronger again. Wolverine 200's exclamation voice came from the communication device, mixed with a hint of doubt. They are also trained in Oasis. I can only train fighting skills. Why can you still strengthen ability? If you want to know, ask Lynn. Phoenix's faint voice came, and for some reason, it was a little different from before. Wolverine jumped up and landed on a Chitauri flight machine, and chopped off the pilot's head with one claw. There must be a secret between you. Lynn again? Gwen, who heard the conversation between the two, couldn't help but speak. Since the last time she met Phoenix and others in the Jinhee group, she has become a temporary member of this team with huge amounts of curiosity. She thought that she could meet Lynn, whom several people in Phoenix would mention in their mouths, but has not been able to do so. Speaking of which, I'm also working for him. Why can't I even meet the boss? After letting out a sigh of relief, Gwen still chose to carry out the task. She went up and down, and appeared in a blind corner of the ruins of a building, looking at dozens of people hiding inside. Hey, do any of you know me? Spider-Man. A little boy answered her tremblingly. Yes, I am Spider-Man. Seeing the fear in the little boy's eyes, Gwen couldn't help smiling and said, Don't worry, we will drive away these alien invaders soon, but before that, you need to find a safer place, such as a subway station. She wore a face mask, and the smile on her face was definitely not visible. But the voice of the big sister next door made the little boy relax a little. But also because it is a child, the brain circuit is relatively simple. But that. He pointed to the space wormhole in the sky. There are aliens coming out of it all the time, just like ants. With such a small number of you X-Men, can you really win? That's what Gwen wanted from him. Just relying on us definitely can't do it. We need you, need all of you's help. As she said that, she took out a few Oasis bracelets from the string bag hanging around her waist, and distributed them to the little boy and several others. Do you know Ultraman? Don't know? It's okay, wear this bracelet, read it, lift it up when needed, and recite silently. Let there be light. There is no Ultraman in this world, so those who have not entered a copy of Oasis will definitely not know. The little boys took the bracelets in a daze, and just about to ask what is when needed, Gwen had already left the place with a cobweb. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. With the idea of repelling the aliens and allowing himself to survive, he directly put on the bracelet and raised it up. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let there be light. At the same time, Iceman, Poppy, Colossus, Blink, and other X-Men, and all other summoned mutants are doing the same thing. Twist is the world's top city with a large population, and there are quite a lot of hidden mutants. More than 500 mutants chose to stand up. Although more than half of them were Delta class and their super abilities were weak, they still stood up firmly and wanted to fight Chidori desperately. Unexpectedly, the X-Men didn't need them to intervene in the battle at all, but just let them help the crowd to evacuate, and select some people from them by the way to distribute the Oasis bracelets. What are they doing? In a shadowy corner, Black Widow, who had been secretly following Gwen, tapped the communicator in his ears with both fingers. Do not know. Hawkeye was on another street, also puzzled. At this critical moment in the war, they distribute game bracelets to people? Promote games. No one would do such a boring thing. Captain America's voice came. There must be something unusual about these bracelets. Could it be that they contain some kind of energy that can be used as a weapon against Chidori? This is impossible. Black Widow and Hawkeye shook their heads at the same time. A login device for a game is going to be released globally. How could it be a weapon? How much would it cost? Besides, Mutant is crazy to provide weapons to ordinary people. Now what? It was Ant-Man Scott who said, "Shall we grab some wristbands and study it to see what's wrong? Don't forget our mission." The Colonel of War Machine, as a soldier, has the idea of unconditionally performing the mission in his bones. Waiting for the opportunity to kill the X-Men in Twisted City is what we want to do. There was a brief silence on the communication channel. Obviously, after these first-generation members of the Avengers were controlled by the Psychic Scepter, the task Loki gave them was not to participate in the invasion, but to hide in the dark, ready to strike the X-Men at any time. So far, they've done a great job. Neither Wolverine nor Phoenix's team members seem to be aware of their existence. Seeing that it's time to start. Even Black Widow and Hawkeye, who are as firm as iron and have received countless iron-blooded training, hesitated. Are you sure? We can really kill them. Captain America's voice came first. In his sight, Poppy Iceman seemed to be the god of ice, rushing into a street at an extremely fast speed, where everything around him was frozen. A total of 57 Zeta Swiss soldiers directly became ice sculptures, and the 3 flight machines that flew past in midair were no exception. Bang 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 bang. The ice sculptures of the 3 flight devices fell to the ground and smashed into countless scum. Another 57 ice sculptures also shattered. I don't think it can be done. Hawkeye's target is the Night Walker. His dynamic vision is extremely powerful, and he can even hit the high-speed flight's Chidori flight gun, but the Night Walker's speed exceeded his expectations. With the blessing of the weird red battlesuit, he is like the wind raged everywhere. Wherever they passed, there were only one after another of Zeta Swiss soldiers who were either thrown or fell to the ground. Even so, she couldn't keep up this pace all the time. Therefore, the Eagle had faith, dabbed, to sneak attack and cast cold arrows, but not long ago, he clearly saw 7 or 8 Zeta Swiss soldiers firing laser weapons hitting the Night Girl. The battlesuit on the body. Except for the excitation of a light shield, it did not cause any damage. Hawkeye doesn't think his technological arrows can be more powerful than those laser weapons. So, how is this sneak attack? Perhaps we can wait a little longer. In the sight of Ant-Man, Colossus's whole body is steel, hard like an iron lump that cannot be bitten. Of course, he can get smaller and ride an ant to approach the target, but how can he break through the defense? You can't directly enter the opponent's mouth and break through from the inside, right? What if the inside of the opponent's body is also tempered? Scott's advice is great. War Machine also sighed heavily. His goal is to blink Clarice, but the blink in sight is not the same person as the blink in the S.H.I.E.L.D file. She was once arrested and imprisoned. Surprisingly, there are 3 solidified space doors around this woman, which surround her like a disc. All the lasers and shells fired at her were sucked in by the 3 light circles, and then, appeared in front of the opponent. In front of. She walked all the way, and she didn't even take the initiative to make a move, but no one could stop her pace. AFK? What the hell is going on? How did these mutants become so powerful overnight? War Machine cursed fiercely, and then had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps, Natasha Romanoff's target is the easiest one to break through. Spider-Man? Black Widow's eyes moved slightly, but he was discouraged immediately. She is not far away, always following that green-haired mutant. S.H.I.E.L.D's information Curry has no information about this person. But she can manipulate metal, or maybe magnetic fields. Magneto. This news caused everyone in the communication channel to fall into silence again. Indistinctly, the voices of the people in different places suddenly came from their ears. Let there be light. Let there be light. An ominous premonition suddenly overwhelmed all. Human heart? We can't delay like this. Captain America yelled loudly, and finally made up his mind. Everyone converges on Natasha Romanoff's position. We may not win 1-on-1, 5-on-2. We always have hope. Clear. Receive. Others jumped into action immediately. After Black Widow's continuous reporting, the 5 people quickly took their positions and locked on Gwen and Lorna from 5 different directions. Do it. Say it and do it. But at the moment, the voice faintly coming from the ear became louder and louder. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let there be light. These voices all come from ordinary people. They don't have any power at all, and they shouldn't even spread so far, but at the moment, it's like a strange prayer. Suddenly, reached a certain point. Then get the answer from the person you prayed for. The light really appears. All the people wearing the bracelets were stunned. They felt the slight vibration of the black bracelet. Actually, the device was activated, and they also saw a bright light suddenly appearing in the bracelet. Light? This light is very faint, but at the moment, it suddenly seems to be connected with other bracelets in Twisted City, and the faint rays of light seem to converge into a cloud, like a sunset cage covering the whole city. The process of activating the Oasis bracelet is actually the process of soul binding. In this process, there will naturally be a trace of soul power. A person's soul power is extremely weak, but at this moment, there are about 1,000 bracelets scattered throughout the city. The soul power of thousands of ordinary people is still very weak. But it happened to meet the requirements for opening the magic circle? Yes? Long before the X-Men killed the Chitauri army, they had already installed 6 magic devices on the outskirts of the city. At the moment, the 6 bases are finally activated. Boom. The ground trembled without warning, and the next moment, the people fleeing everywhere saw inconceivably that 6 beams of light shot up into the sky from the outskirts of the city, converging in the sky, gather, and turn into a huge amounts of hexagram. Immediately after, in the park, on the side of the street, in the forest, the trees suddenly soared, and they rose from the ground as if they were alive, turning into tree people one after another, going towards the Zeta Swiss music that has spread all over the city. At first, their walking postures were very strange, and they didn't seem to adapt. But soon, one by one ran wildly, and in the process, some treants leaped high and turned into giant bears in the air. Great crab special. The tree man turned into a bear. Druid. Am I dreaming? This scene was so spectacular that countless fleeing crowd couldn't help but stop and exclaim in disbelief. Behind the army of treants and giant bears, there are countless flying birds that grow wildly in size, densely packed, tens of thousands. This is an army. Captain America and others witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they were all stunned on the spot. Before they came over, the voice of Professor X sounded in their minds. Everyone, the time to counterattack has come. Counterattack? Counterattack who? Our mission is to kill the X-Men? Wait, I am the superhero of Avengers, I should protect the Earth. In just an instant, the few people controlled by the psychic scepter were awakened by Professor X. But there was no trace of joy on their faces, because the picture in front of them is beyond their cognition, and it seems to mean, the Avengers they have worked so hard to build don't even have a little bit of X-Men background. Facing Loki, they almost completely fell. And mutant. There was an army. Did Nick Fury say, beware of mutants? In the communication channel, I don't know who said, just because we are qualified to be vigilant against them. No response. At this moment, they unconsciously recalled the prayers they heard just now in their minds. Is hope? And this hope is brought by mutant. It's going to change. Still not knowing who it was, he murmured softly. Still no response. For mutant, all this seems not to be a war at all. It's just an opportunity to step onto the stage of history. Inside the Stark building, you actually have an army. Loki held the hand of the psychic scepter, trembling violently unconsciously. In his line of sight, he clearly saw the 6-pointed star magic circle gathered in the sky, and soon saw a huge amount of bird army like Kitarui and military doctor who rides the wind and waves. And that's just what's happening in New York City. In the other 4 light curtains, a similar picture also appeared. In Wudu City, the 6-pointed star magic array is like a cloud composed of raging flames, and one after another fire elemental elves jumped out of the cluster. In the neon battlefield, the water vapor in the surrounding sea area condenses crazily, and under the action of the magic circle, it turns into water elemental spirits one after another. What appeared on the Australian battlefield were earth elemental elves crawling out of the ground. What happened in Palchang was even more strange. The golden light of the magic circle shrouded the cars, and it seemed to endow the cars with life. In a short period of time, hundreds of cars turned into human forms and joined the X-Men team. True magic version shape-shifting King Kong? 6 rings summoning system gate of elements. Magic. Where Loki still doesn't understand the root of all this, looking at Lynn's eyes again, the earth-shaking changes have already taken place. All the contempt, fear, horror, all disappeared. Instead, anger. And not outraged that his plans were about to fail, but because, such a scene, as the #1 magician in the 9 realms. He can't do it. How could a mutant magician be so powerful? For a moment, with Loki's pride and arrogance, he couldn't help feeling a creepy feeling, and an unbelievable thought subconsciously popped up in his mind. Why didn't Thanos come in person? Is it possible that the achievement is due to fear of mutant? This invasion is simply a mutual test between me and mutant? Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help trembling. With his IQ, he could see that Chitauri was just a pawn that Thanos casually played. Naturally, he could also see that Lynn's pawn was equally easy comfortable, come at your fingertips. Only 7 X-Men squads were dispatched from start to finish. The strongest mutant Professor X and Magneto have never appeared. Obviously there is a magic army, but it has been unable to hide it until the 5 cities were hit hard and the critical moment of human life and death was finally exposed. The most important thing is that the magic circle can be activated directly. However, he chose a more time-consuming and labor-intensive method, distributing the weird black bracelets to ordinary humans, making those people think that the activation of the magic circle has something to do with their prayers. Hawkeye seems to have told me that the black wristband turned out to be a game login device. And that game was developed by Mutant. What? Combining all these pieces of information, Loki only felt an unparalleled absurdity. The large-scale dispatch of Mutant this time may not be to deal with the invasion of the Chitauri army at all. It's for training? For fame? To promote Oasis? In the process, harvest a group of hidden mutants by the way? That's all? This is outrageous. It's really a good plan. I have worked hard to plan Chitauri's attack without any loss, and a life and death war for the people on Earth. In the eyes of Mutant. No, it is in this Mutant in the eyes of the magician. Loki's eyes were scarlet, and he stared at Lynn. It turned out to be just a chance to strengthen Mutant's strength. The universe is like a chessboard. Thanos is the chess player, and Lynn is the chess player. Number 2. Is it really just a pawn? Thinking of this, Loki's heart was vented all of a sudden, and a sense of frustration that he had never felt before came to his heart. The remaining trace of pride made him roar unwillingly. What if you have 5 magic armies? Tesseract's energy is inexhaustible, and these 5 space wormholes will always exist. In this way, the Chitauri army will continue to flow, endlessly. How long can your magic circle last? How long can the X-Men and Mutant last in this intensity of fighting? In fact, at the moment, he had already vaguely guessed that the energy shield outside the Stark building might not be able to stop Lynn. But he still had a little fantasy. After all, this is Tesseract. Tony was in shock because of the sudden appearance of the 5 magic armies, and at this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yes, Lynn, we must find a way to break the seal, otherwise this war will only be endless. He was obviously not the only one who could see the key to the outcome of this war. As soon as the voice fell, there was a whistling sound in the distant sky. Woohoo! A pyro appeared suddenly and rushed towards the Stark building at a super fast speed. Get out of the way, I, Johnny Stone, am going to save the world. Pyro came rushing forward, and he didn't dodge at all. However, the Chitauri flight weapons he collided with all turned into fireballs and exploded in the air. Next moment, boom! With a loud bang, Pyro crashed directly into the Tesseract's energy shield. The energy shield did not produce the slightest ripple, but the flames on his body were scattered on the spot, revealing a young figure in a blue uniform. Yin Ping Ping fell downward. Tony bared his teeth. Through the energy shield, he could feel the severe pain of the opponent's impact, and he couldn't help but look at Lynn. Your man. Lynn shook her head. Stupid Earthlings. Loki sneered. He was beaten to pieces by Lynn just now. Seeing this fireman's reckless behavior, inexplicably regained some sense of superiority. 0 for flowers. Hey, my friend, it's not a good habit to speak ill of people behind their backs. Johnny Stone turned into a burning man and flew up the moment he fell to the ground. He carefully looked at the situation inside and outside the energy shield, especially glanced at the sofa under Lynn, with a confused expression on his face. Although I don't know what happened here, but the Earth is now being invaded by aliens. A man named Nick Fury, the guy, asked us Fantastic Four to help. So, who can tell me, how can I break this damn hood? Then close that damn space wormhole. He pointed to the energy shield, and then to the sky. Mingming's expression is extremely anxious. The tone of voice gives people a sense of frivolity and laxity. Nick Fury's back. Loki's face changed again, but before he could react, thunder suddenly rolled in the sky, and another figure roared through the air, appearing in sight. Thor came too. Loki. Seeing that Loki was safe and sound, he first breathed a sigh of relief, and then said fiercely, close this transmission channel quickly, or the Earth will be destroyed, and you will be a sinner through the ages. Loki glances at him. If it was before, he would definitely share the joy of victory with his big brother, but at the moment, after Lynn's repeated blows, he is too lazy to talk nonsense with Thor. The Tesseract is right there. He pointed to the top of his head, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, go and close the passage yourself. The Meow Meow hammer hit the energy shield almost immediately, but it was just a layer of ripples. Seeing this, Tony felt a little disappointed with Thor, a new member of the Avengers. This energy shield is integrated with the space channel created by the Tesseract. It cannot be broken by barbaric causes alone. The power of space. Thor's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. If Bifrost is still there. Reed, Susan, did you all hear that? Johnny Stone, Thunderbolt, saw Thor's expression and knew that he was talking nonsense, so he quickly raised his right hand and touched the earphone. Quickly use your smart brains and think of a way. On the other side of the communicator, there were chaotic and noisy voices from Mr. Fantastic, the Invisible Woman, and the Stone Man. Faintly, there seems to be Nick Fury. It seems that neither the Avengers nor the so-called Fantastic Four can do anything for the time being. Loki kept staring at Lynn. Seeing this scene, he smiled more freely, as if his confidence had returned to his body. Mr. Lynn, you are the first to come, but you have never tried to break the seal. Do you have no confidence? Or are you waiting for some opportunity? Lynn wasn't waiting for anything. Only this time, he wanted to give Mutant's opponent a chance. 1. The opportunist who wiped out all the X-Men.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.